Chapter 151 Patriot Blood. Canis. In the asteroid belt around Korhal 4. This is a small satellite with a diameter of about 3 million feet, more than 900 kilometers. Its surface gravity is only a dozen times that of Korhal 4. And some smaller asteroids with carbon and metal cores and ice are orbiting around it under the influence of the satellite's gravity. These gray-brown asteroids within the locking range of the satellite Fortress Sentry turret reflect the light of the star, rotating or standing still. When Lieutenant Colonel Kurt Josephine arrived at his garrison in a speedboat equipped with afterburner boosters, he could see through the porthole that the dark brown satellite was completely covered with steel fortresses, intergalactic space missile silos, and anti-aircraft missile towers on its surface. This moon named Canis gave birth to many beautiful fairy tales and poems. But now observers at the observatory can find that its original rocky surface has been transformed beyond recognition. Thousands of railguns and cluster laser weapons are installed on hundreds of towering fortresses on the moon and the back of the moon. Those majestic and magnificent polygonal fortresses are located between craters, connected by countless underground pipelines, missile launch towers, command centers, radar stations, and barracks into a massive whole. The 10-foot-thick armor plates of the fortresses shone golden light under the light of the stars. The flags of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the golden wolf flags of the Mengsk family were inserted diagonally on the top floor of each fortress, hanging down due to gravity. Canis has become a giant space fortress, with a huge nuclear fusion reactor buried in its core, which can provide energy for all weapons and internal systems, and can be manually detonated when necessary. On this small satellite, the traces of human transformation are so large and magnificent that the topography of Canis has been permanently changed, and even the gravity and diameter have undergone significant changes. At this moment, Canis and the 16 orbital stations within 20 miles of it are stationed with about 80,000 soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and operators of turrets, missile launch towers, and other defense facilities. More than 85% of these soldiers are from Korhal 4, and the rest are basically Umoyan Volunteer Army soldiers. Josephine's shuttle landed on the landing platform of a fortress on the far side of the moon. The artificial gravity and internal air circulation system allowed him to walk on the ground and breathe freely. A dozen adjutants, divisional staff, majors, and the commander of the Umoyan Volunteer Army came to him one after another. They surrounded Josephine and brought bad news one after another. Lieutenant Colonel, 20 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. The commander of the Umoyan Volunteer Army said, according to the images sent back by the Galaxy Telescope and drones, and from the paint and prints on the sides of these warships. This fleet should be a mixed fleet of Delta Squadron, Nova Squadron, Beta Squadron, and Omega Squadron. Their subsidiary fleet is still on the way to jump. According to calculations, the last time Omega Squadron appeared was 1,000 light-years away from Korhal. Therefore, they began to jump to the core system within at least 3 standard Earth weeks. The enemy's mixed fleet's flagship is less than 2 AU's astronomical units away from Canis. They did not send out detection drones and assault ships. At their speed, it would take at most 20 minutes to reach the giant planet Siren. The Revolutionary Army has nearly 100 high-energy gas refineries on that planet, a staff officer said, and we only have less than 50,000 troops stationed on that planet. Who is their commander? Josephine, wearing a thick officer uniform, looked up at the starry sky above her head. After Augustus handed over nearly 20,000 revolutionary soldiers to Josephine half a year ago, even if he was incompetent, he had some leadership qualities. Josephine was not a famous general who was used to strategizing and fighting. He graduated from the Stilling Art Academy and knew nothing about leading troops to fight. But he knew that he should listen to the opinions of professionals extensively and how to manage a large army in an orderly manner. The flagship is the Nord-1 of the Beta Squadron, according to the intelligence provided by the Umojan Intelligence Bureau. This battlecruiser is under the command of Gasser Duke, who is said to be a relative of Edmund Duke, a famous admiral of the Federation Navy. The staff officer said, perhaps they will stop on the giant planet and refuel. Josephine said, the Federation Navy has already won the victory, and Gasser Duke is a man who likes to show off. We have no fleet to stop them, and can only hope for the stupidity of the commander of the Federation fleet. Order, Josephine said. All fighters take off and charge the main guns of the fortress. Yes, sir. The order was passed down quickly and without hesitation. From the top landing platform of the fortress where Josephine stood, he could see Avenger fighters with vermilion primer and gold stripes driving out of the electromagnetic projection track of the fortress. and thousands of fighters took off like sharp swords. At this time, it was dark on the backside of the moon in Canis, and faint lights flickered on the fortresses. The ice-blue plasma thruster flames of the Avenger fighters were like rising light points, and the fighters driving out from the other side of the satellite were like comets passing by the satellite. 1,000-foot 300-meter-long interceptor carrier passed Canis under the cover of the Avenger fleet, and 10 frigates converted from giant-class frigates were arranged horizontally behind the carrier. These warships were only a dozen miles away from the ground of Canis, and they looked like brilliant stars from the fortress. "This is our only fleet." These warships and fighters had almost no chance of returning successfully. All pilots and warship crews set sail with the determination to die. Josephine was sad and thought, "If you were here, Augustus, what would you do? We have no fleet, so we can only passively take the beating." The fate of Car 4 was doomed from the moment it rebelled. Although Josephine was a generous person, at this moment even he could feel a tragic sense of mission. Everyone who fought side by side with him was ready to sacrifice for Car. Josephine thought that great people did not exist. He never realized that more than 1 million Car soldiers had such noble character and dedication to sacrifice. At the critical moment of the survival of the race, many ordinary and great people will always emerge among us. These revolutionary soldiers are not reformed resocialized soldiers. They have sound and independent personalities. They have their own thoughts. And of course they are afraid. Many people were just sons and daughters of workers and farmers before they took up Gauss rifles. Some of them even behaved selfishly in their daily lives. But they still stayed in Korhal. Everyone knows what they are going to face. If the Federation wants to turn Korhal 4 into a scorched earth, then the sons of Korhal will also be reduced to ashes. "Where is Marshal Minsk's fleet?" Josephine said, as she put on a military coat handed to her by her subordinates, and walked down the spiral staircase leading to the interior of the fortress from the docking platform. A Level 5 encrypted communication a day ago mentioned that the first fleet had arrived at the MTY 324586 system, which is less than 6 light-years away from the planet Delarian 4 where the Delarian shipyard is located. They must have arrived now. One of Josephine's young adjutants said, "Even if the intelligence department of the Terran Federation can find this one among millions of forged puppet messages, it will take several days to completely crack it. If everything goes well." Josephine walked down the spiral staircase and entered the command center. "I think the members of the Tarsonis Federal Parliament are already crying for help. The fortresses in Canis are all built with modular plates. Each one is equivalent to the Hovey Fortress in Turisis 2, which can accommodate 5,000 fully armed revolutionary soldiers. The interior is well connected, and there is a shelter underground that can withstand a Level 4 nuclear explosion." Along the way, Josephine saw many revolutionary soldiers patrolling in the corridor. Up to now, the Revolutionary Army still only has power armor for officers, so the privates are still wearing ordinary dark gray uniforms, with boat-shaped hats and armbands. Since the Car Revolutionary Army was not a loose organization of peasant uprisings, it was written into the enlistment oath that low-ranking officers and soldiers should salute when they saw senior officers. Therefore, the soldiers saluted immediately and showed serious respect when they saw Josephine. This was a disciplined army, and Josephine was sincerely proud that she could command such an army. Josephine never thought that she could become a colonel. He had many dreams and nightmares, but none of them could compare to the magic in reality. Josephine probably never thought that one day she would stand here in such a position. A year ago, she was just an ordinary soldier in the Union Marine Corps. Her only thought was to join the army to avoid the limelight. When Josephine was young, he was considered a hopeless playboy. His mother, Mrs. Josephine, was even so angry about her son's unruly behavior that she was bedridden. Josephine herself never repented or had any idea of changing. His life was probably like this, dying as a Marine in an unknown battle and an unknown battlefield. No one cared, and no one mourned. Compared with his old boss Augustus, Josephine was much more of a bastard when he was young. Among the old lovers he abandoned were noble ladies with excellent family backgrounds, doctoral students in higher colleges, and the only daughter of the leader of the Steel Ling underworld. As for the countless one-night stands, he could not remember them all. Anyway, when Josephine came to his senses, the hired killers were eager to chop off his head. In order to avoid harming his family, Josephine had to join the army. It doesn't really matter if he dies in the Federation Marine Corps. A scum like him is just a rotten life. But Josephine survived in the end. The war forged his strong will, and the friendship between the team has somewhat reshaped his sense of responsibility that may not have existed at all. The experience of the devil in heaven taught Josephine that people can also form a solid and inseparable collective. So Josephine began to revisit the past that she escaped from, trying to make up for the mistakes she had made. Before this battle, Josephine could have followed the last batch of colony ships evacuating the Korhal system. But she didn't do that. Josephine's aging father also joined the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and was serving in the First Fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Josephine's family is a noble family of Korhal, and the nobles of the Korhal people have always stood between the people and disasters. Just like those Night Lords, who have been eliminated by the times, but still picked up their armor, picked up their great swords, and rode their horses. Korhal is a much younger colony than Tarsones, and the nobles in it can still see the blood left by their ancestors. Josephine's reason for staying was simple. Like Lundstein, he was a Korhal native, and an heir to an old Korhal noble family. If outsiders like Harnack and Lisa were willing to stay and fight for Korhal, they would also consider themselves cowards for fleeing. Among the generals, who were born as heaven's demons, only Josephine and Lundstein were born and raised in Korhal nobles, and their ancestors swore to protect their people in the early days of the colony. Although the glory brought by this oath has long faded, almost every noble who survived the wave of the Korhal Revolution has sent their children to the battlefield, and those who have no offspring have taken up arms themselves. "What do you need us to do?" said a young revolutionary soldier, who may be only 16 years old. "Stay at your post, soldier." Josephine could feel that the young soldier was very nervous, and his legs were even shaking slightly. No one forced him to stand here. He was determined to fight in this way, in this place today. "Fight for Korhal." The young warrior suddenly saluted and said, "I am ready to die. Fight for Korhal. Fight for beautiful Korhal, the homeland of our ancestors," Josephine said as she walked into the command center, in front of a huge radar map and star map. There were about 20 radar monitors talking at the same time. A Behemoth-class battlecruiser of the Terran Federation Navy appeared on the radar skin map, with dangerous red lights flashing on its bow, and the rest of the warships followed closely behind. "If this is just the Vanguard, sir," looking at the radar map with a dark green glow, a major officer said, "how many fleets are there in the follow-up?" "What is that?" Suddenly, a radar monitor shouted. Josephine looked in the direction of the voice, and saw the comments of the artificial intelligence in the command center on the dense red light spots on the radar map, missiles or other small flying objects, some of which are likely to be empty shells used to confuse the vision. After their explosion, the fragments moving at high speed in the vacuum are like dozens of reflected signal sources in the radar map. Dense long-range missile and space torpedo strike groups, with more than 4,000 signal sources, and more. But the Federation fleet is far away from 1.5 AU. Another fleet, Zeta Squadron. One of them has a nuclear bomb. Apocalypse class. 100. Another 100. 300. Son of God. 400. Intercepting. All the entire craft missile towers, and all kinetic weapons in Canis began to fire. In the nearly vacuum environment, everything was very quiet. Josephine and his men could only see thousands of fire points firing at the same time, shining brightly. "It can't be stopped." Josephine's tone sounded relieved. "I hope they only brought so many nuclear bombs." In space warfare, nuclear bombs may be a less efficient weapon. Nuclear explosions in a vacuum environment do not produce shock waves, and the light pressure generated is negligible, so they cannot cause the mechanical impact caused by explosions in the atmosphere. All its energy will be released in the form of radiation and electromagnetic pulses. However, as Josephine saw, in the center of the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb detonation, the extremely high-temperature electromagnetic waves caused the steel fortress on the surface of the Canis satellite to begin to melt, as if it were a melting sugar cube, and everything in front of her was like a distorted mirage. Son of a bitch. Chapter 152 Raid on the Dalarian Shipyard. Dalar 4. Large Orbital Shipyard. 1434 SCT. June 17, 2489. Thousands of orange-red lights appeared at the end of the hyperspace jump channel, which were thousands of feet-long wakes left by the warship thrusters. Numerous two-winged turbine nano-repair drones surrounded the steel armor on the sides and belly of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser NORAD II, like fish swimming around whale sharks in the deep sea. About a mile, horizontally on both sides of NORAD II are her companion ships, Hyperion and Iron Justice. The alphanumeric numbers and paint schemes on the sides of these three Behemoth-class battlecruisers are different. Hyperion is the classic Renault blue, while Iron Justice is the silver gray of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. NORAD's paint scheme is still the red of the Terran Federation. But the Golden Prince of the Minx family and the Korhal Revolutionary Army have been added to the bow. The moment the fleet jumped out of the hyperspace channel, the interior of the bridge of NORAD 2 was brightly lit, and the faces of many revolutionary captains appeared on the holographic projection screens and LED fluorescent screens on the consoles. Almost 40 people were talking at the same time, and their voices were slightly distorted due to the disturbance of the hyperspace channel space fluctuations. "Thank God. We finally arrived on time," Jim Raynor said in the Hyperion's communication channel. "This is Horace Warfield. I am commanding my fleet on the Iron Justice." Warfield was dressed in a Revolutionary Army uniform, standing upright, his expression as solemn as a stone statue. Giant-class frigate number 7 calls the flagship bridge. The fleet is moving. Giant-class troop transport number 10, Wraith number 7, 8, and 9 are accelerating away from the fleet in the direction of Dela 4. And the cloaking force field generator is being activated. "Oh, this thing is really fucking fast. I'm going to speed up. Praise Korra." Augustus was wearing a dark gray uniform of the Korhal Revolutionary Army commander. The three-dimensional cut and waist-hugging design of the uniform well reflected his well-trained and muscular physique. He stood at the bridge window of NORAD 2, and his much more mature face was reflected on the synthetic glass. Outside the window was the distant starlight and the approaching binary star system of the Dela Galaxy and 4 sister planets of almost the same size. Tychus, wearing a crimson power armor, was standing on Augustus' right hand. On his scratched shoulder armor was a portrait of a beautiful pink-haired girl, one of the loves of Mr. Finley's life, whom he met in the Port of the Dead. Sarah Kerrigan stood to Augustus' right, holding her C-10 shotgun. Her powerful telepathic ability monitored the thoughts of every revolutionary soldier present. Augustus has not yet assigned Mira Han, whom he met in the Port of the Dead, to the bridge or command center to let her serve as the commander of a revolutionary army unit. For Augustus, he does not need time to prove that future rebel leaders, like Raynor and Mira, and the mercenary queen of the Port of the Dead are quite outstanding leaders. But too fast promotion will cause dissatisfaction. Meeting Mira Han was an accident. Augustus did not deliberately look for her. He thought that an ambitious person like Mira would not miss the opportunity to recruit for the Revolutionary Army. And if Augustus acted too deliberately, others would not take it for granted that Mira was talented, but would only think that he was too fond of an unknown underage girl. When the vibration during the jump disappeared, the main screen of the bridge popped up the galaxy planet galaxy detected by the battleship sensor, including the population, axial inclination and temperature of the planet Dela 4. Dozens of screens surrounded Augustus, and more than 60,000 soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army fleet were quietly waiting for his orders. "Broadcast my orders to the entire fleet." Augustus' face shone brightly under the lights of the bridge, and many subtle emotions were buried under his calm expression. "I am Augustus Minsk, soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and I am talking to you on the flagship NORAD 2. Korhal has been lost, and our compatriots, who were forced to leave their homes, have suffered. Our common destiny has linked us together, and we are united and determined." Augustus said, "Now, all homeless Korhal people have a common name. The Sons of Korhal. We will never yield, never compromise. We will not change our minds until the corrupt rule of the Terran Federation is completely overthrown and a free and democratic Terran Republic is established." Augustus said, "The fate of Kar and all Kar people, and even Terran people, depends on this battle. This is a fight to the death. All fleets, move forward. I am with the souls of tens of millions of Kar people." The fleet moved forward in a natural calm and determination. They were still about 1 astronomical unit from the planet Dela 4, where the large orbital shipyard of the Federation was located. Several elite Ghost fighters and fast strike ship formations performing reconnaissance and tracking missions had approached the huge shipyard. The images sent back showed that this was a giant man-made space building with a diameter of more than 300 miles, comparable to a mini-moon. This is the largest orbital shipyard in the history of the Terran Federation. It is made of plastic concrete, fine steel, synthetic metal and ceramic panels. Its unparalleled scale and polyhedral artistic style are unmatched by any gravity-restricted planetary starport. Even the Behemoth-class battlecruiser is only a tiny point of light in front of it. When NORAD 2 is moving forward at high speed, it seems to be heading towards a planet, with countless signal lights shining brightly on it. And dozens of orbital space stations and mobile research stations seem to be planets rotating around a star. A large number of Federation fighters left the Dalarian shipyard like a swarm of bees leaving their nest, and headed towards the fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, gathering into red dots on the radar skin map. Such a fleet could not quietly approach a heavily guarded military stronghold, unless it could escape all detection methods including radar scanning. Augustus could only lead the fleet to force a surprise attack. No signal from any Federation fleet was tracked. The navigator of the NORAD-2 said, "Sir, this place seems to be undefended." No. Usually there is at least one squadron at the Dalarian shipyard. But now all the fleets are scattered in the fringe systems. The border between the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation, Tarsonis Prime, and Korhal 4. Augustus's Umoyan advisor said. The intelligence intercepted and deciphered by the Umoyan Intelligence Agency shows that nearly 2/3 of the fleet has been transferred to Korhal 4, with 40 Behemoth-class battlecruisers carrying more than 2,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. Umoyan military advisor said. The defense inside the Dalarian orbital shipyard is much more shabby. In addition to the Behemoth-class battlecruisers that are docked in the dock of the orbital shipyard for repair, some Leviathan-class battlecruisers are being dismantled after being scrapped. He said. Even so, the Dalarian system cannot be undefended. Although it is on the edge of the Federation territory, it operates as an interstellar trade and transportation hub for the Federation. During the war, the Dalarian shipyard, which was operating at full capacity, could produce an average of 1 Wraith fighter every minute. This is the most important military stronghold in the entire Federation. Even if the Federal Navy Command believes that there is no possibility of an enemy other than the Comorian fleet raiding here, there will be at least half a squadron stationed here. I saw them on the radar map. Augustus said, there are 4 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. Stop them. With Augustus's order, thousands of destroyers, frigates, fighters and assault airships, and patrol airships headed towards the 4 Federation Behemoth-class battlecruisers without hesitation. And NORAD-2 arrived at entrance, one of the Dalarian orbital shipyard after a short jump. It seems that Duke did not report the number of our fleet to his superiors truthfully. The situation was still under Augustus' control. He stared at the large orbital shipyard outside the porthole and whispered, and the pirate ship Jackson's Revenge we hired should have led Duke's Alpha Squadron to the Pan-Radiant system, which is 200 light-years away from the Dela system. Duke must be chasing the signal tracker happily. Tychus laughed and said, I really look forward to seeing Duke's humiliation. When he sees Jackson's broken ship, he will be so happy that he can't speak. How many big guys are there? Tychus looked at the magnificent man-made building on the screen. How much are they worth? No less than 20 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. Augustus said, these battlecruisers have not yet been delivered to the fleet. You can think of them as a hover car that has just been produced but is unmanned. As long as a team including a navigator, a warp engine technology, and an engineer can drive a battlecruiser into the sky, it is actually not a difficult task. But if you want this battleship to have reliable combat capabilities, these crew members are still far from enough. When NORAD-2 was less than 3 miles away from the Dalarian orbital shipyard, the huge shipyard continued to expand in front of Augustus. In front of him were walls that were about 10 miles long, extending infinitely upward and downward, with no visible edges at all. A port entrance that was about 5 miles long and horizontal appeared in front of Augustus. These entrances were connected to deep tunnels, and the symmetrically arranged signal lights in the tunnels flashed red. Each entrance to space has a stable atmosphere stabilizer, but obviously there is no protection other than the turrets, and even no shield force field. The infrared and laser identification sensors of the Dalarian shipyard can identify unmarked illegal intruders, but they can do nothing about the fleet that breaks in. The automatic machine guns and sentry turrets at the entrance of the Dalarian orbital shipyard fired at the Revolutionary Army fleet that was diving towards the Dalarian orbital shipyard from 360 degrees. The turrets and machine guns rotated the pouring ammunition belts, and hundreds of Revolutionary Army fighters and NORAD-2's carrier-based interceptors turned into brilliant flames one after another. Shields fully up, Augustus said. As the NORAD-2 jumped into the port tunnel, it deployed its green defensive shield. The bullets and laser beams from the sentry guns did little damage to the shield. From time to time, the Terran Federation's Wraith fighters and transport ships drove out of the tunnel, but they were all shot down one by the NORAD-2's laser gun group. As the flagship of Alpha Squadron, the NORAD-2 was able to take the lead in upgrading the Explorer's scientific ship's experimental defense matrix force field generator based on experimental stable energy field research. However, since the reactor of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser is not strong enough to withstand the energy loss of the shield, coupled with cost and many complex political factors. Even 10 years later, most of the Behemoth-class battleships are still using the old-style armor defense mode. I am entering from entrance 4. Rayner's voice was intermittent with the electromagnetic interference device in the Dalarian orbital shipyard. Iron Justice has entered the inner ring hangar of the Dalarian shipyard and is sending landing troops. After driving in the tunnel for about 10 seconds, the bridge of NORAD-2 suddenly opened up. The interior of the Dalarian orbital shipyard was completely hollow, and even warships could be taken off and landed inside. In front of Augustus, large docks connected to each other and parking platforms full of fighter planes suddenly appeared. In the center of the Dalarian shipyard, there is an even larger dock, with a vertical length of more than half a mile. In the eyes of people standing on the ground, it is a huge canyon. It is hard to imagine what kind of giant it is used to build. NORAD-2 moved forward closely along the ground inside the Dalarian shipyard, which consisted of the dock, apron, isolation area, and employee living area. The ground laser cannon group fired at the ship facilities on the ground recklessly. In the orange laser beam barrage that fell like rain, the extremely thick crane booms were melted by the firepower of the laser cannon group. The Dalarian shipyard was basically inhabited by ship foundry workers, who lived here all year round, and the shipyard directors, who supervised the work. They drove space construction engineering vehicles and exoskeleton cargo armor to flee in all directions. To these workers, it was a doomsday scene. A crazy battlecruiser rushed into the work area and killed everyone, while the Federation Navy was still dozing off and turning a blind eye. Transport planes and shuttles used for airdropping on the planet's surface drove out of the ship's dock on NORAD-2. Tychus, who could no longer bear it, had already gotten off the ship, while Kerrigan had been guarding Augustus from beginning to end, guarding against any accidents. Among the hundreds of docks, there were some half-built warships. Augustus could see their keels that had just cooled down and the armor neatly stacked on both sides. The intelligent lieutenant of NORAD-2 kept locking onto the battlecruisers parked in the dock, and those battlecruisers that had been completed were Augustus's targets. According to the scan, there are 6 completed Behemoth-class battlecruisers parked in Port A where we are. Augustus's Umoyan consultant typed on the console in front of the main screen. There are also 17 unfinished battlecruisers. Lock onto these unfinished battleships. Augustus ordered with a heartache but a firm and decisive tone. Destroy them. Chapter 153 All Tactics Converter. Outside the porthole was a gorgeous scene of light and darkness. The anti-air and anti-ground laser guns of the NORAD-2 and the electromagnetic cannon on the bow kept firing at full power. The ship's guns poured a death barrage of orange-red laser beams around the ship and into the giant docks and foundry ports a few miles below. The kinetic shells, accelerated by electromagnetics, caused shocking explosions one after another. In the roar of the gun group, everything was the same. Whether it was the steel-cast automatic defense machine guns or the Federal soldiers who tried to shoot down a Federal flagship with their Gauss rifles and rocket launchers. Whether they were made of steel or flesh, they all melted and burned under the attack of laser weapons. The inner ring dock of the Dalarian orbital shipyard was open, like a giant cave made of steel frames and alloy decks. Each tunnel entrance on the spherical wall led to a large dock or a warship berthing port. Each entrance was guided by a signal light, and it looked like the entrance to a dense but regularly spaced nest of cave birds. From time to time, a number of aircraft accelerated past NORAD-2 and headed off into the distance. The fighters of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet and the Federation fighters chased each other inside the orbital shipyard, like dancing blades. The bright spots of light were accompanied by the roar of violent explosions. Huge spots of light and dark brown scratches could also be clearly seen on the spherical inner wall of the orbital shipyard with a dark gray coating. Lieutenant Colonel Rayner has occupied the main facilities of Port B, and our navigators have taken over 6 Behemoth-class battlecruisers, Augustus's Umoyan military advisor reported. Colonel Warfield's Iron Justice was intercepted by a group of Federation Wraith fighters. The consultant spoke very quickly but was able to ensure that others could clearly understand every word and sentence he said, but his men forcibly landed at the D-port dock. The progress is going well. The garrison troops in the Dalarian orbital shipyard are vulnerable. Tell the commanders to fight quickly. Seize as many available warships as possible, and destroy the rest, even if they have just been shipped, Augustus ordered. Before that, destroy and plunder wantonly. Do not leave any usable weapons to our enemies. Otherwise the Federation will use them on your loved ones. he said. "Remember my order? Do not fire on workers and civilians unless necessary." Augustus' voice is always so calm. In the past, you could hear some joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in his voice. But now his subordinates can only feel the same emotion contained in his words' firmness. Everyone should know that Augustus Minsk's orders must not be questioned. Only Sarah Kerrigan, the ghost agent beside Augustus, could sense the other emotions beneath the strong appearance. The ghost with flaming red hair wanted to reach out and hold Augustus' hand and squeeze his fingers. But she finally gave up and just intertwined her slender hands. Below NORAD 2, the Revolutionary Army troops landing on the dock were fighting with the hastily gathered defense forces. Only 1/3 of Augustus' elite troops were wearing power armor, even though their enemies were just a group of soldiers from the Federation fleet who were being trained in the shipyard. The battle scene was still bloody. The spike bullets and hollow point bullets, accelerated to several times the speed of sound by electromagnetics, turned the entire battlefield into a bloody slaughterhouse, with blood and flesh flying everywhere and organs flowing everywhere. Every 10 minutes or so, one or even several groups of Federation Ghost fighters would emerge from the tunnel that connected the entire orbital shipyard, including large destroyers and interceptors. There were explosions everywhere, the roar of machine guns and electromagnetic rifles, and the optics and sensors of the NORAD 2 locked onto the monster-class battlecruisers and giant troop transports lying in the dock one after another. These unfinished warships either collapsed from the middle or became a pile of scrap metal in a chain reaction-like explosion. It is foreseeable that the money spent by the Federation Navy, even if it wants to repair these ships, is unimaginable. The battle continued, and at 15:36 Standard Time, a Federation monster-class battlecruisers finally got rid of the interception of the fighter group of the Kora Revolutionary Army Fleet and jumped into Port A, where the NORAD 2 was located. The two warships immediately began to bombard each other, and the barrage of bullets intertwined. But for a while, neither could do anything to the other. The laser gun group could not penetrate the armor of the enemy ship in a short time. In this era, when the Yamato guns have not yet been equipped with the fleet, the confrontation between battlecruisers is far from reaching the level of being fatal with one blow. "Assault team, Tychus, report your position immediately," Augustus said in the communication channel with the landing force. "Let those warships take off as soon as possible. This is the first team of stealing strikers. We are heading towards the bridge and central control room of a Behemoth-class battlecruiser. So far, we have not encountered any blocking forces," Corporal Faraday said. "According to orders, we did not shoot at the workers in the shipyard." "Very good." Augustus was very satisfied with Faraday's efficiency, although he understood that the Federation would definitely portray the rebels as butchers who caused massacres. The Revolutionary Army was not terrorists after all. "I've kicked this piece of scrap metal hard, and it will start moving soon," Tychus cursed. "Move, you piece of crap." Augustus could hear the sound of steel colliding in Tychus's communication channel. He could already imagine Tychus operating the control system while kicking the console hard. Tychus was not a brainless idiot. He was actually very smart. Driving various mechas and spaceships was not difficult for him. After receiving systematic training, Tychus was even able to drive the Hyperion for a circle. When the battlecruiser driven by Tychus slowly rose into the air crookedly but unabatedly, Augustus could clearly hear Mr. Finley's rampant laughter. "Ha-ha. Old Tychus is also driving a big guy." Then, Augustus saw two more Behemoth-class battlecruisers slowly rising into the air, and only then did he show a little smile on his face. The armor of these battleships was even newly installed, and the assembly numbers were still left on them. There was no color or print painting added, and the surface was still the cold gray of fine steel alloy. Soon, Raynor and Warfield also received good news. Warfield was a bit unlucky. There were only 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers in his dock, but his men found 9 Leviathan-class battlecruisers that were being dismantled and successfully drove 7 of them into the sky. On the battlefield, Raynor's luck was as good as ever. He captured 8 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and more than 100 Wraith fighters parked in the hangar. With the battlecruisers, the problem of crews was also solved. The new recruits that Augustus had recruited in the Port of the Dead were immediately put to use. In total, for conscriptions had gathered about 80,000 strong soldiers. These people were proven by Kerrigan to not be spies of the Terran Federation. In addition, villains and people with hidden antisocial personalities were also eliminated. Although the remaining people had a low level of revolutionary consciousness, they were still quite enthusiastic about overthrowing the Federation. Notify the fleet. After all the battlecruisers were launched, Augustus said, immediately shake off your enemies and jump to the coordinates set by NORAD-2. At this time, the number of unknown jump signals in the Dela galaxy suddenly increased significantly, and the Federation Navy responded immediately in less than 2 hours. The Delarian orbital shipyard is not far from the border area where the Terran Federation and the Comorian Federation are in confrontation, and the fleet cruising in the edge of the galaxy can quickly jump there. If not, Augustus would definitely occupy the shipyard for a period of time at all costs, instead of just grabbing and running away. At this moment, NORAD-2 was still entangled by the Federation battlecruiser and could not escape. It was Tychus who rescued it. He and another battlecruiser came to support NORAD-2, forced the Federation battleship back, and forced it to retreat. Suddenly, with a burst of electrical noise in the communication, the distress signal of the ground forces was connected to the bridge of NORAD-2. Squadron 7 to NORAD-2. Our transport ship was shot down. Squadron 4 requesting support. We are trapped on the ground. There are seriously injured people here. Please, someone come and save him. Augustus's adjutant and Umoyan military advisor looked at him at the same time, waiting for his order. The Revolutionary Army sent 15 squads including pilots, engineers, and escort soldiers to the Delarian shipyard. Each squad had about 120 people, in order to ensure that they could seize the battlecruiser as quickly as possible and keep the ship's systems running at a minimum. However, in reality, several squads suffered heavy damage as soon as they landed. Only a few squads successfully completed the mission, and hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers were still trapped on the ground. However, every extra minute spent in the Delarian shipyard means an increased risk of being surrounded by the Federation fleet. The combat effectiveness of the captured battlecruisers is still very limited. Directly fighting the Federation fleet will put them in a very disadvantageous position. Locate all squadrons immediately. This is the bridge of NORAD-2. Cancel the jump order. Augustus made a decision in a single breath. Send a new transport ship. Let all our Avengers and Wraith fighters provide cover for the soldiers on the ground, and ensure that everyone can evacuate safely. We won't abandon any soldier. Augustus' voice echoed on the bridge. These words made the officers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army stand in awe. But they were not shocked, because in the eyes of these Revolutionary Army soldiers, this should be the order Augustus would give. They never thought that the people they followed would abandon their loyal soldiers. Augustus waited until about 1700 hours standard time to confirm that all the Revolutionary Army soldiers waiting for rescue were taken on board. When the NORAD-2 and other warships sailed out of the Delarian shipyard, Warfield and Raynor's fleet had already jumped out of the Delarian system under Augustus's order again. When exiting the tunnel, the bright starlight accompanied by a Federation fleet that was ready for battle appeared in front of Augustus. But this fleet only had 3 battlecruisers, and their commander was obviously not confident enough to face Augustus' 7 battlecruisers and did not dare to approach. At the same time, behind NORAD-2, waves of fire surged from the entrance of the tunnel, which was a reflection of the fire in the shipyard. Ignore them, Augustus said, fight back, and execute the jump command at the same time. A Federation ghost fighter that was swooping down towards the bridge of NORAD-2 was suddenly torn into pieces by a laser beam. A dozen ghost fighters circled the battlecruiser that once served the Federation as the flagship of Alpha Squadron, avoiding the attack of the rotating turret on the battleship. These brave pilots flew around the huge steel battleship in fighters with only light armor, dodging the hot laser beams that followed and sending anti-aircraft missiles out of the launch bay one by one. The attack from the ghost fighters caused some vibrations in the defense matrix force field of NORAD-2, but it was insignificant. Ignoring the attack of the Federation fleet, Augustus's fleet began to jump into the hyperspace channel. Augustus stood with his hands behind his back, as if the fierce battle outside the porthole had nothing to do with him. Any news from Car? There is silence in the direction of Car 4. After a short silence, Augustus said, we must be prepared for a protracted war. The suffering of the Federation and the people of Car will be reflected in every order we give to the Federation commander. Everyone had uncontrollable anger and grief in their hearts. They were not telepaths, but they all felt the same way. Both Car and the federal government have made some mistakes. No complete and thorough revolution can be achieved overnight. Augustus said, the Car people have lost everything, but the Federation has personally shaped our common ideals. The war has just begun, and the Terran Federation will never have peace. The Federal Parliament and the Creation family destroyed Car 4, but created a group of Avengers. What should we do next? Augustus's adjutant asked him, "Return to car now. Maybe we can still." "No. We go to Tarsones." Augustus said without hesitation. "The new recruits will be trained on our newly acquired warships. I don't require them to become elite soldiers, as long as they follow my orders to shoot." The battle continued. At 1823, the last battlecruiser completed the jump command, leaving the Dalarian shipyard in a sea of fire. Chapter 154 Direct Attack on Tarsones. 6.21. 4 days later. NORAD 2. 027 onboard time. When a ship is sailing in a hyperspace channel, people who grew up on a planet will often feel tired. Waking up from a nightmare is a common thing. And probably only people like Harnack and Josephine, who are thick-skinned, can sleep soundly without any influence. Augustus used to attribute the bizarre scenes in his nightmares to his past memories. But now he knows that it is because he thinks about it during the day and dreams about it at night. "You've been having nightmares since you left the Dalarian shipyards." Lieutenant Sarah Kerrigan wore a three-dimensional, close-fitting dark gray officer uniform of the Revolutionary Army. The minx golden wolf pattern on the belt and shoulder straps meant that she could enter and exit the captain's room of the NORAD 2 without incurring the wrath of Corporal Faraday, the captain of Augustus's guards. These days, Kerrigan has been deliberately combing her eye-catching fiery red hair. After becoming Augustus' personal guard, this former Federation ghost agent with terrifying psychic power always kept a neat and refreshing straight hair or a single ponytail. But today she changed her usual image. Compared to more than 4 months ago, Kerrigan gave people a very different feeling. Her long fiery red hair fell to her slender waist. Kerrigan's smooth hair on the side of her forehead was parted in the middle and braided into 2 braids, which were tied around the back of her head to form a ring, like a crown. Her long and smooth hair trembled slightly as she wiped the sweat off Augustus' face with a cotton towel. Under the soft light blue light in the captain's bedroom, Kerrigan's fiery long hair seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze. Although some people always say that Augustus's overtrust in a former Federation assassin will lead to bad luck, these rumors fell on deaf ears when they reached the ears of the revolutionary leader. Soon another voice appeared. Augustus Mengsk himself appreciated the ability of the ghost agent very much. He trusted him and immediately entrusted him with important tasks. There is no need to worry about the leader's safety, because he never confides in the jackal. However, Eugen Shawshank, a fleet reporter for the Korhal Dominion Truth, believes that the truth is not that simple. He prefers to believe that our wise and great leader Augustus also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. After capturing the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, Augustus immediately transferred the Umojan Shadow Guards, who were protecting him, to his father Angus, and let Kerrigan take over his position. If no one can prove that Marshal Augustus and his young and beautiful personal guard never had anything to do, then this is certainly true. "You know what I dreamed about?" Augustus sat up, still wearing his military shirt. To this day, he still maintains the sleeping habits of his time as a Marine in Tullises. All clothes, guns and bullets were placed within easy reach. Augustus would sleep in his clothes when necessary. He was still a soldier who could stand up and run at any time, draw his gun and shoot. However, perhaps he had just woken up from a nightmare. Or perhaps he was wary of a psychic spying on his thoughts. Augustus stared at Kerrigan with cold gray eyes, which were as aggressive as a real steel wolf. This did not scare Kerrigan. She just said calmly, "Just like 3 days ago, there was a huge planet in your dream that had become a radioactive wasteland. I can confirm that it was Korhal 4. Sometimes, there is nothing in the irradiated wasteland, but sometimes it becomes a huge metropolis. There are many people living there, but none of them are from Korhal." Oh, Augustus rubbed his temple and felt a sharp pain coming towards him. "If I did nothing, that's what Korhal 4 should have become." "I just thought so. You know, I always like to think the worst of things." "No, you are not that kind of person." Kerrigan just shook her head and said nothing. "You never think of me as a bad guy or a killer." "I should get up." Augustus said nothing more, but casually mentioned as he put on his coat, "Have I ever dreamed of you, dear?" Augustus never imagined what the future Queen of Zerg, the Queen of Blades, would look like. In order to avoid Kerrigan from making some unwarranted guesses, Kerrigan can read minds. Although Augustus explicitly forbids her to explore the world deep inside her heart, some sudden thoughts may still be captured by her. From the fact that Kerrigan still knew nothing about Augustus's dark history, even out of respect and trust for Augustus himself, she strictly followed the instructions. "You should ask yourself." Kerrigan seemed to be frightened. She had always respected Augustus, and could not help but temporarily forget that a soldier could not yell at his superior. "What the hell are you talking about?" "Nothing. I just said I should get up." Augustus observed Kerrigan's expression, and found that she was more embarrassed than offended. It was a 16-year-old girl's proper annoyance. If it were normal, Augustus might have thought this was cute. But he was worried about Corhel, his father, and the soldiers who were still fighting the Federation army. So most of his words were casual and unintentional. As Augustus buttoned up his coat, he was still thinking, if Corhel 4 has not sent the coordinates and encrypted information according to the agreed cycle, the Federation fleet there must have arrived in the Corhel system, which is much faster than he expected. Then, the Terran Federation should prepare to be blown up. Even though you haven't slept for 3 days, and 2 nights before sleeping for 4 hours today, you still want to continue working? Kerrigan wanted to put a hat on Augustus. But she didn't realize that she was not Augustus's personal maid until she was pushed away. Augustus never needed servants. Although he never mentioned this, Kerrigan knew that he had no sense of identity with the aristocratic system that gave him status and rights, which was exactly the same as his father and brother. "You should get some more sleep," Kerrigan said to Augustus. "The bridge told me that the fleet will jump out of the hyperspace channel and arrive at the Tarsones system in 2 hours. Then I shouldn't sleep." Augustus' eyes widened a little, and he immediately said, "My soldiers need me. But your smart health assistant shows that you are very tired now. And I can also feel that your mental state is not very good." Kerrigan grabbed Augustus' wrist and said, "You are very sad. You are not as strong as they see." "I won't fall," Augustus said, as he fixed his appearance in front of a mirror. "Never." When Kerrigan wanted to say something, Augustus's resolute expression made her give in. "I know what you want to say." Kerrigan held her forehead and said, "After all, I'm not your mother. Right? Even if Lady Catherine stood here, would you still say that?" "This is a false proposition." Augustus chuckled. "As humorous and natural as he always was, she can't be here. And I won't allow this to happen." However, Augustus' heart became heavy again, and he could not help but start to worry about his mother and sister. A week ago, along with a huge sum of money transferred into Augustus's account at the Umojan National Bank, the message that his brother Arcturus Mengsk had arrived at the Pasteur Manor in Umojan and met with Juliana and his son was also conveyed to the Hyperion. Now it has been nearly a month since this message was sent, and Augustus has no way of knowing whether Arcturus has been able to reconcile with Juliana after such a long time, or whether he just stayed for more than a week and hurried back to his comfort zone in the mine. There is no way to know. From Arcturus's sincere but actually complaining letters, Augustus learned that his brother was not satisfied with his nephew. But since Augustus had already taught Valerian what a real Mengsk man should be like, and since he had never relaxed his requirements on himself after his uncle left, and had worked hard to practice swordsmanship and exercise his body, Arcturus would not call his son a sissy and a nerd as in the original timeline. Although Arcturus used many words to describe Valerian as being far less intelligent and tenacious than Augustus when he was a child, and complained about his mother, sister and Juliana dressing his son up as a little princess, it still had a positive effect on bridging the gap between father and son caused by long-term separation. With Catherine present, Arcturus could at least feel the warmth of the family, and he was less angry when he complained about Juliana hiding him. In addition, Augustus only hoped that his brother could get married and start a family, or at least build some feelings with his nephew. A family will feel broken if any one of them is missing. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned them," Kerrigan said apologetically. "I know you said that for my sake." Augustus gave Kerrigan a relaxed smile and said, "You are a telepath. You know what I think and feel the same." When the heavy airlock door of the captain's room of NORAD 2 opened, Corporal Faraday in an officer's uniform was waiting for Augustus, and behind him stood 4 Steel Striker wearing CMC 300 power armor. Corporal Faraday is a man with a stern face. He is a typical car man with a wide chin, a high-nosed bridge, and deep eye sockets. A few months ago, Faraday was just an ordinary citizen of the Federation, but now he has become a favorite of the rebel leader. In return, Corporal Faraday is absolutely loyal to him. He never thinks that he has the talent to deserve his current position. In order to repay Augustus's appreciation and decisive promotion, this young revolutionary soldier from Kar devoted himself to the Kar Revolution and Augustus's personal protection. Augustus Mengsk never misjudged a man. To prove that Augustus's eye for talent remained the same, Corporal Faraday took every task Augustus assigned to him seriously. whether it was fetching a piece of toast or commanding an army, or even Augustus leaving him alone to defend Coral. Corporal Farida was determined to do his best. With no way of communicating with other battlecruisers while in hypervelocity, Augustus headed for the corridors leading to the lower decks and the hold. Augustus first spent some time in the armory of NORAD II, where the Alpha Squadron engineer replaced a cousin of Rory Swan. Swan's brothers looked very similar, but the difference was that Swan's cousin lost a leg in an accident in the new Apollo 1 community mine, and could only replace it with an alloy prosthesis. "Good morning, sir, if it is morning now." Thorin Swan was a burly Mainhof lady. He said in a muffled voice, "Is there anything I can do for you? I have listed all the upgrade projects of ship weapons, armor, and shields available on the control panel. You can choose the future upgrade direction and project of NORAD 2 and tell me. Then you will upgrade this battlecruiser according to my requirements?" Augustus asked. "Of course, provided that." Soren was interrupted by Augustus, who rarely interrupted others unless he couldn't help it. "The premise is that you have money." Augustus spread his hands, as if 10,000 game broadcasters were telling him, "You don't have enough crystal mines. You don't have enough military funds. Well, I have good news to tell you. I have money now." Thanks to his brother Arcturus, Augustus had a large amount of money at his disposal. The only thing Augustus needed to consider was how to convert this money into real revolutionary capital. He didn't need to be too frugal, because as long as Arcturus still held the extremely rich mine, Augustus' account would have a series of zeros every month, and they were all Umoyan citizen points, a currency that was not easy to depreciate and could be directly linked to the crystal mine. In addition to the Kermorian Combine and Umogen, Augustus must also purchase weapons, ammunition and warships from the black market in the outer areas of the Copperless sector. At the same time, Augustus must overcome the disadvantageous situation of being highly dependent on procurement and relying on the support of the Umogen Protectorate Army for armaments. The Coral Revolutionary Army needs a new base, and Augustus places such hope on dozens of Coral colonial motherships flying to distant galaxies. After this, Augustus went to the lower deck to review the armed and ready soldiers of the Coral Revolutionary Army, and made an impassioned speech to the officers and soldiers, and made a general mobilization on the battlefield. Augustus arrived at the bridge only when the NORAD 2 and a fleet of more than 20 Behemoth-class battlecruisers jumped out of the hyperspace jump channel. On the star map, Tarsones was rotating at its own speed. The far lower than expected jump signal of the Federation ships indicated that the garrison of Tarsones had not noticed that a huge fleet was approaching rapidly. Since Tarsones became the beacon of Terran Federation civilization, it has never experienced the baptism of war. Chapter 155 Let Tarsones Burn. The thrusters of the NORAD 2 spewed hot orange plasma flames, and the long wake reflected the armored surface of the fleet behind it into orange-red. Behind the majestic and wide NORAD 2 were 6 iron-gray Behemoth-class battlecruisers. These 7 battlecruisers, led by NORAD, formed a perfect cutting-edge spearhead formation. At the lower left and lower right were the Hyperion and Iron Justice fleets, which were running side by side, together with Warfield's 7 Leviathan-class battlecruisers. The 26 steel giants were advancing towards Tarsones Prime in the silence of the electronic communication channel. Small and medium-sized warships and interstellar fighters escorting the fleet's main battleship formation sailed with the fleet. From time to time, several fighters left the fleet to drive away the Federal reconnaissance planes that were rapidly approaching their own fleet. These battlecruisers slowly rotating turrets, armor with white letters and numbers printed on them, and clean portholes were all brand new. Each battlecruiser was a magnificent giant ship, enough to rain death on any rebellious colonial world. The orbital bombardment using nuclear weapons could flatten mountains and rivers, dry up rivers and seas, and turn a garden world suitable for human habitation into a charred wasteland. There was no communication signal between the warships, and all channels remained silent, as if what was heading towards Tarsones was not a large fleet, but a cold and silent steel coffin. The Terran Federation did its best to pass on the economic recession brought about by the war to every citizen of the Federation, and accumulated funds for the casting of these battlecruisers through heavy taxes and plunder. And now, these warships were used by the Minx family's revolutionary army to fight against themselves. We are still 32 million miles away from Tarsones Prime, and the Tarsones system fleet is right in front of us. The dock of NORAD 2 has been opened, and the Avengers and Wraith fighters are being launched. The Umogen drone interceptor fleet has passed the final safety test and can be put into battle immediately. The 321st Marine Corps of the Revolutionary Army and the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Airborne Division are on standby on the 1st, 4th, and 5th decks. The lower deck calls the bridge. We can send landing troops to Tarsones at any time. Energy is full. Shields can be activated. There were about 30 to 40 officers and technicians talking loudly on the bridge of NORAD 2. But the scene did not seem chaotic because everyone had a clear division of labor and knew what they should do and when and where to speak. The center of these soldiers and crew members was Augustus Mengsk, who was wearing a dark gray military coat. He was the backbone of the entire bridge and NORAD 2. Just standing there could make people feel at ease. And those revolutionary soldiers who worshipped Augustus would be motivated as long as they looked at him. At this time, Tarsones Prime was getting closer and closer to NORAD 2. The green planet was shrouded in bright starlight. Some light spots on the main screen of the bridge, amplified by sensors, represented the Federation fleet that had jumped in. They must have been caught off guard. Sarah Kerrigan, standing behind Augustus, said, "Even people who were startled should feel panic. Let's wait and see." Augustus said to another adjutant beside him, "Access the Federation communication channel that has been intercepted and deciphered." The reason why Augustus's revolutionary fleet was able to intercept and decipher the encrypted communications of the Federation army was entirely due to the powerful deciphering technology of Umogen and the confidential intelligence of the Federation communication codes obtained by the agents of the National Defense Army. All of this was used without exception to help the Revolutionary Army establish their own intelligence network. A large number of sophisticated and cutting-edge monitoring equipment and technicians were sent to Korhal 4. As early as 70 years ago, when the Terran Federation first proposed to establish a joint government to unify the human regimes of the three copperless sectors, the governments of Umogen and Moria realized the ambition hidden under the ridiculous reason of human unification. The former spent a lot of time building a spy intelligence network that penetrated the power network of Tarsones, while the latter did not think that the Tarsones sissy could possibly beat the tough miners. To this day, due to only a few small border conflicts with no casualties, the Terran Federation still does not know that Umoyan has deciphered the encryption mode of their communication channels, and is likely to be openly monitoring the love conversation between the Federation Major and his newlywed wife, who occupied the command center's communication network. The fate of the Moria people is predictable. They not only lost the war, but also suffered a crushing defeat. This is the Heisenland outpost. They have 19 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and 7 Leviathan-class ships, and more than 1,000 Avenger fighters. Several voice signals from the monitored Federal communication channel sounded simultaneously on the bridge of the NORAD 2. "I am the command center of the 1st Orbital Defense Platform." "Who are they?" "Rebels." "It's a rebel fleet." "If it's not a rebel, I will cook and swallow Aunt Mary's leather boots." "An entire fleet, equivalent to the number of 1.5 squadrons." "God, I either had too much cocktail or I'm blind." "Goodbye." "Sir, we have to retreat." "I know. Hold your post, or I'll court-martial you." Amid a piercing electrical noise, a distorted shout can be heard on another channel. "Rebels. It's the Korhal. I recognize the markings on those warships. Damn. This must be a stupid April Fool's joke. Now I'm going to get some sleep. I spent the whole night in the zero-gravity cabin with that bitch yesterday. You should try that feeling too. Daniel. I'll let her come to you so you don't get startled." Then, there was a clang and a scream in confusion. Augustus believed that the drunken radar monitor at the orbital monitoring station was beaten up by his superior. Then, there was another communication channel. The access source showed that it was 2 Leviathan-class battlecruisers that cruised between the exoplanet and the main star in the Tarsones system according to a fixed route. These 2 Leviathan-class battlecruisers were far behind the current Behemoth-class battlecruisers due to their aging years. Augustus's technicians quickly deciphered the encrypted communication code between them. "Ah, there are rebels everywhere. It's really a mess." A captain of a Federation Leviathan-class battlecruiser said, "But where is our fleet?" "Stop them. We can't let those Korhal people do evil in the Tarsones system. They should go back to their remote hometown." The communication between the 2 Leviathan-class battlecruisers disappeared again. It was obvious that the artificial intelligence on the ship changed the identification code of the encrypted communication channel according to the fixed operating procedures. And it would take some time for the technical soldiers under Augustus to decipher it again. "Has Tarsones not intercepted the assembly signal sent to other fleets?" "No, sir." A technical soldier replied, "We have not intercepted such encrypted signals. The constantly changing communication codes are hidden among millions of codes. But it is also possible that we missed it. It is impossible to miss it. Augustus said, if the federal parliament is already anxious, they will definitely send distress signals continuously. Always monitor Tarsones' communication channels, and don't miss any communication that may have a major impact on the war situation. Augustus listened to several more transmissions from the outposts in the Tarsones system, and several planetary settlements in orbit. And he soon realized that the Federation Council had not expected the revolutionary fleet to rush to Tarsones immediately after the raid on the Dalarian shipyards. But if there was any general in the Federation army who had a clear mind and even a little strategic foresight, he would have realized that the Tarsones system lacked both barriers and defenses. And its obvious and terrible emptiness jumped out on the star map. The channels monitored by the Tarsones Planetary Orbital Defense Force, Space Station and Orbital Defense Platform showed that the Federal Army that was supposed to defend Tarsones was in chaos. Thousands of signal transmission sources outside the Army and Fleet system called the Federal Navy headquarters to ask what happened. The confused naval generals were scolded by the dignitaries of various systems and families. Andrea Tagore and her federal parliament are really patient. She should know that Tarsones now lacks even a marshal who can command the entire army, unless those retired old men are pushed to the forefront. Augustus shook his head and closed all monitoring channels, but asked the monitors to pay attention and report key information at any time. At this time, as the Revolutionary Army fleet led by NORAD II was getting closer and closer to the main star of Tarsones, the bridge radar scan map could already detect the Federation fleet consisting of 9 Federation battlecruisers. The warships of the two fleets were about 10 miles apart. At such a long distance, missiles and space torpedoes were launched first, followed by a barrage of laser beams. This was obviously most of the warships that Tarsones could mobilize in a short period of time, because most of the Leviathan-class battlecruisers that should have been sent to the scrap metal recycling and melting factory or displayed in museums and naval academies were also pulled out. The flagship of the leading federal fleet was the famous Leviathan-class battlecruisers, the Hurt, which was widely praised for destroying 2 Comorian Federation battlecruisers and an interceptor carrier. However, after suffering 2 serious blows, the HUD had to return to the Bennett Orbital Shipyard in Tarsones for repairs. With the end of the Kylian War, the large-scale delivery of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser to the fleet and several upgrades, this warship that once frightened the Comorians could not escape the fate of being eliminated. The Korhal Revolutionary Fleet and the Federation fleet opened fire while accelerating towards each other. Between the intersecting barrages of the two sides were countless interstellar fighters that shuttled quickly between them. At the same time, more Federation fighters that left the space dock and revolutionary warships that jumped out of the hyperspace channel joined the battlefield. What lay before Augustus was a magnificent scene. A collision between fleets, with shells and laser weapons emitting thousands of hot and bright flames on the armor of the warships. And each explosion of a fighter seemed like a short-lived supernova on the main screen of NORAD II. After a moment of dazzling brilliance, the flagship of the Federation fleet, the Hurt, was hit by a round of concentrated fire from the Revolutionary fleet. This battlecruiser, which once destroyed a marginal colony of the Comorian Federation, and left a nightmare memory for the Comorians, burned in the sky-high flames, and in the incandescence that illuminated the entire bridge of NORAD II in a few seconds. It turned into tens of thousands of shattered steel fragments. About 1,000 to 2,500 soldiers of the Federation fleet became a passing cloud in an instant, dying in a not-so-short pain. The two fleets collided in the 14th minute after they opened fire on each other, with warships and fighter planes overlapping each other. And the earth-shaking explosion of each battlecruiser was accompanied by brilliant light and blue electrical pulses. After kicking the 4th Federation battlecruiser out of the battlefield, the monitor on NORAD II finally accessed a Level 3 encrypted communication channel that Augustus had been waiting for a long time. Soldiers of the Terran Federation. I am Benson Tagore, the chief speaker of the Federation Parliament. Tarsones is under attack by the rebels, and the defense fleet has suffered a blow. According to the agreement number 99 of the Federation Parliament, I ask you on behalf of the Federation Parliament and the people of the Federation it represents, all fleets, return to Tarsones immediately. Well done, Speaker Benson. Augustus laughed, and many people on the bridge could hear his hearty laughter. Carrefour is saved. Kerrigan, who was looking at Augustus, also smiled. although she did not hold out much hope that Korhal 4 could hold out for so many days. It was too late to lift the siege of Korhal now. It's not over yet. Augustus pulled down the brim of his wide-brimmed military hat, and the expression on his face looked like a villain rather than a revolutionary leader. It's not over yet. Andrea Tagore. The superiors of those soldiers did not tell them that the Delarian shipyard was attacked by us, and a large number of warships were stolen. He restrained his smile. Someone must have blocked the news. But the Federation Congress must have been informed of what happened in the Delos system. But they don't know where we will go next. He faced the brilliant starlight outside the porthole. No one dares to assert which system the rebel fleet will go to next. Maybe someone believes that we will attack Tarsones. But he did not prepare the people of Tarsones for a war. Whether anyone suggests that the defense of Tarsones should be strengthened or not. If the Federation is recalling its fleet in the entire Copperless sector to strengthen the defense of the homeland, that is exactly what we want. If they haven't reacted by now, I'll burn Tarsones to the ground. Mengsk. I can't wait. At this time, Tychus Finley appeared on a main screen next to Augustus. Tychus was wearing power armor, and behind him stood fully armed revolutionary soldiers. Tychus is about to appear, and those Tarsones bastards should run away in fear. Don't lose your mind. Augustus scolded him. Remember what the order is? Landing. Tychus said, doing this while the 3 orbital platforms and ground-based orbital anti-aircraft artillery firepower network of Tarsones are still in operation is undoubtedly a dead end. Only about 20% to 30% of the troops can reach the surface. But this is our mission. We must let the Tarsones people know that the Revolutionary Army has reached their doorstep. Tychus did not seem to be frightened by what he had just said. This will make the nobles and bureaucrats more eager to ask the fleet to return to Tarsones for assistance. The target is the military facilities and scientific research stations in Tarsones City, and we want to seize the Federation's weapons manufacturing plans. In addition, we have to destroy the starports and suspension train tracks on the surface of Tarsones planet as much as possible, so that the Federation cannot quickly deploy troops. Tychus said, if possible, we will rush into the city and rob a few noble ladies. I didn't say the latter sentence. Augustus turned around and looked at Tychus. As long as you don't hurt civilians, I don't mind you doing that. But no one can skip the order I gave you. Do you understand? You didn't say that. Tychus lit a cigar, but I think if I were you, I would do it. Those nobles, I'm afraid they haven't been beaten by their father Tychus since they were young. He chewed the cigar in his mouth, closed the mask and said, let Tarsones burn. Chapter 156 Tychus' Spanking Camp. Lower deck of NORAD 2. Launch port. Ship time 4:03. Follow your orders? Tychus. Don't cause me any trouble. As Tychus walked towards the APOD transporter imp, the exclusive APOD of the Heavenly Devil, he could still hear the voice of Augustus giving orders on the bridge in his power armor. Hyperion. Assemble to me. Fire on the port side. No problem. Sir. Where do you want me to fire? Raynor answered in a low voice. I see that guy. Captain Jim. Prepare to attack. Tychus's old friend, Captain Jim Raynor, is an energetic young man who is considered by all the demons of heaven to be interesting and easy to get along with. Raynor has endless energy and a strong sense of justice. Among Augustus's former subordinates, he is the most successful in integrating into his new role after leaving the Federal Marines. At this time, no one would associate Raynor with the image of decadence and failure. He is a capable general and right-hand man of the Revolutionary Army Marshal, and is deeply trusted. At a young age, Renault has become the captain of a behemoth-class battlecruiser, commanding a squadron of more than 20,000 fleet soldiers. But he is not arrogant because of his youth. Everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before Renault is promoted to a general. Renault seems to be born to be a revolutionary. He comes from an ordinary Shiloh family, and can understand the suffering of the people of the Federation. And Renault is undoubtedly a man of action. He almost never mentions justice and freedom. There is no doubt that Raynor is a spear of justice in Augustus's hand, and he can hit whatever he points at. At this moment, there are hundreds of transport ships taking off on the lower deck apron of NORAD 2, and the ground crew is busy sending the near-ground shuttles to the runway. Behind Tychus, there are at least 3 APOD transport planes rising slowly. The downward thruster plasma flow has set off a series of interlaced gusts of wind. The voices of the pilots, ground crew, boarding bus drivers and soldiers and officers waiting in line are mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish. Amid the roar of the magnetic acceleration track, The wedge-shaped shuttles, with 3 layers of thickened plastic ceramic shells, disappeared in the distance in an instant. And the transport ships gradually moved away in the orange-red plasma thruster flames. The silent revolutionary soldiers moved forward under the blue deck lights, with cold light covering their power armor. Several Goliath-armed robots walked between the soldiers walking towards the transporters and shuttles. And the mecha servo system made a subtle hum. If there is any difference between these soldiers and the Federal soldiers, it is that they are all the 4 people of Kar who have lost their homes. All of them have a common belief and a common pursuit to overthrow the rule of the Terran Federation and establish a free and equal country. Just as the Revolutionary Army's propaganda department said, the Revolutionary Army is committed to saving all Terrans. The Korhal Autonomous Region is ultimately an unattainable dream. And the new generation of Korhal people are pursuing another, even more distant dream. The Great Republic. Tychus chewed the cigar in his mouth. Smoke filled his helmet. And the internal air circulation system was running as hard as a coughing old man. The small turbo fan in the CMC 300 power armor was humming softly. And 32 stealing wolf hunters in crimson power armor followed him. These warriors, who are said to be able to dance with wolves, have long-handled battle axes, and the emblem of the steel wolf on their armor. The difference between the emblem of the wolf hunters and the Minx family is that the steel wolf on their armor is pure white, and the mane on the back and neck is like a cloud pattern. The wolf hunters are one of the few elite troops in the Revolutionary Army, second only to Augustus's personal guards, Faraday Guards, Warfield Steel Battalion, Raynor's Rangers, and the Anti-Psychic Force Steel Wolf Striker. Augustus also envisioned letting Tychus Finley reorganize the Heavenly Devils and form a special tactical force under this name. But Tychus refused without hesitation. And Augustus gave another name, Tychus Finley's Outlaws, which was also rejected as not nice. After thinking for a long time, Tychus decided to call his troops the Spanking Battalion, but was immediately rejected by Augustus, since Tychus, who had no ambition, was not enthusiastic about forming his own troops. The matter soon came to nothing. However, Tychus still privately calls his battalion the Spanking Battalion. He originally called it the Boot Camp. Tychus also declared that his battalion did not welcome any new recruits, and would not accept any young boys or girls. At first, his subordinates just let this ridiculous name go, until Mr. Finley used this word in an official occasion, and the captains united to strongly oppose it. Compared with Raynor, who was already a captain, Tychus seemed to be the worst among Augustus' old subordinates. So far, his rank was only a staff sergeant, and his position was only to command a platoon. In fact, Tychus only had a Stilling Wolf Hunter battalion under his command. One reason is that Tychus can't lead so many troops now. It's not that he lacks such ability, but he is just too lazy to take care of so many people. Now, Augustus is the only one in the Revolutionary Army who can firmly suppress Tychus. If anyone else comes, even Warfield's words will be useless. Augustus is still clear about what kind of person Tychus is. In every sense, he is not the kind of man who can stand loneliness. His moral level is worrying, and his bottom line is surprisingly low. So low that it is in the dust, and so small that it is hard to see. Augustus did not dare to put Tychus in a high position, out of his sight. Otherwise, it was almost certain that Tychus would abuse his power and bully others with his nature. However, Tychus' status was not much different from that of his old friends. Augustus still had to rely on him to fight hard battles. When Tychus climbed up the passenger cabin of the Imp through the gangway, NORAD 2 was still shaking from time to time, as if someone was shaking this huge and magnificent steel coffin with a heavy hammer. If it were the new recruits from the Port of the Dead, they would have probably wet their pants. But old Tychus's men were all elite warriors, each of them a warrior who could fight a wolf with bare hands. After Tychus and his troops were seated, the Imp transport began to take off. Through the HUD display of the power armor connected to the camera of the transport ship, the revolutionary soldiers could clearly see the tragic battlefield outside NORAD 2. The orbiting planetary defense platform was just a blurry black dot 5 minutes ago, but now it is already in sight. Countless warship wreckages were suspended in space, and the alloy fragments flying towards Tarsones disappeared in the shining reflections. The wolf hunters of Stealing remained silent, neither exclaiming nor giving any opinions on the war or their mission, whether they were the elite troops of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the regular army, or the militia reserve. They all had a cold solemnity to a greater or lesser extent, and the loss of their homes filled these warriors with grief and sorrow. At this time, no one would think that a crying warrior was a coward. and anyone who laughed heartily would be abrupt and unbelievable. Chapter 157: Obtaining the Artifact. Star Crusher. The NORAD-2 carrier transport aircraft leaped out of the dock like a swarm of bees. And they, and the landing fleets on the Hyperion and Iron Justice flew to Tarsones, under the escort of the fighter groups. At this time, the situation of the fleet battle was clear. The hastily assembled Terran Federation fleet was defeated. 5 of the 9 battlecruisers were destroyed, and 2 were severely damaged. The last 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers dragged their scarred bodies into the shadow between the orbital defense platform and the planet, just as the transport ship that Tychus was on began to speed up. In the space distortion and vortex caused by the absorption of light in the hyperspace channel, 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers with iron-gray armored shells warped to a severely damaged Federation Leviathan-class ship within 300 feet and opened fire. The backward armor of the Leviathan-class battlecruiser was simply unable to withstand the fierce artillery fire. Finally, after a dazzling flash, it exploded. The main body of the ship was pushed to Tarsones by the shock wave generated by the explosion. And then it was captured by the gravity of the planet and fell to the Earth. Even so, the 3 orbital defense platforms of Tarsones still stood as a barrier between the revolutionary fleet and Tarsones. Its anti-aircraft firepower network covered most of the circumstellar orbit. The powerful Draken 2 pulse orbital guns could even shoot down battlecruisers, which was enough to blockade a fleet. Augustus had no intention of seizing these orbital platforms. Even when the returning Federation fleet arrived at the Tarsones system, the revolutionary fleet could not occupy all the platforms, and there was no real meaning in doing so at present. Augustus's goal was to attack Tarsones' homeland. Even if he couldn't catch a few people from the Creation family, he had to make them panic. Even so, Augustus successfully delivered several nuclear bombs to the orbital platform to destroy its main air defense firepower network, creating opportunities for more landing troops to successfully reach the surface of the planet. The fleet that Tychus was in was the first to enter the atmosphere. From the perspective of the transport ship driver, he could see a dense barrage of pulse cannons, anti-aircraft guns and missiles piercing the sky. Every moment, the transport ships of the Revolutionary Army were shot down. Tychus was used to it. This was the fate of airborne troops. Most casualties occurred before landing. At this time, Tychus could hear the breathing in the communication channel becoming noticeably heavier. Many people turned off the HUD display inside the armor. Even the elite stealing wolf hunters would be afraid. And many people had never been to space before. Many of them had vomited all over the power armor because of seasickness. Listen carefully. I know that all my men are good men. Tychus collected his thoughts. He often said a lot of strange things, but he was still quite reliable when he needed to be serious. The next thing will be much easier. Gentlemen, war is calling us. Maybe old Mengsk said that we are fighting for freedom, justice, democracy, or something else that cannot be seen or eaten. But in the final analysis, we are killing people. Tychus laughed. Tychus' words did not receive much response. If it was during the Heavenly Devil, Augustus would not have said anything, as Harnack and Josephine would have already started bragging and cheering in the communication channel. Sometimes Tychus also missed the old days. Of course, he only thought about it occasionally. But this is what we are best at: killing and robbing. And men should do what men should do. When several steel wolf hunters looked at Tychus, he was trying to take out a new cigar from the supply unit of the power armor. If you want revenge, you have to show some of the ferocity your ancestors had when they hunted wolves. If the Terran Federation fleet really dropped so many nuclear bombs on Korhal 4, there would be nothing left of the forests in the wolf hunting territory. Tychus could see several stealing wolf hunters tightening their Gauss rifles and gritting their teeth, but still said nothing. How boring. Seeing that no one else reacted, Tychus couldn't help but miss the old days. To be honest, it would be much more interesting to recruit a group of villains than to lead these silent soldiers. At least those guys usually talk more. Having said that, if we really want to fight side by side and leave our backs to our comrades, these determined revolutionary soldiers are definitely the most trustworthy. Sir, the mission briefing shows that our destination is the main city of Tarsones, but the central area is a densely populated commercial area. A lieutenant finally took over Tychus's words. Yes, we will engage in street fighting with the Tarsones defense forces there, Tychus said, as long as those Tarsones people are not crazy. They will not hide at home or run far away after a few hours. If they accidentally hurt civilians, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Where there are few civilians, there are fortresses and military fortresses. When the transport ship they are on may be shot down and destroyed at any time. The soldiers cannot remain calm. This is just a small scene for the devils of heaven. If you want to know about my glorious days fighting side by side with Augustus Minsk, then old Tychus will tell you about it. Tychus looked around and laughed. When we were in Tullises too, the scene was 10 times more dangerous than it is now. This attracted the attention of the Revolutionary Army soldiers. In their view, the heavenly devil was undoubtedly a living legend. While Tychus was bragging, the little devil had already arrived over the city of Tarsones. At this time, the city was still in the dark. The dense anti-aircraft fire network obscured the space. And the anti-aircraft machine guns, with a firing rate of hundreds of rounds per second, poured bullets as if they were free. The little devil transport ship and the other 3 transport ships shuttled between the high-rise buildings that looked like a steel forest, avoiding the anti-aircraft fire while looking for a chance to land. Although the Korhal Revolutionary Army had no sign of sending landing troops before, the central city of Tarsones City had already built defenses in less than 2 hours. Fortifications, roadblocks, artillery positions, arc tanks, Marines and Tarsones army formed a tight defense position in the central city. The people of the Genesis family, the federal parliament, and the rich district were all placed under comprehensive, tight and caring protection. Tychus's landing troops could only land inside a research station outside the central city. His troops quickly dealt with the scattered resistance forces in the research station and planted a flag of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Before leaving, he set a fire that quickly went out. Near the research station is a cargo platform of a trade starport. As usual, Tychus stole a lot of good stuff while transcribing the experimental data of the research station. In a container sent to New Sydney, a fringe system, Tychus found a lot of antiques, including a very old record player and an antique revolver. TSK. An old-fashioned revolver. Minsk would like these gadgets. I heard that his collection room is full of antiques and cold weapons from 100 years ago. And he especially likes to issue guns to officers he values. On the way to a Terran Federation command center, Tychus fumbled with the intricately crafted and engraved revolver in his hand. This is a Colt military single-action revolver, an antique from hundreds of years ago, and the bullets are extremely precious. The power of this model of revolver should not be underestimated, and it can easily open the skull of a bison. But Tychus thought again. He has never given a gift to anyone other than a woman in his life. This feels a bit strange. Chapter 158 Siege of Tarsones. The hemisphere where Tarsones is located is on the other side of the planet facing the star. The number of meteor showers is much greater than ever before. The wreckage of orbital stations the size of a city falls from the sky, and the light emitted when passing through the atmosphere makes it look like a sun falling to the ground. The sky is shining with bright orange spots, like dazzling new stars shining together. These new stars are hundreds of times brighter than the North Star, and some of them are even brighter than the sun for a moment. They are battleships that have fallen into low Earth orbit. The sound of air raid sirens throughout the night tore through the highly tense nerves of the people of Tarsones, with sharp alarms and occasional explosions roaring above people's heads. The chaos and the exodus from the city could no longer be stopped, and men drove away from the brightly lit city areas with their families, suitcases and children. The looting of weapon stores and department stores caused a large area to be engulfed in flames, and the billowing smoke made more people believe that the rebels and government forces had exchanged fire in the city. Chaos, screaming, crying. In the 3rd hour after the air raid alarm was sounded, 7 major cities, including the main city of Tarsones, were in hysterical chaos. The sky was full of flying cars and private yachts, and the transportation network on the ground was extremely chaotic. Car accidents, traffic jams and conflicts caused by them continued one after another. The number of casualties caused by mutual injuries and accidents soon jumped to tens of thousands. Before the rebels sent a single soldier to land on Tarsones, the order on the planet collapsed. Even the most dedicated Tarsones police didn't know whether to evacuate the crowd or prevent people from fleeing the city. The deputy chief of police was furious because 70% of the Tarsones police were missing, and those above him were busy holding meetings in the heavily fortified underground conference hall. Due to the chaos of management and the incompetence of some officials, the Tarsones administrative system knew nothing about the war situation except that the enemy was a rebel from Korhal. Everyone outside the federal parliament and the cabinet was confused. They didn't know how many warships the rebel fleet had in high-altitude orbit. The Federal Navy Command repeatedly emphasized that they had the advantage, but the alarm was still not lifted after several hours. Almost all the losses came from inside Tarsones, and the rebels only drove the fleet to the planetary orbit. Although the Korhal rebels had not launched any form of attack on cities and large residential settlements, every minute of loss to Tarsones would take dozens of times longer to make up. Both officials and civilians were actually very confused. The information they received was that a large-scale rebellion broke out in Korhal 4, but they never expected that the rebels had the strength to attack Tarsones. During the 4-year Kylian War, the Comorian Federation only fought near the main star world of the Ceres system. Their fleet did not take the initiative when fighting against the Federation Navy, and could only passively defend. The Comorian Federation also had a main star world and a mining world to defend. The Federation government could not mobilize the fleet to attack Tarsones with all its might. At this point, even the drunks, who were loudly discussing politics and the situation in the bar, began to believe that the Korhal rebels were no longer a geopolitical issue or a rebellion that would be quelled in 1 to 2 years at most. The Korhal problem is likely to exist for a long time along with the Terran Federation regime, and the possibility of compromise between the two sides is very small. Apart from this, either the Korhal people will establish an independent regime independent of the Federation regime, or the Federation executioners will kill all the Korhal people. A cruel fact was placed before the people of Tarsones, who had experienced this nightmare. That is, it was not impossible for Tarsones to fall. We never imagined that Tarsones would fall one day. Just like someone told me that God would be stabbed to death by an assassin and Jesus never resurrected. Whether it was the politicians in the federal parliament, who were dressed gorgeously but were actually tattered, the chief justices of the federal court, who wore smelly wigs, or the officials in the cabinet, who were sweet-mouthed but treacherous and full of official rhetoric. Everyone was in a hurry and shouted, "Where is the carriage to take me home? Pick up my 20 lovers and a stack of diapers, and let me run first." When Mike Liberty, editor of the UNN news agency, was still typing on the keyboard, an earthquake occurred, and the flower pots in the office shook and fell to the ground. The bookshelf shook, and the ceiling moved left and right. While taking a sip of coffee calmly, Mike made a note at the bottom of the document, June 21st, 2489. Earthquake. Felt in Tarsones City. Why are you still sitting here? Anderson, the editor-in-chief of UNN Universe News Network, is a middle-aged man with a broad body and a fat body. He is bald, with only 2 curls of black hair left on his temples. Anderson passed by Mike Liberty's office with his briefcase and looked at him. He screamed, and the fat on his belly trembled layer by layer because of his violent breathing. "The rebels are coming," he said. "Run, Mike. Do you want to be hit by the rebels again? I think you are alive because you are lucky." "Rebels?" Mike Liberty immediately showed a horrified expression. "Anderson, I thought it was an earthquake. Didn't you hear the alarm?" Anderson was also very strange. This young man didn't seem to be panicked at all. Could there be something wrong with his ears? "I overslept." Mike shrugged. He was not worried about what the Revolutionary Army would do to him. Because, to be precise, he was now a Revolutionary Army soldier. Not long ago, he joined the Pan-Terran Party and was certified as a revolutionary comrade. Anderson was shocked that Mike was so openly slacking off and was so frank. But overall, Anderson was quite impressed by Mike's calmness. Only with such a calm mind, he could appear in dangerous situations and make big news at the first time. Anderson also admired Mike's sharp and pungent writing style. News reports that emphasize authenticity are always quite popular. However, just as Anderson was about to leave, another loud noise made him pale. Outside Mike's office, a Leviathan-class battlecruiser crashed in the northern city, even more than 10 miles away. The flames could be seen. The landing point looked like a fleeting, semicircular sun. The shockwave shattered the glass of the skyscraper, stripped off the superstructure, and exposed the metal frame underneath. The phosphorus dust produced by the explosion caused a fire that swept through residential and commercial areas within a few miles, and billowing smoke rose to the sky. Now, the casualties must be more than 10,000 or 20,000. God knows how many people will be burned to death. Mike looked at the tragic scene outside the ship and shook his head. "We should send more people to rescue the civilians affected. Tarsones is burning." Chapter 159, The Tragedy of Car. 6.21. Car Galaxy. The second satellite of Car 4. Ursa. Ursa is a small dark brown satellite with a diameter greater than 3.6 million feet, about 1,100 kilometers. Like its sister satellite Canis, The surface of this satellite has been transformed into a super military fortress with dense fortresses, electromagnetic railguns, anti-aircraft missile launch towers, and starport cities. With Ursa, the largest satellite, as the center, another satellite, and the Car orbital platform Sky Shield 2 and 3 as the fulcrum. A firepower network that blocks the federal fleet is formed. A total of about 1.9 million Car revolutionary troops are stationed, and each high-altitude orbital defense platform has more than 2,000 sentry drones and automatic turrets. Even so, the Coral Revolutionary Army still seemed to be extremely struggling when dealing with the 4 Federation fleets of more than 60 Leviathans and Behemoths and thousands of affiliated fleet ships. The main reason why the Federation fleet was able to inflict heavy damage on Coral's Guard army in a short period of time was that they were not stingy in using nuclear weapons, and did not care about the negative effects of nuclear weapons. Just as Angus Mengsk saw on the main screen of the command center of another satellite, Ursa, just a dozen minutes after the Federation fleet appeared, Canis, which was on the other side of Coral's orbit, suffered a devastating blow. Judging from the images sent back by several Revolutionary Army military orbital satellites that were not paralyzed by the electromagnetic interference waves sent by the Federation fleet, Canis was twisted by the high temperature. Angus Mengsk, who was wearing an ordinary dark gray Revolutionary Army officer uniform, had a twitching nose and many wrinkles on his well-defined face. He paced back and forth more often than he did today. This also indicated that Canis's commander, Kurt Josephine, the descendant of the oldest noble of Korhol, and more than 80,000 soldiers under his command died in these few seconds. They and their many colorful lives and ambitions have become a thing of the past, and many more families have lost their irreplaceable loved ones forever. Humans are a race with emotions. The trauma caused by war is permanent for their short life, and the trauma can never be healed. Angus Mengsk realized that he had made a huge mistake. He once compared the federal government and the political interest groups and monopoly nobles it represented to a dragon. But he underestimated the cruelty of this dragon. Reality is far more unrealistic than fake news. Now it seems that if the creation family is not based on absolute indifference, then they are really angry and ashamed of the failure of the assassination of Angus. Not only did the assassination fail, but Angus also had sufficient evidence to prove that the Federation was afraid of him. This just shows that the Federation was so afraid of Angus that it had to resort to such despicable means. The popularity and prestige of Angus and the new thought and new regime he represented in the Terran Federation also rose with the fierce criticism and smearing by the UNN Universe News Network and the UNN Universe TV. Gradually, after the resolution of the Federation Parliament to use the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Car was exposed, there were as many people who believed that Angus and the Car Revolutionary Army he represented were the evil thugs, as the official propaganda said, as those who believed that the Federation government was ruthless. What the federal government wants to do is to solve the problem of Korhol once and for all, instead of spending time and money to regain control of Korhol through several generations. It is much more convenient to destroy it permanently, no matter how much bloodshed and sacrifice the revolution will cause. Angus has never thought about the possibility that the entire planet of Korhol will be destroyed by a nuclear attack. But even so, Angus will never regret his decision. As early as the time of Angus's grandfather, the Mengsk family was dissatisfied with the federal government's policy of strengthening the power of the central government and exploiting its colonies. This prestigious family has always regarded the rights it has as equal to the responsibility of protecting the people. Although so far Angus seems to have brought only war and suffering to his people. At the moment of Canis's destruction, an uncontrollable sob was heard in the USA Satellite Command Center where Angus was located. It was an ordinary information technology soldier. Angus and the generals around him could not blame him. The soldier's father and all his brothers were on Canis. Activate all missile interception weapons. As long as a nuclear bomb falls on our heads, we will all be finished. In the time it took to sigh, Colonel Lundstein beside Angus didn't need to say anything more. When several soldiers helped the technician, who couldn't help crying down, another 12 Federation Behemoth-class battlecruisers made a short jump to the USA satellite. All the battlecruisers were painted black and red, and the huge inverted U-shaped logo was eye-catching. The moment they appeared, the missile ejection compartments of these battlecruisers ejected missiles flying all over the sky, and the laser weapons plowed shocking scratches on the dozens of feet-thick plastic ceramic steel and new alloy armor plates of the USA military fortress. Lock on those battlecruisers and confirm their unit numbers. when Commander Runstein gave orders to the officers in the Missile Tower Control Center. Angus turned his head and said to a Revolutionary Army technician in front of the main screen console. The bridge of the flagship of the Federal Fleet gradually enlarged on the main screen of the command center. And a few seconds later an X-shaped skull logo appeared in front of everyone. Omega Squadron. The adjutant of the command center began to mechanically read the data entry provided by the Umoyan agent organization, Dead Skull. Black Skeleton. Head of the God of Death. Death Legion. This is a fleet that roams in the Dela Galaxy. Their main base is on Dela 4 in the Dela Galaxy, located within the territory of the Terran Federation. This is an army mainly composed of resocialized soldiers, and the source of soldiers comes from prison planets across the Terran Federation. When washing away the antisocial personality of these criminals and reprogramming their memories, the doctors in the Terran Federation's resocialization factory retain the most aggressive side of these criminals' personalities, allowing them to activate the craziest part of their personality when necessary under the command of the commander, and slaughter the enemies of the Federation in the most brutal way. It is reported that doctors have magnified the evil personalities of some of these people during the transformation, so that at the end of the battle, friendly forces may find Omega Squadron Marines and paratroopers lying on the corpses of Comorians, eating human flesh, grilling enemy livers, or desecrating enemy corpses. Such weird, cruel, and twisted examples are often closely related to the reasons for their imprisonment. The Terran Federation is transforming living humans into weapons. Angus silently watched the interceptor missiles in the USA satellite base, and the missiles of the Omega Squadron collide with each other in midair, forming a gorgeous scene composed of continuous explosion spots. It can be found that although some missiles will fall on the military fortresses of the Revolutionary Army on the USA satellite from time to time, less than 5% of these missiles that fall on the surface of the satellite carry nuclear warheads. These nuclear bombs destroyed one military fortress after another of the Revolutionary Army, and even shook the geological structure. But USA would not be directly destroyed like its sister planet Canis. It can be seen that the number of nuclear bombs carried by the Federation fleet is not enough for them to squander recklessly. From the intermittent communication signals, Angus learned that the other two high-altitude orbital defense platforms and a space-based weapons station have been surrounded by various Federation fleets, and the enemy seems to have too much ammunition to use up, and is bombarding them as much as possible. The command center is completely closed, and Angus can only closely monitor the battle situation over Ursa through the cameras outside the fortress. The battle cruisers of the Omega Squadron were anchored on the satellite. After 2 hours of uninterrupted bombing, their attacks gradually subsided. Both sides were consuming their ammunition and weapon energy reserves on a large scale. From time to time, diffused circular spots of light appeared on the surface of Ursa, which came from the destroyed revolutionary fortresses. At this time, the commander of the Federal Fleet had to admit that it was indeed difficult for them to break through the defense of the Car Revolutionary Army in a short period of time. The Car people used more than 10 years of weapons and resource reserves in this defensive battle, and built several unparalleled defense base stations in space. As early as a year ago, Umoyan began to transport military supplies and a considerable amount of advanced artificial intelligence and robot manufacturing research and development technology to Car 4 through trade routes. The economic subsidy plan of the Umoyan government was also the main reason for Car's stable economic development during the Kylian War. To be precise, the unnatural growth of Car's economy during the war was also related to Umoyan's large-scale blood transfusion. Both the army and the military factory were organized and built by Umoyan people to help the Car people. Not only that, Umoyan also tried his best to assist Car engineers in building high-altitude orbital defense platforms and space-based weapon stations in half a year by transporting spare parts and resources. If they relied on their own strength, they could not even stop the Federation fleet from jumping into the Korhal system to conduct orbital bombardment and drop nuclear bombs. After spending 6 hours destroying 1/3 of the buildings on the surface of Ursa, the Omega Squadron also paid a certain price. 5 of the 12 battlecruisers were severely damaged by anti-aircraft missiles and the powerful firepower of pulse cannons, with extremely long range that could even hit Korhal's homeland. But since the Revolutionary Army had no fleet to give these severely damaged battlecruisers a fatal blow, Angus could only watch these damaged warships sail away or be towed away by large ships using tractor beams. It had been more than 12 hours since the start of the war until the Federation fleet ceased fire. During this period, Omega Squadron and other fleets did not send any landing troops. when the ships of Omega Squadron sailed out of a safe distance and quietly anchored in deep space. Many soldiers of the Revolutionary Army breathed a sigh of relief. They almost thought that the Federation fleet was going to retreat. Even though he knew nothing about the war, Angus was keenly aware that the Federation fleet was either planning a new way of attacking or wanted to completely blockade Ursa and the high-altitude orbital defense platform, but was just surrounding it without attacking. The commander of the Federal fleet is not in a hurry to defeat us in a short time. Colonel Runstein handed over a dry towel. What are the casualties? Colonel? Angus wiped the sweat off his face with a towel and looked at Runstein. Angus admired this young officer, who was not much older than his second son. He was a descendant of the nobility and a general trusted by Augustus. In terms of commanding the army, Runstein was not outstanding in all aspects. He was not a genius general, but he was calm and could execute Augustus' orders without compromise. If the detailed battle plan is given to Runstein, he will definitely follow it step by step to make it flawless. But unfortunately, we all know that the situation of war is always unpredictable. If we calculate that each fortress has 5,000 people, then we have lost at least 300,000 soldiers. Speaker Angus. Runstein's face turned pale. He couldn't remain indifferent to this. Many of the revolutionary soldiers who died today were his classmates. Well, Angus was about to say that he would erect a monument for these revolutionary soldiers who died in battle. But he immediately realized that this was not the political arena and podium he was familiar with. No matter the lost soldiers or their families, he didn't need to promise anything. Maybe they want to keep us under siege for a long time. Runstein looked unhappy. There are not enough synthetic food and hydroponic crop factories here. As long as the Federal fleet keeps us under siege for a week, the soldiers will starve, and their combat effectiveness will drop significantly after 2 weeks. By the third week, the army will collapse. No, if they don't want a quick victory, then this is exactly what we want. Angus shook his head and said, but the changes that followed were beyond their expectations. Because they could notice that the Omega Squadron actually left 3 battlecruisers that could not enter the jump orbit and entered the hyperspace channel. In a few minutes, all the fleets jumped out of the Korhal system, leaving behind 7 abandoned battlecruisers. An intercepted encrypted signal was broadcasting the words of the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. All fleets return to Tarsones immediately. They retreated? Haha. Car 4 is saved. The people in the command center hugged each other. They could guess what happened at this moment. As planned, Augustus's fleet must have successfully raided Tarsones. Angus's smile was fleeting, and he immediately ordered, point the satellite camera at Car. The laughter of the revolutionary soldiers in the command center stopped abruptly. There were several spots of light visible to the naked eye on the main screen, when the Revolutionary Army and the Federal fleet were fighting in space. Part of the Federal fleet was already carrying out their mission of delivering nuclear bombs to Car. But from the explosion points detected so far, there were actually not as many as the expected 1,000. A considerable part of the nuclear bombs that should have been delivered to Car fell on Canis, USA, and the 2 high-altitude orbital defense platforms. The impact brought about by this is that Car did not become a piece of black crystal without any intact parts like in the original timeline. And most areas were not even affected for a short time. The Federation fleet only delivered about 150 to 200 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to the ground. But the landing points of these nuclear bombs were not random. Almost all major cities and industrial areas in Car 4 were targeted by nuclear bombs. The black smoke rising from the explosion point would enter the sky 10 miles high. The black clouds would block the sunlight for a long time, causing the temperature of Car to drop sharply for several months. In a few years, Korhal will fall into a cold nuclear winter, and more than 95% of its surface plants and animals will be extinct due to climate change and strong nuclear radiation. The lush and beautiful Korhal will no longer exist in the next few centuries or even longer, unless there is a large-scale environmental transformation. This planet will no longer be suitable for human habitation. No matter what, we have to leave Korhal, Angus said, looking at the planet on the main screen that was blooming with dazzling spots. Let us bury those who died in the battle today, and set sail. Chapter 160 The Last Sailor. June 22nd was the second day after the revolutionary fleet arrived at the Tarsones system. Like all the soldiers in the fleet, Augustus Mengsk had not closed his eyes for 42 hours. Augustus's men completely defeated the Federation fleet defending Tarsones, and the other 2 fleets that came to support at different times. A total of 21 battlecruisers. Destroyed 11 of them, and forced the remaining Federation warships to retreat briefly. But the Revolutionary fleet also paid a heavy price. Augustus lost 9 of his 26 battlecruisers forever. 3 of them were unable to keep up with the fleet due to severe damage, and the remaining warships also suffered varying degrees of damage. At present, Renault's Hyperion was dispatching ships to several battlecruisers whose thrusters were damaged and could not move, in order to pick up the crews on these warships. NORAD II and the other 9 Revolutionary Behemoth-class battlecruisers fired at the main facilities on the horizontal plane of the Tasani's boxing high-altitude orbital platform from both the upper and lower directions. Under the bridge porthole in front of Augustus was a dense torrent of bullets from the orbital platform's automatic machine turret. At this time, the shield energy of the battleship has been exhausted. NORAD II is using heavy armor plates to resist the fierce artillery fire like other battlecruisers. Augustus calmly watched everything in front of him. 40 hours ago, there was a rumbling sound beside his ears. The sound of many people talking on the bridge, and the sound of the fleet's artillery fire on the main screen never stopped from beginning to end. On a zooming main screen, a high-altitude orbital defense platform of Tarsonis was sinking into the planet's atmosphere. According to calculations by the NORAD II intelligent lieutenant, the landing of this orbital platform is located on a protruding peninsula of the Tarsonis continental plate, causing forest fires covering an area of 10 Tarsonis cities, and bringing unprecedented earthquakes and tsunamis to the local area. How is the landing force? Sarah, have the people from Tychus returned? When the time on the main screen was frozen at 19:30 on the afternoon of June 22nd, Augustus looked at Sarah Kerrigan beside him. His lieutenants and Umojan lieutenants were either in the main control room or had already rushed to the front line. 32 of the 45 landing teams have successfully returned. Kerrigan, standing next to Augustus, changed into the uniform of the Umojan Shadow Guard. These super soldiers trained by Umojan psychic mentors often wear tight black pseudo-like combat uniforms. After saying this, even though she already knew what Augustus wanted to ask, Kerrigan still waited quietly for him to ask. This is how they communicate now. Otherwise Augustus doesn't have to speak at all. How many returned? Augustus asked. Less than 2,000. Kerrigan slowed down her speech. Observing Augustus's expression, most people died on the way to and from Tarsonis and the fleet. The casualties caused by the Federation troops on the surface of the planet were less than 20%. Augustus just sighed and said nothing. There were almost no troops left that Takar had brought with him. Too many people died in a foreign land and were buried in the starry sky, according to the intelligence provided by the Umojan and August Security Committee agents. Our fighters successfully plundered 5 federal research stations and weapons laboratories, and some of the guards there were transferred to protect local officials. Kerrigan reported. We found a lot of technology in the database of the command center and research station in Tarsonis, including CMC series power armor, Vulture vehicles, Arc tanks, Goliath armed robots, Avenger fighters, Comorian's Hellhound modified fighters, Wraith fighters, and APOD transport ships, she said. From the design concept, prototype data to the structural drawings, they are all very complete. As long as they are uploaded to the data network of a standardized heavy factory, the foundry can immediately produce these weapons. The data is being uploaded to the terminal network of NORAD II by the data disk. The good news made Augustus breathe a little easier. Every time he lost a warship and every time he lost a soldier, his heart was bleeding. He couldn't help but feel hatred. Hey, Mengsk, I have something good to give you. At this time, Tychus walked towards the bridge from a valve that kept opening and closing. There were more than a dozen holes in his crimson power armor. It seemed that he had fought many fierce battles after landing on Tarsonis. A revolver. Colt Arms Company stopped production more than 100 years ago. There are very few that have been preserved until now except for those maintained by private individuals. Augustus took a heavy revolver from Tychus's hand, and the pistol was placed in a reindeer leather holster. Very expensive. And the power is decent. He simply commented, Jim just needed a sidearm. Tychus was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands and said, Okay, you're back alive. Brother, what about the others? Augustus put the pistol on his waist. 7 or 8 good brothers died. They were all real tough guys, and no one was captured. Tychus said in a muffled voice, The people in the Tarsonis police department are a bunch of cowards. But the socialized soldiers have real weapons in their hands. We raided a scientific research station, but there was nothing inside except a few fat pigeons in suits. He continued, I left a few people to copy the files. And then, I went to the suspended train track base station in Tarsones to scout the enemy situation. The data has been uploaded. You can see for yourself. Augustus nodded frequently. And the bridge deck of NORAD 2 was still shaking violently while he was reading the information. A scanned and uploaded blueprint caught Augustus' attention. It was a heavy armored vehicle floating on the ground, with two symmetrically arranged rail guns mounted on the angular body. This blueprint came from a thick leather-wrapped file bag. On the cover was a curled-up, entangled snake-like skeleton, with an ice blue hole in its skull. Rattlesnake Augustus recognized this. His eyes lit up, and he began to read the information. Rattlesnake tank. A conceptual tank still in the theoretical stage. Using magnetic levitation technology. Equipped with Executioner electromagnetic railgun feigned tank armor plate. The initial positioning is a high-speed, effective suspension tank that can target heavy armor. Great stuff. A new stuff from the Federation, Tychus said in amazement. Leave it to Chief Engineer Rory Swan. He knows how to do it. Augustus made the final decision. Maybe we can install the railgun on other vehicles. But the development of batteries is a problem. That Gamorrean dwarf will be crazy, Tychus complained. If you have money, this is not a problem, Tychus said. But after a while, Augustus's face changed. He looked at the list of items given by Tychus and said angrily, artwork, antiques, record players from the 1950s after the colony ship crash, high-purity crystals, and a collection of Tarsones erotic magazines. Tassini City gathers all the latest cutting-edge technologies of the Terran Federation. Look at what you brought back. There's nothing we can do about it. There are only a few useless pieces of paper in the research station. Tychus didn't care. There are at least 2 army groups and a mechanized division in the central city. It's impossible for us to catch the old woman of the Tagore family. I went through a life-and-death experience to land on the ground. It would be a pity if I didn't take anything. Tychus had his own reasons. There's an old saying on Earth. If you don't take advantage, you're a bastard. It's my fault for not getting you a few beautiful noble ladies. I forgot to ask you what you like. Flaxen hair or red. Brown skin or fair skin. Or if you prefer men with penises. Forget it. I didn't expect you to do anything serious. Augustus felt that there was no need to be angry with Tychus. Marshal, we have contacted the last landing force that has not returned to the fleet. Their landing point deviated from the scheduled location by about 1,000 miles, and was sandwiched between 2 army brigades. In the last communication, the commander of this unit, Captain Ireland, rejected our proposal to send reinforcements to the ground. I remember that Captain Ireland is the eldest son of the Lundstein family. Augustus stopped talking. Why not just raise the city of Tarsones? Tychus scratched his helmet with the tip of his index finger on his power armor knuckles. The revolutionary fleet did not attack Tarsones, although they were fully capable of forcibly breaking through the blockade of high-altitude and orbital defense platforms, and carrying out indiscriminate orbital bombing on Tarsones at the beginning, but only targeted anti-aircraft firepower, military facilities, and some government landmarks. Augustus only sent about 20,000 landing troops to various areas on the planet's surface. The landing troops fought in many places on Tarsones' main star. The purpose was just to create chaos in Tarsones, and seize the design drawings of new weapons in the command center of the Federation military base and the research station. Yes, but we can't do that. Augustus glanced at Tychus, and his cold gray eyes reflected the gorgeous deep space outside the porthole. Apart from the possibility that the Creation family had already escaped, and that they hid in an underground shelter that could withstand nuclear strikes, we do have a chance to wipe out the Creation family in one fell swoop, he said calmly. It is easy to aim at the center of Tarsones' main city by launching an Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb, because the city is planned in a series of overlapping regular and variable geometric shapes, and the Creation family's sky tower is in the center of the center. Right. Just one apocalypse, and the Creation family and their ugly hearts will be finished. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After today's incident, the Federation fleet will definitely greatly strengthen Tarsones' defenses. It won't be so easy for us to visit here next time. Tychus nodded. But do you know how many people live in the densely populated commercial areas and nearby residential areas of Tarsones? Augustus gave a number. Nearly 200 million people. 1 billion people will be affected. And by then, the Revolutionary Army will be called butchers. We are the Revolutionary Army. Insurgents, not terrorists. What you did is not much different. Right? Tychus never considered himself a part of the Revolutionary Army. The federal government does not care how many people will die in Korhal. But we cannot and do not care about the civilians of Tarsones. This is the difference between us and the Federation, he said, and this difference is exactly what we want all Terrans to know. I would rather let those people of the creation family live, and let them continue to rot until they are beyond salvation, rather than let hundreds of millions of innocent Tarsones people be buried with them. He said, I am not without a choice. Your heart is not dark enough and cruel enough. Tychus sighed and said, if it was your brother Arcturus, he would have launched all the nuclear bombs. Or you can push the others out, and say that your generals pressed the red button privately. I understand this. Augustus looked at Tychus. This is a dark age. If you want to succeed, you must do whatever it takes. Sacrificing a dozen people is a serious humanitarian crisis, while destroying 1 billion people is just a political issue. Then what are you going to do? Tychus asked. My fleet will wander like a ghost on the border between the Comorian Union and the Terran Federation. Augustus said, I am in the dark, and the enemy is in the light. As long as the Federation is exhausted, they will be exhausted. When the Federation begins to give up control of the edge worlds and shrink the defense of the core worlds, we will initially win. I will use the second half of my life to fight against the Terran Federation until one of us falls forever. Don't joke. You are only 18 years old after all. Tychus smiled and lit a cigar, taking a deep breath of the smoke in the air and letting it circulate in his lungs. Can the Terran Federation live as long as you? So, you want to use those monsters on Victor 5 that the Federation scientists call Zerg to fight the Federation? Tychus said, looking at the profile of Augustus. They are simply the most perfect weapons for genocide. They will not produce any pollution at all, and can be thrown away after use. They can even be made into canned food after the battle. Or at worst, they can be used to feed the livestock in the Emogen beetle farm. The Federation has a good idea. No one will suspect them. In the end, they will send troops to eliminate those monsters, and the victims will praise them. The truth will come out one day. Augustus shook his head, and the Federation does not know how terrible the Zerg are. Their number is far greater than they estimated. The Federation is playing with fire and getting burned. We must control the Zerg through other more reliable methods. At this time, the sensors of NORAD-2 detected a large number of jump signals. Although Kar was not the first planet to be colonized by Tarsones, it is located in the core of the Terran Federation territory. The fleet stationed in Kar can arrive in just 2 days. However, Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron was still missing, and Captain Jackson might still be playing with him on the edge of the Copperloo sector. Notify the fleet and prepare for the jump. Where are you going? Tychus asked him. Sarah's system. Augustus said, send the coordinates of the system to the entire fleet. What are you going there for? Tychus understood, a remote place. I understand what you mean. It's a good place. Far away from Tarsones, and one of the prime worlds. It's a good place to be king. What do you know? Augustus ignored him, and issued an order through the fleet-wide command channel. Everyone return to their positions, and strap the wounded to the acceleration seats. It's all over, he said. But it's not over yet, Tychus added. Chapter 161 Son of Korhal. July 12, 2489. Emogen. New Sterling. This is a long-planned subversion of the government. The evil and hopeless Angus Minsk is the leader of the largest cult in the Copperloo sector. He uses both mental and physical poisons to control 45 million Korhal people, enslaving the devastated Korhal people and forcing them to join his rebels armed with pamphlets and drugs. In this great defense of Tarsones, our brave warriors fought bloody battles, shed their last drop of blood to defend Tarsones, and fought bravely to eliminate the rebel forces that threatened the Federation. The following will play the glory of becoming a Federation, our great Federation, and Starship Song to commemorate these heroic sacrifices. Long live the Federation. Change the channel. In a compartment in the new Stilling City Hall, where miners, helmets and windbreakers were hung on the walls with rivets, Arcturus Minsk was sitting on an old sofa sipping a glass of port wine. In front of him was an LED advertising screen dismantled from the main city area of Stilling, the capital of Korhal. It was still playing 2D images instead of 3D holographic projections. The intelligent voice recognition device automatically identified and switched to the next channel according to Arcturus' words. These channels included UNN Universal TV and local TV stations of several Terran Federation colony planets. Augustus, son of Angus, is another leader of their cult and the head of the rebels. He has planned all the terrorist actions against the federal government and federal citizens so far. Augustus should be held responsible for all the brutal killings and the deaths of more than 600,000 federal citizens who died in this disaster should be attributed to him. Change the channel. Actors has a good alcohol tolerance, but he is obviously a little drunk. This man who shaves and has a haircut every day even in the mining area rarely has a shaved beard. But these days, Arcturus is always shaved. His greasy brown hair is tangled together, and his cold gray eyes are also full of bloodshot. This is UNN Universe TV reporter Mike Liberty. At the crash site of the battlecruiser Century Gothic, the shock wave from the explosion destroyed 40% of the main buildings in Queen Mary City. The new Reims Cathedral, Minsk World Trade Towers, and Villa Roof of the World were all destroyed in this unprecedented disaster. This is a great loss to human culture. Who wrote this script? How many people have died, and you still care about historical monuments that are less than 100 years old? Enough. Finish reading the script. I clearly told you that this is a live broadcast, and there is no room for error. The fire that spread to the East Wales starport in Tarsonis lasted until the next day, killing more than 420,000 Federation citizens, and causing limb disability due to burns of varying degrees. The spokesman of the Federation Ministry of Defense claimed that the fire was caused by the car rebels setting fire to the gas fuel storage well. After the rebels retreated, the firefighting work in some areas was still proceeding in an orderly manner. How can the private fire brigade save the people? Where is our army? Change the channel. Actors had no sympathy for the plight of the Tarsonis people. He even felt that it was a great relief. A week ago, Arcturus, who had returned to the mine on Peak, received news of the fall of Korhal. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still furious after learning that Korhal had been hit by a nuclear attack. Korhal meant a lot to Arcturus. He loved his hometown, just like all the Minsk family members. Arcturus loved this beautiful world with beautiful scenery and pleasant climate. Even if this planet was really blown to pieces by a nuclear bomb, he would rebuild it at all costs. The initiator of this terrorist act is Angus Minsk, and his second son Augustus Minsk planned this terrorist attack. This evil family should be held responsible for a series of rebellions. Currently, Augustus Minsk has jumped to the second place on the FBI's wanted list, second only to his father. The host of the Universal TV station on the main star of Alicia forcefully denounced the numerous atrocities of the rebels and added, as of today, 7 main star worlds have included Angus Minsk and Augustus Minsk on the wanted list. If you happen to encounter these criminals, please call the police headquarters on Valicia Prime, and we will transfer you to the Federation Navy. Augustus, the more they hate you, and the more they slander you, the more it proves that you are on the right path. Actors was alone with no one else. He just talked to himself. Umogen is no longer safe, and the ghost agents of the Federation will find this place sooner or later. Actors realized that he was getting deeper and deeper into the rebellion of Korhal. His father and brother were on the wanted list of the Terran Federation because the Minsk family was the leader of this great rebellion. After the destruction of Korhal, Arcturus did not want to, nor did he think he could stay out of it. He had anticipated this day, but he had always wanted to escape. Angus deserved his punishment no matter what, but his mother and sister would definitely be implicated. So Arcturus had no choice but to ignore it. Augustus figured it out earlier than Arcturus himself. Even if they stabbed their father to death, Korhal, with its rising call for revolution, would not stop its rebellion. Change the channel. Arcturus put down his empty glass, took the bottle, and was about to refill it, but found a shiny hand on his hand. Speaker Angus's fleet has arrived at the Umogen orbital port. Juliana passed her, wearing home clothes, an apron and a headscarf, walked in before Arcturus noticed. Even though she had given birth to a child, the light-bodied Juliana could still walk like a cat. Mother Catherine has always hoped that Arcturus can rekindle his love with Juliana. Even after so many years, Juliana still loves the man she has entrusted everything to. But Arcturus has long been tired of the game of love. Where did he get so many ships? Arcturus frowned. His complex feelings towards Angus and his inner dignity made him always feel resistant when he mentioned this man. The main reason why Arcturus is still unwilling to join the Korhal Revolutionary Army is that he has never recognized Angus's revolution. This is not just a question of who is right or wrong. 10 years ago, Arcturus left home to rebel against his father. He hated the revolution. Even for the sake of face, he would not change his opinion. It is said that the Federation fleet left too hastily, and abandoned 8 battlecruisers that could not jump. The life support systems of several battleships were destroyed. The Federation captains on board asked the Revolutionary Army for help. So Colonel Runstein personally led people to board the battleships by speedboat. Well, what about the soldiers on the battleships? Those captains can be retained. Arcturus asked. If they don't dismantle the signal tracking device of the battlecruiser, then the Umoyan National Defense Army and the Terran Federation will have a war. At that time, we have to find a way to make Umoyan fight with all their strength. The elected parliament will not allow you to interfere. Juliana sat down next to Arcturus and shook her head. The members of the parliament are the wisest elders in each administrative district. Some members are even executive officers and Dominion lords from 100 years ago. They still use life support capsules to maintain their lives and keep an eye on every resolution passed by the elected parliament. Then Angus is at least an elder. Actor's bloodshot eyes stared at Juliana's slender body, but without any lust. As if those white-haired Umojan counselors were standing behind Juliana. There are 25 million Kar in Umojan, equivalent to 1% of the Umojan population. According to the laws of the Umojan galaxy, the Kar people should have their own seat. Would you rather let the Kar people become a nation of Umojan? Juliana blinked her charming eyes. But Arcturus was not moved at all. Why not? Arcturus stood up and looked down at Juliana, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, We deserve as much as we pay. Kar crashed into the fleet of the Terran Federation for the benefit of the Umoyan people. If you see the miserable state of Kar, you will know what we sacrificed for it. The martial arts field is a beautiful grassland with the most charming lake in Kar. The water there is sky blue. At night, the schools of silver lanternfish make it look like an inverted sea of stars. But now the grass there is dry and yellow. The dust raised by the nuclear bomb is attached to the river surface in a thick layer. And now only microorganisms are alive. Actor said, the maple forest of Stilling, where many of my ancestors were buried. Now there are only thousands of empty tree trunks left. Everyone who stayed behind died, whether patriots or traitors. The symbol of the Minx family. The Stilling wolves that wandered in the dying forest will soon become monsters due to nuclear radiation. He said this, but his voice was still calm. The Federation turned all of us into monsters. Everything will be fine. Juliana could feel Arcturus's sadness. Of course, I don't expect the Umoyan people to be moral, but I have other ways. Arcturus has been drinking all this time, but he never lets himself get drunk. He always stays cold and sober. The Umoyans are doing their best to help the people of Kar. The people of Kar. Juliana defended the Umoyan who gave birth to her. At least they don't look like a group of half-dressed refugees. Right? Arcturus suddenly shook his head. If Juliana's father, Federal Parliament member Alan Pasteur, and the Umoyan Parliament he represented were watching all this, then Arcturus was obviously a great actor. Sorry. This is not your fault. Nor is it the fault of Umoyan. Nor is it the fault of Angus and the Kar people. The fault is the Federation. The Federal Parliament and the Creation family behind them will not have a good end. You should go and tell the members of the Parliament. Juliana winked playfully. In front of Arcturus. She was still as cute as a girl in love. Is this the attitude of your Parliament or your father? Arcturus smiled. I secretly overheard my father's conversation with another member of Parliament. They agreed that you should attend the next meeting. Juliana whispered. Well done. Arcturus praised Juliana and said, You didn't disappoint me. Juliana. I fell in love with you at first sight. Oh, from among thousands of stealing women. That's what you said in your letter. Juliana smacked her lips. But only your mother and sister were present when we first met. I don't remember writing this letter. Actors only spent a quarter of a second searching his mind for memories of this paragraph. And then he quickly gave up. Okay. Let's talk about business. Is Valerian still crying and calling for his father? Arcturus tried to change the subject. Our son has stopped crying. And he has stopped missing you for a month. Juliana crossed her arms over her chest. Now, he talks about his uncle Augustus every day. That's a good thing. I talk about him every day too. Actors smiled. Although Valerian was weak and liked to read some literary poems, he had become stronger after Augustus taught him last time. In my memory, Augustus was only as old as Valerian. Arcturus didn't realize that the emotional gap between him and Valerian was being bridged. But the strange way they got along still had potential rifts. When he met Valerian this time, Arcturus was surprised to find that his son, who had originally made him dissatisfied, had become a man who would never cry easily. This made Arcturus begin to regard Valerian as his heir from the bottom of his heart. Of course, in order to prevent Valerian from slacking off. He still behaved quite majestically. By the way, why don't you meet Speaker Angus? He has arrived in New Stilling and is talking to my father, Juliana said. You don't have to be so respectful to him, Actor said impatiently. I don't want to see him. Angus had better die in Corhole. Otherwise we will definitely fight when we meet. I respect him because he is the father of you and Augustus. And the grandfather of Valerian, Juliana said with a smile. But you still love him in your heart. I hate him. Actors drew back the curtains in anger. What appeared before actors was the orange-yellow sky of Umoyan, and the endless buildings of prefabricated panels and modular houses. Each building was more than 10 stories high, and was a sharp-edged column. Umoyan dragonfly-winged drones were circling in the sky, and supply ships were coming out from the clouds from time to time. Next to the temporary city hall was the open-air market, where the car people were using Umoyan banknotes to trade, and the place was bustling with people. Well, I won't mention him. Juliana walked to Arcturus and whispered, You spent money to buy factories from the Kelmorian Union and transported them back to Corhole to rebuild a weak but important basic industrial system. You provided all the Corhole people with much more food than Umoyan provided. And the children also had eggs and milk. Because they are my people, Actor said naturally. As a descendant of the nobles who ruled Corhole in the world, he naturally regarded the Corhole people as his own people. But this kindness and generosity belonged only to the Car people. Of the wealth obtained from the giant mine, the portion that belonged to Arcturus was all used to provide relief to the Car refugees pouring into Umoyan. And he himself would rather live frugally. Although the Umoyan government undertook the construction of all refugee camp buildings, water supply and power supply facilities, and expenses for 3 years, in order to build a fully functional city that could support the lives of 20 million people, Arcturus still needed to invest money himself. Fortunately, the Umoyan government also promised to use 3% of the fiscal revenue of all Umoyan and other planetary autonomous territories to build cities belonging to the Car people and maintain the basic remote operation of the cities until the Car people's territory can achieve self-sufficiency. For the time being, no one is starving or freezing. However, Umoyan is not a garden world with a mild climate and suitable for life. The Car people need to go through many hardships to adapt to this planet, whose environment is much worse than their hometown. You also hired thousands of skilled Comorian miners, and took advantage of the turmoil in the internal market when the Union and the Federation signed a peace treaty to purchase 2 orbital starports full of or scanning equipment and Comorian planetary excavators at extremely low prices. Juliana asked again. So, do you want to lead them to be miners? You asked too many questions. Actors glanced at her and said, quoting a wise saying, if you want to be rich, start mining. After that, the two of them stopped talking, and the only sound in the room was the sound from the TV screen. Moral depravity, forcing women of good character into prostitution, and selling people into slavery. This is a trampling on humanitarianism. Angus and his lackeys have destroyed the balance of order for their own selfish interests. They intend to turn the whole world upside down and establish a feudal dynasty belonging to the Minx family on the basis of the fair and legal free Federation regime. We suspect that the Corhole rebels possess weapons of mass destruction. They illegally possess at least 10 to 30 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. In order to protect the people of Corhole from the destruction of the rebels, we destroyed Corhole 4. Interview? Terrible. What I want to say is that the Corhole are shitting on our heads. The Federation Navy is a bunch of rubbish. Welcome to watch Franz Vermilion's special program, Augustus Minsk, the head of the devil in heaven. How could the people's hero fall to this point? Augustus Minsk. A butcher who kills without blinking an eye. A cannibalistic demon. A nymphomaniac. A transvestite. He let women and children carry high explosives to attack the rebels. Ordered underage children to drive fighter planes without landing gear into naval warships. And his minions once hijacked cargo ships and crashed into the Federal Security Bureau building. Arcturus suddenly showed an expression as if he was choked. They have smeared Augustus too much. He was once a hero of the Federation. Juliana sighed. But not anymore. Actors was not surprised. Why don't they report what has become of Corhole? After a long silence, a revolutionary soldier walked into the room. He had the symbol of the ring whip arm on his arm. Unlike the different ring whip arms of the Revolutionary Army, there was no 5-pointed star in the center of the ring, and the whip was covered with sharp serrations. You formed the Sons of Corhole, Juliana said. A true terrorist organization. since the Federation says we are a terrorist organization. Then so be it, Actors said. Someone has to do it anyway. They are my people. Actors pointed out the window at the city. At the people with 1,000 different faces. I will fight for Coral, so that everyone can have a home to return to. Chapter 162 Masala. Chapter 162 Masera. July 24, 2489. Joey Ray's Bar. This dingy little bar is in need of renovation. It is built in the red wasteland of Masera. It is made of rusty cargo ship planks, recycled steel bars, integrated panels and cheap glass. The roof is covered with a layer of rusty sand, and a satellite TV antenna bracket tied with cables is installed. When the sand that swept across the dry land of the planet dissipated, the sun shone through the bamboo lacquered blinds behind the bar windows, weaving finely on the long table in front of Jim Raynor. Renault held a bottle of No. 8 whiskey in his sun-protective gloves, and was tilting the bottle to fill the glass in front of him. The cyan bottle shone golden in the sun. The people here did not use the temperature stabilizers produced by the core world, and still relied on fans to find coolness. Compared with its sister planet in the same star system, Chaucera, which has lush forests and rich resources, this planet's orbit is closer to the star. The ozone in the atmosphere is thin, and the hot star light mercilessly burns the land of Masera. About 70% of the land in Masera has been dried up in the same amount of time as the life of the planet. The dry and hard land is only dotted with tenacious shrubs and weeds. A pocket projector plays the news from UNN Universe TV a week ago. A female member of the Terran Federation Federal Parliament is shouting at the top of her lungs to call on all the people of the Federation to be vigilant against the threat of the rebels. She calls Angus Minsk and his son the most heinous terrorist leader in history, a crazy terrorist, a scum of society. Those Marines who awarded medals to Augustus Minsk are simply heinous. This small bar doesn't have much business during the day. Only when the weather cools down at night will the residents of the town come here to drink and have fun. At this time, Joey Ray's bar is very quiet. Only the sound of fans and news can be heard in the bar. We always believe that justice will be served. The federal congressman raised his hands, and several assistants behind her waved the Federation's X-Star flag. Even if Augustus Minsk and his rebels run to the end of the galaxy, we will find and catch him and put him on public trial. Did you hear that? You scumbag. Augustus. Renault laughed and teased his old friend. After they catch you, they will definitely lock you up and announce that you have been brought to justice. I have seen her. A mean woman named Behemoth. A distant relative of the Tagore family. Her figure is just like her unpleasant personality. Boring and tasteless. At this time, a cowboy with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat walked in and placed a capacitor electromagnetic pistol on the table in front of Renault. Oh, I don't have much impression of her. I just remember that the raspberry cake and wine of the Tagore family were really good. Renault didn't look back, but continued to drink the whiskey in the glass. This kind of whiskey is cheap in the core world, but you have to spend money to get it on marginal planets like Masera, which are nominally the first colonized main planets, but are actually stagnant in development. It's still the same. No. 8 whiskey. We often drink this in the military camp. By the way, it was when we were in the Tulisi's boot camp. The cowboy came in, well-built and well-proportioned, wearing a black vest with beautiful patterns, with eagle and wolf patterns on the buttons, and 4 revolvers in the 4 large and wide pockets. The thick woolen trousers were effective in preventing sunburn and scratches from the sharp thorns of the branches of Masera. His reindeer leather boots were beautiful, and the high uppers creaked on the wooden floor. Such attire is very common on the hot and dry planet of Masera. Their cowboy hats are always wide and tall, which can block the wind and sun, and can be used as a tool to hold water when necessary. Cowboys' clothes, trouser legs and boots are mostly inlaid with various glittering metal buttons, which is a symbol of status in a sense. This is a world that advocates tough guys. Sheriffs and sheriffs under the law enforcement officers always ride their modified vultures in the desert and wasteland to chase those criminals who do evil. Joey Ray Jones. Joey. 5 plates of fried chicken and 1 plate of tough French fries. He said, 2 bottles of Pinta Island port. The cowboy had a trimmed gray mustache and sideburns, and his tough face was full of traces of weather and roughness. There was a 3-inch scar at the corner of his right eye, which almost destroyed his handsomeness. He looked old, but he really looked like a tough guy who grew up in Masera. Augustus. Still the same. Renault handed the bottle to Augustus and watched him drink all the whiskey without hesitation, and then returned the bottle to Renault. Looks a bit like a cowboy. But Ma Sarah has no cows. When the bar owner brought a plate full of food, Augustus sat down next to Reno. He pulled over a metal chair with a backrest, leaned against the backrest and lowered his head, hiding his face in the brim of his hat. How did you get like this? Although Reno also made himself look dirty and covered his eyes with his deliberately untrimmed hair. It was actually not very clever. It was not a very clever disguise for the experienced federal sheriffs with sophisticated identification equipment. But fortunately, Raynor is not well known. The Federation currently only knows that he is a small leader in the rebels, because Augustus' performance in the Marine Corps is too outstanding. Raynor and others have nothing to show for themselves under his dazzling brilliance. As a small fry, Raynor's name is not even worthy of appearing on the top 10 wanted list. Even Arcturus Mengsk, who did not participate in the Korhal independence campaign, squeezed into the top 20, which shows that the Federation still believes that a retired colonel is a huge threat, and a small Marine corporal is not to be feared at all. The universal disguise of Umojan agents. This is a plastic mask. Nanotechnology. Using optical imaging technology to simulate the appearance of other people. Enough to fool human eyes, and most holographic scanning equipment. Augustus just leaned back in his chair and stared at the food on the plate, without any appetite. Compared with the Terran Federation and the Comorian Union, Umojan has neither a large colony nor a large number of mining worlds. For a long time, Umojan's emphasis on democracy and the government that truly implements it have been considered weak by the Federation and the Union. But this planet has always been able to rely on a lucrative economic system and cutting-edge technology that is far ahead of other planets to be independent of the rule of the Terran Federation, and make a lot of money by selling high-precision mining equipment to the Comorians. Make one for me too. Renault took a fried chicken plate and ate the chicken. What kind do you want? Augustus asked him. My suggestion is that it is safest to dress up as a woman. A sturdy man who was a head taller than Augustus walked in. He was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. His exposed arms were reddened by the scorching sun of Ma Sarah. His thick arms were full of muscles, and the lavender tattoos made him look very impactful. In the noble circles of Tarsones, this is an art. Just as popular as those fat nobles are keen on dressing up their male favorites and keeping pedophiles. I think we can start with you, Tychus. Reno was unmoved. I think this is funny. Tychus smiled like a villain, and the wrinkles on his face spread out like dragon scales. We are wanted criminals, so we must be careful. In the days to come, all the fleets of the Terran Federation will hunt us in the universe, racking their brains to find even the slightest clue. The Federation has at least 10 fleets, like Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron. After annexing the mining worlds and industrial cities of Comorian, the Federation will build more ships. Then let them find them. Reno sneered. I heard that Duke's Alpha Squadron followed Jackson's Revenge all the way to the outside of the Copperless Sector and into the galaxies of the Perseus Sector. Captain Jackson has a more vivid description of this. Tychus said happily. Duke has been following the signal source of the signal tracker closely, like a pig chasing an apple. It was only when he received Tarsone's order that the entire fleet returned that Duke realized something was wrong. But even so, he still didn't understand that he wasn't chasing us. He said vividly. Duke had some grudges with the pirates on Jackson's Revenge, which is why they worked so hard with the Commission, in order to make the performance more realistic. They also simulated the communication between NORAD and Hyperion. In the end, Jackson almost led Alpha Squadron into the gravitational field of a newborn neutron star. If Duke's people hadn't had some intelligence, they would have been burned to ashes now. Ha ha, Renault was overjoyed. He had never liked Duke's arrogant and conceited face. However, Renault's laughter soon disappeared. He realized that even Tychus didn't smile much, and he should have realized that Augustus was depressed from the beginning. Josephine is dead. After a pause for breath, Tychus said softly, but his expression didn't show how sad he was. He seemed to have never shed tears for the death of others. Even though Tychus used to go out with Harnack and Josephine to seek flowers and ask for willows, he may not have experienced much pain. In the high temperature that can melt glass steel, death is just a matter of a moment. Reno was silent. He remembered the photo they took in Tullises. Now, there is one less person on it. Was Josephine buried in her hometown? He asked Tychus. No. The survivors did not find Josephine's body. The carbon elements that made up her body were melted by tens of millions of tons of fortresses and metal rocks. Call Satellite Canis is her grave. Someone has erected a monument for all the people who died there. Tychus shook his head and said, I really want to see him again. Renault's eyes were red. But he didn't force himself not to cry. How is Kurhal? Someone among us has to leave first. Everyone knows that revolution is not a game. Tychus went straight to the bar counter of Joey Ray's bar, and took a few bottles of wine. He said to the boss, "The bill will be on Jim's head." "You mean Kurhal?" "In fact, the situation in Kurhal is better than we initially estimated. Most areas have not been affected by the nuclear bomb. All I can say is that one day in the future, the Car people will have a chance to rebuild Car." Tyke said. "Honik, Lundstein and Lisa are still alive. They are still leading the establishment of the new city and the new government in Umoyan. Kidd and his men followed the 20 colonial fleets that set off in different directions. As for what these colonial fleets will encounter, no one can say for sure." During this period, Augustus did not speak, but just listened quietly. During this time, he just stared out the window, watching the hot wind of Mossera sweep up the rusty sand, rising and falling. Augustus' cold gray eyes reflected the red world. No one knew what he was thinking except the invisible ghost agent sitting opposite him. In the end, Augustus seemed to have regained his spirits. He picked up a perfectly fried crispy fry and handed it forward. Crack, crack, crack. Then the fry in Augustus' hand disappeared at a very fast speed. From the perspective of others, it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Then the second and third ones followed until the plate in front of Augustus was swept away. Finally, a little smile appeared on Augustus' face. But it soon disappeared. Now Augustus was carrying the lives of nearly 90,000 revolutionary soldiers. There were 14 battlecruisers docked on the back of a solid giant planet in the Sarah galaxy. And most of these battleships urgently needed resources to repair before they could be put back into battle. Otherwise they would sooner or later become a pile of steel space junk. Augustus withdrew his hand and took out a silk scarf from his pocket to wipe the saliva from his fingers. "It's time to go," Augustus said to Raynor and Tychus. "There is still a lot to do before we empty the crystal mines and high-energy gas in Mars-Sera." Augustus pushed open the heavy iron gate of Joey Ray's bar. The raging wind on the surface of the planet carried rusty sand into his boots, and a layer of rusty fine sand adhered to his black vest. In front of Augustus, a large crane rumbled past the front door of Joey Ray's bar. Revolutionary soldiers disguised as gold diggers drove away in scout cars and vulture cars. Soldiers wearing wide-brimmed hats and red turbans saluted Augustus. This is a distant world far away from Tarsones. Mossera may not be a place suitable for human habitation, but its underground is rich in precious minerals. One day, we will follow your brother's old path. The bottom line is, Tychus walked behind Augustus. The people here welcome us. The people of Mars-Sera are even more hopeless than those of Kar. There are rebels in every region and criminals everywhere. But this planet has only a few million people in total, so it can't make much waves. We will build a base here to train new soldiers." Augustus said. "Sounds good." Reno stood on Augustus' left and said, "The governor of the colony of Mars-Sera has just made a small fortune these days. He needs to spend a lot of time dealing with those women's bellies, so he has no time to take care of us for the time being. A group of gold diggers flocking from Agria are just small waves hitting the beach." Tychus patted Reno's shoulder. "What a happy life. These corrupt officials." Chapter 163 The Outlaws of Masala. Chapter 163 The Outlaws of Masala. The rusty sandstorm that covered the sky and the sun dissipated as suddenly as it had arrived, and the gradually cold sun cast a magnificent and colorful light and shadow. The evening glow surged from the horizon like a rising tide, gradually covering the entire land. The orange-gray sky of Masala was connected to the endless red plains, forming a magnificent desert scene. As the light and shadow slowly disappeared, the temperature began to drop sharply. Augustus put on a thick windbreaker with woolen fleece and a felt hat, opened the curtain of the marching tent, held a mining pick in his hand, and carried an E7 Gauss rifle on his shoulder, and walked towards the barracks garage where the air-cushioned motorcycle was parked with powerful steps. The Revolutionary Army camp was built between several low hills, consisting of dozens of square-shaped military tents, all of which were covered with a layer of rusty waterproof cloth in the same color as the earth of Mossera. The tent in the middle of the camp had two gas fuel engines that provided electricity for signal lights and living facilities. The signal light tower nailed deep into the ground made the entire camp shrouded in a layer of bright white light. This camp is home to about 2,000 revolutionary soldiers wearing local clothes, regardless of what they did in Korhal. Whether they were hotel managers or salesmen in small shops, they now work for Augustus as miners. Marshal Minsk. As Augustus walked towards the parking garage, he was saluted by revolutionary soldiers wearing khaki thick woolen coats and long boots. The remaining 4,000 soldiers of the more than 20,000 Korhal revolutionary soldiers brought by Augustus from Korhal were reorganized into a Marine brigade. These revolutionary soldiers, immersed in the pain of the destruction of Korhal and the loss of their hometown, have transformed into iron-blooded warriors after a series of tragic battles. Almost all of them are members of the Pan-Terran Party, and some are even members of the Revolutionary Committee within the party. The Pan-Terran Party fighters have lofty ideas and extremely high revolutionary consciousness. They firmly believe in Augustus' revolutionary goal of overthrowing the Terran federal government and establishing the Terran Republic, and take it as their own responsibility. Returning to and rebuilding their home planet Korhal is the ideal that everyone wants to achieve in their lifetime. At present, the members of the Pan-Terran Party deeply understand that this is the most difficult time for the Korhal Revolutionary Army. They are far away from their home world and wandering in the dangerous universe, facing the pursuit and interception of the Federation fleet. Therefore, they refuse to accept the salary paid by Augustus, and only receive standard individual rations and a small amount of tobacco and alcohol. Thank you for your hard work. My logistics consultant told me that the engineers have just built a water tower and a reservoir. Their people have found an underground river with clean water. Augustus looked at the faces with scars and frostbite caused by the sandstorms and extreme climate erosion in Masera. Among them were middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, as well as young soldiers under the age of 16, both men and women. Our furnace is powered by a generator from an abandoned battlecruiser. You should all take a hot bath before going to bed. Augustus' words were immediately followed by laughter. It was not easy to take a hot bath in the wilderness of Massa. The sonic bath could clean the dead skin and dirt on the body, but it could not replace the human desire for water. Even so, these revolutionary soldiers did not slack off. Led by officers and Pan-Terran Party political commissars, they dressed up and walked towards the residential area in the distance. At this time, 2 new moons rose in the sky of Masera, which still had some rosy clouds, and shining stars emerged. Augustus walked into the garage built with alloy steel frames and tent camping cloth, opened the car door, and sat in the back seat. The Vixen light infantry armored vehicle and the transport ship of the same name produced by the same company are fast and cheap spaceships. The Federal Marine Corps and the Army will purchase such spaceships in large quantities. A red-haired ghost holding the steering wheel appeared from the driver's seat. When she leaned over to adjust the equipment, the curve from the back of her neck to her waist to her hips formed a perfect S shape, and the black tights showed her beautiful curves to the fullest. We got a lot of these vehicles from the locals. Its wide and high floor and powerful horsepower can perfectly adapt to the rocky environment of the Mar Salado Desert. Kerrigan was talking when she suddenly turned her head to look at Augustus. She was wearing the mask of the Umoyan Shadow Guard, except for the sexy red lips like fire. Her whole face was covered with Umoyan nanofabric and gray soft alloy. Can we set off? It's not far to the mining area, but we don't have any sentries along the way. When Augustus realized that he was staring at Kerrigan's perky butt, he quietly changed his sitting position and wrapped himself in a thick coat. Wait a minute. Corporal Faraday is on his way. As soon as he finished speaking, Corporal Faraday, wearing a cowboy hat, ran over with Augustus' guards. At least 20 fully armed revolutionary soldiers holding Gauss rifles and shotguns stood around Augustus. They were all dressed in Masera cowboy clothes with resolute expressions. Corporal Faraday and his men boarded 4 other armored vehicles and drove in front to clear the way for Augustus. Several Vulture scouts followed and escorted them. With me here, no one can hurt you, Kerrigan said as she started the armored vehicle. I never doubted this. You are the best ghost agent, Augustus said as the convoy drove out of the camp. There were several sentries with high beams outside the Revolutionary Army camp. These sentries were only used to scare away wild beasts in the wilderness and malicious scavengers and wandering criminals. The real detection equipment was 4 types of detection equipment, including infrared and thermal forming scanning. There were 3 Revolutionary Army soldiers on duty at the monitoring center 25 hours a day to ensure that nothing could go wrong. The road from the Revolutionary camp to the mining area was recently built, so it was not too rugged. Jeeps and trucks loaded with revolutionary soldiers and minerals passed by Augustus from time to time. This rich ore is enough for us to mine for a month, Augustus said. Swan needs these resources to repair those broken ships. I hope he will have good luck. He did not mine this mine illegally. but bought the mining rights from the local judicial officer at a price acceptable to both parties, and some rare crystals. It is worth mentioning that compared to core worlds like Tarsonis, corruption in Mars Sera is not as serious, and town residents can use their voting rights to elect leaders they are satisfied with. The bureaucratic corruption here is not deep-rooted. In order to manage the tough Mars Sera people, local judicial officers and law enforcement officers are generally iron-blooded and strictly abide by federal laws, which is much better than those lawmakers. What you are looking for is not those crystal mines, Kerrigan said as he drove. Not all. Augustus looked at the scenery outside the armored car window. Under the illumination of the front and rear lights, the rocks, bushes and road signs on both sides of the road were desolate red deserts, and the sky was full of stars. The beauty of this alien world was very different from the prosperous and brightly lit advanced worlds like Korhal and Tarsonis. I'm looking for some alien ruins, but this depends entirely on luck. Alien ruins? Because those things are valuable? Kerrigan asked. I never knew you were also an alien civilization enthusiast, a rare alien archaeologist. Because these things can be used as weapons. When I was a child, I liked alien mysticism very much. My brother and I have always believed that aliens are real. Augustus shrugged. Anyway, if you find something unusual in this regard, please tell me, because I have no idea about it. The rich mineral deposits are not the only reason I came here. I heard that the people of Mars Sera are the most rebellious. Many people here have wanted to launch an uprising many times, but they fail because of the lack of organizers. Augustus said, I have thought that what the people of Mars Sera actually need is a revolutionary idea that can guide them on the right path of resistance. A complete and clear action program. And a true leader. Our goal is not just to liberate the Mars Sera people and leave them alone, but to rebuild order and let everyone here live a life of plenty. Compared with this, only Kar and Antigua have such a spirit of resistance, he said, but there are many federal troops stationed in Antigua, and no one cares about Mars Sera. Here is one of the fulcrums for us to pry the entire federal world. I'm sorry I can't applaud you while I'm driving. Kerrigan chuckled and said, one more thing. There are 3 cowboys hiding in the bushes at 1.1 mile in front of us at 3 o'clock on the right. They are 3 thieves who want to steal something in the mining area and are not carrying heavy weapons. They are monitoring this road. Corporal Faraday. There is a group of local thieves at 3 o'clock in front of you. Augustus turned on the communicator. Bring them to me. Corporal Faraday's armored vehicle drove away from the convoy after a beautiful turn. The 3 cowboys hiding in the bushes were obviously unable to outrun the armored vehicle. They hid 2 vulture vehicles in a nearby cave. But the distance was too far. Even from this distance, can your telepathy sense it? Augustus asked Kerrigan when she stopped the car. I can sense it a little bit, Kerrigan said, as long as they are still thinking. I can sense it, unless they are carrying equipment that can block psychic energy, although the effect is minimal. The equipment of the Umojan Shadow Guard can indeed amplify psychic energy instead of suppressing psychic energy like the equipment of the Federation ghost agents. Augustus nodded, but if the base number is large enough, then the effect can be seen. Your psychic talent is also unique among humans. It may be the most powerful psychic I have ever seen in my life. While Augustus was talking to Kerrigan, within a dozen minutes, Corporal Faraday's armored vehicle had brought 3 disarmed local cowboys to Augustus' side. The 3 cowboys were quite calm, and they seemed to be sure that Augustus's men were not human traffickers or organ smugglers. Sir, we just want to stay there for the night, but we haven't had time to set up the tent yet. The sheriff in the Shiloh area is most praised for his impartiality in law enforcement. He knows that we are the most law-abiding and good people in this area. The leader among them had a full beard and deep eye sockets, and was held down by 2 revolutionary soldiers. I think you can understand that it is illegal to restrict a law-abiding federal citizen, regardless of whether the person concerned is willing or not. Yes, I won't do anything to you. Although Augustus, who had been disguised, had a fierce and mature face, he still showed a kind expression, as if he was just an elegant and easygoing interstellar businessman or an ordinary mine owner. Our car broke down on the way to New Maine. We are hungry and cold. If you can take us to the nearest town, it is near the Deadwater base. Of course, I would be grateful even if you just provide us with a piece of bread to fill our stomachs. The cowboy's face was happy. They are lying, Kerrigan said. They are members of a local gang, engaged in child trafficking and smuggling of illegal drugs. The Federation behind this gang is Gustav Pharmaceutical Group, an intergalactic enterprise listed on Tarsonis. Their activity centers are mainly several large towns near the Deadwater base in Mossera. Augustus walked up to the cowboy. It sounds like you are not only villains, but also unforgivable crimes. This beautiful lady has left you a chance to confess your crimes. Say, why do you want to monitor this road? I haven't heard of this. I don't know anything. The cowboy smiled. Do you think I'm a good person to talk to? Augustus said with a serious expression, I will sell you to slave traders. I heard that the nobles of Tarsones have recently begun to replace slaves with resocialized servants. And factories are more inclined to replace workers with resocialized slaves. This has revived the slave trade that had disappeared in the early days of the Great Colonial Era. He said, even the military camps are short of people. Perhaps you have more or less heard of what resocialization is. What I want to say is that they will do something in your brain and turn you all into idiots. That doesn't scare me. Federals are bastards. The cowboy spat on the ground. That saved your life. Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, who was carrying a Gauss rifle beside him, send them to the mines. We are just in need of some cheap miners. Augustus lost interest in talking to these people and walked to his armored vehicle. While Corporal Faraday and his men blocked the mouths of these Mossera cowboys and drove them onto another larger armored vehicle. They are eyeing this valuable new mine and the equipment inside. But they are more wary of outsiders. Kerrigan explained. Corporal Faraday. Gather all my guards. Augustus said, call Raynor and Tychus. Let's go say goodnight to Mossera's neighbors. Leave now? Corporal Faraday came over. Not surprised at all by Augustus's swiftness. I just explored their thoughts deeply, and knew where the base of this gang was. The specific location is not far from the Deadwater base. But not in the town. Kerrigan looked at Corporal Faraday with his pale green eyes. Black eating black? Corporal Faraday laughed. After all, he was still a young man who loved to joke. Wrong. Augustus waved his hand. We are justice. Chapter 164 The Righteous Pickaxe. Oh! Mossera. The pit of hell. And we are just bugs in the pit. Tychus Finley put on his customized CMC power armor. With a variety of patterns and emblems on the crimson paint, naked women, cigar brands, beer and the like. The old man also likes gambling. So there are a few dice painted on the shoulder armor of the power armor. Behind Tychus are the revolutionary soldiers lined up in several columns. The logos of the Stealing Wolf Hunters and the Corhol Revolutionary Army on their power armor have been erased and repainted in rust color. There are only a little over 40 revolutionary soldiers in total, equivalent to a full platoon. At this moment, they are standing between tall thorn bushes. All of them turn off the searchlights on the chest of the armor, and the communication channel remains silent. Come on, Tychus. Except for Corhol and Tarsones. Other planets are either toilets or piles of shit in your eyes. Jim Raynor, wearing a crimson CMC 200 power armor, said with a smile. Sometimes they are not even as good as piles of shit. Even a PIP is more comfortable than them. Raynor and Tychus chatted while waiting for Augustus's order. About half a mile ahead of them was a sunken dry river valley that was not easy to find. According to Kerrigan, a group of about 60 members of the local gang Pegasus Brotherhood were hiding in an abandoned wasteland stop and several huts in the river valley. The members of this local gang came from all walks of life. Some of them were robbers, thieves addicted to theft, or wandering Mossera cowboys, while others were residents of the local town. In such a marginal world far from the civilized world, many things are not black and white. Even the most impartial and selfless judicial officers and their sheriffs are not pure and flawless. And there is no black material to catch. Most of the time, the Pegasus Brotherhood helps their behind-the-scenes sponsor, the Gustav Pharmaceutical Group, in the local branch to deal with some shady activities, such as kidnapping, deceiving or trafficking minors for experimental materials used in live experiments, or transporting drugs from smuggling starports to the Deadwater base to hand over to their clients in the Federation Army. The Pegasus Brotherhood often set up some transit stations on the land smuggling routes to transfer their smuggled goods. Augustus learned about one of them. However, such lucrative jobs are not always available. As the gang gradually expanded to an astonishing 800 people in a few years, their ambitions also expanded with the expansion of their strength. Gradually, the Pegasus Brotherhood set its sights on the crystal mines in the area of Hero. Of course, the Pegasus Brotherhood never thought of taking over the mines in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. They just wanted to use some force to make them pay some protection fees, so that they could take a generous commission from the mine's revenue without paying any cost. Unfortunately, the rebels in the Terran Federation were the most vicious and notorious terrorists in the entire Federation. Just when they were just trying to find the way and hadn't hit the iron plate. The iron plate had already hit them. If I rush in first and knock down all those third-rate cowboys, then the best spoils will belong to me. Tychus was eager to try, and didn't take the enemy seriously at all. The gangs here have at most experienced gang disputes between regions, and the gap in power armor is even more difficult to make up. Be careful, Tychus. Augustus stood between Raynor and Tychus. His crimson power armor was no different from the others. The Marsera people are not easy to mess with. Here is the battle plan. He opened his mask and said to Raynor, Tychus and Corporal Faraday beside him. We have provided drones to detect the terrain of this gang's base. The riverbed is not deep. After going down to the riverbed, there is no cover or bunker except a few bushes. They have 2 sentries, but Kerrigan will take out all of them. As usual, Raynor will lead a squad behind them. We will start at the same time, 1,000 yards apart, and jump into the riverbed at the same time. Augustus finally said, I will take Tychus to the front. These people may not be all heinous villains, but if anyone dares to fight back, they will be beaten into a sieve full of holes. Augustus is right. Before leading the first squad away, Raynor said to them, Quick battle. These Marsera bandits have no protection except a few reindeer skins to keep warm. Their weapons are varied, including P20 pistols, revolvers and shotguns. But those things can't do anything to our armor. Let's do it. Augustus moved his wrists under his power armor, feeling a little eager to try. Since he became the leader of the Corhol Revolutionary Army, the number of times he personally led troops to fight has been very few. Augustus was wearing a Universal CMC 200. The military technology of the Terran Federation was still accelerating after the Battle of Kylian. Compared with what Augustus had seen in the Tullises training camp, this power armor had some new features, such as alloy boots with computer-balanced stabilization devices and ammunition storage units. The Universal CMC 200 and CMC 300 had added a heat source shielding function, which prevented the enemy from tracking soldiers wearing power armor through heat signature detection devices. When the indicator light on the power armor HUD display was always green, Augustus began to run on the red sand of Marsera. The servo system connected in series with cables and precision sensor arrays gave him powerful explosive power. He ran half a mile and jumped into the riverbed with almost no effort. The Pegasus Brotherhood base in the corner of the riverbed was still dark, and the Brotherhood members seemed to be asleep. Then Augustus realized that he had overestimated the fighting power of this gang. He regarded all the enemies as elite federal troops or Comorian troops as imaginary enemies. As a result, those Marsera villains, who usually fought bravely and called themselves cowboys, woke up with horror and regarded Augustus's people as federal marines. At this time, CMC power armor had not been distributed to the planetary defense forces and police stations of the governors of the marginal colonies on a large scale. It was still the iconic symbol of the federal marines. They thought they had not committed a crime punishable by death or life imprisonment, and did not want to be convicted of attacking soldiers. So they surrendered immediately. Not only that, the Brotherhood members also consciously handed over their weapons and squatted against the wall of the abandoned docking station. Guys, move your butts, or I'm going to kick it hard. Tychus had no time to pay attention to them. He kicked several Brotherhood members to the corner and began to search for spoils. I am Captain Caesar of the 321st Battalion of the Federal Marine Corps. You have 5 minutes to explain the other bases of your illegal organization. Otherwise, we have plenty of ways to make you tell the truth. Augustus said calmly, if your brothers tell more than you do. Soon, almost without hesitation, the Brotherhood members rushed to betray their brothers, and Corporal Faraday wrote down all the locations and sent them back to the Revolutionary Army camp, where dozens of Revolutionary Army squads were ready to go. Honestly, this is not what we should do. While waiting for the armored transport vehicle to arrive, Renault said to Augustus, besides, what should we do with these people? Send them to the local sheriff? This is unlike you, Jim. Once we get rid of these villains, the locals will have a better life. Augustus looked around and found that the buildings built by the Pegasus Brotherhood were solid and reliable rock buildings, and poured with concrete and slag, similar to the planet Mainhof in the Comorian Federation. The developed mining and quarrying industries are the main economic pillars of Marsera. At the same time, the service industry provided to gold diggers from Chaucera and other planets in the Federation territory is also relatively developed. Maybe with fewer bad guys. Good people will have an easier time. Renault thought it made sense, but it shouldn't be just like this. You should have other reasons. We are still short of some workers on the construction site. Temporarily. Augustus' cold gray eyes seem to have light. It's much more comfortable here than in Marcera's prison. I hope they can reform themselves during this time, and become law-abiding federal citizens. The Revolutionary Army's mine is located in a foggy valley, with straight, steep and smooth walls on both sides. Even in the daytime, the sun is rarely seen inside the valley, and most of the time it is dark. This valley was once a tributary of a long river, and the valley floor was still flowing with rushing water tens of thousands of years ago. Hiram Fike, the former Heavenly Demon armor mechanic, drove a coffee-colored CSX-410 harvesting robot 12 feet about 3.6 meters above the ground in the rich dark night of Marcera. Fike sat in the open-air driver's seat suspended high above the ground, with only a windshield in front of him to isolate him from the howling wind. Two beams of white light were projected in front of the robot, illuminating the dark thorns and jagged rocks. This type of harvesting robot is commonly seen in the farming-based colonial worlds of the Terran Federation. It has a compound cutter on the front and a tall threshing barrel on the back. The harvesting robot uses a bipedal servo-powered foot to move, and is mostly used to harvest rye in rugged mountains and gully-filled plateaus that giant harvesters cannot enter. The two auxiliary mechanical arms of the CSX-410 robot driven by Fick are equipped with T-60 green heavy machine guns and synthetic resin shields respectively, and the two pressurized cooling water tanks behind the driver's seat are filled with curling white steam. These modifications, added by Chief Engineer Rory Swan, make the rumbling bipedal machine even cumbersome, but they successfully transform it into a brutal war machine. When not in combat, the robot can also assemble power tongs and welders for repair and mining operations. New miners? I heard that the kindest of them sold drugs to miners, so I have less psychological burden when using these people. Hopefully these people can go home and turn themselves in to the police. Want some donuts, baby? When Fick turned a corner, the lights in the mining area finally dispelled the darkness around him, and the voice of his good friend Rory Swan reached his ears. When Fick drove the harvesting robot to a stop, he could see a huge drilling tower occupying the center of the entire valley. Amid the roar of the drilling tower, dark soil was continuously transported out by the conveyor belt. Even in the deep soil that was transported out, some sparkling light blue Adian crystals could still be seen. The crystal or reserves buried under this vast mining area are so huge that workers inside the pit can dig out a piece of crystal with a hoe. Even a 1 cubic meter crystal can make an ordinary person rich overnight. Unlike those open pit mines on the surface, this crystal mine buried several miles underground is extremely difficult to mine. Even the hardness of the open pit crystal mine is not something that can be cut by a small laser welding gun. What's going on, my friend? Where did the marshal find these people? They don't look like our people. Next to the tent filled with green storage boxes and worn drill bits, Fike found his friend Swan. At this time, the short and sturdy Comorian man was wearing a thick vest and brown goggles. His thick mustache was trembling, obviously because he was concentrating on dealing with the honey donut in his mouth. Oh! Boss Mengs took down a local gang. Swan smiled when he saw Fike leaving. After their first meeting on NORAD 2, they quickly became good friends because of similar occupations and hobbies. Swan is shorter than most of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and Fike is a dwarf who is less than 4 feet tall. So the two of them are called the dwarf and hobbit of Augustus Mengsk's men. As for Augustus' other capable men, they also have their own names. Of course, there are praises and criticisms based on their popularity. For example, Raynor is called the cowboy and Mr. Justice of Joey Ray's bar, and Tychus Finley is Augustus Mengsk's vicious dog. I have to say, it's quite appropriate. These people are not trustworthy. They can't abide by military discipline like our revolutionary soldiers. We will have to find extra people to guard them. In many cases, marginal colonies are synonymous with backwardness, poverty and barbarism. There is a lack of supplies here, and people become as fierce as beasts. Many of them are not really bad guys. In the words of Tychus Finley, if you whip them a few times, they will be as obedient as old hens sitting on their nests. Oh my God! This is too bad. Swan shook his head. Boss Mengsk seems to be planning to open more mines, which requires more miners, and the revolutionary soldiers have to maintain warships and train. You are too kind. We don't have to be too kind to criminals, Fick said with a smile. How many mines does he plan to build? It seems that there are many at the moment. Swan said. The whole Marsera is his mining area. It's great. Vic couldn't help laughing. He obviously didn't think what Swan said was true. Unless we hire people from all over Marsera, we can't mine so much. Who knows? Swan didn't quite believe it. It seems that he just wants to find some rare crystal. So he explores all over the planet. Well, what should we do with those bastards? Treat them like slaves? Vic stopped asking and pointed at several local cowboys with confused faces. In our mining area, these villains will live a regular life. Go to bed early and get up early. Have 3 meals a day with balanced nutrition at regular times and places. And go to night school before they go off work and rest. Classes. So what are they taught? Literacy? Vic asked in surprise. They are taught art and philosophy by the political commissar of the Terran party. I heard they are also taught about revolutionary spirit, revolutionary tradition, and revolutionary military discipline. I don't think they will ever get out in their lifetime. The textbooks are Mr. Angus's book Car and Revolution and Heinz's August and Angusism. Each book is 5 inches thick. Chapter 165 The First Action of the Son of Korra. Hero Autonomous Prefecture. Revolutionary Army Camp. Marshal Command Post. August 17, 2489. 1921 local time. In the Hero Autonomous Prefecture near the equator, in the southern hemisphere of Marsera, the deadly fireball in the sky always lingers in the orange-gray sky. The long sunset process burns the clouds into red bit by bit, as if God has hung a piece of gradient red cloth in the sky. The dome tank used as a temporary marshal's command post has an old-fashioned temperature control device, which is a discarded product from Tarsoni's Prime 4 generations ago. It is said that it can adjust the temperature, humidity, and even air pressure according to the user's mood. Augustus believes that this is not false propaganda in a sense. The temperature in the entire tent depends entirely on the strength of the regulator button when he is shivering from the cold. In the center of the dome tent was an alloy table brought from the armory of the NORAD II battlecruiser. Next to the table were weapon racks with a dozen different electromagnetic and laser guns, and a twig-shaped coat rack for hanging Revolutionary Army officers' hats and coats. On one side of the wall lined with pre-steel plates were a dozen paper-wanted posters, and a news report cut out of a newspaper. Everything in Augustus's military camp was simple. But the chairs he and Renault were sitting on were out of place in the serious and cold military camp. The imitation Tarsoni-style palace chairs in the local gang's lair are made of exquisite materials and delicate lines. These chairs are of different styles, including the luxurious Tarsoni style, and the famous Chaucera Sunwood chairs in the entire Star region, and one from Pegasus II in the Umoyan Autonomous Territory thousands of light years away. Only a small number of Pegasus Brotherhood members are still at large. But I swear to the good people who believe in God in Marsera that they will be brought to justice sooner or later. Only Renault and Augustus were in the command post. So Renault crossed his legs on the long table without any consciousness of being a major of the Revolutionary Army. It's like that, Sheriff Jimmy. Now no one remembers when Augustus called Jim Jimmy. It was a nickname of affection. At present, Renault only reluctantly accepted Augustus and Tychus calling him Jimmy. If it was anyone else, he would feel uncomfortable. It doesn't sound like a tough guy's name, isn't it? We have helped the local town sheriff arrest more than 2,000 criminals, including smugglers, drug dealers, and maglev-trained thieves. We have also cleaned up the small-time thief gangs. Only the gang members hiding in the town are left. Augustus was only wearing a gray military shirt. When he was in the barracks, he would take off his Umojan plastic mask to reveal his true face. They still thought that the Federal Marines had destroyed their base in the wilderness and took away their accomplices, who had disappeared without a trace. The Marines are a military force, independent of the Marsera militia and the police. Except for the governor. No one can find out which fleet has been wandering around recently. Augustus is already 19 years old this year. He has only been in the Copperless sector for more than a year. Even so, his fair skin, which was originally cultivated in the aristocratic environment, has turned into a healthy wheat color, and he has also trained a strong and powerful body. But Augustus still had no beard, and there was no difference from his usual image. These villains are not worthy of being called cowboys. They basically did all the evil things they could do. Renault was obviously disgusted with the gangs that fell into his hands. I believe the sheriff here must be sleeping all day. The agents of OGB August National Security Committee got several ID cards by paying money. When they sneaked into Echo Town a few days ago, they found out that the position of the sheriff here was vacant, and had been idle for a long time. The sheriff did not seem to be so anxious to recruit a new sheriff to lead the sheriffs and police officers who were leaderless. What was the sheriff thinking? Rayner shook his head. Did the local sheriff resign? It seems that he was transferred to the core world. I heard that his body was hung at the entrance of Echo Town. The part below the chest was gone, but there was still a bloody spine. No matter what happened to him in his life, the person who killed him must have hung him up and slaughtered him with slaughterhouse equipment. Augustus sighed and said, "Many townspeople feel sorry for this sheriff who died in the line of duty, saying that he was too upright. It's a pity." Renaud said, "The criminal who killed him must have lost his humanity." As he was talking, the curtain of the tent was lifted by Rory Swan, who rushed in impatiently, turned around to adapt to the light intensity in the command post, and then sat down on a court chair that was much more valuable than his clothes with a dusty body. A new batch of Adian crystals has been loaded on the ship, just waiting to be sent to the fleet. Swan stood up again and dusted off the dust under his buttocks. Looking at Augustus, "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't knock before coming in, because I couldn't find the door panel." Lieutenant General Warfield of the Revolutionary Army was preparing to lead 6 of the 14 battlecruisers that were severely damaged to the Umoyan dockyard for extensive repairs, just in time to use the empty battlecruiser's cargo holds to load cargo. The Augustus fleet wandering outside was not living a comfortable life. They lacked medicine and ammunition supplies, and had no soldiers to make up for the losses. And Ma Sera did not even have a few production lines that could produce C-Series Gauss rifle bullets. If there were no rich mineral reserves here, the Revolutionary Army would not have been able to stay. In addition, according to the UNN report, at least 6 Federation Navy squadrons are searching for the traces of the Revolutionary fleet in the Koprolu sector. The editors of the news also said that the fleeing rebel fleet would be found and defeated in a few days or soon, and emphasized that the rebel ships were few and vulnerable. But relatively speaking, the remote Ma Sera was difficult to be noticed by the Federation fleet. "Tell the new workers that they can take a break for a while," Augustus said. "How many crystals are there?" Augustus only remembered that the Zelnada artifact of Ma Sera came from a mining outpost, and the purpose of his coming to this planet was to collect this fragment first. In this way, whether he can find the remaining fragments to assemble the artifact or not, he can take the initiative first and prevent the artifact from falling into the hands of other forces. By Comorian standards, it should be 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a larger swimming pool. If the market is the same as before, we can probably sell it for 20 million Umojan citizen points. This is a huge sum of money, but it is not enough to repair the warships, provide supplies to the people in the new city of Umoyan, and help them rebuild the city and industry. Swan reminded Augustus, "If we were not lacking the cutting and refining plants of Adian crystals, we would earn more than just the money for the raw materials. Ma Sera is too far away from Umoyan, and the round trip alone takes nearly a month, which is not cost effective. This is equivalent to the monthly output of the canyon mine marked as A1 by Augustus. The A1 mining area is currently managed by a cousin of Rory Swan. It is mainly staffed by local gang members who are undergoing labor reform, Comorians hired by Augustus to train miners, and a Revolutionary Army company to guard them. Augustus now has 2 small mining areas, and the combined output is only 1/10 of the A1 mining area. But the advantage is that they are not far from each other. In the event of an emergency, the Revolutionary Army camp can immediately send reinforcements. Each mine area is guided by a second-level political commissar of the Revolutionary Army appointed by the commissar himself. He conducts ideological and political education for the miners, who finish their work every day. Performance indicator tables and slogans such as "Labor is the most glorious" are posted in many places in the mine area. At the same time, the political commissar also acts as a military chaplain to chant prayers for the religious believers among the miners, whether to God, Jesus, Allah, evil gods, or Ma Sera herself. "You are a real Comorian, Swan." Augustus smiled and said, "At present, it seems that we can only sell to the Umojans. Even the Peak mine in Arcturus can only supply goods to the Umojans. The Comorian Federation is not worthy of our trust now, unless we build a factory in Ma Sera to refine the impure crystals into high-purity crystals, and then process them into armor plates for battlecruisers or other products. We will not be able to make more profits from the mines." Rayner is not completely ignorant of the mining industry. Compared with Tychus Finley, who only cares about himself, he cares much more about the Revolutionary Army. after being away from the battlefield for nearly a month. The Revolutionary Army engineers could only make minor repairs to some of the electronic equipment of the battlecruisers. If they wanted to restore these battlecruisers to their pre-war state, they had to return to the large military shipyard for port maintenance. You know that we can't spend a lot of money to build a complete crystal mine processing industry chain on this planet. Augustus just shrugged. The federal fleet will arrive at any time. So we have to be ready to pack up and evacuate at any time. Perhaps we can move the factory to a ship. A large mining ship. You know the whalers of Teledor? The hunting and processing of finished products are all done on the ship. Mining ships are the same as this, Swan said. I know that the Kelmorians have such ships. They have many plundering fleets composed of giant mining ships. Augustus nodded, but the Kelmorians never sell their mining ships to others. The situation has changed now. Swan obviously knows more about the current situation of the Kelmorian Federation than Augustus. My relatives, who stayed in Mainhof, told me that because the mining guild was unable to repay the large amount of Federation national debt issued during the 4 Years' War, the economy of the Federation is on the verge of collapse. And most people can't eat enough. At this time, they are even willing to sell battlecruisers. Well, I also plan to go to Moria. Augustus nodded. Is there such a good thing? Renault put down his feet on the table. You are a Kelmorian. How can you let us do such a thing? If people can't survive, what's the point of other things? Swan sighed and said, the Revolutionary Army will provide Kelmorian with a large amount of Umoyan foreign exchange reserves, which can at least solve the urgent problem. Everything will be fine. What's the matter? What are you whispering about? Let old Tychus listen too. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and Tychus walked in wearing a long windbreaker, holding a few newspapers he had just brought back from the nearby Echo town. What's wrong? Tychus? I heard that you went to the town to have fun. Raynor looked at Tychus and said with a smile, I am a wanted criminal now. I would only do such a thing if I were crazy. I am in love with a lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army Marine Corps. I just went to the town to buy some clothes. Do you understand what I mean? Tychus glanced at Raynor. Jimmy boy. You are just a boy after all. You don't know anything. Now is the revolution. It's too early for me to get married. Raynor explained. Besides, this kind of thing is about fate. Do you expect two people to fall in love at the same time? It's as incredible as two male Marcera groundhogs falling in love. Tychus showed a playful expression and put several wanted posters and the latest Marcera Global Evening News on the table. Let's not talk about this. I think there are some things you need to see. One of the wanted posters was a portrait of Augustus' father, Angus Minsk. An Arabic numeral 5 was followed by a series of amazing zeros. And Augustus's photo was only 200 million less than his father's. The photo used was the one he took at the Tulisi's Marine Corps recruit training camp. At that time, Augustus had just shaved his head and looked like a prisoner who had just been released from prison. Yes, if the Revolutionary Army can't make ends meet, you can trade Angus's head for money, Augustus commented. Then, Augustus pulled out another one, which seemed to be a recruitment poster for the local sheriff. Judging from the date, it was posted yesterday, Jimmy. Now there is an opportunity for you to turn over a new leaf. You can go and try to see if you can get a position in the government. Ma Sarah needs an honest sheriff. Renault smiled. You could even run for mayor of Hero. Maybe? Augustus also smiled. But when he picked up a newspaper, his smile gradually froze. A newspaper with some fonts erased with red paint said, on July 28th. A synthetic intelligent drone assembly factory of the Tagore family on Tarsonis Prime suffered a fire. Except for 2 material buyers, who disappeared after their vacation. None of the hundreds of employees on duty that day survived. An organization called Sons of Korra soon announced its responsibility on a website with an anonymous address. The publisher left only one sentence at the end. This is just the beginning. An expert invited by the newspaper believes that the accident destroyed a large number of drone products and parts in the factory. Not only that, Tagore Group will also pay a huge penalty for failure to deliver to customers on time. Compared with the sharp decline in Tagore Group's assets caused by shareholders selling a large number of stocks due to this incident, the loss of liquidated damages and factory equipment is insignificant. The first terrorist action of the son of Kar brought a huge shock to the equity trading market in Tassanis, and the chief of the Tassanis police department, who was unable to close the case, was forced to resign. Just as Tarsonis' entrepreneurs drastically increased security at their factories, the sons of Korhal disappeared, never to be seen again. That's great. Minsk. Who did it? I know it was the Coral. Maybe I just assumed someone was using your name to do good things. I don't know. But I can guess who did it, said Augustus. Chapter 166 Sheriff Masala. Chapter 166 Sheriff Masala. Echo Town is about 14 miles away from the revolutionary camp, and its main population is farmers and skilled workers such as welders. These workers mainly work in factories in the only city in the Shiloh Autonomous Prefecture, Rottenstone Castle, and travel between home and the city via air-cushioned buses that run once in the morning and evening. It was early in the morning, and a thin layer of fog covered the entrance to the road leading to Echo Town. Augustus, Renault and Tychus drove the Vulture car on the old road, so fast that it seemed like a phantom. Behind them followed Corporal Faraday and more than 20 Vulture cars driven by the guards, just like a group of local gangs on the road to a fight. Augustus held the Vulture's control stick tightly, concentrating on watching the road flash by the windshield. He was wearing gray goggles, leaning forward with his legs tightly across the seat, enjoying the feeling of speeding. This Vulture modified by Swan can reach a speed of 220 miles per hour, and can accelerate to a heart-pounding extreme speed in a very short time. It takes less than 10 minutes to drive from the Revolutionary Army camp to Echo Town. Of course, Swan also upgraded the fixed computer and sensors of this little monster that can even run on diesel. The idea is similar to the computer-assisted balance stabilization device and sensor automatic calibration system of CMC Power Armor, which can assist the driver when driving at high speed and improve his reaction speed. This design can be seen on all Vultures, but Swan's improvement made this system more reliable. Even so, in the entire Mossera, only the wildest and bravest cowboys dare to try the fastest and most ferocious modified Vulture, because even if they buy insurance, they still have to take a lot of risks to do so. Those cowboys with missing limbs are the best proof. But it must be said that the Vulture is the most perfect single-person transportation in Mossera. This wedge-shaped single-person motorcycle is one of the masterpieces of human pursuit of speed. The Vulture can hover several tens of centimeters above the ground through magnetic levitation technology, avoiding the broken rocks cut by wind and sand erosion and the wildly growing shrubs and thorns in Mossera, and will not sink into the desert. The vast and unobstructed desert of Mossera also provides a wide space for the best Vulture drivers to display their hands and feet. Why don't you take that red-haired beauty with you, Minsk? I heard that she is inseparable from you. Tychus shouted at the top of his voice. I can't hear what you are saying. Augustus' car was in the front, and only Renault's car could barely keep up with him. I said, Tychus was saying, and saw a red-haired ghost with her arms around Augustus' waist appear in the back seat of the Vulture car. Her long red hair was tied up like a swaying ponytail. Kerrigan's beautiful figure in a black tights only appeared for a moment and disappeared, as if it was just Tychus's illusion. What a ghost. Tychus shook his head. What the hell are you talking about, Tychus? Augustus still didn't hear Tychus' words. The Vulture was driving very fast, and the airflow gathered into a gust of wind around his ears. Damn Minsk. The convoy drove through the road section in the wasteland in a few minutes, raising a long trail of dust and smoke. A copperblue glider with gray feathers hovered over dozens of Vultures parked at the entrance of the town. Its dim yellow eyes stared at the humans below, and occasionally let out a short howl. Before the sun rose completely, the temperature was still very cold. Augustus put on a crimson cloak and walked to a wooden sign at the entrance of the town, looking at the sign that read Welcome to Mossala. Except for an asphalt road, most of the roads in Echo Town are paved with slate. The houses here are mainly built by local residents themselves, and the styles are also different. There are towers more than 10 stories high and low double-story dome houses. The only thing they have in common is that these buildings are covered with a layer of rusty sand and have small doors and windows. Echo Town lacks tall trees and only grows dark red thorns. In the morning mist, colorful lights are hung between buildings. These lights flicker with a dreamy brilliance, giving people the illusion of being in a prosperous city. However, the dilapidated buildings around them that have nothing to do with beauty remind people that this is just a small border town. There are many workers waiting for the morning bus and farmers setting up water pumping robots to go to the farmland on the town roads. The rumbling sound of machinery makes Echo Town always lively. There is a farmland of dozens of hectares outside this town, since most of the land in Mossera is extremely dry and barren. The farmers here have to extract groundwater to irrigate their sparse crops. This is similar to Renault's hometown Shiloh, But the land of Mossera can at least make the local food self-sufficient, and even export some to other planets in the years of good harvest. All the townspeople noticed Augustus and his cowboys, but they didn't care much. People from other areas often came to Hilo to do some business. But perhaps these people were used to traveling around, fierce and unruly. But almost every resident of Mossera would carry a long-handled automatic rifle and 2 pistols when they went out, regardless of gender, age or status. Everyone could complete the transformation from civilian to warrior in a very short time. In the turbulent times, when the Kylian War just ended and rebellions broke out one after another, anyone who underestimated a Mossera's Chaucera hippie would pay a price that he would never forget. Walking on the densely populated streets in the center of the town, just like all the planets in the territory of the Terran Federation. Echo Town, a small town with a population of less than 5,000, also has sex workers inside. Girls with dyed hair in various styles frequently flattered the young but shy revolutionary soldiers. But the burly and loyal old Tychus immediately and resolutely blocked the dangerous women who might be assassins from entering. Whenever a prostitute rushed towards Augustus, Tychus would say, "Hi, Daddy is here." And then he would stuff a few small federal credit notes into their cleavage, and then slap their butts to drive them away like sheep. Before Augustus, Reno and others could react, Tychus had disappeared from their sight with those women. Follow him. Don't let him forget his name when his tail is up in the sky. Augustus ordered Corporal Faraday to lead people to follow Tychus, with Tychus's character. I'm not surprised at all that he can do such a thing. This is a bad influence. Renault pointed out seriously. The discipline of the Revolutionary Army must not be violated. Even Tychus should strictly abide by it. Revolutionary patriots cannot visit prostitutes. At least not. Yes, this is a bad influence. Officers should set an example. Thanks to Tychus, Augustus quickly walked out from the girls with strong perfume and walked towards the center of the town. At this time, Augustus was very close to his destination, the Echo Town Secondary Court. Jimmy, let Tychus go. It's better for him to mess with those poor women who rely on this money to support themselves than to harm the female soldiers in the Revolutionary Army. Augustus laughed. He saw that Rayner's young and restless heart was eager for the opposite sex. Augustus was not surprised by this. After all, everyone has a young time. After I become the sheriff, let's go to the bar for a drink. Although it may be incredible to think about it, Augustus, the most famous rebel leader in history, really came to apply for the position of sheriff. In order to cope with possible assessments, he even spent a lot of time practicing pistol shooting without wearing power armor and memorized the laws of the Federation. Now, members of the Federal Parliament, the Government Cabinet, the Federal Internal Security Department, the Security Department, the Navy Command, and even officers and senior officers in the Army are racking their brains to think about where the rebel fleet is hiding. But they never thought that Augustus was going to infiltrate the police system of Mossera and was planning to buy a new cowboy hat with the salary issued by the federal government. Okay, I want number 8 whiskey. You know my taste. Renault obviously didn't intend to embarrass Tychus. You like this kind of wine very much. When you were in Tullises, you kept your distance from it at first. Augustus laughed. Now you can't live without number 8 whiskey. Everyone knows that your safe combination is old.no.8 abbreviation of number 8 whiskey. I'm sorry you guessed wrong. It's actually my mother's birthday. Damn it. Renault could only follow Augustus with curses and knock on the door of the Colonial Court Hall with him. The Colonial Courthouse is a white marble column building with simple lines, but magnificent momentum. All the stone comes from the local quarry in Echo Town. And the doors, windows, and glass are all purchased from local factories. Because the grant in hand was only 1/12 of the approved grant. Echo Town's local Judge Ada Rio had to apply for a loan from the federal bank when he started to build this courthouse. And this debt was only repaid 2 years ago, when Augustus knocked on the door of Judge Ada's office. This respected judge was handling a civil lawsuit caused by a family dispute. The small office only had 2 cabinets for storing archives, a mechanical clock, and a Mark I railgun. The man with a tuft of beard and short hair like golden sand was holding a fountain pen and making a sloppy draft on paper. His exposed forearms had muscles that had been trained and hammered for a long time, and his muscular back looked like that of a lion. The men of Mossera are like the sand and stone that make up this orange-gray planet. They are strong and tough and stand firm. While writing, Judge Ada put down the fountain pen in his hand and said, "Come in," before looking at the slowly opening office door. Augustus's eagle-like sharp eyes immediately left a deep impression in his heart. Dear Judge Ida, I am Caesar of Agria. I have previously served as a sheriff in Agria, Hermes, and Tarsones, the Victoria District Police Chief of the Tarsones Police Department, and the Chief of the Major Crimes Unit of the General Administration. This is my detailed resume. Augustus handed the printed flyer for the recruitment of sheriffs in Echo Town and the application form with his forged personal information to Judge Ida. The photo above was consistent with the face shown in the nano-mask used for disguise. In a marginal world like Masera, the local government's personal information database is only updated once every 10 years. For Augustus's Umoyan agents and the Oddbo intelligence personnel they trained, it is easy to forge information. The registration location of the personal information ID is far away from Masera, hundreds of light years away. And these people do exist in real life, much earlier than the Terran Federation Federal Security Bureau knew. Umoyan's agents integrated into the local society in various identities. Once the Umoyan agents kill a Federation person of similar size and use chemical agents to destroy the body, their nanomasks will disguise themselves as the dead person's face until the Umoyan agents find the next target. And the previous person who was killed will be confirmed as missing by disguising themselves as colonists. More than 200 agents and agile revolutionary soldiers have now successfully settled in Echo Town and 2 other nearby towns, spreading ideas secretly through various means and recruiting new members of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party. Augustus believed that in time, as more and more residents of the town joined the Revolutionary Party and were infected by the revolutionary ideology, this place would become a solid position for the Revolutionary Army. With the help of Umoyan, Augustus also obtained an identity that was almost flawless. Even if someone went to the registration point of the identity to investigate, the life trajectory they obtained would be consistent with what Augustus described. And if someone wanted to confirm Augustus' identity through retina, fingerprints and higher-level genetic identification methods, Augustus still had many ways to deal with it. Your resume is outstanding. Judge Ada took a terminal computer from the side and looked up Augustus's information in the Federal Citizen Database. But I am confused. The treatment of the Tarsones Police Department is much better than that of marginal colonies like Masera. Even local sheriffs and capable police chiefs will immediately apply for transfer to Tarsones or other main star worlds once they have achieved some results. Why do you give up a better job and become a small sheriff in Masera? He stared into Augustus' eyes, trying to find any sign of panic. It's impolite, but I still have to say this. I have met many people from the core world of Sera. Most of them are excellent people. But in fact they are villains, who have to flee here because of crimes or anti-government activists who are escaping political persecution. So, what kind of person are you? Chapter 167 Letting the Wolf In. I am just a law-abiding citizen of the Federation. The Umoyan nano mask on Augustus's face simulates a majestic male face with a neat beard. His eyes are firm, but sometimes melancholy, and his voice is deep, which vividly portrays a Hemingway-style tough guy who has been through many hardships but still survived the storms. The identity represented by this face is already 42 years old. When he was young, he had served in the Federation Marine Corps. Then he served as a sheriff and police chief in 3 Federation colonies and interstellar orbital living stations, but was forced to leave before his 5-year term. He had 2 wives and 2 daughters, but they all died of illness, traffic accidents, and the Battle of Kylian. Tassones is far from being as beautiful as you think. Even in the Tarsones Police Department, which should be the most impartial in enforcing the law, corruption and money for power transactions are rampant, and bribery is everywhere. Tassones is too prosperous. It is a towering tree with branches full of flowers, but the roots that support it are rotten. Augustus tightened the front of his cloak, and the scar under his eye trembled with his subtle facial expressions. Like a winding snake, the government of the Terran Federation is much more corrupt than it was 30 years ago. The uprisings of the Antigua and the Coral people show many problems. Then I thought that although the crime rate and economy of the Edge world are far inferior to those of Tarsones, at least there is some justice here. Someone told me that only Masera has some good people, and they will definitely give me a suitable job. Augustus' hoarse voice and sad facial expression infected Judge Ada. He searched through the personal ID card attached to the application form and retrieved some information from the Federal Data Network with the authority of a judge. Augustus' experience with this identity was not legendary. Apart from solving a few major cases, he was conscientious in his duties. But he was very unlucky. After working in a police station for a few years, There would always be major incidents where government officials were assassinated and important documents were copied and transcribed. No one knew that the owner of this identity was a Umoyan shadow guard from the beginning. A heroic agent who used powerful psychic powers to control people's hearts. Oh! You should be glad that there are no federal agents or secret police from the parliament here. Otherwise they would define you as a terrorist and rebel because of what you said. Then, Judge Ada motioned Augustus to sit down. Please sit down. Mr. Caesar, your last name must come from the ancient earth. I have read many books about ancient figures. Judge Ada was very satisfied with Augustus's resume and conversation, and no longer rejected him from the beginning. Most fugitives who mixed with Ma Sarah could only buy false identities from friends or merchants in great ports. But as long as they compared the database, they could easily find something wrong. If I am not mistaken, Caesar is a noble surname. And Caesar the Great came from that family. Yes. My father always hoped that I would become emperor before he died. This was his lifelong regret. Augustus smiled softly, humorously. Well, I'll think about it. Augustus frowned at Judge Ada's words. But he only thought about it for less than a second and said, You graduated from the Tarsones Police Academy and have met the minimum requirements to become a police officer. You are a federal citizen. Your health report is fine. You have no overdue loans. Your personal credit is good. And you have no record of drug abuse. Judge Ada listed the basic requirements to become a police officer one by one. Of course, even if these conditions cannot be met, a criminal can become a policeman as long as he has a friend working in the court who can afford the pardon. Given your outstanding resume, I can apply for an exception and let you skip the status of police officer and sheriff and become a sheriff directly. Then Judge Ada said to Augustus, At the same time, you also need to understand. Your direct superior is actually the judicial officer of Hirojo, and I am just a judge in the Echo Town Court. I recruited the sheriff in the name of the judicial officer, and we actually have no direct relationship. His tone softened. We will need to help each other in the future. The relationship between the judge and the sheriff is actually equivalent to the mutually beneficial cooperative symbiosis between the Masala thorn and the thorn moth. I can help you with the lawsuit, and all you have to do is to arrest people. After the court judges his crime, the prisoner will be sent to El Indio prison. The sheriff is equivalent to the highest law enforcement officer of one or several nearby towns. He is the direct report of the sheriff. His main responsibility is to maintain the stability of the jurisdiction. In some cases, he can also replace the judge to formulate laws based on the federal constitution and the current immigration laws based on the actual situation of the local area. In some remote areas of Mar Sera, there is only one sheriff, whose power is equivalent to that of a sheriff. In the marginal colonies farther away from the core world, the sheriff is equivalent to the sheriff of the area. They are actually the same position. The sheriff is equivalent to the highest executive officer of a region, who is the promulgator and enforcer of the law. Sheriffs like Augustus are the law enforcers under them. In places like Mar Sera, sheriffs often bear more responsibilities. And many sheriffs, who drive vulture cars and enforce the law alone, are really like cowboys in the West. These humane systems are the legacy of the early pioneering colonial era of the Terran Federation. During the 70 years of the colonial era, which was praised by later generations, the far-sighted and enterprising leaders of the Federation Parliament granted many freedoms to the marginal colonies and established the most extensive and powerful human regime in the Copperloo sector. However, with the formation of the Genesis family's monopoly capitalist system and the gradual corruption and degeneration of the Federation Parliament, many policies that were conducive to the development of the colonies were abolished, and the rights were taken back by the central government again, and the people of the colonies became the objects of exploitation and slavery. The people of the Terran Federation are looking forward to the good times more than 100 years ago, and that has long become a beautiful storyline praised by epic operas in the Tarsones Opera House. There are no other problems. You must have a fixed address, whether it is through a mortgage agreement or a temporary lease. As long as you can go to get off work on time, you can go through the entry procedures and sign the contract. Judge Ada said, the probation period is 1 month. No matter if you are a barbarian from Agria or a merchant from Hermes. If you can't perform the duties of a sheriff, I will kick your ass and let you go. Understand? There will never be such a time. Augustus's confident and firm expression made Judge Ada's anger turn into laughter. Very good, Judge Ada said, in the fastest case. You can go to the Echo Town police station to collect your uniform. Badge and Sheriff's Badge after one standard Earth week. You can recruit 2 more sheriffs and police officers within the salary allocated by the town government. Because the manpower is really insufficient. Is this a recent problem, or has it been there for a long time? Augustus asked Judge Ada. There has always been a shortage of manpower. Not many people want to get paid a pittance to chase criminals and murderers in the desert. Almost everyone here has a gun. And even children, who don't look threatening, are not easy to deal with. Honestly, when no one has applied for the position of sheriff, or even chief of police for more than a month, I simply can't refuse you. Judge Ada seemed relieved. It seems that you have just arrived at Echo Town not long ago. Speaking of which, I was worried that you couldn't deal with these rough Mossera people. I'm reasonable. Augustus pulled a revolver from his pocket. If they want to challenge the authority of the federal sheriff, then they better pray that they can escape faster than my vulture and bullets. I also want to know, what should I do if I hire too many police officers? More than the town government can provide? Augustus asked. If you can pay their salaries on behalf of the government, or let these people voluntarily reduce their salaries to follow you, then this is all possible, Judge Ada said. And then he paused for a moment. Are you worried that you are not enough to deal with those gangs? Then you can try to apply for a colonial militia. I see. Augustus smiled on his bearded face. This is why Augustus wants to be a sheriff. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be able to gain considerable power. This will help Augustus further control Hero and spread the revolutionary ideas of the Revolutionary Army here. With workers, peasants and the new nobles, who have risen due to the new industry, as the main propaganda targets. The sheriff is not Augustus's ultimate goal. If everything goes well, and he stays in Mar Sardu for a longer period of time, he can control more areas. Although Augustus accepted the call and became a Mar Sara sheriff, he did not plan to stay on this planet for long. Now the revolutionary fleet is a lone army wandering outside. Once discovered, the Federation fleet will come from all over the Copperloo sector to encircle and intercept it. This is decided. Although the Revolutionary Army does need a base, they must move to other planets every once in a while. Every time they arrive at a place, the Revolutionary Army will leave behind some Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party backbones and Revolutionary Army soldiers to establish a secret base and take away the recruits recruited on the planet. The remaining Revolutionary Army will form a planetary guerrilla force to spread revolutionary ideas on the planet and recruit new party members and Revolutionary Army soldiers. In the remaining 3 months of Augustus' plan in 2489, he plans to rest and recuperate in Mar Sara for a while and accumulate some wealth by mining crystal mines. By 2490, Augustus will go to the Comorian Federation to replenish ships. There are about 4,000 revolutionary soldiers disguised as miners on the surface of the planet of Mar Sara. And the food they need for life comes from the Echo Town market, in the revolutionary fleet in space. In addition to the 6 ships that Warfield has taken to Umoyan, there are 8 warships, and about 40,000 revolutionary soldiers. The battlecruiser does not have a self-sufficient ecological circulation system, food synthesis factory, or hydroponic plant farm, which means that every 2 to 3 months, Augustus's logistics officers must go to various cities in Mar Sara to buy food. However, with the Federation fleet constantly searching for the Revolutionary fleet in the Federation territory, such a large amount of food purchases will inevitably arouse suspicion. Currently, Augustus's logistics officer uses a disguised merchant identity to purchase food and other supplies from the capital of Massala and 2 other large supermarkets. But this is not a long-term solution after all. Then, Judge Ada tapped the table lightly with her fingers, and her voice became a little lower, although it is strange. After Sheriff Thomas died in the line of duty, the security of Echo Town has improved a lot. Sheriff McAllen also reported that several hateful gangs have withdrawn from Echo Town and moved their headquarters to other towns. This is a rare thing. After all, those thugs and hooligans will only stop their hands when they are hurt. He looked at Augustus and said, while the crime rate has dropped significantly, the reports of missing persons have also increased dramatically, even though many cities have a considerable number of floating populations. This is sensational. I hope that the first thing you do after taking office is to investigate this strange incident. It does sound tricky. Augustus knew the reason for the decline in crime and the disappearance of people, because that was what he did. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Very good. Judge Ada stood up happily. Then I will just wait for your good news. These years are not peaceful. For years of war, rebels, and witchcraft cults in the marginal world. Although no one here believes that the stray dogs who escaped from Tarsones may come to Mar Sera. You must pay attention to those who walk stealthily and have unknown origins. Judge Ida was not aware that Augustus was the owner of the mine. The person who registered the mine owner's identity locally was one of his Umoyan advisors. There is a newly built mine not far from Echo Town. The miners there are all from Agria. Well, I think you should keep an eye on them. I will keep an eye on them. Augustus said, I have always hated the Korhal rebels. Those scum will definitely pay the price for their betrayal. To be honest, I still sympathize with the ordinary people of Korhal. The fault is not with them, but with a few rebels who dragged them into rebellion. Judge Ada nodded. I admire you very much. I originally wanted to invite you to have a drink at the Janine bar. That's the best bar here. Small but quiet. Suitable for talking about work. But it's still working hours now. So we can only make an appointment next time. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. And I hope we can become good friends. Augustus shook hands with Judge Ada. And after saying goodbye, he walked towards Renaud and others at the door. Is it done? Renaud had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Everything is going well. Augustus put his arm around Renaud's shoulder. Jimmy, let's go to the bar for a drink. Just like in the past. I'll pay the bill. Where to? Renaud smiled. Brother, just look at this. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Judge Ada said the local Ginny's bar is good. Let's go there. When Augustus, Renaud, Corporal Faraday and more than 20 other revolutionary soldiers arrived at Ginny's bar, there was not enough space soon. The Janine bar is a sake bar with a cleaner layout, without so many dazzling lights and noisy music. The owner is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. From his words and conversation, it can be seen that he should have received aristocratic education in the core world and understands many etiquettes among Tarsones nobles. But there is no number 8 whiskey here. Augustus sat at a table with the listless Renaud and Corporal Faraday, drinking port wine that Augustus himself liked. Although Renaud was not interested, he also accepted all alcoholic drinks. Originally, Renaud was just drinking the wine in his glass, until a tall Mar Sera girl came into his sight. She was probably only slightly younger than Renaud, slender, wearing light-colored trousers and a windbreaker robe, with light brown skin tanned by the scorching sun of Mar Sera. She was very beautiful, with a natural beauty that had neither the heavy makeup of colonial women nor the unnatural traces left by laser surgery on aristocratic women in the core world. This girl was very beautiful, and she quickly attracted Renaud's attention. I must have seen her somewhere. Renaud looked at the girl standing at the door and whispered to Augustus beside him, This is my ideal type. How to say it in Tychus words. In this shabby place of Mar Sera, roses are grown in the toilet. Hey, little girl standing at the door. My friend wants to know your name. Augustus put his arm around Renaud and laughed. Lydia Elizabeth. The girl looked at them and showed a natural and unpretentious smile. Cowboys, welcome to my town. Lydia Elizabeth has long golden hair, and when she smiles, she shows her white and neat teeth, and her blue eyes are bluer than the sky. Chapter 168 The Thief Cries Catch the Thief. Echo Town. In front of the Immigration Police Station. August 28, 2489. 9 a.m. Apart from the instinctive imagination of humans about the blue sky, the pure orange-gray sky of Mar Sera has a unique psychedelic beauty of an alien world. Deserts, red thorn forests, dust oceans, canyons, dry riverbeds piled with ginger-colored sediments, lush fields between large irrigation machines and underground canals, and rugged towns located in them. The architectural style of Echo Town was different from the limestone and marble buildings that Augustus built on the equally desolate Comorian planet of Mainhof. It was difficult for him to see a standard modular building in the town, and the bizarre illegal buildings reminded Augustus all the time that he lacked the most basic knowledge of the heights that human architectural art could reach. Outside the low 2-story courtyard building of the Immigration Police Station, there was a crooked round tower, as if someone had randomly stacked a dozen discs together. Whenever the wind started to pick up, this strangely shaped round tower would make a sound of the steel frame shaking, making people always wonder when it would collapse. The exquisite cottage with white walls and gray tiles is a post office that delivers paper, letters, and freight express. Several capsule hotels with chimney-like spires pierce the sky. A few hundred yards away from where Augustus is standing now, there is a local bar that is shrouded in purple and pink halos even in the daytime, looking like a cut starfish. Above the bar is a huge holographic projection, which is a sexy and hot pink-haired girl wearing a Federation X star bra. with only an inch-wide silk rope tied to her lower body. When Augustus jumped down from the seat of his vulture, the people in the vultures behind him also got down and stood behind him. This time, Augustus no longer paraded through the streets with dozens of Revolutionary Army soldiers. He was followed only by Renault, Tychus, Corporal Faraday, and Sergeant Mirahan, a new Revolutionary Army soldier who had just been transferred from the Revolutionary Army recruit training camp to the Guards Company. Currently, Augustus has officers and political commissars operating the 3 mines in Masera. The Revolutionary Army also has a think tank composed of staff officers and Umoyan consultants, and an officer corps composed of lieutenants. He doesn't have to put so much pressure on himself and stay in his office all day to deal with documents. Pushing open the old-style swing-style composite wooden door of the Echo Town police station, Augustus could see dozens of wanted posters nailed to the wall at first glance, some of which even had crosses drawn on them in red ink. As expected, the wanted posters for Augustus and his father Angus were placed in the most conspicuous position, with slogans such as "Scum," "Traitor," and "Riot Maker" written on them by police officers like graffiti. However, Augustus' wanted poster was completely different from his current appearance, and it was difficult for others to associate his image in the barracks with the current middle-aged man with a thick beard. There were several police officers sitting behind desks in the police station. They were all wearing khaki uniforms and hats that looked like cowboy hats with police badges of eagles and 5-pointed stars on them. If you want to report a crime, please follow the standard procedure and report it to our operator first, and let the intelligent robot handle it. If you are here to cause trouble, we can kill you right now. A police officer with short sandy blonde hair walked towards Augustus, with no smile on his face with several scars. This was Augustus' first day on the job. Although the immigration police station must have received the news that Augustus was about to take office and got a photo of Augustus, it seemed that the police officer did not recognize the new sheriff. However, Augustus did not look like he was here to take office. Tychus, who was following behind him, looked like a ferocious desperado who had committed several murders. "I am the new Sheriff Caesar, and this is my police ID and badge." Augustus could not be angry about such a thing. He just took out his ID and handed it to the other party. Augustus's round badge has a 5-pointed star in the middle, and the edges are engraved with neat English letters, "Federal Sheriff Masera." "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, Sheriff. Sheriff McAllen is in the inner office," the sandy blonde police officer said to Augustus. "What's your name, young man?" Augustus asked him as he walked past the police officer. "Chris Elder." The police officer looked into Augustus' eyes and didn't flinch. "Your future is full of possibilities, Mr. Chris. As long as you work hard, you will get the chance to become a police officer sooner or later." Augustus patted his shoulder and then looked at Renault and others behind him. Augustus was not pretending. In fact, he would say this to almost all the revolutionary soldiers who could talk to him. It has almost become a conditioned reflex. "These are some of the new police officers I recruited. Time waits for no one. I have already started looking for new candidates before I took office. Some of them were my old subordinates when I was a sheriff." Then Augustus led Rayner and others past Officer Chris, and they all greeted the officer who stood upright. "Is today your lucky day, you hairless little bastard?" Tychus knocked the officer away with his shoulder, causing him to stumble back. Except for the new recruit Mirahan, everyone else had their faces adjusted using nano-masks. Their skin became darker. They had a few more scars, and even their facial bone structure was adjusted. But no matter how they adjusted, their faces became more ferocious without exception. "This guy is just a bastard. Just ignore him." Renault smiled, feeling very proud. Renault had been in a very good mood in recent days. After meeting Lydia Elizabeth at the Janine bar last time, he first used a free glass of lemonade to win her friendship, and then casually talked about some little things in the Federal Army that were not worth mentioning. Even with a nano-mask, Renault's face is closer to another him 10 years later. And any Masera girl of this age should like Renault's humorous conversation and his resolute expression. And Lydia is attracted to Renault as expected, while Augustus and others have to worry about how to stop the other party's father, who may rush in at any time. It is foreseeable that Renault will be able to please Elizabeth as long as he spends some time. Based on Augustus' understanding of Renault, he is probably a loyal man. "You've angered the big bad wolf of Masera, and you're in big trouble." Milahan wore a vest with many pockets. and a pair of sunglasses to deal with the glaring sunlight of Marcera were tied on her pink hair. Her beautiful eyes kept turning. Our superiors never care about these trivial matters. Faraday's expression was unusually serious. The great man who just walked past you is going to create an era. He is a giant thousands of feet tall. His eyes can see countless times farther than ours. He will not care about the small stone under your feet. Officer Chris was bewildered, watching his immediate superior, who had just landed on the scene, walk into the inner office of the police station with a group of strange subordinates. Even if he had messed up his hair, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. When Augustus walked into the inner office, Sheriff McAllen was dozing with his cheek in one hand, and the fat, rosy skin on his cheek was leaking out from the gaps between his fingers. Our respected sheriff must have been fighting fiercely with the enemy in his dream. His brows were furrowed, and he was completely unaware of the movement at the door. Ahem. Augustus coughed. But Sheriff McAllen still didn't wake up. Seeing this, Tychus calmly lit a cheap brand of cigar in the office, then walked in front of McAllen and lit the hot cigarette, but on his forehead with layers of fat. Ouch! Sheriff McAllen immediately jumped up. His light blue eyes were round, and his fierce eyes were like an angry lion. Who? He roared. His tone was no less than that of a lion with the same fat body as him. You bastard born by a bitch mother. I will put you in a naughty prison. Give our sheriff a boost. Before Tychus could get angry, Augustus looked at Renault next to him, who immediately took out his Colt revolver and pointed it at Sheriff McAllen's head. How did you thugs get in here? No matter how you threaten me, you can't get the combination of even a safe from me. McAllen immediately realized his situation. He finally came to his senses and began to identify Augustus's appearance, comparing him with the faces of those wanted criminals that he knew by heart. Are you the new sheriff? The sheriff's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. I am Sheriff McAllen. This is my negligence. Last night, I received a report that robbers were going to attack the town bank, and I was waiting there all night. His greasy face showed his signature smile in the officialdom. I wrongly blamed you. Augustus threw his holsters containing his double revolvers on Sheriff McAllen's desk. Without asking whether this was true, sit down. Please sit down. Sheriff McAllen is almost 50 years old this year, and he will retire in 6 or 7 years. He has a long career and became a federal police officer at almost the same time as the oldest sheriff in Hilo. If nothing unexpected happened, if Augustus had not suddenly replaced McAllen, Judge Ada, who had no one available, would have let the only sheriff in the town take over the position of sheriff. I would like you to sit down. McAllen gave up his position. He was not a weak and incompetent sheriff who was domineering in a small place. Although the photo of his youth on the wall had nothing to do with being romantic, he still had a strong and capable physique. However, obesity itself is quite common among the police of the Terran Federation, especially the sheriff, like McAllen, who gradually retreated behind the scenes due to age. No, I have my own office. Augustus waved his hand. He had already learned about McAllen from Judge Ada. When he was young, he was also a tough guy who hated evil. As he got closer to retirement age, some scars he had in his youth forced him to retreat to the second line. And Sheriff McAllen, who was famous for hating criminals and swearing, finally lost to donuts, carbonated drinks and other carbohydrate foods that would quickly deform his body shape after relaxing, and became more and more obese. Of course. Sheriff McAllen smiled and said, "This is your territory now. The former sheriff's office is right next to it. He's quite reasonable." At this time, Tychus whispered to Raynor in a voice that everyone could hear, "Otherwise, I will make him regret being born into this world." "You're right." Raynor agreed. McAllen then looked at Raynor and others behind Augustus. His eyes, no longer the same as before but still sharp, saw that Tychus and Raynor were definitely not good people. And Mirahan, who was eating gum and blowing bubbles out of boredom, was just a little gangster. As for Corporal Faraday, his attire and the aura he showed were too sparse and ordinary, and he looked like an ordinary and unknown young man. They are my newly recruited police officers, and you will be needed to help them with the onboarding procedures later. There is no point in saying more. I just want to remind you that from now on, there is only one person who keeps his word in the Echo Town Police Department, and that is me. Augustus dusted himself off. I don't want a respected sheriff to have to retire early to save his reputation. Augustus sighed heavily and changed the subject. This place needs to be rectified. Yes, The professionalism of the police officers does need to be improved. Sheriff McAllen realized that his subordinates might have left a bad impression on the new sheriff, but they are still young and they can still learn. That's not what I'm talking about. Augustus said, I think there are still too few police officers here. We need to recruit more. He made an unquestionable conclusion. Well, there are still 69 vacancies now. And there is also a shortage of hangar managers. McAllen asked, how many people do you want to recruit? 200 people first. Augustus said something shocking. That's impossible. McAllen immediately reacted and reminded Augustus that he was dreaming. We can't afford that much salary. Besides, this is not your first time in the industry. A government employee, especially in a small place like Marsera that is almost forgotten by Tarsones. We all know that the federal government is the largest and most vicious vampire in the entire Terran Federation. They may be able to send me to prison for these words. But the government is just too stingy and hopeless. They don't delay salaries very often. But they always pay very little. And it's getting less and less over the years. In Marsera, only those who are blinded by justice will become police officers. Because the income is not as good as the last factory worker. But they have to risk being shot in the head. Even if we have so much money, we can't recruit people. McAllen's words are true. You don't have to worry about this. How many sets of power armor are there in the arsenal? Augustus asked again. 22 sets of CMC 200. McAllen said, these are the junk that were eliminated from the military camp and given to the local police. Don't worry about it. Augustus shook his head again. In a few days, he will be able to lead a company of revolutionary troops to gallop on the land of Marsera openly. We don't need so many people. Echo Town is just a small town. McAllen said doubtfully. Rebels. Augustus said righteously. Remote colonies, like Marsera, are the most likely places for rebels to hide. In order to deal with these rebels, we must strengthen the local defense force. I also need to know if there are any tough bones nearby, or the nest of local snakes. Not to mention the Pegasus Brotherhood. Then, Augustus thought of something and asked. There is one. McAllen thought for a while and answered. There is a canyon in the desert known as the Death Forbidden Zone. It is also the only way for many people to travel between the Capital District and the Shiloh District. It is also the place with the most criminals. We call that canyon the Purgatory Corridor. According to people from other police stations, there is a special rare crystal mine underground. The electric pulses released by the crystal mine disrupt the magnetic field and electric pulse signals, making it almost impossible to communicate with the outside world. It is also the best place for criminals to hide. Can you be sure that the source of the disturbance must come from the rare crystal mine? Augustus asked casually. But now, he is concentrating on it. I don't know. Sheriff McAllen was stunned by the question. What else could it be? Chapter 169 Purgatory Corridor. September 12, 2489. 7 a.m. Echo Town. Sheriff's Office. Anti-Black Operation Temporary Command Center. The leader of the Pegasus Brotherhood, Middle Severa, shot himself in the middle of our final roundup. All his personal terminals, electronic products, and old records have been destroyed. Tykes Finley was wearing a khaki immigration police uniform, an electromagnetic pistol on his waist, and a crude and vicious face under a wide-brimmed high-top cowboy hat. Tychus put a wanted poster in front of Augustus, pulled out a sharp, blood-stained dagger from the dagger sheath at his waist, and nailed it to the table. This also means that it will be difficult to get through the boss behind this notorious drug trafficking organization, or to catch a larger criminal group. Good job, Sheriff Tychus. Augustus took some effort to pull out the dagger nailed to the desk, and looked at the photo on the wanted poster that was stained with blood. Has no one told you that you have the talent to be a policeman? It's just a show, Tychus said without a trace. If you let me be a police officer, I will definitely think about getting some benefits from the weapons warehouse or supply station. But if you pay me to play a policeman, I will still be happy. I think it's not difficult, as long as you can control your bad temper and the habit of stealing. Augustus threw the dagger to Tychus and tore off a wanted poster nailed on the wall. So far, there are only a few wanted criminals in the Federation, in addition to the newly emerged drug lord in the Port of the Dead. Augustus and his father Angus are also on the wanted list. Maybe. Tychus lit a cigar. We have cleared out all the gangs in this town. And even those hooligans who walk on the street and do nothing have been taught a lesson. Tychus suddenly laughed. I think it's funny when I think of those gangsters seeing more than 100 Revolutionary Army guys in power armor blocking their doorsteps. They probably only have this one chance in their lives to see such a big scene. For Augustus, who has a revolutionary army, it is easy to clear the gang forces in a small town. Augustus has several ghost agents captured from Victor V. With their excellent telepathic ability, the underground gray network of Echo Town is nowhere to hide. Then the well-trained revolutionary army can disguise as police and strike hard. Now the Echo Town Police Department nominally has nearly 200 police officers. But in fact, Augustus only needs to issue a few more police uniforms, and the police force that can be mobilized will be much more than the actual number. We have wiped out the Yabu family. We have brought back the gang leader and his blonde mistress. At this time, Renault pushed open the door of the sheriff's office again. They also brought back a lot of addictive white powder, which looks like a kind of enhancer drug, and it should also be aphrodisiac. Do you want to check the goods? Renault walked in with a strong step and put a bag of drugs and a wanted warrant on the table. No. I bet Tychus will need this. Augustus picked up the wanted poster. Let Corporal Faraday calculate how much it's worth. This is a great achievement, he said. This is the last gang leader. Yes. The others have almost all fled. Now the situation is tense. Everyone knows that the iron-faced and impartial Sheriff Agraria has come to Echo Town. He has a battalion of fully armed police officers, and uses Rattler electromagnetic cannons to clear the way. As Renault said this, he pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Augustus, while Tychus had already walked out whistling happily to find some fun. I have captured quite a few people. All of them are scumbags with bad records. I have sent the rest back to their own homes. However, can the prison in Echo Town still accommodate so many people? The prison is already overcrowded with more than 200 people. I heard that many people have suffered in there. Augustus picked up the internal terminal in the office. Sheriff McAllen, arrange a few hovercrafts to take the criminals to the mine. Yes, it is the Monte Canyon mine. I have signed an agreement with the owner of the mine. We provide them with cheap labor, and the mine pays them with unrefined Adian crystals. I know the owner is from Umoyan, but that doesn't matter. The diplomatic conflict between the Umoyan United States and the government has nothing to do with us. I will take all the responsibility. If there is any problem, let the hero state attorney come to me. This is a good business. When Augustus hung up the phone, Renault smiled and said, we punish evil and maintain order, and then throw those villains to the mine to let them dig for atonement. Now the streets and alleys of Echo Town are all posted with the police stations sweeping away gangs and eliminating evil slogans. Anonymous reports are rewarded, and we will build a better Montserrat together. In the past 2 weeks, the residents of the town could hear fierce gunshots from time to time, and watch the police officers marching in neat steps, like an army, under the leadership of the ferocious Sheriff Tychus rampaging in the town. During this period, even the most arrogant villains would tremble at the sight of police uniforms. There are so many police officers in Echo Town that there are police officers patrolling every street with vulture cars or riding Montserrat ponies. And there are checkpoints for checking federal ID cards at every intersection. For a while, some wanted criminals, who were in a panic all day long, were forced to surrender voluntarily. The new sheriff cleared out the gangs and hooligans of all sizes in Echo Town with unprecedented force. His iron-fisted approach to dealing with the villains was praised by people, and he won the praise of the people of Echo Town for his public remarks that the federal police are servants of the people. Soon, Augustus's revolutionary army actually controlled Echo Town as a police force. This is called squeezing out value. Augustus clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. As for those death row prisoners, those scientists in Cerberus, who are studying limb modification and neural control, will definitely be interested. Augustus has taken full control of Cerberus Biotech, the company that will manufacture war dogs in the future, and has transferred its main researchers to a research base in a distant star system of the Umojan Defense Army. Aren't they already studying the alien creatures on Victor V? What did the Cerberus people get from those monsters? Raynor seemed to have remembered something. 2 studies on Zerg and humans are being carried out at the same time. Augustus replied, by studying the Zerg carapace. They improved the armor of the battlecruiser and made it tougher. New discoveries like this continue. But there are only a few available Zerg specimens left, and the lack of living Zerg has also stalled the project to control the Zerg. In general, we need to obtain more Zerg samples to support the further research of the Cerberus project team. He said, it is certain that the Federation must have a lot of Zerg samples in its collection, and may even keep a lot of them alive like wild animals. No matter how dirty the federal government does, it will not surprise people. Renault agreed. At least we have a lot of evidence of the federal government's crimes. Augustus stood up, took a cloak from the hanger, and turned to look at the map hanging on the wall behind him. As long as we have enough evidence, our revolutionary comrades at the UNN headquarters can once again expose the evil and ugliness of the federal government to the entire Terran Federation through television. That Mike Liberty has already obtained a column in the UNN Morning News, mocking the federal government every day. Renault walked around the desk to Augustus and looked at the map of Hero Island. Although I admire him very much, how did he survive until now without giving face to those federal officials? The Tagore family and the Hot family have blocked a lot of dangers for him. And as long as Mike does not expose the scandal of a certain Genesis family, he will be safe. Augustus smoothed the wrinkles on the map with his hands. I think he couldn't help it. Renault followed Augustus's gaze and looked at a corner of the map. Purgatory Corridor, between the rich plain and the gray spot wasteland. The exit is the Siraj Desert, which is 200 miles away from Echo Town and even farther from our camp. According to the initial survey records, the crystal mine reserves in the Purgatory Corridor can be equivalent to 1/10 of the total reserves of Masera. But because the interference of those bands is very strong, electronic equipment cannot work. Renault looked at the map. A more fantastic theory is that anyone who passes through the Purgatory Corridor will see bizarre scenes inside, such as chaotic whispers and strange images of planetary destruction. Because a new religion with many believers has been born, believing in the so-called goddess of death and worshipping witchcraft. I believe that this is a psychic behind the scenes, or that a criminal group or pirate hidden in it deliberately spreads it to create panic and make people afraid to approach. Augustus gestured slowly on the map. The 2 ghost agents I sent out found at least 4 different forces and organizations in the Purgatory Corridor. The Chimera pirates have a research base in the Purgatory Corridor. They have kidnapped more than a dozen archaeology doctors and alien biologists from the University of Tarsonis to study the strange images of strong electrical pulse signals released by rare crystal mines in the research base. The federal rebels have 2 mobile bases there. There is a new Trinidad pirate scrap recycling station on the edge of the Purgatory Corridor. In the center stands a mining base of the Comorian Federation. Comorian? Raynor is quite familiar with the style of the Comorian Federation. If the Umojan United States has many research stations and flying fortresses in the Copperless sector, then Comorian people may appear in any land rich in minerals. Because the Comorians are like potatoes in the soil, they may suddenly pop out from any corner at any time, holding a piece of crystal and shouting that it belongs to them. They are so brave. This is one of the core worlds of the Terran Federation. This is stealing. No matter what, we have to take this place. Augustus had a hunch that the strange phenomenon in the Purgatory Corridor was caused by the fragments of the Zelnaga artifact. As long as the artifact was excavated, he could successfully obtain a mine with rich reserves, send the Revolutionary Marines in the fleet, with just 2 battalions of Rangers and a few arc-light tanks. I can clear out the pirates and Comorians entrenched in the Purgatory Corridor, Renault said. No. The orbital satellite on Mars Sera can easily capture the movements of our troops on the plains. Augustus had already thought of an action plan. A battalion of Marines will be divided into smaller units, with squads as the smallest unit, and enter the Purgatory Corridor in batches over a week, gathering at the preset assembly point to set up camp. He marked the map with a marker. I will then lead the police force to join them, step by step. First establish multiple outposts and supply stations in the Purgatory Corridor, and then gradually eliminate or expel the forces inside. Then, we may need to hire some archaeologists and professional teams engaged in related work to solve the mystery of the Purgatory Corridor. Has anyone chosen? Renault said and shook his head again. Since you already have a plan, you must have thought of even the details. The main thing is to recruit people in Yumoing, and then find some young archaeologists in the Terran Federation who are young and energetic, but have not yet made their mark. As long as they are not spies of the Federation, there will be no problem. 7 days later. The Ridge Plain. The entrance to the Purgatory Corridor. The Purgatory Corridor, the only road from one desert to another, is the paradise of the Masera villains and the hell on earth. In the vast Gobi Desert with rugged rocks, the howling wind swept up the yellow sand all over the sky. The temperature has reached 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and the dazzling sun continues to emit scorching rays. Only some tenacious Sera crabs are still turning over sand and stones. It is hot and dry, and there is no one living. Hundreds of vultures are speeding on the red land of the Ridge Plain. These hoverbikes are like light leaves on the Gobi Desert. and the propellers raise dust that covers the sky. Augustus's vulture stopped after a beautiful turn. And with the hum of the engine, more vultures stopped with a sharp brake. This is a hellish place. Tychus stood behind Augustus and pulled down his sunglasses. The Purgatory Corridor is a 1,600-mile-long canyon, and the sand at the entrance is full of bones of people and livestock. The wind is howling, as if there are millions of evil spirits crying. Going deep into this terrible place of death is full of risks. Most of the people who died in it were lost because of compass failure and personal tracking and positioning devices that could not work properly. Some were kidnapped and killed by the robbers inside. Augustus said to his men, "This operation is likely to be difficult." After entering the Purgatory Corridor, the first thing we have to deal with is the Chimera pirates. The Chimera pirates are accustomed to using fast assault ships and high-tech weapons to attack their targets in the interstellar trade routes. Sometimes they even raid the outposts and interstellar ports of the Terran Federation. I heard that the Chimera pirates like to collect high-tech parts of weapons and warships. Maybe we can impress them in this regard and avoid a bloody conflict. Corporal Faraday next to Augustus suggested. Or kill them. Tychus bit a cigar. All the collections of the Chimera pirates will belong to us. Chapter 170 Chimera Pirates. September 20th, 2489. About 40 miles into the Purgatory Corridor. The Augustus convoy is speeding. The Purgatory Corridor is a wide canyon with rock walls over 1,000 feet high. The air inside is dry, and the land is as solid as hardened stones. The gravel mixed with yellow bone pieces and metal fragments, and the tree-shaped thorns more than 10 feet high are the only scenes that make up this monotonous world. Even the wind is hot, as if it can blow away all the moisture in the human body. The vast area of rich plains, Purgatory Corridor, and gray wasteland has not seen rainfall for many standard years. And only the most tenacious local species are still hiding underground and struggling to survive. Even the most adaptable Marcera immigrants would not build a home in this extremely desolate area. It takes a lot of unnecessary effort to take root and feed a family in this dead land. And a sudden sandstorm or a bandit attack can wipe out the immigrant savings. Augustus and Renault's vultures drove in the front, followed by a large group of vultures. In Augustus' eyes, the scenery he saw during the 40-mile journey had hardly changed. He saw nothing else except sand, thorns, and sedimentary rock layers exposed on the ground. Along the way, they passed 3 or 4 Revolutionary Army outposts, each of which was welded by space engineering vehicles with glass steel plates, several miles apart, and had enough food and ammunition supplies for a month. Since all radio communication equipment will fail or become inaccurate once entering the Purgatory Corridor, all outposts, forward bases, and camps have optical cables laid to communicate. After driving 60 miles, Augustus's convoy stopped in front of a steep rock wall marked in the Purgatory Corridor. Compared with other sections of the Purgatory Corridor, the rock wall here is no different. The angle between the rock wall and the ground is close to vertical, and there are no leverage points and grip points for climbing. At a height of about 100 feet above the ground, Marcera barnacles similar to agave grow upwards. The fruit of this rare medicinal herb contains a small amount of water and is the main food source for Coprola's glider eagles. But when Augustus approached the rock wall suddenly disappeared as he approached. A steel gate cast from fine steel suddenly appeared between Augustus and the rock wall. Amid the roar of the rotating axle, a Revolutionary Army frontline base carved out of the rock wall appeared in front of Augustus. Reno and others. Thick, the former Heavenly Demon Power armor technician, was waiting for Augustus with 2 Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing coffee-colored denim jackets and carrying Gauss rifles on their shoulders. "Sir, this base has supplies that can be consumed by a full-strength Revolutionary Army camp for 3 months. We have controlled the canyon entrance leading to the ridge plain from the Purgatory Corridor, and these supplies were transported by transport planes and trucks." "Well done, Thick. Have you encountered pirates or people from other organizations?" Renault bent down and patted Thick's shoulder. Compared with the many tall and strong revolutionary soldiers around him, Thick's dwarf-like figure was immediately exposed. The ghost agent responsible for providing us with cover captured 2 Chimera pirates. By reading their minds, we easily obtained the location of the Chimera pirates' scientific research base, and they obviously had noticed our invasion. Because his legs were 2 steps shorter than others, Thick needed to walk a few more steps to get to Augustus. Now Fike is the leader of this frontline base. Although he is not a cave expert like the Comorians, he is also good at building bases and bunkers in various dangerous terrains. And because Fike is a member of the Heavenly Demons and is deeply trusted by Augustus, he also got the position of leader. Just as Fike finished speaking, a female ghost agent in a light blue tight combat uniform appeared in front of Augustus. This ghost agent is one of the 7 ghosts captured by Augustus from the Federal Research Station on Victor V. These ghosts unsurprisingly turned to the Korhal Revolutionary Army after removing the psychic inhibitors. The ghost's right forearm has been replaced by a prosthetic limb, and the left eye has been replaced by a red glowing Umojan mechanical eye. As she spoke, the mechanical eye was still rotating, radiating a breathtaking light. "Oh my god! I like that thing." Standing behind Raynor, the Revolutionary Guard squad leader Mira Han pointed at the ghost's mechanical eye and said very impolitely, "Currently, Augustus's army is divided into 3 main systems: the Elite Squad, the Martial Guards, and the Revolutionary Army Regular Army. The Regular Army is divided into the Corps of the Car Soldiers, and the new recruits from the Port of the Dead. It is worth mentioning that the fighting spirit of the army from the Port of the Dead is not inferior to that of veterans, who have experienced several wars." "No, you don't like this," Augustus sternly said to Mira, who was 3 years younger than him. "If you are still so crazy, I will let you stay in the army to practice shooting next time. Please forgive this child's ignorance. She actually has no malice," Augustus said to the ghost agent with apology. The ghost agents who survived the Battle of Victor V all had some physical defects to a greater or lesser extent, and the one in the best condition also had a broken index finger. "She is a fast talker." The voice hidden behind the ghost mask was unexpectedly pleasant and rhythmic, like a nightingale singing, "but I can see that she has a kind heart hidden under the shell to protect herself." "You are right," Mira answered her proudly. "Tell me about those Chimera pirates, Natasha." After removing the psychic suppressors of these ghosts, Augustus has been calling them by their names before they became ghosts instead of their numbers. This means that the ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army have their own personalities. They choose to fight for the Revolutionary Army because of their hatred for the Terran Federation and their personal worship of Augustus himself. The Chimera pirates store a lot of sophisticated weapons, ship parts, and equipment components in their scientific research bases. They operate black markets of varying sizes on dozens of colonies of the Terran Federation, extracting a large commission by guaranteeing transactions and obtaining ship parts through many channels. Ghost Agent Natasha replied, "In short, the Chimera pirates are a group of profit-seeking technology dealers who not only use the advanced technology products and precision parts obtained through robbery, purchase and theft, but also sell them to others for huge profits. These pirates not only rob private enterprises, but also attack or attempt to seize sophisticated high-tech weapons from the research stations of the Terran Federation, the Kelmorian Combine, and the Umojan United States, and also steal military intelligence that can be sold at high prices," she said. "It is rumored that the Chimera pirates came from the United States of Umojan. They were once a scientific expedition fleet of the Umojan Protectorate, but eventually rebelled against the Umojan Protectorate for some reason. Although the Umojan Protectorate denied it, the founder of Chimera was indeed a Umojan. One of the leaders of the Chimera pirates is a psychic. The Chimera pirates generally believe that their current leader is a former Federation ghost agent. It sounds like the Chimera are uncontrollable chaotic elements in the Copperloo sector. As long as the other party has high-tech parts, there is nothing they dare not do. They are the most brutal thugs and technology maniacs in the Copperloo sector." Tychus has also heard some rumors about the Chimera pirates, and they can be found in many black markets of the Terran Federation. These pirates are probably second only to the Comorian pirates in the Copperloo sector. After listening, Augustus nodded and concluded, like Captain Jackson's men, the pirates are profit-driven, but the Chimera pirates have different preferences. Perhaps we should negotiate with these pirates properly. Corporal Faraday said, "Chimera pirates also accept mercenary business, just like many pirates. Sometimes they are pirates who kill anyone they see, and sometimes they are mercenaries who abide by the spirit of contract. Just like what we did to the Jackson Avenger, turning enemies into friends and using money to make them work for us." "How to negotiate?" Tychus laughed. "My suggestion is to kill them first, and then negotiate with the dead. Honestly speaking, unless they are all hurt, those Chimera pirates will never calm down and negotiate with us." Augustus spoke at this time. "If they are willing to provide some technology to the Revolutionary Army, then everything will be fine. We can buy it with money, and the Revolutionary Army never robs. The attack on the Chimera Pirates scientific research base will be launched at dawn tomorrow, which is 15 standard Earth hours later. This is just the first step for us to completely control the Purgatory Corridor. Augustus took a few steps forward, and Thick and others standing in front of him immediately made way for him. The key is to solve the puzzle of the Purgatory Corridor. The space inside the Revolutionary Army base built inside the rock wall is supported by solid cylindrical alloy columns, and the conical dome is hung with LED lighting that emits pure white light. Augustus walked straight to the airlock door marked with the phrase laboratory. As the airlock door opened, he found an old acquaintance in the laboratory that could only accommodate a few tables and a few glass containers. Dr. Francos from the Victor V Federal Research Station. Dr. Francos is one of the few scientists under Augustus. Although he specializes in Zerg dissection and has never participated in the research of rare crystals, Augustus, who has no one to use, can only capture him for the time being. Doctor, how is the research going? Augustus, dressed in jeans, walked towards Dr. Francos. At the same time, the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, who has been secretly protecting him, revealed her figure in the invisible state. As her hips twisted under the tight black pseudo-light combat suit, she rotated a butterfly knife in her hand that flashed cold light under the light. The rose-colored butterfly knife turned in her beautiful and dexterous fingers, spitting out gorgeous knife flowers. Then, Kerrigan did not speak, but sat on the table of a test bench with one hand, her red lips tightly pursed, and her light green eyes looked at Augustus instead of the panicked doctor. Sarah Kerrigan, a former federal ghost agent who was inseparable from Augustus and was said to never leave his side and follow him in everything, only appeared in a few specific circumstances. Kerrigan's appearance at this time could only mean one thing. She believed that Dr. Francos might threaten Augustus' safety. So this was a warning. However, Kerrigan was just a little bored and wanted to show up. Maybe Kerrigan just wanted to show her presence. Some progress has been made. But Dr. Francois, who was weighing a piece of rare crystal or excavated from the Purgatory Corridor, trembled. The appearance of the red-haired female ghost naturally scared him. Most scientists in the Federation believe that the cause of the abnormal frequency band of the Purgatory Corridor comes from the rich crystal or layer in the geological layer. But in fact, this speculation has no scientific basis. At least the crystal or metal samples we obtained are no different from ordinary Adine crystals. After taking a few deep breaths, Dr. Francois got rid of the psychological pressure brought by Sarah Kerrigan's appearance. Marshall. Dr. Francois connected his personal terminal to the only holographic projection screen in the laboratory through a data cable. When Augustus looked over, he found that Francois was showing a flat map of the Purgatory Corridor. The high-intensity electrical pulses that disrupt the band are spread throughout the Purgatory Corridor. The signal source is buried underground, and the strongest signal source is even buried hundreds of miles underground. Francos talked eloquently, becoming more and more confident. In fact, the research on crystal mines is not difficult, as long as experimental observations are carried out through analytical equipment. Discoveries can be made through sorting and comparison. This is consistent with the general speculation that the interference source is a rare crystal mine vein, but the real cause is still unknown. So you still don't know what the reason is. Kerrigan glanced at Dr. Francos. A few drops of sweat flowed from Francos' bald head. I think the interference source is likely to come from an old Federation device with a strong interference source, or some mysterious alien ruins. I have consulted some documents. Several Comorian explorers have discovered mysterious pyramids and temples of giant creatures on planets outside the Copperloo sector. Through the analysis of those mysterious building materials, it can be learned that these buildings may have existed during the period from the Big Bang to the birth of the planet. The history is at least more than 14 billion years. The clustered crystal mines outside those temples also have a strong impact on electronic devices that use radio wave communications. You are just guessing. Augustus pretended to show impatience. What makes you have such an association? I have a fragment with the same material as the outer wall of the mysterious temple. Dr. Francos took out a triangular dark green fragment from the pocket of his white coat. This is an isosceles triangle that perfectly follows the golden ratio. Both base angles are 72 degrees, and the vertex angle is 36 degrees. The ratio of the base to the length of one side is the golden ratio. There are some cracks on the triangle, and the edges and corners are regular, as if they were cut by a machine tool. Apart from the possibility of infinite coincidences in the universe, this is obviously from an alien civilization. This should be a fragment of a container. I observed that this fragment is slowly absorbing energy to replenish the damaged part on a scale of more than 10 years or longer. The doctor said confidently, I swear. This must be related to the mysterious alien ruins. Maybe there is a temple of a mysterious race that is much older than humans under our feet. Chapter 171 Digging for Artifacts. The Chimera Pirates Scientific Research Base is about 450 miles away from the entrance to the Ridge Plain. The main building of the base is underground, and there is only a mining base station on the ground that looks abandoned long ago. The base station has the KM logo of the Comorian Federation. This mining base station looks like it has been idle for many years. The bright yellow rectangular steel frame is covered with a thick layer of rusty dust, and 1/3 of the wall is buried in red sand. From the broken glass, one can see that the interior is filled with sand and abandoned materials of miners. A broken cable from the crane arm hangs in the air, swaying with the strong west wind in the purgatory corridor. It was the dark night of Mossera. Unlike the scorching heat during the day, the temperature dropped below 0 degrees, and the heat wave immediately turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. In the darkness, the 1st Battalion 1st Company of the Stealing Wolf Hunters, led by Sergeant Tychus Finley of the Revolutionary Army, was marching westward along the purgatory corridor a mile away from the abandoned mine. 120 Revolutionary Army soldiers in dark red power armor formed a scattered line, with 2 rumbling arclight tanks in the middle and 4 Wraith fighters hovering dozens of miles in the air. Half a mile behind Tychus's troops were Rayner's Rangers, which had less than a platoon. The Rangers were a special tactical and rapid strike force. They had the most sophisticated weapons and the fastest vehicles in the entire Revolutionary Army, and could resolve the battle before all friendly forces arrived on the battlefield. At the same time, each squad of Renault Rangers has a heavy machine gun, 2 fire bats, 2 Grenade infantrymen with reinforced power armor, an infantryman using a single-person rocket launcher, and a medical soldier carrying a multifunctional medical kit. The mission of the Renault unit is to provide fire cover for the vanguard troops and serve as a communication transfer point between the vanguard troops and the subsequent main force. The symbol and representative color of the Rangers are determined by the Revolutionary Army Martial Command, which is sky blue and wings of freedom. This unit is the first unit to recruit soldiers from Mossera, because Renault himself has a good impression of Mossera because of his girlfriend Lydia Elizabeth. Ordered Tychus to run forward immediately. Augustus led the other 2 main companies of the Revolutionary Army Marine Corps to the finale. He was wearing a power armor command armor, and was guarded by many fully armed Revolutionary Army sergeants. The Reno unit is responsible for covering the right wing of the Tychus unit, and will open fire after the front troops open fire. The Faraday unit will continue to advance along the left ridge to block the Chimera Pirates' retreat to the west, since this is the area with the strongest band interference. All means of using electromagnetic waves for communication are ineffective, and Augustus can only command his subordinates by shouting. Each platoon resumed its signalman duties, responsible for delivering the commander's orders to the entire company, and even the follow-up troops. At this moment, the sky was dim, and a very thin dark red light appeared on the horizon of Mossera. There were 2 huge round moons 4 times the size of the Earth's moon hanging in the sky. Even though the light of the moon had covered the light of most stars, the stars were still shining above Augustus' head. Beside Augustus was the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan holding a tank sniper rifle, and 4 Revolutionary Army sergeants wearing CMC 300 power armor. The former's powerful psychic power, assisted by the advanced equipment of Umogen, could cover a radius of 1 mile, and any telepathic fluctuations could not escape her perception. The first gunshot sounded at 0:56 local time, and then a fire bright enough to illuminate the sky lit up in front of Augustus, and the guns and cannons roared like thunder. The arc tank behind Augustus began to fire. The power armor blocked most of the noise, but the roar of the artillery still made his eardrums. A few flashes of light fell a few miles in front of Augustus, setting off a dazzling fire, because all the available communication equipment had failed. Augustus had no way of knowing what was happening in front, but he knew that what he should do now was to move forward quickly. The Chimera research base is not an impregnable fortress, and the pirates inside cannot be the opponent of Tychus. Even if Tychus's attack is blocked, Rayner's Rangers can immediately provide fire suppression. Full speed forward. Charge. Augustus's order was passed by the signalman to the company and platoon, and all the revolutionary soldiers wearing red power armor began to run. These soldiers still used the badges of the Mossera Autonomous State Civil Defense Force Militia Force and the Echo Town Police Department. So the Chimera pirates will only regard the enemies attacking the research base as an open encirclement and suppression by the Terran Federation rather than other forces. Augustus had reported the operation to the Hero State Attorney's office and received official approval. So this was only an official military operation, although the militia's firepower was comparable to that of the Tarsoni's army. As Augustus's troops advanced at full speed, the firefighting on the surface ahead quickly disappeared. Antiochus led his men into the underground building of the Chimera Pirate Research Base in less than a minute. At 1:16, 20 minutes after Tychus' troops exchanged fire with the Chimera Pirates, Raynor's Rangers entered the underground part of the research base building. Augustus had no way of knowing the real situation inside. But when he arrived at the abandoned mining base station, Tychus had already brought a Chimera pirate leader to him. The main building of the mining base station had been blown up by the arc tank. Under the shattered wall was a circular entrance with a diameter of only 20 feet. The bloody bodies of Chimera pirates were carried up one by the revolutionary soldiers. There was not even a complete power armor on these Chimera pirates. At most, they had energy armor plates sewn on their clothes. There were less than 10 bodies. And then the Chimera pirates, wearing purple turbans and boat-shaped hats, lined up in an orderly team and walked out of the research base. The fighting spirit of these pirates was far inferior to that of the Comorian army that had fought against Augustus, and they collapsed at the first touch. These pirates are very famous, but they are not as good as the Comorian in a real fight. They are really vulnerable. Like I said, we can deal with these scumbags in a nap. Tychus grabbed the collar of the Chimera pirate leader and came to Augustus, holding the Chimera pirate's forehead with his hand, forcing him to look at Augustus. The Chimera pirate wore a dark purple long-sleeved windbreaker with a white shirt underneath and a dining scarf tied around his neck. He had a tattoo of Chimera on his right cheek, a mythical monster with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a snake's tail. He had long golden hair and a high-nosed bridge, and spoke with a distinct Umoyan accent when he yelled, "What are you studying here?" Augustus waved his hand. "Don't be so rude, Tychus. Be friendly to our pirate friends. Captain Zambu's fleet will soon arrive at Marcera, and you will soon know how much trouble you have caused." After spitting at Tychus, the pirate stood up and threatened Augustus. "The ghost of Chimera will find you. But you can't even send out a distress signal. Even if they figure out what happened here in a few months, they won't come to Marcera for you." Augustus didn't lower the mask of his power armor, although Kerrigan could read other people's memories. The pirate leader who managed this scientific research base was still valuable. In fact, you and I both know that this low-level threat is meaningless. If you know something, please tell me. Otherwise I will hang you up, you bastard, and expose you to the sun in Marcera, and then whip you hard with a whip to rub salt into your wounds. Tychus came closer and stared at the pirate who dared to spit at him. "Do you think you will have a good end? The sun will dry you out in just one day. We are studying the strange phenomena here." The pirate leader still gave in. He knew he was finished. "I don't know whether to call you sir or officer. We are just doing scientific research here. The Terran Federation and the Comorian Union have been fighting each other, and only we are still contributing to the progress of all mankind. Have you found anything?" Augustus smiled and asked him. "Yes. In fact, we have already got a clue about the cause of the band anomaly. The Chimera pirate leader had no sense of being a captive. I will tell you everything I know, but you must promise to let me go. It depends on how much truth you tell." Augustus pointed at Kerrigan beside him. "She is a psyker. I have a way to find out if you are fooling me. If you don't cooperate," Augustus replied, "I will hand you over to the United States of Umojan. Don't worry. There is no death penalty in Umojan. It must feel good to go home." The pirate leader looked at the logo of the Federal Civilian Defense Force on Augustus' armor. "I thought you would just shoot me or send me to federal prison. I never knew that the federal government would send the Chimera pirates back to Umojan." "Now you've heard it," Augustus said. 4/5 of the Chimera pirates' research base is underground, and 60 feet below the ground are deep excavated laboratories and living spaces. The architectural style of the research base is similar to that of Umoyan, with smooth blue-white alloy panels, and each room connected by a passage that can accommodate 2 people passing through in parallel. Here, both living and entertainment facilities are available. It looks more like a research base built by the official Umoyan expedition team, and most of the people living inside are researchers. Augustus led the way into the passage leading to the main laboratory of the scientific research base, followed by the leader of the Chimera pirates, Typhon. and Sarah Kerrigan, Dr. Francos, who was in charge of the research of alien creatures in the Revolutionary Army, followed them wearing a CMC 200 power armor, and a team of Revolutionary Army soldiers lined up in 2 rows followed closely behind. We found the remains of a mysterious alien civilization here, because with our poor brains, it is impossible to understand what the civilization of an intelligent race that had conquered the Milky Way 10 billion years ago was like. So in the end, we couldn't figure out where those fragments came from. The Chimera pirate leader, Tip-On, recognized his situation. Ruins, Augustus said as he walked out of the passage and came to a large laboratory of the Chimera pirates. A prismatic crystal several feet long was hanging from the ceiling of the laboratory. This crystal emitted a bright light green light, and it was obviously not a common Adian crystal. I have seen this kind of crystal. There are a small amount of green crystals in the geological layers of the Purgatory Corridor. I suspect that this kind of crystal can resonate with psychics. Francois pointed at the crystal. It can regenerate and absorb energy. This is indeed a strange crystal, which contains some strange energy. But now it can only be used as a decoration. A stone tablet full of patterns and symbols was also found with this crystal. Tip-On handed Augustus a fluorescent green crystal made into a pendant. Augustus stroked the pendant in his hand, feeling the coldness from the void, and thought that this should be a Zelnaga crystal. What can we do with it? We can't use the energy in this crystal for now. Tip-On shook his head and said, but the cooling effect is quite good. Well, how is the work of deciphering the text? Then Augustus observed the internal structure of the laboratory and found nothing special. The answer is obvious. There is no progress. Kerrigan folded her hands in front of her chest and finished the rest of the words for the hesitant Chimera pirate. Augustus came to the glass container with a stone slab and observed the spiral pattern and the extremely regular hexagons on it. The writing of the Protoss and the Zelnaga is very similar. But in Augustus's impression, the Protoss seems to have no connection with this planet except for purifying Mars-Sera with the Star Destroyer. Put it away. Maybe this is a prophecy left for future races. Augustus couldn't understand it either, but he believed that someone would understand what was written on it. Is this all you found? Augustus asked him, when 2 revolutionary soldiers carefully took the stone tablet out of the glass container. That's all. Tip-On said, the race that left this slab did not build a city in Mars-Sera. It seems to have just placed it here casually. It is not this slab that caused the abnormal phenomenon in the band of the Purgatory Corridor. I believe it came from another ancient race. And the source of the signal is right under our feet. He pointed to the ground under his feet. Keep digging until you find the source of the strong electric pulse. You can start digging, Augustus said to Kerrigan beside him. Notify the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps and construction team. I need them to build a mining outpost at this location within a week. Chapter 172 Revolutionary Fervor in a Border Town. In late October 2489, the seasonal changes and alternation of cold and warm weather on Mars-Sera Prime were not obvious. The weather was still hot, but fortunately it had just rained in Echo Town half an hour ago, and there was an arched rainbow in the sky. Compared with the past, the sheriff's office of the Echo Town Police Department has a set of wooden tables, chairs and bookshelves. Augustus leaned on his bench, holding a cup of military-style instant espresso in his hand. For more than a month, Augustus basically spent time in the police station office, which has actually become the command center of the Revolutionary Army in Mars-Sera. And Echo Town is their actual backyard. More than 3 months have passed since the battle called the Siege of Tarsonis by the UNN Universe News Network and several colonial TV stations. The Revolutionary Fleet and the terrorist organization Sons of Korhal that appeared only once have disappeared. Politicians in Tarsonis were relieved and repeatedly stated in public that the rebels had been annihilated, fearing that the core worlds would be raided by the remnants of the Revolutionary Fleet again. Many fleets have returned to their bases. Only Alpha Squadron is still searching for traces of the Revolutionary Fleet. Colonel Edmund Duke, who thinks he has been tricked by Augustus, is full of anger and has nowhere to vent. There was a large stack of documents in front of Augustus. Although he didn't put his hands on the table, the documents were still moving without wind, as if an invisible hand was flipping through them. Judge Ada of the Echo Town Court wrote a letter asking you to conduct a detailed investigation into the revolutionary pamphlets that have been circulating in the town recently. Arrest the reactionary, terrifying car rebels, and their despicable accomplices roaming around in Echo Town. He hopes that you can immediately eliminate those discordant voices and arrest 1 or 2 of the masterminds. As soon as the words fell, a pair of tight long legs and black combat boots appeared in front of Augustus, followed by the curvy waist and hips, and the iconic fiery red hair. Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan was standing next to Augustus reading the documents, and asked Augustus while flipping through them, "How are you going to reply to him?" "I will deal with it as soon as possible." Augustus took a sip of coffee. "If he urges me again, just say that I will deal with it immediately." Rod Fowles Slater, the Attorney General of the Shiloh Autonomous Prefecture, wrote a letter praising you as the most outstanding sheriff in Shiloh, because you not only eradicated the drug trafficking problem in Echo Town, but also cracked down on gangs in 4 areas including Echo Town, Redstone Town, Thorn Forest and Him Station, which reduced the crime rate in these areas to the lowest level in 10 years. Kerrigan turned over the next document. "He has approved your plan to form a civilian defense force in the Ridge Plains equivalent to 2 full-strength militia companies with 320 people." Kerrigan said, "He will provide you with kinetic armor, Gauss rifles, grenades, and other military supplies that match this organization within 2 months." With the end of the 4-year Kylian War, the military industry of the Terran Federation is still continuing to produce kinetic armor, guns, and multifunctional vehicles, and is working hard to expand sales. Arms dealers have become accustomed to making huge profits through wars, and cannot tolerate the sharp drop in profits due to declining sales. They have earned enough reputation and money, but still feel it is not enough. A group of Genesis family companies led by the arms dealer Brubaker family and the shipbuilding leader Bennett family began to promote the threat of the Coral rebels. In addition to selling to the military, they also sold obsolete arms to wealthy businessmen, dignitaries on marginal planets, and anyone else who could afford it. In this year, weapons and vehicles such as CMC 200 power armor, E-Series Gauss rifles, and Vulture vehicles, which were originally prohibited from being sold to foreign countries, began to flow into the arms market on a large scale. Of course, since it was the first time to open the purchase restrictions, the selling price was of course quite expensive. It became possible for private armed forces and mercenaries to hold power armor and Gauss rifles on a large scale. And with the widespread popularity of CMC 300 in the military, the planetary defense forces and regional militias on colony planets such as Mars Sera also obtained a large number of obsolete CMC 200 power armor. However, these armors will not be replenished in large quantities after they are damaged, and the militia must patch them up to survive the next equipment upgrade, which may be more than a decade later. Justice Slater is a good man. I hope I can have a chance to invite him for a drink." Augustus put down his coffee cup and smiled. He knew that Judge Slater was not a good man at all, but he always did things in a decisive manner. As long as Augustus could show results, he would have people and money. Augustus's Car August Security Committee agents have investigated the backgrounds and preferences of almost all officials in the Hero Autonomous State in detail. Some officials live a simple life and have no hobbies to use, while others are smart and capable, but have some minor flaws. For example, Rod Fowles Slater, the judicial officer of Hero State, is a very greedy person, and his hobby for women is also beyond ordinary people. Greedy and lustful, but very capable. The Slater family is a branch of the Flanders family of the Creation family. Most colonial governors or judicial officers are related to a certain Creation family, because these positions are not elected, but directly appointed by the Tassoni's federal government. Few of these people could resist corruption. They were used to the prosperous life in Tarsonis, and coming to the poor and desolate wasteland of Mars Sera was in a sense an exile. "Is there anyone else looking for me?" Augustus sat up straight and picked up the document to read it. With the crime rate dropping significantly, the sheriff of a small town is still quite idle. The general cases are handed over to the sheriffs below to handle. When the police need to go out, Tychus will do it. He is not good at other things, but he is very good at fighting. The residents of the town have jointly written you a thank you letter. Kerrigan handed Augustus a sealed paper letter. "Put it in the box where I keep letters. I'll read it tonight." Augustus looked at the light yellow paper letter and suddenly felt sad. When he was in the Tullis's boot camp, his sister and mother often wrote to him, and he gradually developed the habit of reading letters at night after the training. "Is there any progress in the Purgatory Corridor mine?" Augustus asked again. Chief Engineer Swan and his men dug out tons of crystal ore, and the rich ore layer was almost all ardent crystal. But they still didn't find a signal source that emitted a lot of interference electromagnetic waves. Kerrigan pulled a chair over and sat down next to Augustus. "It's almost November, And we've been digging in the Purgatory Corridor for a month. Augustus sorted out the documents and put them in the filing cabinet. What did Swan say? How long will it take for him to dig that thing? Almost there. Just a few more picks. Hand me my toolbox. Man, Kerrigan said, imitating Swan's distinctive raspy voice. I already have his voice in my head. But even if we don't find the source of the signal, we've collected enough crystals to produce a week's worth of crystals from Arcturus Peak Mine, Augustus said. With the money Arcturus transferred to my Umojan account, I now have about 55 billion Umojan citizen points. Enough to buy 1 or 2 Kelmorian Hercules battlecruisers. Augustus also received news that last month, his brother, Arcturus Minsk, the eldest son of the Minsk family, resolutely led a huge mining fleet of tens of thousands of people to the Star region outside the Copperless sector for his people. At the same time, an organization called the Sons of Korhal also took root on various colony planets of the Terran Federation. In order to revive Korhal, Arcturus Minsk resolutely went further and further on the road of becoming a mining boss. With the financial support of his brother, Augustus could not be too short of money. My only concern is whether the Kelmorian Combine will still have sovereignty over its home planet Moria after the defeat. After saying that, Augustus stood up, opened the door of his office, and walked out of the police station, while Sarah Kerrigan followed him in stealth. The news says that many residents of the Kelmorian mining planets were expelled back to Moria, and only a few planets are still under the control of the Kelmorian fleet. Due to the return of the colony population, the population of Moria has now exceeded 4 billion. This is a terrible number. The barren land of Moria is already overwhelmed. As Augustus walked out of the office, Kerrigan said, but the government of Moria sternly rejected the Federation's agreement to build an outpost and military base in Moria. They would rather block all interstellar ports and close the country than allow the Federation's army to enter Moria. There were more than a dozen second-level police officers in the outer office of the police station. After seeing Augustus, these police officers immediately stood up and saluted Augustus with a straight posture. These police officers are the backbone officers of the Revolutionary Army and the Pantaran Party commissars, who are responsible for the ideological work of the army. The purpose of these commissars is to prevent the Revolutionary Army from abandoning the ideals they swore to fight for, so that this army is firmly controlled by Augustus and the Angus government. The Echo Town Police Department nominally receives salaries from the federal central government, but in fact, it is full of rebels that the federal government hates. The Tarsones Federal Council and the Creation families have never thought that the rebels are hiding under their noses. They have not become weak due to their constant wandering in the universe, but are hiding in Mossera to recuperate. Keep working. There is still a long way to go to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation. Augustus looked at these spirited soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. For freedom, for Kar, for the new republic, these revolutionary soldiers in the uniforms of the colonial police shouted out these great words. Then Augustus walked out of the police station gate, and in front of him was a clean bluestone road, with reddish-brown colonial cottages on both sides of the road, and a dark orange sky without a single cloud. 2 patrol officers riding on Marsera ponies were passing by the police station. After living here for a while, Augustus actually felt that Marsera was a good place. In the rare weather when there was no sandstorm covering the sky. Since Augustus came to Echo Town to purge the town's gangs and criminal groups, and use the power of the sheriff to formulate new laws. The changes in this border town are obvious. The most intuitive feeling is that the streets of Echo Town have become cleaner and tidier, because people who litter will be fined if they are caught by the police. And the gangsters who graffiti on the walls will never return to their homes after being arrested. A small town in the desert has suddenly changed a lot since then. Since almost all criminals have been caught, there are police patrols at night, and the residents of Echo Town now dare not go out at night without carrying guns, because Augustus sent all kinds of people to the mining area. The local sex industry also suffered a big blow. Only 2 strip clubs survived until now because of Tychus's support. At the same time, the advanced ideas brought by the Revolutionary Army also completely penetrated the streets and alleys of Echo Town, because the people of Mossera originally had a rebellious spirit that was no less than that of the Korhal people. After the destruction of Korhal 4, there were more Korhal sympathizers here than on any other colony planet. The reason why Augustus chose to temporarily settle in Marsera after evacuating Tarsones was not only because Marsera was geographically remote, rich in minerals, and had a fragment of the Zelnada artifact, but also because it was a fertile ground for revolution. Spreading revolutionary ideas to the people of Marcera would not cause any unexpected backlash. And the actual situation was not beyond Augustus's expectations. As the revolutionary soldiers began to infiltrate the surrounding towns, the revolutionary ideas had gradually affected the population of more than a dozen towns. Nearly one-third of the Hero Autonomous State. Just opposite the police station where Augustus was standing, the LED billboards on the street were openly printed with satirical cartoons and jokes about resisting the federal tyranny. The residents of Echo Town began to talk about politics loudly in public and expressed their dissatisfaction with the Terran Federation. The Panteranian Party began to try to recruit members in Marcera, and a huge underground party network consisting of thousands of people gradually took shape. This was also the reason why Judge Ada asked Augustus to investigate the matter thoroughly, not only in Echo Town, but also in all police stations where Panteranian underground party members were stationed. They were in a state of panic. It can be said that as long as Augustus wants, he can launch an uprising in the Hero Autonomous region. But this is not Augustus's goal. He is used to making plans before taking action. Only when the Pantyrone Party's underground party organization spreads throughout the entire Marcera will he consider launching the next plan. Step by step. Spreading revolutionary ideas planet by planet. These influences will eventually accumulate and subvert the rule of the Terran Federation. Now Augustus has 14 battlecruisers, 6 of which are anchored in Umoyan and 8 in the Ceres system. The force is much weaker than the Federation fleet, but it is enough to compete with a naval squadron or the armed forces of a colony. The closest friendly forces to Augustus are 2 colonist fleets led by the Heavenly Demon Kid. About 1 million Coral civilians and revolutionary soldiers. More than 1,000 light-years away from Marcera, and have left the Copperloose sector. Will this attract the attention of the Terran Federation? Looking at the billboard opposite, Kerrigan asked Augustus with some concern. That's for sure. Augustus spread his hands. It would be a joke if they didn't react. But by the time they react, the revolutionaries have already taken root in Marcera, and our fleet can be evacuated. He said, according to common sense, they will first send the militia and the Planetary Defense Force to investigate, and then the Federation Marines. After a period of chaos, we will jump away before their fleet arrives. Chapter 173, Zelnaga Artifact Fragments. At the end of November, Purgatory Corridor, Revolutionary Army Mining Outpost. In the picture taken by the 2-wing turbo drone patrolling from high in the sky, a circular mine pit reinforced with alloy plates and all-metal frames is like a black spot on the red sandy soil of Purgatory Corridor. Surrounding this giant mine pit with a diameter of more than 700 feet, about 210 meters, is a drilling platform cast by concrete and steel plates. On the platform are continuous miners' barracks and ventilation ducts piled on the open space. Building panels, large cranes, and large excavators. Sometimes, bustling workers and armed patrol militias pass by under the drone's camera. In the center of the camp is a red and blue federal flag fluttering in the wind. The diagonally crossed white crosses and numerous 5-pointed stars on the flag indicate that this is a mining base belonging to the Terran Federation. Due to the harsh environment, rampant banditry, and the weak police force of the local police station, it is impossible to clear out the numerous gangs and pirates entrenched in it. The Purgatory Corridor has always been in a no-man's land, where black transactions frequently occur. For many years, the Purgatory Corridor has been the most chaotic and disorderly area in the entire Hero region and even the entire hemisphere. Due to communication difficulties, several clearing operations organized by nearby police stations failed. The sheriffs were out of reach of this dark canyon that was more than 1,000 miles long and were helpless. It was not until a federal sheriff named Caesar appeared and cleared out the Chimera pirates entrenched in the Purgatory Corridor in one fell swoop, bringing these notorious interstellar pirates to justice, that the Purgatory Corridor established a rare order. Immediately afterwards, Sheriff Caesar, with the help of Rod, the judicial officer of the Hero Autonomous State, sold a part of the mining rights of the Purgatory Corridor to a mining company named Steel in the name of the Hero State government. Both Sheriff Caesar and Justice Rod are fair and selfless people. They hold the lofty belief of absolute loyalty to the federal government. They solemnly signed the mining rights transfer contract under the witness of the Cross Star-Spangled Flag and the flag of the Goat State of Hero State. All income will be handed over to the Tassonis Mining Administration and used to build the Hero Autonomous State. No one has made ill-gotten gains from it, because all transactions are legal. If someone questions Justice Rod's increasing number of luxury goods, luxury cars and mistresses, then he certainly does not give face to the mining administration and some officials in the cabinet. Questioning the mining rights transfer contract is as ridiculous as questioning the fairness and justice of the federal government. Augustus, who was in an orange-gray barracks, felt funny when he thought about the scene of him and the Hero State Justice Rod toasting in the star-rated hotel in the capital of Hero State. Augustus only spent a small amount of money to make the Justice blush with joy. They took the money from the steel mining company for granted, and Justice Rod firmly believed that Augustus would not betray him because they were already on the same boat. But in fact, this mining company with thousands of people was full of revolutionary soldiers and miners mainly composed of criminals. The seemingly huge bribe was just put from Augustus' left pocket into his right pocket. Only Augustus himself knew that more than 10,000 revolutionaries had landed in Marcera, plus the more than 2,000 prisoners who were forced to work in the mines. The number of these people was much larger than the population of any small town in Hero. The Revolutionary Army also had 7 small and medium-sized mining areas, 4 of which recruited miners from local towns, effectively boosting the local economy. Compared with other private mines in Marcera, the Revolutionary Army's mines had the best welfare, working hours and safety environment. At this moment, Augustus, who was standing in the barracks, had a holographic projection screen playing drone surveillance footage in front of him. Today was a rare day off, and Rory Swan vowed to dig out the signal source that was emitting disturbing electromagnetic waves under the Purgatory Corridor today. So Augustus went to the Purgatory Corridor mine area on purpose. Although other pirates and criminal organizations immediately abandoned their original bases and fled after Augustus defeated the Chimera pirates and seized their research station. According to intelligence, there were still a considerable number of criminals lingering in the depths of the Purgatory Corridor. So the Revolutionary Army in the corridor must be careful of those malicious enemies, or those with ulterior motives spying on this mining outpost. Marshal Minsk, the archaeological team you invited has arrived at the Purgatory Corridor. While Augustus was watching the surveillance screen, Corporal Faraday walked into the barracks. The latter scanned the area carefully when he walked in, but did not see the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan. Most of the time, the mysterious and powerful former Federation ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan is invisible. It is said that she stands beside the Revolutionary Marshal at any time and anywhere. When you talk to the Marshal, Kerrigan is likely to stand between you. This 16-year-old ghost is a deadly killer at her prime. But she should have been a cute and innocent girl. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Sarah Kerrigan has always stayed by Augustus' side and has never carried out assassination missions. Officers close to Augustus, such as Corporal Faraday, believe that when Sarah Kerrigan no longer lives as a killer and is forced to suppress her emotions, she may show more of her side as a human being rather than a humanoid weapon of the Federation. Please let them in. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday. This archaeological team has about a dozen people, most of whom are doctoral supervisors in the history departments of Moria Sakai University and Tarsonis University, and the youngest is a newly graduated doctoral student. Team members are or have been engaged in research on mysterious alien relics, have published a large number of papers on research in this area, and have authoritative works. Augustus first asked them to participate in an unprecedented archaeological discovery with a generous and irresistible reward, and then waited for their invitees to come. Due to various factors, including economic reasons, quite a number of Kelmorians and Umoyans responded, influenced by the propaganda of the Kelmorian Union and the internal government of the Umoyan United States. These people were quite favorable to the Revolutionary Army that resisted the tyranny of the Terran Federation, although they did not know where they were going before arriving in Marcera. These scholars who were either living in poverty or simply wanted to make a career in their own industry still rushed here at great risk. When Corporal Faraday walked out of the barracks, a gray-haired elder and a brown-haired young scholar walked in. He is Professor Jordan Kaczynski of the Komorian Sakai University. Corporal Faraday introduced to Augustus. He is mainly engaged in the study of alien relics. His brother Abraham Kaczynski is a senior official of the Komorian Federation's independent government. The Kaczynski family is a prestigious family with many talents. The Komorians are mainly known for their achievements in mechanical engineering and starship manufacturing. He then whispered, "Hello, Professor." Augustus walked over and shook hands with Jordan Kaczynski. The list was finalized by Augustus. To be precise, Jordan was invited more because of his surname. The Kaczynski family was a Komorian family that Augustus valued very much. Unlike Rory Swan family, the Kaczynski family focused on the field of military technology. The appearance of the Comorian battlecruiser in the early stage of the Kylian War benefited from the family's innovation in the field of starship manufacturing. Nice to meet you. The famous leader of the Revolutionary Army. Jordan Kaczynski looked at Augustus for a few more times, and then introduced the young man next to him to Augustus. This is Jack Razum, a professor of history at Tarsones University. Although he is a Tarsones, he is temporarily staying in my team, and he also hates the tyranny of the Terran Federation. As Augustus shook hands with Jack, he continued, I heard that many heart energy crystals were discovered here. Please allow me to call it that. Professor Jordan said, my friends at Umojan University believe that this crystal can power the ship's engine. Although this amount of energy is less than 1/10,000th of its own, it does exist. Are you referring to this dark green crystal? Augustus took out the Zelnaga Void Crystal pendant given to him by the Chimera pirates. I call it the Void Crystal. Yes. Professor Jordan nodded. A very good name, Void, unknown. Cold. Dark. Very similar to the characteristics of this crystal. But with current technology, we can't use the energy of this crystal. We can refine Adian crystals, but we can't use these green crystals. The integrity of their structure, and the way they store energy are far beyond our imagination. Moreover, I believe this is a man-made product rather than a natural resource given to us by the universe. It certainly can't come from humans. Augustus nodded. Can this crystal be used to enhance our warships? As long as you put these crystals on the warships, they can automatically supply energy to the engines and various systems. As for further ship steel and ship system upgrades based on this, maybe I can ask my brothers and nephews to solve it, Jordan replied. The Kaczynski family was also affected by the defeat of the Comorian Federation in the Battle of the Kylian, but they were not as hard-pressed as the Swan family. Despite this, there were still people in the Kaczynski family who were willing to serve the rebels for a generous salary. After all, many of them hated the Terran Federation. Very good. I also thought that we could recruit some Comorians to join the Revolutionary Army. Augustus shook hands with Jordan Kaczynski again. Augustus once fought bloody battles with the Comorians in the Battle of the Kylian, but now he has to fight side by side with the Comorians. I would also like to invite you to join the alien technology laboratory I have established, specializing in the excavation of alien ruins and studying how to apply these technologies to military and civilian life. Augustus handed over an invitation letter to Jordan Kaczynski again. I may participate in the establishment work, but I will eventually return to Moria. Professor Jordan shook his head and said, I am old and will retire soon, but I will recommend my students to you. Well, then I can only find someone else to lead the research. Augustus respected the other party's choice. Marshal Swan reported that he won the jackpot. I think he means that he dug out the culprit that caused the electromagnetic pulse interference. At this time, Corporal Faraday came to the barracks after saying sorry. Just in time. Professor, my people have made a new discovery. Let's go. Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, prepare my command vehicle. Augustus, his accompanying guards, and archaeologists led by Jordan Kaczynski immediately drove to the mine. As soon as he walked out of the barracks, Augustus saw a magnificent scene. 6 Draken laser drills stood in the orange-gray sky of Mars-Sera. A towering crane was lifting baskets of several tons of ore and sedimentary rocks with a hoist wheel. A team of militiamen in khaki uniforms with Gauss rifles on their shoulders ran in front of the barracks. I was also surprised by the efficiency of the engineering corps when I first came here. On the way to the mine, Augustus, who was sitting in the back seat, said proudly to Professor Jordan, who was sitting next to him, but when I think about the engineers in the engineering corps who drive the space engineering vehicles to weld plates, they are the most experienced engineers in all of CAR, so I am not surprised. When Augustus arrived at the mine, Tychus Finley, Jim Rayner, and the jubilant Rory Swan, who were dressed in sheriff uniforms, were waiting for Augustus. When Augustus got out of the car, Tychus came over happily with a smile on his face. He likes leaders like Augustus because he has been helping him make money. Did you dig it up? Is it a stone slab or a strange crystal? Augustus had guessed that it should be a fragment of the Zelnaga artifact, but he was not sure before confirming it. It looks like a fragment of a triangular prism. When it was found, it emitted a faint blue fluorescence in the dark. Swan replied, a void crystal as tall as a person was also found with it. What a good thing. Carrying this crystal with you saves you the trouble of installing an air conditioner. Renaud gave his constructive advice. It would be a good choice to install it in the engine room of NORAD too. Perhaps it can make the warship system more stable. Augustus nodded. It's a treasure. How much is it worth? Tychus' eyes lit up. It's priceless. When two miners came to Dr. Jordan with a titanium alloy storage box, he immediately screamed. Augustus was not surprised by the loss of composure of a respected professor, because a piece of dark triangular prism column emitting copper blue light was floating in the air, and its cracks like patterns emitted pure blue light, like the light from heaven. Guess what we can do with it? Renault and others around Augustus said. Chapter 174 Masala Separatist Movement. Chapter 174 Masala Separatist Movement. December 29, 2489. Janine Bar. This small bar in Echo Town used to be out of tune with the noisy environment. But with the increasing stability of the Shiloh region and the influx of workers from the newly opened mining area nearby, it has become overcrowded. Augustus Mengsk's new friend Mr. Janine is overwhelmed. In the past, he and his son could take care of everything in this small bar. But now, he has to recruit several new waiters. But the style of the sake bar remains the same as always. There are no sexy girls with revealing clothes and provocative expressions, nor noisy heavy metal music. Only the crisp sound of clinking glasses. The changes brought to the Hero region by the new sheriff's new policies, and the revolutionary thoughts can be seen on the walls of the Janine Bar. Down with the Federation and overthrow the Creation family. Return power to the people. We want justice for Carrefour. All the oppressed people in the Terran Federation unite slogans are openly hung on the walls and doors of the bar. When people sitting in the bar talk, they will mention revolution, freedom, Terranian republic without exception, although they may not understand the meaning of these words. In the past, the walls of the Janine Bar were always covered with credit notes of various denominations of the Terran Federation, and the niches were filled with souvenirs collected by the bar owner. Now, they are covered with propaganda posters and brochures of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army soldiers who died in the Battle of Korhol were naturally portrayed as heroes who sacrificed for freedom. The former heavenly devil Kurt Josephine became a heroic warrior wearing a black hood in the propaganda poster, and the spiritual leader of the Korhol Revolutionary Army, Augustus Mengsk, placed a flag with the three-star emblem of the Korhol Autonomous Region and the golden wolf of the Mengsk family on the rubble of the city of Tarsones. And behind him was the dilapidated Federal Parliament Hall. All the paintings are in red, green and yellow, symbolizing revolution, freedom, and the Terran people. A bright red flag was inserted at the entrance of the Janine Bar, on which was written the Revolutionary Party's declaration: the people are the cornerstone of all political power. It was the morning of a holiday, the coolest time of the day, and many idle workers and farmers took time to talk about the Revolutionary Army's ideas in the brochure, the 6 core ideas of the Pan-Terran Party, and the current situation information heard from others. Augustus was sitting in a corner of the Janine's bar, wearing a cowboy suit with shiny buttons and high-top leather boots. Opposite him was the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, who was rarely seen in her regular clothes. A few yards away from Augustus sat Jim Raynor, a major general of the Revolutionary Army and Sheriff Mar Sarah, drinking with his girlfriend, Letty Elizabeth. Elizabeth was wearing a plain white dress and a neat ponytail at this time. She listened to Raynor's jokes and smiled sweetly. Mr. Renault actually didn't want to spend time with his girlfriend, but at least there was no resort in the Hero area. Even the only city in Hero was considered a remote western town compared to Tarsones or the former Car. And even the coffee shop was shabby. That's great. Augustus held a glass of southern wine with vermilion liquid and looked at Jim Renault, who was laughing. Renault would never have thought that Augustus had even thought of the name of his son. The happiness of a good brother is the happiness of Augustus. Speaking of which, Augustus, who had always been unlucky, had been much more successful these days. In just 4 months, the revolutionary ideas had spread widely in Hero State, New Columbia State, Lorenzana State, and the capital area further north. People began to think about the same question. That is, the shackles that bound them were not inextricable. Are you jealous? Sarah Kerrigan, who was sitting opposite Augustus, smiled at him. Envious? Poor Jimmy was so focused on pleasing that woman that he ignored his brother. Augustus suddenly looked at Sarah Kerrigan in front of him while jokingly speaking, and found that she was amazingly beautiful today. I'm not envious at all. Kerrigan was wearing a light green low-cut halter dress today. From Augustus's angle, he could see her deep collarbone and exposed shoulders. She had lived a life without seeing the sun for many years, so her skin was too white, like smooth condensed milk. Sarah Kerrigan's fiery red straight hair was scattered, shaking with her movements, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. This was the first time that Augustus had seen Kerrigan wearing makeup. The light makeup and lipstick did not make her look too frivolous, but also gave a 16-year-old girl the charm of a mature woman. In the sunlight from the skylight of the bar, Kerrigan's red hair seemed like a burning flame. Her flaming red lips and her red cheeks made all the women in the bar pale in comparison. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't notice that you are more beautiful than ever before." Augustus showed his signature friendly smile. "And my eyes should have been on you and the wine. And there are only these two things in the world that cannot be wasted." Kerrigan glanced at Augustus with her light green eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. "You treat me like one of those noble ladies." "No, you are different," Augustus told her clearly. "Of course, just like the red and the black," he said. "I say this sincerely, not falsely. You know how to read minds. You are a reasonable woman. You should know if I am lying. I am by your side, Kerrigan. I won't be complacent because of your few words." Kerrigan picked up the glass and drank silently. Augustus smiled and didn't care. He knew that Kerrigan had a good impression of him. Of course, it didn't surprise him that all women had a good impression of him. After all, he was Augustus Minsk. For Kerrigan, Augustus was her savior. After leaving the Ghost Academy, they were almost together day and night. Augustus often counseled Kerrigan, who was depressed because of her past experiences. More often, he played the role of a father to fill the fatherly love that Kerrigan had lost. Moreover, Augustus' every word and action is extremely charming. His subordinates all love him. Even a rebellious old man like Tychus Finley is convinced by him. "Yes, I know you won't treat a 16-year-old girl as a woman. You like women with unique mature temperaments. And you want stronger women to conquer you. Just like you like buttocks and..." The Queen of Blades in the original book was over 30 years old when she reigned in the Copperless sector. But she is still a girl after all. She likes to see the calm Augustus show a panicked side. That's not the case. Augustus was furious. But he didn't show it. For a long time, Augustus had only hidden the secret of being a time traveler from Kerrigan. And he thought he didn't need to hide the rest because he was really ready to overthrow the Federation. Whether it was because his family would always be in danger if the Federation was not destroyed, or because of the growing hatred accumulated by the deaths of those Coral warriors, Augustus would not give up until the Federation was completely destroyed. However, there are some aspects that Augustus is unwilling to hide. And this is what Kerrigan caught. If you ask Tychus, he will say that Mr. Minks values people's inner qualities more. Then, Augustus looked at the tables around him, and saw Corporal Faraday and others who were disguised as customers. Augustus hoped that Corporal Faraday did not hear their conversation. Otherwise his black history would be added with another heavy stroke. "This is not the time to talk about asses, comrade. We are in revolution." Augustus looked far ahead, as if he saw the future of the revolution. "Focus on the present. I have a lot of things to do. The people of Marsera and other colonies are still waiting for us to liberate them. And Coral 4 is still waiting for us to rebuild. Watch the news." Augustus pointed to the holographic projection TV in the center of the Janine bar. He was indeed about to listen to this channel, and change the subject without any abruptness. "Okay," Kerrigan smiled and said. The TV screen shows a UNN TV studio. The host is Mike Liberty, a member of the Pantalan Revolutionary Party, who secretly works for the Revolutionary Army. Next to him is an elderly man with gray hair, but still in good spirits. "We are honored to have Federal Parliament member Ander Elt here. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to participate in the interview. You mentioned Augustus, the son of Angus, and his rebels in the press conference earlier today. And you also believe that the Sons of Coral is the terrorist organization under his instructions." "My pleasure, Mr. Liberty. As I said, who else could it be? If we mention terror, assassination, blood and cruelty, then you should immediately think of the Wolf of Coral 4, a member of the evil Minsk family. Senator Alt, what is your comment on the assassination of Frank Tagore, heir of the Tagore family? Some people claim that the incident is related to a sex scandal deliberately concealed by the Tarsonis Police Department. The reporter of the Metet 4 news agency in Tarsonis wrote that the incident was related to the promiscuous gatherings of the nobles. Before the incident, he photographed members of the federal parliament entering and leaving the relevant places. Oh, this matter is still under investigation. But the police officers of the Tarsonis Police Department have sufficient evidence that the female agent who committed suicide was a car. I feel sorry for the death of that young man. This is a loss for all of Tarsones, and even the entire Terran Federation. He should have been a rising star in the political arena, and should have benefited his people. This is a pity. I hope the police officers can bring the criminals to justice as soon as possible. We, the audience, have always wanted to know, is it true that the nuclear bombs dropped by the Federation fleet completely destroyed the ecology of Kar, causing the ecosystem there to completely collapse? That's not the question. Any malicious slander against the central government of Tarsones is groundless slander. The nuclear bombs dropped on Korhal have almost zero pollution to the environment. The doubts raised by the Space Environmental Protection Organization are completely unreasonable. So, do you think that protecting the environment is more important than people? Is the Federation responsible for the deaths of those Korhal people? No comment. To prevent Liberty from asking more questions that were not on his notepad, the federal congressman immediately ended the interview with the following paragraph. Korhal 4 is no longer the pearl of the Terran Federation. Those traitors with ulterior motives and the bloody sons of Korhal terrorists should learn a lesson from the destruction of Korhal. The rebels and the sons of Korhal are butchers who kill the elderly, the weak, women and children, and are inhumane demons. They attempt to subvert the rule and use power and tyranny to ban freedom and democracy. Their existence is a blasphemy against human rights and a trampling on the rule of law. Justice will never be absent, and the remnants of the Korhal rebellion will eventually be brought to justice. At this time, Kerrigan frowned. They actually think you founded the Sons of Korhal. That's a good thing. Augustus's expression was relieved. I will take care of it all, so that Shiowa and his mother will not be affected because my brother is the leader of the Sons of Korhal. Just as Augustus was speaking, the cheers in the bar and Jining suddenly became enthusiastic. When Augustus listened carefully, he could hear someone on the right raising his arms and shouting. When Augustus looked at him, he suddenly found a cowboy wearing a khaki cowboy suit and a cowboy hat standing on the table. He had 2 pistols on his waist, and he was born strong and powerful. Nonsense! Do the federal congressmen think they represent the will of the people? The founding families of Tarsones have accumulated too much wealth by exploiting the fringe star regions. The gold and silver of the colonies are pouring into the core worlds, and they still want us to bear more. Is he one of ours? Augustus called Corporal Faraday to the side, and the latter just shook his head in confusion. Not one of ours. He should not be a candidate member of the Panterran Revolutionary Party. And my people have never even seen him. You know, they always remember the faces of those who come in and out of Echo Town. I suspect he came from other areas. Corporal Faraday stared at the cowboy sharply. There is a Cossack scimitar badge on his clothes, indicating that he is from New Babylon, which is even farther away from us than the capital. The Maasera people have long been dissatisfied with the federal government. This planet is one of the 13 core worlds of the Terran Federation, but its development has almost stagnated, compared with its sister planet Chaucera, where both technology and economy are booming. It is poor and backward. The rebellious sentiment of Maasera comes more from the tough style and rebelliousness that are generally rooted in every Maasera person. The hatred for the federal government has been growing with the burden of heavy taxes and levies brought to the people during the 4-year Kylian War. The wealth of the Terran Federation is in the hands of a very small number of families. And even so, they are still exploiting the people more and more. However, Kar and Maasera are different. The initial conflict was caused by the dissatisfaction caused by Kar's strong economic strength and the extremely inconsistent voice in the Terran Federation. As the lower-level demands for freedom and revolutionary thought became more and more high, Angus Mengsk raised his arm and called for the outbreak of the revolution. Let us unite under the banner of revolution and let Maasera be independent, the cowboy of New Babylon said passionately, which aroused a lot of response. This is a good thing, but be careful not to over-incite their enthusiasm for resistance. Avoid causing tragedy, and let Maasera suffer the same fate as Kar. Augustus did not have any happy expression on his face. He said solemnly, next, be careful of the police, militia and federal army's suppression of the revolutionaries. I have received a notice from the Hero State Judicial Officer, asking us to assist the Hero Militia in suppressing the revolutionaries and possible remnants of the Revolutionary Army. Transfer the Alien Technology Laboratory on the ground, and send the alien holy object to the fleet. Chapter 175. Draw the snake out of its hole. Judge Ada. I have confiscated nearly 3,000 traitors' pamphlets and leaflets, and prohibited Echo Town residents from publicly printing and reading these illegally distributed publications. The Echo Town Immigration Police Department is taking all effective measures to prevent them from poisoning the minds of federal citizens and safeguarding the citizens' right to read correct and legal reading materials. In the sheriff's office of the Echo Town Immigration Police Department, Augustus was still on the phone with the only judge of the Echo Town Court. At this moment, Augustus, wearing a brown federal police uniform, was sitting on his log office chair, sitting upright with a serious expression. It was already February 2490, and the Hero region had entered a short rainy season that lasted from a few hours to a few days. Dense raindrops splashed on the blinds of Augustus' office, and the orange-gray sky was filled with dark clouds. The rain curtain was like an inverted waterfall, and the rain was pouring down. This office of more than 10 square meters was full of bookshelves, and on the bookshelves were some books about Terran Federation legislation and politics. And there were also a large number of works related to the crystal mining industry. There are 3 flags behind Augustus' desk, namely the red and blue cross, star, and stripes of the Federation, the flag of the Mar Sara colony, and the conch flag of Echo Town. This upright and loyal sheriff also hung a portrait of Marius Tagore, the current Prime Minister of the Federal Cabinet, in his office to express his admiration for the Prime Minister. I will deploy police forces to prevent the mob from attacking the town government building and the colony court. No, I have to do that. As a sheriff, I have to protect the safety of all employees serving the government. This is my duty. You can rest assured that my police officers will not prevent you from communicating with the townspeople who are suing. But I think you should not go too far. From Shiloh to the capital district to the vast area of millions of square miles in Elrin, where people believe that they no longer need the federal government. Sensational. But it's true. Okay. I will do what the governor asks. Arrest every rebel and send them to prison. Putting down the old landline on the desk, Augustus clasped his hands on the table and said to Sarah Kerrigan standing beside him, "Tell my staff and military advisors to draw up a plan to attack the planetary defense outpost in the Mar Sara capital district and destroy the federal train tracks. Make sure that the Mar Sara governor's office mobilizes the outer planetary defense forces and militia to return to the capital." By February of 2490, the governorate of Mar Sara finally realized that the revolutionary wave in full swing had threatened their rule on this planet. More than hundreds of thousands of people in several autonomous states and directly governed urban areas had changed their minds. Although under the leadership of the revolutionaries, these people who accepted revolutionary ideas did not attack the government like the car people. The federal government could not turn a blind eye to this, especially since so many people refused to pay taxes that they considered unreasonable in addition to the taxes that had been paid for hundreds of years. The tax officials who could not collect taxes were of course furious and complained to their superiors. In fact, these are still secondary. Governor Mar Sara, who indulges in sensual pleasures all day long, never asks about these things, but only leaves them to his officials to deal with. However, after the Car Rebellion, the 2 words Revolutionary Party and Rebel Army were enough for the federal government to attach great importance to, and even to go to war. For this reason, in early February, the encirclement and suppression of the revolutionaries led by the Mar Sara Civil Defense Force and a small number of federal Marines began. What Augustus has to do now is to deal with the encirclement and suppression of the federal army, and at the same time prepare for the next plan. Our governor is a cowardly, hedonistic man. When he heard that there were signs of rebel activities in Mar Sara, he was so scared that he fled from the social gathering back to the governor's mansion. He said to Kerrigan, "We just need to scare him, and he will show his true colors." Okay. Kerrigan did not ask Augustus why he did that. It was not because they had developed a tacit understanding in the nearly 1 year they had been together, but because Augustus never deliberately hid his thoughts. When Kerrigan walked out of the sheriff's office and passed Augustus' order to the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army Marshal's command post in another sheriff's office, Augustus called Jim Raynor's personal terminal again. "Jimmy, pull up your pants and come to my office immediately. You'd better take contraceptive measures. I don't think Elizabeth is ready to be a mother yet." Augustus changed his posture and held the phone. "By the way, call Tychus. You know where he usually stays." After that, Augustus put down the phone and picked up a draft of notice to warn the town residents not to travel during the rainy season and prepared to put it in the bag. At this time, Kerrigan, who was wearing a khaki police uniform, had walked in again. She didn't like to wear high heels, so she wore a pair of leather boots that clacked on the wooden floor. Your order has been conveyed to the Revolutionary Army camp staff. They will submit a detailed plan to you within a standard Mossera day. Yeah. Augustus nodded and stopped talking. He just looked out the window at the heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and fell into deep thought. Are there any more news about Umojan and the 6 colonial fleets? Augustus asked Kerrigan again after a few seconds. But his eyes were on the 2 photo frames on the desk, one of which was a group photo of the Heavenly Devils, and the other was a photo of the Minsk family including the butler. After remerging, the dozen colonial fleets that left the Korhal system were integrated into 5 huge fleets that fled in different directions with Korhal as the center. Each fleet had more than 2 million people, and the largest fleet had 3.5 million people, led by former Heavenly Devils Senior Generals Xander Max, Connor Ward, Amy Brandon, Ilya Kulovsky, and Rick Kidd. These colonial fleets are traveling at superluminal speeds, and except for the navigators, they are all in hibernation. They will probably find a habitable planet after sailing for several years or even longer. And before that, the immigrants must face the unknown and dangerous universe. The colonial fleet closest to Mossera is Rick Kidd's. This revolutionary general is not in hibernation, but is always awake and sends a positioning signal to Umojan every 3 months. For colonial fleets are sailing in the middle of the Copperloo sector, from Korhal to the edge of the Copperloo sector. And 1 fleet is about to sail out of the Copperloo sector. Kerrigan replied. As for Umojan, 2 weeks ago, the Gamma Squadron and Sigma Squadron of the Terran Federation and the Umojan Protectorate Fleet had several conflicts at the border of the Umojan United States. Both sides have their own opinions on who is the final winner of these conflicts. What is the real situation? We should be able to get more factual information. Augustus felt a sense of urgency because his family, and more than 20 million Kar were still on Umojan. The truth is that the Umojan Protectorate did not have the upper hand. The Federation fleet was in the Umojan United States for 2 weeks before it was driven out by the Protectorate fleet. The Umojan Protectorate Navy's combat capability was questioned by the Parliament, but the people knew nothing about it and thought their army had won the battle. If the Federation fleet rushed in, then Umojan would definitely not be able to resist. Many scenes of the battle between the Terran Federation and Umojan flashed through Augustus' mind, but it is undoubtedly a pipe dream for the Terran Federation to swallow Umojan in one go. It will take at least a few years for them to completely conquer Umojan. In addition to the Comorian Federation, which is unwilling to fail, and the local rebels, the federal parliament dare not launch a full-scale war for the time being. We have rested for too long. It's time to make some noise. After more than 6 months of rest, the combat effectiveness of the Augustus fleet has been fully restored. And it is time to tighten the relaxed nerves of the Terran government again. Let the Terran Federation's naval fleet move. When they are exhausted, it is time for us to concentrate our superior forces to defeat them one by one. Once Umojan goes to war with the Terran Federation, the Revolutionary Army will probably lose its biggest backing, and he and Arcturus will even have nowhere to sell the crystal ore they collected. As he was talking, Jim Raynor and Tychus Finley, wearing waterproof cloaks, pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the door, Augustus could hear Tychus's dissatisfied muttering, "What happened? I want to know what is worth old Tychus whipping back when he was galloping. Are we going to go to war with the Federal Army?" Reno knew Augustus inside and out. Jimmy is right. Augustus glanced at Tychus Finley. No one cares how much time you spend with those flashy girls. Next time you should notify us in advance. Tychus didn't dare to lose his temper with Augustus today. All the good things I prepared to add interest are useless. Then leave it to next time. Augustus interrupted Tychus, knowing that he would continue to whine for half an hour if he was not stopped. Then, Augustus looked at Renault again. "Jimmy, I have to transfer you to the state of Florence to lead the troops there. Take your rangers and set off lightly. I have received accurate information that Governor Marsala is about to order the defense forces to search for revolutionary comrades there. I want you to defeat them. The same encirclement and suppression operation will also be launched in states where we have an advantage, such as Hero State. A planned large-scale encirclement and suppression against us is about to begin." Why did Augustus know so much? It was mainly because he, as the local sheriff, had received the news in advance, and he had established a good personal friendship with the governor of Hyro by currying his favor. His agents and intelligence network were also monitoring the backward communication network of Mossera. It shouldn't be that difficult to deal with those militias. Renault hesitated for about a fraction of a second. "You can't bear to leave your girlfriend?" Augustus smiled slightly. "I can't bear to leave her. It sounds like I'm going to leave Hyro for a while. Renault was not ambiguous. He was always very frank with Augustus. I can understand. Augustus nodded to Renault and turned on the wooden holographic projector on the desk. A vertical map appeared in front of everyone present with colorful light and shadow. The background of the map was the red and yellow land of Mossera. This was a map of the southern hemisphere of Mossera. And this hemisphere was home to 2/3 of the population of Mossera. Since there was not even a vast ocean on this planet. Only a dust ocean like a lake. The land area occupied a large proportion. Compared with this vast land area, the area available for human habitation and the area that is free from wasteland is very small. There is still a hint of green in the state of Hero and several neighboring states on the map. And the capital area is even covered with more green vegetation. But on the map, this hint of green is surrounded by large tracts of yellow desert. Although the inhabited areas are also quite large. The population is scattered in towns far apart. In the Hero region, we already have more than 3,000 party members, scattered in various towns and cities. Augustus took the map down and unfolded it on his desk, pointing to the fan-shaped Hero Autonomous Prefecture on the map. At the same time, the number of planetary defense forces and civilian troops in the area is less than that of a reorganized battalion, and more than half of them are from the civilian defense force of Echo Town. On this map, Hero State, New Columbia State, Lorenzana State, and the Capital District form a very irregular polygon, and the first two states have turned red on the map, which means that they are actually under the control of the Revolutionary Army. The state of Lorenza is turning from green to red. There are scattered red marks in the capital area, marking the bases set up by the Revolutionary Army. Mossera is not a completely barren world. Some areas have very few oases, and a considerable amount of green land that can be cultivated. Several underground river systems nourish millions of Mossera people and life on the planet. Higher latitudes have tundra and sparse grasslands. And there are even glaciers at the poles of the planet. The situation in New Columbia is not much different from that in Hero. Although we do not control the local police station and government, we have opened 3 mining areas there. These mining areas can gather a brigade of the Revolutionary Army. Our troops can take the initiative in these areas. Which state should I be responsible for? Tychus looked at Augustus thoughtfully. To be honest, I am already tired of those vulgar people in Echo Town. Maybe those in other places can. You have to stay by my side. Augustus said, I need you to charge into battle. How can those militiamen of Mossera who have never seen blood be our opponents? My people have fought through life and death and faced the most fierce and elite soldiers of the Terran Federation. Tychus was proud. You can't live without me, Minsk. I don't know what you would do without me. Yes, I can't do without you. Augustus was happy to joke with Tychus, as long as the other party didn't cause any trouble. He didn't intend to be stern. But although those militias can never be our opponents, Tychus became serious. But once I beat them up, the next time the Federation will send out will be the Marines. Mossera doesn't have a formal Marine Corps, so they will definitely mobilize the fleet. What are you going to do then? That's exactly what I want. We can ambush them in the synchronous orbit of Mossera. Augustus said, the siege of Tarsones is still fresh in the minds of the nobles of Tarsones. They will not send almost all of their fleets like they did to Korhol. I hope it's Duke the Snake that comes. This time I'm going to kick his ass hard, Tychus said viciously, as the heavy rain outside the window gradually stopped. Let's do it. Chapter 176 Rebels are like a plague. Echo Town. Shilua Autonomous Prefecture. February 12, 2490. Local time. It was close to noon. This colonial town, with a permanent population of less than 8,000 people, has a wide bluestone road running north-south, running through the entire town. The road is clean and tidy, with high pole street lights, with a light blue background standing on both sides. People are coming and going on the road, driving low-profile 8-wheeled freight trucks and beetle-shaped family suspension cars that are several eras behind the core planet. Farmers who are working in the fields near Echo Town are driving farming robots on their way home. The last breeze of the rainy season blew by, and the bustling Echo Town became lively and hot again under the scorching sun of Mossera at noon. Augustus, wearing a sheriff's coffee-colored uniform and a cowboy hat, leaned against the vulture car parked at the entrance of Echo Town, quietly watching the endless stream of people on the street. Next to Augustus stood Sarah Kerrigan and Tychus Finley in cowboy clothes, while Corporal Faraday and several other revolutionary sergeants in militia uniforms stood not far away. All this is thanks to you. Kerrigan pointed to the prosperous Echo Town and said, You funded the reconstruction of the road in Echo Town. Your mine and the Adian Crystal Refinery brought these people hard-earned jobs and a stable income that made them gradually richer. As long as our government is willing to spend a little more money on their people, they will receive warm support and support. Augustus folded his hands in front of his chest, and his thick eyebrows relaxed with his chuckle. Then Augustus looked at Sheriff Tychus Finley standing next to him. Tychus, check the time. I think the Planetary Defense Forces sent by Governor General Marcera should be here soon. You don't have a watch yourself. If it were someone else, Tychus would have mocked him for not having hands. 12:30. They really know how to pick a time, he said. Why should we wait for them in the hot sun? We all eat the same meal of murder and arson. Who is more noble than who? Because they are in a hurry and have to return to the capital district before dark. No one dares to stay in this town where there are many rebels. It is said that the desert of Shiloh State is full of rebels with green eyes. They eat people without leaving any bones. And they only eat children. Augustus replied to Tychus. Only fools believe it. Tychus said with a fake smile. Oh, I forgot that those corrupt officials and nobles are all idiots. Tychus's voice had just fallen, and a convoy of more than a dozen armored personnel carriers was rumbling towards Echo Town. The leading armored vehicle had appeared on the distant horizon, with a huge, eye-catching federal red and blue star flag on the front of the vehicle. The 4th Company of the 12th Battalion of the Marcera Planetary Defense Force, a direct unit of the governor's office. Unlike the civilian defense force, they are a regular army with the system, and all the people in it are professional soldiers. Kerrigan walked to Augustus' side, staring closely at the leading armored personnel carrier. Her sharp eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the 1/5-inch thick steel plate, and saw the commander of the Planetary Defense Force sitting inside. According to the documents issued by the Office of the Attorney General of the Hero Autonomous Prefecture, the one who came to search for the rebels was Lieutenant Gray of the company. She continued, He is from Tarsones, born in the Sylvie district of Tarsones' main city. His father is a famous banker, and his mother is the youngest daughter of the Tarsones noble family of Yolante. Lieutenant Dudley Yolante Gray had no military school attendance or service record in any federal military before serving in the Marcera Planetary Defense Force. He seemed to have appeared on this planet out of thin air. And once he appeared, he got his current position. I can guess what happened even if I use my ass to think. This rich young man must have committed something in Tarsones. But even if he committed rape and looting, he would not be exiled to the stinking pit of Marcera. Tychus heard Kerrigan's words clearly. This bastard must have offended someone more powerful than himself. So his father, who was full of money, spent a lot of money to find connections, and asked someone to send him here to avoid the limelight. Of course, the officers of the colony governor's defense force are not idle positions. But there are police to deal with criminals, and the role of the defense force is to support the colony governor. Although the Comorians attacked here, it was finally proved to be a false alarm. Tychus said he probably never dreamed that he would be sent to deal with the rebels. And the brainless governor had no plan in his mind, and just threw out all the cards he could use. Yes, according to the investigation results of the Umoyan agent, this Lieutenant Gray was at least guilty of murder and rape. There are rumors that he also took drugs and committed incest. But all the charges were cleared by his father, and he was found a good position in Marcera's army. Kerrigan nodded and said, although there is no direct evidence that he continued his atrocities after arriving at Marcera, we believe that with his flamboyant personality, he is not likely to keep his head down. I just hope he doesn't ask too much of us. Augustus chuckled and said, for example, asking us to fight the rebels in the western desert would be a bit too much to ask. At this time, the armored vehicle convoy of the Planetary Defense Force had passed the last section of the road from far to near, and was only a few hundred yards away from Augustus and his men. That armored vehicle is the model we used on Tullises, the Tut-228, which is now obsolete. The army is dumping garbage in the marginal colonies, and the local army is proud of it. Tychus looked at the leading armored vehicle and pointed this out sarcastically. Look, these old cars are all painted with new red and blue colors. I bet they hurriedly wiped off the dust accumulated on the cars, and pulled these big things out of the recycling station a few days ago. The horn installed on the leading armored vehicle blared loudly, making a piercing scream. It did not dodge or avoid other vehicles on the road, and its attitude was arrogant. When it was dozens of yards away from Augustus, the heavy armored vehicle still did not slow down, like a train head out of control. Augustus did not show any panic until the armored vehicle stopped in front of him in a hurry, raising rusty dust and sand. Their commander is either a madman or a self-righteous idiot who has watched too many galactic hero movies. When Lieutenant Gray of the Planetary Defense Force got off the truck, Augustus whispered to Kerrigan and Tychus beside him, "I don't mind teaching him a lesson. These people are proof of the corrupt rule of the Terran Federation. Incompetent people rule the Federation, and their unrestrained indulgence in selfish desires has made this huge but bloated regime increasingly dark and chaotic." Lieutenant Gray was wearing a custom-made military coat with gold and brass buttons and a long hem. His leather boots were polished to a shine. He walked with a breeze, but his body was shaking violently. The lieutenant's sleek dark brown hair was in a new Tarsoni's hairstyle. His deep eye sockets were surrounded by thick dark circles, and his bloodshot eyes were trying their best to open wide. His lips were tightly pursed, and he tried to look majestic but funny. The lieutenant was followed by an adjutant and a federal tax collector wearing a tall round hat. He walked and shouted loudly, "The road is newly built, and the streets inside are paved with bluestone. It doesn't look like this place can't pay taxes. It's really a mix of right and wrong. I can't believe that people in places where rebels are rampant seem to live better. Well, this is not my business. My mission is to eliminate the rebels entrenched here." The lieutenant muttered to himself while looking at Augustus, "You should be the local sheriff. It's such a mess. A few rebels scared you to tears, and in the end, we have to clean up the mess." However, the arrogant Lieutenant Gray didn't notice that Sarah Kerrigan's pale green eyes beside Augustus flashed gold. He was talking to himself when his left foot tripped over his right foot and lost his balance. Then the tall and thin lieutenant fell to the ground with his unbearable screams. "How ugly!" Tychus showed no respect for a senior officer of the Terran Federation. He said in a voice that everyone present could hear, "He fell like a piece of hard bacon." Augustus coughed lightly, and before Lieutenant Gray got up awkwardly, he said in his deep voice, "Respected Lieutenant Gray, I am the local Sheriff Caesar. According to the investigation, we can confirm that the rebels are entrenched in the Purgatory Corridor on the Ridge Plain. But the number of civil defense forces in Echo Town is less than 100. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it." Lieutenant Gray stood up with a muffled grumble, blood gushing from his mouth, and it looked like at least a few teeth were broken, because of his extreme pain and embarrassment. Lieutenant Gray did not hear what Augustus said, and the latter had to repeat what he had just said and ask if he wanted to call a doctor. "The new boots don't fit well." The lieutenant took a towel from Augustus, who looked concerned, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But he did not show any gratitude, but instead blamed his fall on other things. "The country is the country. You should see a doctor immediately," Augustus said to him caringly. "I know a good dentist." No need." Lieutenant Gray still pretended to be calm, and he tried to maintain his dignity that had been shattered. "I just heard that there are rebels in the desert. Is this true?" "Of course." Augustus's expression was serious. "It's true. There are only pirates and rebels. I heard that the rebels also have electromagnetic cannons and railguns. And some people have seen arc tanks with rebel flags flying on the road." Tychus added fuel to the fire. Lieutenant Gray was still indistinct from the pain of a broken tooth, and at this time, he did not believe Augustus's words. "The information I got is that there are only a group of more than a dozen rebels and 2 or 3 Pantaran revolutionaries who privately publish illegal books and bring their families with them. The federal government has long known the full name of the Pantaran Revolutionary Party and all their political and reform demands. Interestingly, the Pantaran Revolutionary Party is not a party formed by a number of politicians, but a revolutionary party composed of countless ordinary car people, Umoyan people, and even other citizens of the Tyluan Federation, facing everyone, regardless of their noble or humble origins. The Terran Federation Parliament now firmly believes that the members of this party have been scattered to various planets within the Federation. Like cancer cells in the body, they are incurable. The idea of revolution is spreading like a plague throughout the Terran Federation, making all the dignitaries who stand on the opposite side of the Revolutionary Party feel uneasy. The emblem of the Pantaran Revolutionary Party, the panda pattern with inverted triangle dark circles and a black pearl-like nose, has become a taboo symbol and is forbidden to be used in any occasion in the Terran Federation. "Yes, but it's been 14 days since I last submitted a report on the rebels," Augustus reminded the timid Planetary Defense Force officer. "Today is different from the past. You and I both know that the rebels are like a virus that continues to proliferate. They are like a terrible plague. Once a place is infected with the revolutionaries, it will be difficult to eliminate them. How many people are there? Lieutenant Gray said calmly. 100 or 200? The exact number is unknown. Augustus said, no one can say for sure. Maybe a division. Tychus laughed. We should observe more. Lieutenant Gray thought for a moment and said, send out scouts and drones to investigate carefully. Okay. Augustus and Tychus looked at each other, but we lack equipment. I have it here. Lieutenant Gray turned around, looked at the orange-gray sky of Marsera, and said, I have to go back to gather more people. One company is definitely not enough. Wait until you have investigated it. And then I will come to encircle and suppress those rebels. After that, Lieutenant Gray hurried to the armored vehicle. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Tychus, who was beside Augustus, did not expect that Lieutenant Gray was really cowardly. But it was too out of tune. He said sarcastically, you just came to Echo Town. And you fell hard because of this. And your head was broken and bleeding. Didn't I say that? Lieutenant Gray was eager to leave this place where there were said to be many rebels. As if there was a fire burning his feet. I want to go back and mobilize the troops. Damn. He actually left. Watching Lieutenant Gray, who had only stayed for a few minutes, hurried away in an armored vehicle. Tychus laughed. Do you want me to take people to kill him? He asked again. We should do it in the desert far away from Echo Town, so that Governor Victor won't cause trouble for us. Augustus said, you need to show your face this time. Tychus, you need to let the Federation know that it was Tychus, the devil of heaven, who wiped out a Federation planetary defense force in Marsera. Hee. Before riding away on the Vulture, Tychus said, it's time to increase the price of the wanted order for old Tychus. Chapter 177 177 Forced Revolution. The next morning, in the judge's office at the Shiloh State Immigration Court, Augustus Minsk, wearing a brown sheriff's uniform and a wide-brimmed cowboy hat, strode up the steps in front of the judge's office, followed closely by Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, whose black tights outlined her good figure. Mr. Ada, I heard that you had something to talk to me about. As soon as he opened the door of the office, Augustus saw Echo Town District Judge Ada Romanoff staring at him. Yes, I have been unable to contact you, so I can only ask the police officers who are on duty outside the court for 25 hours a day to find you. Judge Ada, who had short sandy blonde hair, looked carefully at Augustus's weathered, dark face with a full beard and said teasingly, if you ask the police officers where Sheriff Caesar is and what he is doing, they will definitely say that the sheriff is very busy. He is really busy. These days are not peaceful. There are rebels everywhere, and my people have exchanged fire with them several times. Augustus did not find a chair to sit down, obviously unwilling to stay for long. What do you need me to do? He asked Judge Ada. Just as Augustus said, he was indeed very busy with the rebels, but it was only because he was the leader of the rebels. Busy issuing orders, commanding the Revolutionary Army on Marsera to stir up the situation and attack the army and military facilities of the Terran Federation. What do I need you to do? Judge Ada smiled weakly. I just hope you don't hurt my family. We used to be friends. You met my little daughter Eva, and you held her in your arms. She called you uncle. I never thought you were a revolutionary. Finally, the judge, who was respected and admired in Echo Town, sighed deeply. Augustus did not speak, but just looked at Judge Ada calmly, as if he was not surprised by what the other party said. What is your reason for thinking that I am a revolutionary? After about 2 seconds, Augustus spoke. He neither admitted nor denied what Judge Ada said, but the meaning of his words was undoubtedly tacit agreement with the other party's statement. At this point, Augustus felt that he had no need to defend himself. Even if Augustus had never used tough measures to arrest revolutionaries, to curb the revolutionary wave in Echo Town since he became sheriff, the officials of the Echo Town government and Judge Ada of the court had enough reason to doubt his identity or position. Rumors about the revolutionaries began to spread in the streets of Echo Town before you became sheriff. But after you became sheriff, this situation has not only not been curbed but has become more and more serious. A large number of outsiders poured into Echo Town at the same time, and I couldn't find any records of them stopping at Marsera Starport, which means they are legal stowaways. I can also be sure that these people's documents are forged, because only people without legal status would do this. He looked at Augustus and said, almost all the newly recruited police officers are not locals in Marsera, just like you. After you came to Marcera, the rebels followed. Caesar, I have always thought that you are a very capable person. You are ruthless and cruel to criminals, but weak and powerless to deal with rebels. I do not have direct evidence to prove that you have direct contact with the revolutionaries. But since you put me under house arrest in the name of protection, I have become more and more convinced of my suspicion of you. Judge Ada said calmly, I made a wrong decision. I let a hungry wolf be a sheepdog for the flock. We are still friends now. After listening carefully to what the small town judge said, Augustus just looked at Judge Ada. As you can see, you have seen the changes in Echo Town. After 4 years of war, many people in the marginal world can't eat. The crime rate has soared, and even the most innocent people are forced to become robbers. While here is peaceful and stable, I am neither a hungry wolf nor a sheepdog. I am just an ordinary person who dares to speak for the grassroots people and dares to resist tyranny and power. Augustus finally said, I bring new ideas and changes to the people of Marcera. I defend their inherent rights as human beings, and remove the shackles imposed on them by the federal government. This is my mission. He said, I want to tell those who are oppressed and exploited that if a government no longer fulfills the responsibilities and obligations it has promised to its people, then its people have the right to overthrow it. A democratically elected government should not rule the people, but be ruled by the people. There is nothing more natural in this world than for the people to demand the rights that should belong to them. I know. As a federal judge, Ada Romanov should have denounced Augustus's treason at this moment. But perhaps knowing that his life and that of his family were in the hands of the other party, he did not express his hatred for the revolutionaries. I have read the pamphlet of the Pancellan Revolutionary Party, and I am impressed by these words. It was said by Augustus Minsk, your leader, the man who single-handedly formed a revolutionary army. Ada didn't know that this face full of scars and traces of time came from a nano mask that was tightly attached to his face. He still thought that the person standing in front of him was an officer of the revolutionary army under Augustus. Then, I want to know what you think of this passage. Augustus looked at Judge Ada and nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully to what the other party said. If I didn't know that this descendant of the Comence family had invaded Tarsones with a huge fleet, then I would think he was a pure dreamer and idealist. Judge Ada said hesitantly, I agree with many of his ideas, including the program of the Revolutionary Party. As for the Revolutionary Army, if the Revolutionary Army can really fight for the people as they say, then I admit that my prejudice against them is wrong. He said, but even if the Revolutionary Army really overthrows the Federation, the new ruler will surely become a new class, and his followers will become the new founding family. We have no way of knowing what position and purpose Angus Minsk, the leader of the Korhal uprising, launched the revolution. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for the new regime. I don't like the federal government of Tarsones either. I work for them only for Echo Town and my family. Anyway, the future is better than the present. Augustus did not answer Judge Ada directly. We will establish a new republic and let capable people form the government. Don't worry. I will never hurt you and your family. Then, Augustus answered the question that Judge Ada cared about most. Even if I believe you, when the government regular army recaptures Echo Town, everyone including me will be sent to prison. Judge Ada acted helpless, although I only signed on behalf of the judicial officer of Hero. It was me who recruited you into the police station anyway. The government army will come sooner or later. How long do you think you can stay in Marcera? Then we can only take you away. Augustus said regretfully, don't worry. There are enough places on the ship. I will apply to my boss to transfer you to the propaganda department, and your family will be properly settled. I don't think I have any other choice. Judge Ada spread his hands and said, Chapter 178 Dead Water Base. After leaving the office of the settlement court, the 4 Revolutionary Army soldiers who were changing guards at the door of the office saluted Augustus and his ghost bodyguard Sarah Kerrigan. The Revolutionary Army salute was no different from that of the Federation Army, just as their armor paint color was still the same as that of the Federation Army. When Augustus returned the salute, a Vixen assault vehicle had already driven into the black brick courtyard, where the settlement court hall was located at lightning speed. The driver was Augustus's guard captain, Corporal Faraday. This corporal of the Revolutionary Army has always been conscientious, and has been handling all matters of Augustus's travel and security work as Augustus' most loyal subordinate. At the same time, although the sergeants who were shortlisted with Corporal Faraday were promoted after the Battle of Tarsones, he was still a corporal. Of course, All the officers around Augustus thought that it was only a matter of time before Corporal Faraday was promoted. Marshal, the command post has just received a report from Tychus Finley that his Stilling Wolf Hunter Battalion continued to advance southward after defeating the troops of Lieutenant Gray of the Planetary Defense Force, and attacked the outpost of the Planetary Defense Force set up in the town of Harland at 2200 hours last night. As soon as the Vixen assault vehicle stopped, Corporal Faraday got out and reported to Augustus. Lieutenant Gray is currently being held in an air-cushioned prisoner transport vehicle, which will arrive at Echo Town soon. He asked Augustus, "Do you want to interrogate him in person?" No need. Augustus didn't want to waste time dealing with a scumbag. Compared with this, he would rather talk to a person with noble character like Judge Ada, throw him into the mine. And if he is still alive when we leave Mossera, then give this guy a bullet. Where is Tychus? He's at Joey Ray's bar. Corporal Faraday replied. The assembly point is nearby. Go to Joey Ray's bar. Augustus climbed onto the Vixen assault vehicle, and Kerrigan followed after scanning the surroundings with her emerald eyes, which were covered with a layer of subtle light golden light. Yes, sir. Corporal Faraday drove the reconnaissance vehicle himself, speeding through the town of Echo Town. In Augustus' eyes, except for the townspeople standing on both sides of the Bluestone Road and at the doorsteps of their homes, there were only militiamen wearing Crimson Power armor and the initials of the Echo Town Civil Defense Force on their shoulder armor. The militiamen lined up in two neat columns. Augustus could count the number of militiamen walking on the street alone, which was more than 200, far exceeding the 2 platoons of the Echo Town Civil Defense Army. But Augustus knew that this was only the force to defend Echo Town and the surrounding mining areas. The Revolutionary Army, which had tried hard to hide its identity before, began to appear in Echo Town and nearby towns, and they were welcomed by the residents of the town. In the past 6 months, the residents of Echo Town were generally influenced by revolutionary ideas and respected these rumored freedom fighters. Now, all residents of Echo Town know that the Revolutionary Army is gathering, but they know nothing about their plans and goals. Even so, this does not prevent those who are curious, those who claim to know the inside story, and those who truly admire the revolution from discussing this great victory in various bars in Echo Town. Joe Ray's bar is far away from Echo Town, standing in Backwater Town, a town near the federal military base Backwater Base, about a 20-mile drive away. Augustus arrived at Joe Ray's bar more than an hour later, and 2 revolutionary battalions, with a total of 800 people, had already assembled nearby, while another 2 battalions were marching rapidly in the southwest of the assembly area. An armored company consisting of 12 Arclight tanks advanced in the red Gobi Desert of Mossera, with the flag of the Revolutionary Army painted with a red star with a whip ring flying in front of the vehicles. And many revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor were sitting on the tanks. When Augustus walked into Joe Ray's bar, the bar was full of Stilling Wolf hunters. The power armor of these elite revolutionary soldiers had black wolf head badges, and the masks on their helmets were coated with silver-white radiation protection coating. All the Stilling Wolf hunters paid their highest respects to Augustus in their own ways. After all, they were the forest rangers who guarded the forest for the Minx family for generations, and were the descendants of the first generation of Minx followers. Members of the Minx family had great prestige among them, and Augustus just waved his hand and attracted a frenzy of cheers. There were not many customers in Joe Ray's bar. Now there were only Tychus Finley, who was drinking cold beer, and Joe Ray, the hotel owner, who was wiping the glass at the front desk of the bar. At that time, Joe Ray still had hair, and his body shape was not out of shape. Ray, don't worry about the shells falling on your head. Tychus was drinking beer and laughing. They dare not fight back. Tychus, you bastard. Augustus came in and pointed at Tychus' nose and cursed. Go back to your position. The attack will start at 11 o'clock. Just a drink. And it's beer. Tychus held it in for a long time, but he didn't curse, as Tychus walked out of the bar in disgrace. Augustus noticed that the LED screen TV in the bar was playing UNN news from earlier. I am Mike Liberty, and Liberty Morning News brings you the latest reports from all of Copperlow on time. Urgent interruption of a major news. A new riot broke out on the edge world of Mossera, and the rebels attacked an arsenal in the capital of the planet, and a large number of weapons were stolen. Let's connect with the frontline reporter. At this time, the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Marshal Command and the consultant Umoyan hurried over after learning that Augustus had arrived. Augustus turned back and looked at them. I hope you bring the news that my troops are ready. The 5,300 people of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Army of the Revolutionary Army have assembled and are ready to go. The Chief of Staff is a middle-aged man in his 40s, who once served as the principal of the only military school in Kar. Among the 100,000-strong legion established by the Revolutionary Army, the 1st Brigade of the 1st Army was the first to be fully recruited. This army has experienced all the wars, and every soldier is a veteran of the Kar race. Absolutely loyal and absolutely reliable. Originally a unit of Lundstein, it is now directly under the command of the Revolutionary Army Marshal. At this time, Augustus' military advisor put a portable holographic projector on the table in front of him. Between the interweaving of light and shadow, a three-dimensional image of a federal military base appeared in front of Augustus. Deadwater Base, the supply center of the Federal Army in Mossera. This base has less than a battalion of Federal Marines, and it is also the only Marine stationed in Hero State. Augustus said to his Chief of Staff and military advisor, "This should be a quick and efficient raid. I want a fatal blow." After a pause, Augustus continued, "There are a large number of civilians living in the towns and residential areas near the Deadwater Base. Convey my orders to the entire army. Do not affect civilians or harm innocent people. Looting and any form of criminal behavior are strictly prohibited. Violators will be shot immediately, and their officers will be punished for dereliction of duty." Chapter 179 Freedom Day. Deadwater Base is backed by the Grey Ridge and faces the vast Grey Ridge Plain. It is located between several immigrant settlements that have not yet formed a town. Originally, it was just a mining station established by prospectors who came to Mossera. Many years later, it became a supply center established by the Terran Federation military in the area to store and transport strategic materials to military bases across the planet. The population composition of Deadwater Base has always been relatively complex. A considerable number of people come from pagan families who were persecuted in other worlds of the Terran Federation, or people who were expelled because of their extremely fanatical religious tendencies and sought refuge here. This is also the norm in many marginal worlds. This is a refuge for the unwelcome and the heretics. The temporary headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, built with marching tents, is only a few miles away from the Deadwater Base. From this position, Augustus can see the bare orange-gray mountains in the distance and the settlement buildings scattered with golden light under the midday sun. At this time, the sun hanging in the sky is like a point of light that cannot be looked at directly. It is larger than any sun Augustus has ever seen. The light and heat it releases turn Mossera into a huge oven. Even in the peak tent, without temperature stabilization equipment, Augustus, wearing CMC power armor, and his staff and officers did not need to make extra efforts to cope with the hot environment. They had more time to process the information sent back by the various troops using the radio in a timely manner and formulate combat plans based on this information. There were more than a dozen people in the tent who were talking and exchanging information, and Augustus was at the center of them. The bomber formation has completed the bombing order and is returning. Tykes' 451st Battalion and Colonel Herman's 12th and 14th Battalions are advancing in the open area in front of the Deadwater Base according to the plan, and are less than half a mile away from the Deadwater Base. Captain Manstein's tank troops are breaking into the enemy's fortification set up outside the Deadwater Base. All the people in the headquarters are gathered around a long table, on which is a three-dimensional battle map projected by a holographic projector. The holographic projector used for projection was given to Augustus by his brother Arcturus during the Battle of Kylian. Now this wooden projector, family photo frames, and letter boxes are important personal items that Augustus will carry with him wherever he goes. On the holographic projection map, the four green squares are the attacking forces of the Revolutionary Army, while the red triangles represent the enemy. At present, the vanguard of the Revolutionary Army has destroyed the defenses set up by the Federation Army outside the Deadwater Base with great momentum. The Marine Corps of the Deadwater Base has always been criticized by nearby residents for its bureaucratic corruption and chaotic management. In recent years, the scandal has even spread to many regions. The annual sexual assault incidents have made the army here deeply hated by local residents. Although the garrison already has a certain proportion of resocialized soldiers, it is less than 20%, far less than the frontline troops in the Kylian War. The Federal Army, with low combat effectiveness and lack of public support, cannot resist the attack of the Revolutionary Army that is several times larger than it. Now the only thing that worries Augustus is the civilians near the Deadwater Base. The defense radius of the Federation includes residential areas, They also built bunkers between civilian houses and poured single-person shelters. This means that our troops have to launch an attack between residential areas. Based on my understanding of the character of federal officers, they are likely to lay spider mines on the way, Augustus said. All the troops participating in the attack are assigned minesweepers and minesweepers. Spider mines will not cause us too many casualties, a staff officer said. The Revolutionary Army has never suffered a big loss from spider mines. But during the Battle of Kylian, this deadly weapon with 2 red signal lights flashing on its oval shell has brought painful lessons to both sides. These gadgets, which weigh only a few pounds, are derived from ancient Earth technology and are a branch of the technology carried by the colonial mothership. Although Augustus had never encountered a spider mine, there were still countless tragic cases that could remind Augustus and his generals of the terrible consequences this insidious weapon would cause on the battlefield. Spider mines would automatically sink into the ground once they landed. Once an unlucky person walked into the trap, the high explosives they carried were enough to blow an ordinary 4th-class Marine into the sky. The problem of civilian casualties is inevitable. Another staff officer of Augustus said, "We have issued a warning to residents near the Deadwater base 2 hours in advance. But a considerable number of people still stayed at home and were unwilling to abandon their property. The Federation will definitely put all the civilian casualties on us," a military advisor from Umoyan said. "That's for sure." Augustus looked at the military advisor. "Of course. Everything is the fault of the rebels who created the riots. If we abide by our duties and be law-abiding citizens, then there will be peace in the world. Except for our friends in UNN, who will say a few good words for us. Even the Terra family will not publicly express support for the rebels. But no matter what, protecting civilians has always been the top priority of the Revolutionary Army. We must protect any civilian with our lives, regardless of gender or age," Augustus said to his subordinates. "No matter how the UNN and other media promote the brutality of the Revolutionary Army, we must leave the local residents with the impression that we are a real army that protects the people on every planet we visit. Pass our orders to each company. Evacuate the local residents first, and then launch an attack on the military base." Augustus was talking until his mouth was dry, and the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, who had been behind him, handed him a glass of water at the right time. After drinking the water, Augustus asked again, "Where are Tychus's people?" "The Wolf Hunter Battalion 451 has entered Backwater Town and is evacuating the local residents. The Federal Army seems to have retreated after a little resistance. The air has been blocked by us, and they should have taken the mountain road. According to the radio communication we monitored from the Deadwater Base Command Center, the local commander left the Deadwater Base shortly after we warned the local residents," Augustus' military advisor said. "The headquarters will move forward." Augustus handed the empty cup to Kerrigan. "No. We will just follow the troops in front. The Revolutionary Army is not a loose organization that is purely linked by revolutionary enthusiasm and revolutionary aspirations. Augustus is organizing the rebellion army completely according to the organization and requirements of the regular army." And his order was quickly executed. Since the Revolutionary Army's Air Force has gained air superiority, Augustus arrived at the front line in a few minutes in an ordinary transport plane, and followed a Revolutionary Army battalion that was heading towards the Deadwater base into the Backwater Town outside the base. The armor rate of the 1st Brigade of the Revolutionary Army has reached 50%. The frontline troops all have a CMC 200 power armor. These soldiers in Crimson power armor run in unison, bringing a series of heavy clicks. This year, Augustus, who is in Marsera, can no longer rely on the power armor imitated by the Umojan United States, so he could only set his sights on the Federal Army. Augustus and his staff and advisors walked in the second half of the marching column, and Kerrigan, wearing a Ghost combat uniform, followed them invisibly. Behind them was a scout company and a heavy truck carrying an electromagnetic gun. The Revolutionary Army marched quickly through a wide road leading to the Deadwater base and advanced on the bumpy asphalt road. According to the latest report, the vanguard had crushed the fragile defense of the Deadwater base defenders and crushed their weak breakout. Tychus's troops were leading the way, and as soon as Augustus connected to the command channel, he could hear the other side complaining that the follow-up troops were too slow to follow up. Along the way, Augustus saw bunkers and heavy machine gun positions flattened by tanks, and minefields were marked with cordons and colorful flags. The era of power armor has arrived, and the power of automatic induction mines has also been amazingly improved. However, to Augustus's surprise, The residents here still did not evacuate. Not only that, they also stood on the road where the war had just subsided and shouted the propaganda slogan of the Revolutionary Army. Augustus Minsk, the savior of the Terrans. The welfare of the people is above all else. Down with the Tarsoni's creation family. The world belongs to the people. Augustus had never seen such scenes in the war zone. In the Kylian War, where he personally participated, both the Terrans and the Comorians were afraid of the army. If the Comorians captured a planet of the Terran Federation, they would treat the Terrans as slaves, and the Terran Federation would not do better than the Comorians. In front of Augustus was a small town affected by the war, and many of the dark orange rectangular colonial modular board houses on both sides of the road were hit by howitzers. The bodies of the Federal Marines were everywhere, and several Federal armored vehicles were dragged to the side of the road and parked quietly. Every few hundred yards, there was a flag of the Revolutionary Army, and the red and blue star flag of the Federation was burning on the ground. Only the LED billboards, holographic projection advertising lights, and IA robots were still working. And from time to time, there were dull-looking small robots selling light luxury products of local companies to the passing revolutionary soldiers. Most of the people who welcomed the Revolutionary Army were local miners, who wore rough gray mining overalls, headscarves, and sun hats on their heads. However, they looked like they were definitely not ordinary miners. Almost every one of them carried a semi-automatic rifle and had yellow canvas belts hanging around their waists. Some of them had not only belts hanging around their waists, but also full of homemade Molotov cocktails. They seemed to be less worried about the possibility of turning themselves into a ball of fire than these Molotov cocktails. These Mossera people were definitely models of martial virtue. They had been shouting about the corruption and incompetence of the federal government more than a decade ago, before the Terran Federation world began to migrate to the Sera galaxy. The population of Mossera was mainly composed of soldiers and miners, and the people were simple and honest, while its sister planet Sera was a concentrated exile place for criminals. The federal garrison at the Deadwater base was really unpopular, and the Revolutionary Army easily gained their support. In fact, it now seems that the Revolutionary Army shouted only empty slogans. If Angus Minsk and his son are regarded as ambitious people, then these are even just excuses for them to use their power. Even if only 10% of the bright prospects shown by the Revolutionary Army can be truly realized in the future, it is enough for the Terran people to praise. The Revolutionary Army is here. We are free. As the Revolutionary Army gradually penetrated into the town outside the Deadwater base, the local residents who took up arms also joined them. Although Augustus did not need the help of these people, he still felt a sense of joy. "Wouldn't you like to say something to these people?" Kerrigan, who had been following Augustus, said to him through the communication device in his helmet. "I can sense their voices. They all truly support us. These people believe that you will bring some changes to the Copperloo sector. Let our propaganda committee speak for me." Augustus looked around and did not stand up to accept the welcome of the locals. "There's no podium here. I can't stand that high. Corporal Faraday, let those civilians return to their homes," Augustus continued. As Augustus's troops moved forward, he could see more and more bunker wreckage. The anti-aircraft towers around the base had been occupied by the Revolutionary Army, and from time to time, the Revolutionary Army's crimson-painted Avengers and transport planes flew through the air. Before Augustus arrived at the command center of the Deadwater base, the battle had already ended 10 minutes ago. Tychus was playing with a captured electromagnetic pistol in the office chair of the commander of the Deadwater base. The office in the command center was decorated very gorgeously, with white wool carpets on the floor, silver tableware, and a few unfinished roasted chickens on the conference table. Many families in Mossera are still starving, but the officers here are enjoying it. Augustus sighed. "You are too late," Tychus said to Augustus. "I have already taken the lead. The Federal Army is vulnerable. If it were the era of the Heavenly Demon—" "Shut up, Tychus." Augustus looked at Tychus. "All our victories are based on the fact that the enemies we have encountered so far are all a bunch of idiots. Don't be complacent. Look up. There is a surveillance camera, and it is still connected to the Federal Satellite Base Station." Tychus has always ignored what Augustus said. "Say something?" "That's exactly what I meant." Augustus smiled and lowered the visor of his power armor. Then, Augustus raised his head and slowly peeled off his nano-mask, revealing a handsome face that frightened many officials of the Terran Federation. "I am Augustus Minsk, and I will bring salvation and freedom to the Terrans in the entire Copperloo sector. I am your nightmare." After saying that, Augustus pulled out the P220 electromagnetic pistol from his waist and accurately hit the camera on the ceiling. "Distribute the food, guns and ammunition in the supply warehouse to the local military and civilians." Augustus put the pistol into the holster. "This revolution is about to heat up," he said. Chapter 180, The Return of the Heavenly Devil. The command post of the Revolutionary Army was set up in the state government building of Hero State. This is a classical building with axial symmetry, regular geometric lines and spherical superstructures, which is in sharp contrast with the many dilapidated immigrant buildings in the settlements of the area. Augustus and his staff and military advisors are holding a meeting in the conference hall of the state government building. This conference hall, which occupies a single floor, can accommodate 500 people. The conference room is magnificently decorated with golden chandeliers, rose-colored marble wall tiles, and expensive wool carpets. The owner of this building obviously added many additional designs according to his own taste when decorating. Then square load-bearing columns are built between the wooden ceiling and floor of the conference room. In contrast to this retro furnishings are sophisticated electronic instruments hidden in the floor and smooth stone walls. The incredibly expensive temperature stabilization equipment can keep the temperature in this building in the desert within a stable range. In just 3 days, Augustus's capable General Tychus Finley defeated the less than 2,000 strong and poorly equipped Civil Defense Force and Planetary Defense Force of the Hero Autonomous State through several tough and powerful night raids. The Revolutionary Army then took over the Hero Autonomous State government and its complex subordinate buildings, and planted a red whip ring flag on the top of the tallest building. As for the governor of the Hero Autonomous State and Augustus's judicial officer friend, they had already taken a special plane to the capital area. But the luxurious winged aircraft that looked like a private yacht was quickly shot down by the Revolutionary Air Force, which had air superiority. General Renault's army has completely controlled the state of Lorenzana. In his latest report, he asked the operator to send his regards to you on his behalf. In the conference room of the state government building, Augustus' military advisor was giving a routine report to Augustus. From the intercepted and deciphered intelligence, the governor of Mossera has been continuously sending encrypted communications to the Tarsonese government and the nearest federal fleet to request support. "The channel can be detected in all bands," said a chief of staff. "As you expected, he is eager to seek support from external forces, but refuses to admit that he is lost to the Revolutionary Army. He was anxious. Governor Mossala is a coward, greedy for pleasure, and indulges in sensual pleasures. Most of his staff are incompetent people who have gained their positions by currying favor with him. No matter what ridiculous things he does, I will not be surprised at all." When facing his subordinates, Augustus always has a gloomy face, unless Rainer or Tychus is present. He never smiles when listening to reports or giving orders. "We have already controlled 8 major immigrant states. Only St. Joanna and the capital district are still under the control of the enemy. But if we want to take those areas, it will only take some time." His eyes were sharp, and everyone present could not help but listen carefully to every word Augustus said. In mid-February, the sudden change in the situation in Mossera finally attracted the attention of the Tarsonese Federation Council. The people of many colonized worlds of the Terran Federation put aside the fear brought to them by the destruction of Korhol 4 and talked about revolution and freedom again. Even the Comorian Federation and the United States of Umoyan have focused their attention on a backward, ugly and desolate world on the edge of the Terran Federation. Even if the governor of the settlement of Mossera is unwilling to admit that the communication between the governor's office and the governments of several states, such as Shiro, has been completely cut off, it is an indisputable fact that more than 8 settlement states and more than 2 million people on them have fallen into the control of the rebels. Many military bases have fallen. The supplies in the supply stations have been looted, and the ground maglev train transportation hub has turned to transport troops and supplies for the rebels. The government army is no longer able to recover the lost territory, and can only retreat to the capital area where the governor's office is located and concentrate its forces to organize defense. The reason why we didn't pursue the victory and bring liberation to the people in these areas is that we need Governor Mossera to continue to ask for help from the core world. Then, Augustus continued, as long as we defeat the first federal fleet that arrives, the remaining fleets will be afraid to act rashly. If the Federal Navy Marshal assembled several naval squadrons to support Mossera, we would probably be at a disadvantage in the fleet battle. At this time, Augustus's chief of staff raised an objection, We may have to give up Mars Sara. We will have to leave Mars Sara sooner or later. We can't hold on here, someone said immediately. Then we will force them to land. In Augustus' mind, this is a game at the grand strategic level. If the Revolutionary Army appears in every area and they adopt the strategy of using nuclear bombs to flatten everything, then we will have to change our plan. As he was speaking, Augustus was suddenly poked in the waist. When he turned around, he saw Sarah Kerrigan with red hair. Don't stop. Keep going. I need the staff to come up with a new operational plan tonight for seizing a large gas refinery in the Northern Hemisphere. Augustus left the conference room after saying this. What's the matter? Augustus asked Kerrigan after following Kerrigan out of the conference room into the corridor and closing the door. Vice Admiral Warfield's fleet has arrived at the Sara system and is currently anchored at the edge of the system, Kerrigan said to Augustus. That's great news. Augustus' eyes lit up. In August last year, Warfield and 6 other battlecruisers were too damaged to participate in the battle and rushed to the large dock in the Umojan United States for repairs. Now more than half of February has passed, and after half a year of repairs by Umojan engineers, these warships have been saved from being scrapped or retired early. As early as the beginning of last month, Augustus ordered the Warfield fleet to rush to Mars Sara, but the Warfield fleet took a long time to arrive in order to avoid the 2 federal fleets gathered at the border of the Umojan United States. Where is my general? Augustus asked Kerrigan first. And then, he saw Horace Warfield coming from the end of the corridor from the corner of his eye. Warfield was wearing a dark gray Revolutionary Fleet soldier uniform, without any medals or ribbons, and his dark face had a steel-like expression. Augustus laughed happily when he saw Warfield, and the Revolutionary Marshal's hearty laughter went through the entire corridor. Just like that, even the stern Warfield smiled. The two hugged each other first, then shook hands twice. I am so happy to see you again, Augustus said to Warfield. I have been in Tullises for more than a year, traveling around, and spent more than half a year in Mars Sara, far away from my old comrades and family. I heard that you are doing well in Mars Sara and have dug up a lot of rare crystals. Warfield first exchanged a few words with Augustus, and then talked about some of his experiences in Umoja. I met your family, and they are all fine. Our mother and Dorothy used to living in Umoja? Augustus' smile stopped. Mrs. Catherine misses her hometown, but she is still at ease. Warfield said, Angus and Arcturus dare not send your sister to the university in Umoja, so they can only hire a tutor. She doesn't seem to be very satisfied with this. Dorothy is good at everything. Augustus nodded and said, We arranged the courses according to Dorothy's preferences. She is very good at finance and her political achievements are far beyond ordinary people. By declaring that the destroyed car joined the Umojan United States, Angus got a seat in the Umojan Council, Warfield said. Although he can't go any further, at least he has a foothold there. Declaring Carr to be part of the Umojan United States is not a wise choice in the long run. Augustus thought that this would create an opportunity for Umojan to claim power in the future. Well, but this is the most beneficial approach for the Carr people who are stranded in Umojan. As Warfield said this, a sad expression appeared on his face. I have bad news to tell you. Angus's mental condition has become a little worse. Angus began to suffer from insomnia and had to take sedatives to fall asleep. He had to muster up the courage to face his people, even though his people still loved him. He said, although no one has ever blamed Angus, he must have blamed himself for the destruction of Carr and was depressed because of excessive self-blame. The destruction of Carr was indeed a blow to Angus, but I don't believe he would be completely defeated by such a setback. Augustus was silent for a moment and then said, Who is responsible for the safety of my family now? It's Colonel Field. Warfield said, The Umojan Shadow Academy sent a commissioner to provide protection for Senator Angus and his family. And your brother also personally arranged a number of loyal subordinates to protect them. Are they from the Sons of Korhol? Augustus's brother Arcturus did not hide from him the news that he had formed the Sons of Korhol. The current Sons of Korhol are composed of those who hate the Terran Federation the most among all the Korhol people. Arcturus consciously gathered these people together and used his highly inflammatory speeches to turn them into extremists who would sacrifice everything for revenge. I have seen the Sons of Korhol people. They are also ordinary people, not the demons in the world that the UNN said they were. I never doubted their loyalty. Augustus said, I even sent a few ghosts to join the Sons of Korhol. Actors doesn't like ghosts. Warfield was an old subordinate of Arcturus when he was the colonel commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, But he likes the ghost agent named 24718 you sent, and the new agents and assassins trained by August's National Security Council. I hope 24718 can satisfy Arcturus. Augustus said. Where is he now? The last time I heard from Arcturus, his mining fleet had reached Pegasus outside the Copperloo sector. This time they found nothing. But they did dig up a well-preserved alien ruins, which the scientists of Umogen are very interested in. And the sponsors behind their scientific research projects are willing to pay real money to buy these things, Warfield said. Unlike those explorers who always find nothing, Arcturus always gets something when he goes out. Many people attribute this to his superhuman intuition and good luck in finding crystal mines and alien ruins. But that's because they haven't seen how much time Arcturus has spent studying geology and operating the resonance device. The funds Arcturus gave me have been of great help to me. I don't have to worry about military expenses, and I still have money left to buy new weapons. Augustus nodded. You are not fighting alone, Little Minsk. There are many people standing behind you. Some people are willing to die for you just because they truly love you. Warfield patted Augustus on the shoulder. We will win in the end. Because we, and morality, are on your side. There is another good news for you. The cargo holds of those battlecruisers are full of weapons and ammunition and nearly 10,000 sets of CMC 200 power armors copied by the Umoyan military factory. He continued. Your brother spent a lot of money on this. You know, Umoyan can't give you these equipment for free. Augustus nodded and noticed footsteps coming from the end of the corridor where Warfield came from. He could even hear the sound of high heels. A red-haired man with a mohawk-style coxcomb appeared at the corner of the corridor. It was Honik Hank, a member of the Heavenly Demons, who had not been seen for many days. His walking posture was not as crooked as before, as if he was drifting. After not seeing each other for a long time, Augustus found that Harnack actually had some of the aura of a general of the Revolutionary Army. The Heavenly Demons who stayed in the Korhal system during the Korhal Defense War all went to Umogen. And now they returned to Mossera with Warfield's fleet. Boss, I brought a unit of flamethrowers, Harnack shouted loudly when he saw Augustus, still looking like a country boy. When in Umogen, Harnack and other major generals entered the Umogen Military Academy for further training. But it seems that he has not changed much at present. Next came Runstein, a young general who was entrusted with important tasks by Augustus for his calm and reliable character. He lost his 2 brothers and 3 uncles in the Battle of Korhal, and his elder brother died in Tarsones. This famous stealing noble was almost extinct. Runstein became more and more silent. He wrapped himself in a military coat and just nodded when he saw Augustus. The last one to come was Lisa Cassidy, who was wearing a Marine Corps military doctor uniform. She wore black square glasses to protect against radiation, and her ginger hair was braided into a long ponytail. Lisa smiled when she saw Augustus, and gritted her teeth when she saw Kerrigan behind him. She walked very quickly, running to Augustus in high heels, and then stretched out her arms to hug him. Chapter 181 Kerrigan, I'm not a mistress. Sarah Kerrigan has always been very accurate in judging people. She can easily hear the inner voices of others. Neither the vicious women nor the cowardly rats can escape her eyes. So Kerrigan classified Lisa Cassidy, the medic of Heaven's Devil, as an unwelcome person. In addition, there are only a few people in this group, such as the instructors in the Ghost Academy and Tychus Finley. The time has come. Marshal Augustus. After watching Lisa and Augustus hugging each other for more than 2 seconds, Kerrigan impatiently shook her long red hair tied into a ponytail. She raised one hand and looked down at the non-existent electronic watch on her wrist. You have another meeting going on. The Star Hopper to the fleet will depart at 9 p.m., Kerrigan said, before the Star Hopper arrives at the transport ship behind Mossera. I think you should close your eyes and rest for 2 hours. Your personal assistant? Lisa pushed Augustus away and said in a familiar tone that definitely sounded more than just a subordinate relationship. Yes. Before Augustus could answer, Kerrigan blurted out, in fact, I have more responsibilities besides taking care of food, clothing, housing and transportation, such as protecting the safety of Marshal Augustus Minsk, and arresting those who approach the Marshal with malicious and unpredictable intentions in the capacity of a member of Augustus's National Security Council. But I heard that she is only 16 years old. Lisa's cleverness was that she did not talk directly to Kerrigan, but looked at Augustus with one hand on her waist, and looked at Augustus with her charming light blue eyes. As she spoke, Lisa straightened Augustus's wrinkled collar, her eyes blaming him. as if she had just seen her husband again after years of absence because he was in the army. She has suffered a lot in the past, and now she has too many responsibilities. You should send this child to school to study hard. Right? Lisa is indeed qualified to pick on Kerrigan's age. After all, she is already 27 years old. At this age, she has experienced ups and downs that Kerrigan has never experienced. And she understands some of the ways of the world. I'm curious about who told you that the voices about me have reached Korhal and Umojan? Although Kerrigan was much more mature and calm than girls of her age, she still showed her due edge and queen-like temperament. Captain Lisa Cassidy, I am happy to take on this responsibility and swear to devote everything to it, using my whole life. This life is so long. You can't follow him forever. Lisa turned her head to look at Kerrigan at this time. Even if the situation changes, there is time. But the haze on Lisa's face came in an instant. Lisa's face suddenly became dark. This medic, who once used a laser gun to cut off the enemy's hands and feet in battle, was not a gentle woman. You don't have to worry about that. Kerrigan's rosy lips were pursed into a slit, and it seemed that cold wind could blow out of her mouth. I advise you to put away those dirty words and stop those malicious speculations. I didn't say anything. Lisa walked towards Kerrigan. She opened the white coat covering her military uniform to reveal the dark gray uniform of the Revolutionary Army, the certificate hanging around her neck, and the electromagnetic pistol at her waist. Although Kerrigan is still young, she is taller than Lisa, and her chest is more prominent than Lisa's. When they are both standing up, the former is undoubtedly more imposing. But you are thinking, Kerrigan and Lisa are tit for tat. I am not a mistress. Want to fight? Lisa gritted her teeth. I forgot that you are a damn psyker. And you'd better stop your mind-reading tricks and get out of my head. I can make you cry right now. Kerrigan did not give in. Want to try? I will prove that red hair is better than blonde hair. At this moment, Augustus's right-hand men, Warfield, Harnack, and Runstein, had gathered together and whispered to each other, occasionally glancing at Augustus and the two women beside him, pointing and talking. You are the boss after all. Harnack showed a proud expression, while Warfield and Runstein beside him had no idea why he was proud. I told you a long time ago that when we went to Tarsones, the noble ladies and young ladies there were eager to throw themselves into the arms of the boss. And even the men wanted to say a few words to the boss. I think you are right. Runstein nodded, although he did not say what he thought was right. He seemed to understand what Harnack said. When did this happen? Warfield rarely showed interest in Augustus' private life. To be honest, Warfield always regarded himself as Augustus' elder. He was an old subordinate of Augustus' brother Arcturus. When Augustus was in the military camp, Warfield also helped and cared for him. Who knows more? When they were in the Federal Marines, Lisa had been flirting with the boss. No one knows whether they slept together, but I'm sure it's not much different. Harnack analyzed carefully and came to the conclusion the boss lived with Lisa for a period of time. And you also know this. What's the story about that red-haired woman? Lundstein usually doesn't care much about Augustus's private life. Although he is one of Augustus' most trusted people, he knows no more than others. Is she your relative? I've only seen red-haired guys like you. Maybe. After all, my family immigrated to Shiloh 2 generations ago. It is said that she is a former federal ghost agent. She was originally going to assassinate Angus, but after being caught by the boss, she turned to serve the Revolutionary Army. Harnack said. We all thought the boss was very bold. He immediately activated a ghost agent who once wanted to assassinate his father. That would be fine. But he even made her his personal bodyguard. This is not in line with the boss's character. He only trusts the devil in heaven and a few people. Of course, this is not uncommon. You know that the boss is still young, handsome, rich, and a giant in thought. If he was a rude, fat, hairy, ugly man, it would not be so much a problem. You have learned a lot of new words. Harnack, Warfield said, it seems that after staying with Umojan for a long time, you have learned the Umojan's ornate speaking style. It is said that the Umojan people grew up in the ocean of art. The Umojan where you study is located in the music capital of New Austria. I think so too. It's great that you think so, General. After all, Harnack never knew that humility is a precious quality. Listen to me. I have seen too many such scenes. Boss, believe me, he will not have a good ending. These two women are more cruel than each other. Harnack sighed to himself. When the boss is heartbroken by these women one day, he will know that we are the best for him. You are right. Lundstein nodded. As you all know, psychics have some superpowers. They can even control objects through the air. Harnack was afraid of the future he described. If the two of them really fight, the scene will definitely not be as simple as pulling hair and tearing clothes. As he was talking, Harnack heard Augustus cough lightly. Augustus walked between Kerrigan and Lisa and said to them, "Girls, let's talk about these little things later. Let's both take a step back. I think your conflict is much smaller than you think. Calm down. Put aside your prejudices and get to know each other better. You may like each other." Augustus acted like a leader who had abandoned his selfish desires. He was carrying the great mission of subverting the Federation. And of course, he would not be entangled in such a love affair. Everyone knows that as a leader, Augustus will not marry. And if he does, he will definitely choose a lifelong partner who can assist him in his career. Many nobles of Korhal believe that if Augustus really overthrows the rule of the Terran Federation in the future, in order to consolidate his rule in Tarsones, he must suppress the nobles who survived the massacre, exile them or kill them all. At the same time, win over the remaining few founding families and establish a new ruling class. This is what a true ruler or monarch should do. Then, marrying a female heir of a founding family is the best choice for a political marriage. I don't need to bother with a little girl. Lisa immediately showed the generosity of a mature woman. I don't understand why you are so hostile to me, Kerrigan asked knowingly. You? Lisa tried not to swear, obviously. Hank, what are you mumbling about? At this time, Augustus looked at Harnack and others who were whispering beside him, and realized that they were laughing at him. Hearing Augustus speak, Harnack and the others immediately distanced themselves from each other and walked towards Augustus. Harnack adjusted his Revolutionary Army uniform and straight coxcomb hairstyle, and shouted, "We are here to attend the meeting. The leader said you are still in a hurry, and will leave for the fleet soon." Kerrigan and Lisa each took a step back, but still did not give each other a good look. "What's the matter? I thought you were playing both sides with women." As he approached Augustus, Harnack whispered in a very low voice, "This is really difficult, but I will handle it." Augustus said in an even lower voice, "I think this is as difficult as completing the terraforming of a neutron star." Harnack laughed out loud. "You are nice to everyone, which is not good. Even if you are a scum like me and Tychus, you are willing to open up to us. Don't underestimate yourself." Augustus patted Harnack and said, "You are more likable than you think." Everyone could see that the flamboyant and unruly Harnack would not be timid even when facing the Admiral of the Umojan Protectorate Army. In front of Augustus, he was like a docile redneck rooster. "I called you here to discuss something." Augustus looked at Warfield, who was walking over, waved his hand, and asked Kerrigan to stand on his right side, keeping a distance between her and Lisa. "After you arrive at Marcera, we will have 14 battlecruisers, equivalent to a fully staffed Terran Federation Navy squadron. Although we are waiting for the opportunity, we will not have an absolute advantage against any Terran Federation fleet unless the opponent's staff is not full. We need to formulate a complete battle plan. Let's go to the conference room first." Then, Augustus looked at the depressed Lisa again. "Lisa, come in and listen too." "I'd love to." Lisa took the lead and pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. The tense atmosphere at the scene instantly eased. When Lisa was in Umoyan, you never mentioned her every time you wrote to ask about your family and the car immigrants. Harnack said to Augustus at the right time, "You occasionally asked me if I had gotten into trouble, but you didn't even mention a letter from Kashidi." "I did forget it." Augustus spread his hands. "It's my fault." "It's not your fault," Kerrigan corrected Augustus. "After all, you have so many things to deal with. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and you will eventually own this world. This girl is also your fan." Harnack laughed. "She worships you. You also worship Marshal Augustus. In fact, you are the one who worships him the most among all the devils in heaven." Kerrigan was not ashamed of what Harnack said. "You are talking nonsense." Harnack blushed. "How can I shut you up? You annoying psychic. After all, I'm no longer worried about Lisa taking drugs again." Augustus smiled and said to Harnack, "I'm worried that you'll cause trouble at the Umojan Military Academy. You know, Harnack, when you do stupid things, you lose more than just your face. Except for a few insignificant small accidents, I've been living a satisfactory life at the Umojan Military Academy. I also learned to play the cello. Umoyan doesn't like synthesized music, and this ancient earth instrument is regarded as a symbol of elegance. I will show you my skills later. Honik was not embarrassed at all. Minor accident? Warfield said, you are talking about a hydrogen-helium rocket that was mistakenly sent into the sky because of a mistake in reading a word. If it had not been intercepted by the atmospheric defense platform in the end, the president of the Umoyan Military Academy would have died to apologize for his crime. I thought about it for a long time and couldn't figure it out. Are you illiterate? Oh my god. This is terrible. Runstein was terrified by another thing. When you play, even God will jump down from the sky, grab your neck, and kneel down to beg you to stop. Okay. Harnack couldn't listen anymore. Let's have a meeting. Augustus pushed the door open and saw the staff and military advisors in the meeting room looking at him. What happened? Augustus looked at them. The department monitoring the communication channel of the governor's palace in Marsera has just confirmed an intelligence report that Colonel Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron responded to the governor's distress signal. Augustus' chief of staff said, they are the fleet closest to Marsera, and the other fleets are cruising in other corners of the Copperless sector. Chapter 182 Mirahan's Army. Chapter 182 Mirahan's Army. Alpha Squadron. Augustus suddenly saw the sharp head, with a protruding forehead and triangular eyes, like a venomous snake of Lieutenant Colonel Edmund Duke. He had high shoulders and thick arms, like a silverback gorilla that was always in a state of irritability. How many ships did Edmund Duke bring? He looked at his chief of staff. Usually, a naval squadron has 10 to 15 battlecruisers. But Alpha Squadron has lost its flagship and several warships in previous fleet battles. It is unknown whether they have added new warships in the past few months. The chief of staff put down the stack of documents in his hand and looked at Augustus. The communication between Alpha Squadron and the governor's office of the Marsera colony was very brief. Unlike the governor's office's overwhelming distress signal bombardment, the flagship of Alpha Squadron only made a brief reply and sent the governor's office an estimated arrival time of about 40 standard hours. And our old friend Colonel Edmund seemed to be disdainful of saying a few more words to Governor Marsera. Oh, that's what he said. Warfield and Duke are not getting along. People in the 33rd Ground Assault Division of Arcturus don't like Alpha Squadron very much, especially the arrogant leader of the Blood Eagles, Edmund Duke. The Duke family is full of stars. This prominent family was the leader of the immigrants before the Najilfa. The lead aircraft carrier of the colonial fleet landed on the surface of Tarsones. They hold the right to speak in the army, and their rule in the Terran Federation has long been deeply rooted and unshakable. However, Edmund was still a rare flower among his eccentric family members. With his experience in the Navy for most of his life, and having fought the entire Kylian War, he should have been worthy of a general star. But he was only a colonel until now. Logically speaking, Duke was not without ability, and he had a family background to support him. So he should not have failed to become a general until now. And people like Warfield and Augustus knew this very well. That is, Duke's victories were not as many as he boasted, and the defeats or disasters covered up by the various military files directly affected his promotion. Edmund just said that Governor Marsera was a complete idiot, and he was lucky not to be shot by the rebels. Augustus's chief of staff said, the federal parliament has lost face. Not only the Comorian Union and the United States of Humagen, but also some civilian media organizations and private radio stations have received Governor Marsera's distress signal. This chief of staff, who is nearly 50 years old and was a military academy principal, did not hide his contempt for Governor Marsera and his bureaucrats. Now the federal government of Tarsones has no way to cover up the fact that the Marsera Federation army was defeated. Soon, the entire Copperless sector will know that the Federation has been defeated by the Revolutionary Army again. This is the best propaganda offensive. Augustus showed an inspiring smile on his face, and waved to the others in the conference hall and said, this is also a good start. This undoubtedly reveals to the world the incompetence of the government officials of the settlement and the unstoppable revolutionary fighters. Justice and fairness are always on our side. The people's eyes have been blinded by all kinds of whitewash news, and today is the day they are closest to the truth. Unconsciously, everyone began to applaud, and a military advisor wrote down Augustus' words in shorthand symbols on his personal terminal. In the future, if this military advisor who did not impress Augustus decided to write an autobiography of Augustus Minsk, he would undoubtedly quote these words today. When the applause died down, Augustus asked Warfield and others behind him to sit down at the conference table. Warfield sat with Harnack and Lundstein, while Kerrigan stood beside Augustus and refused to sit down. While Augustus was speaking, Lisa and Kerrigan exchanged glances no less than 100 times. Their eyes were sharp, as if there were swords hidden in them, and they were as alert as mongooses on the grassland. Next, I will announce my new decision. Now, Augustus was the only one standing in the entire conference room, and everyone had to look up to see his eyes. Abandon the plan to attack and seize the high-energy gas refinery in the Northern Hemisphere, and cancel all related orders. Augustus said, recall the 2 brigades of Singer and a Goliath armed robot company, and order them to advance to the capital area. Seize and hold the Garso 4 Highland of the Ma Sera Planetary Defense Force for at least 48 standard hours. The Rainer Ranger Brigade of Lorenzana State continues to move eastward. Antiochus's Wolf Hunters will set out today to join Mirahan's Port of the Dead Brigade, and then encircle the capital area to the south. But do not attack. When Augustus said this, a 3D holographic projection map was projected above the conference table. The artificial intelligence identified and marked every location Augustus mentioned on the map, and marked arrows one by one indicating the marching direction. Marshal, I am worried that the troops in the Port of the Dead may find it difficult to complete the duties you have assigned to them. Warfield and others did not speak. The one who expressed his opinion was a second-level political commissar from the 1st Division of the Revolutionary Army. He was mainly responsible for conveying the highest instructions and the latest revolutionary ideas from Augustus to the Pantalan Revolutionary Party Committee organizations and party members in the army. Although these recruits from the Port of the Dead have already completed the 4-month training in the boot camp and served for more than 5 months, they have not participated in a large-scale battle. Not to mention that they are commanded by a little girl, the political commissar said. Due to the lack of senior officers under Augustus, it is often the case that a non-commissioned officer or even a private first class becomes a lieutenant or a colonel at a rocket speed. For example, Major General Jim Raynor of the Revolutionary Army was only a corporal squad leader in the Terran Federation Marine Corps. Even during the war, it would take at least 5 years for him to become a general officer. And Raynor's actual promotion journey was comparable to a rocket-like climb. Mirahan, now 17 years old, learned how to operate CMC power armor in less than 3 weeks after joining the Revolutionary Army. She completed all courses and got full marks in subjects including shooting. After graduating early, she was assigned to Corporal Faraday's guard company by Augustus. After more than 70,000 recruits recruited by the Port of the Dead completed their recruit training, Mira was transferred by Augustus to a battalion formed by these recruits as a captain and deputy battalion commander. Immediately afterwards, Mirahan's rank and position completed several enviable jumps in less than 4 months, becoming the Lieutenant Colonel Brigade Commander of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division of the Port of the Dead Legion of the Corps Revolutionary Army. Chapter 183. If it was Duke, he would definitely be fooled. Mirahan did show her outstanding military talents and leadership qualities in many aspects. She established her prestige among soldiers and junior non-commissioned officers by using both kindness and force. She won the trust of many senior officers with her cheerful personality, but never losing dignity and responsibility at critical moments. Among the 3 Marine Corps divisions and 1 semi-mechanized mixed infantry division of the Port of the Dead Corps, the 1st Marine Corps division, where Mira was located, was the first to form combat effectiveness, and their organizational ability and discipline were also higher than other divisions. When it comes to dealing with the unrestrained soldiers in the Port of the Dead who don't know what discipline is, Mirahan's tough measures have achieved better results than those officers from Kar in the Revolutionary Army. In the future, if Mirahan hadn't joined the Revolutionary Army when Augustus passed through the Port of the Dead, she might have become the queen there more than a decade later. I have said many times that Mirahan's talent is worthy of a colonel. Augustus said, she has proved her ability through several strikes against the Terran Federation base. No doubt. I appoint people based on their abilities, and all capable people will get the positions they deserve. He said, we are short of officers, especially senior officers. It is the best choice to have the people of Port of the Dead lead the people of Port of the Dead. Let the officers and political commissars lead the team together and do a good job of ideological work among the new recruits of Port of the Dead. I believe that with a little experience, they will become an army made of steel. After responding to the doubts of the second-level Pantaran Revolutionary Party political commissar, Augustus gave a detailed explanation of the order to mobilize the army, specifically how much equipment each unit should carry, when and where to set off, and when and where to arrive. The staff and consultants gave their own opinions on some of the flaws in the details, but no one rejected Augustus's order completely. Unless Augustus's order seemed incredible and anti-human to them, no one would make an inappropriate voice. Augustus was the real commander, and the one who made the final decision. In contrast, the staff was only responsible for giving him advice. Due to Augustus's high status and prestige in the Revolutionary Army, almost no one thought that there was anything wrong with his increasingly arbitrary way of doing things. Most of the time when commanding the army, Augustus would stay in a closed office and look at the map of Mossera and the star map of the Copperloo sector. He would make many plans and choose the best one. When he relayed these plans to his staff officers and adjutants, it often meant that he had already made up his mind. We have to surround the capital of Mossera for at least 48 hours, while constantly putting pressure on the defenders. In this way, the governor of Mossera will request support more urgently, and the Alpha Squadron must also send landing forces to recapture the lost territory after arriving. Finally, Augustus concluded, we can only achieve a phased victory in this star system if we can find a way to lure Edmund Duke to Mossera or disperse his fleet. So I have to show up at the front line and make Duke believe that I am on the surface of Mossera. Augustus continued, just question Duke's courage and he will take the bait. I can be sure that as long as Duke is provoked, he will immediately become a mad venomous snake. At this time, Warfield spread his hands and said, if it were anyone else, I would never say this. But if that person is Duke, he will definitely be fooled. As long as you kick Duke hard and humiliate him, he will bite you desperately. But we still have to consider the possibility that he did not fall for it. Although it is very small, Warfield questioned, Duke's temper is as bad as his blood relatives in his family. He is indeed very likely to be fooled. But Duke's men must not lack calm people. Yes, this possibility must be considered. Augustus agreed with Warfield. Duke has almost never lost a battle against an enemy much weaker than himself. As far as we know, there is no brilliant strategy to speak of in each of his victories. Alpha Squadron quickly defeated their enemies every time, either by attacking from the front or using overwhelming firepower. My plan is, show weakness to the enemy. Augustus continued. Duke can't possibly know how many battlecruisers we have. Just like we can't know how many ships there are in Alpha Squadron. As long as he believes that we have far fewer ships than Alpha Squadron, Duke will definitely be careless. Of course, in order to ensure that everything is foolproof, we must also develop more alternative plans, which is why I invited you all here today. Next, the officers and military advisors present began to make plans and draw maps in an orderly manner. It was not until the evening that the final plan was finalized and the documents were issued to troops at all levels. After the meeting, Augustus's subordinates either returned to their offices in the Hero State Government building or took a transport plane back to their fleet, while Augustus himself had to board the Galaxy shuttle that was parked on the other side of the Serra Galaxy according to the itinerary. After holding a meeting with all the captains, he had to return to the army on the surface of the planet Mossera without stopping. Before leaving, Augustus rearranged the positions and tasks of Warfield and others. At this time, Augustus was the only one left in the conference room. The wooden ceiling and floor, and the rose-colored marble walls were shrouded in the light blue halo of the hanging wall lamps. Warfield and the demons of heaven were waiting for Augustus to speak. Warfield, I need you to return to your flagship and command the fleet. Augustus said to Warfield, I have been a soldier in the Marine Corps for more than 10 years, and now you let me command the fleet. Warfield spread his hands. I am still just a layman. When I was on the Iron Justice, I was just the vice captain of a battlecruiser. Pick the tallest man among the short ones. General. Augustus could only say this to him. I can't find any other manpower besides you. As for Harnack and Runstein, I still need you to command another division. No problem. Harnack accepted Augustus's order happily. He had long been fed up with the stable life in Umoyan and was ready to do something big. I will do my duty. Lunstein just nodded, without any emotional fluctuations. You, Lisa. You? Then? Augustus looked at Lisa Cassidy, the former heavenly demon medic, who was staring at him. I knew you wanted to send me to the hospital. Lisa wrinkled her nose. Lisa. Augustus looked at Lisa and said in an unquestionable tone, the First Field Hospital is in need of a dean. I also need you to go there to prepare for the establishment of the Revolutionary Army Medical College to train more scarce medical soldiers for our army. Okay. Lisa was stunned for a while, realizing that the conflict between her and Kerrigan would only annoy Augustus, as long as you ask me to do it. Chapter 184 Blood Eagle Alpha. Alpha Squadron, also known as the Blood Eagle, has become a symbol of the Terran Federation's superior military power with their lightning-fast tactical mobility. Alpha Squadron has earned the good reputation of the Blood Eagles with their wild and brutal slaughter. And their commander Edmund Duke is the leader of the Blood Eagles. Many people believe that Duke is a hot-tempered and self-willed fool. Although this may not be the truth, it is almost true. The flagship of Alpha Squadron, NORAD-3, has been traveling at a speed far exceeding the speed of light for more than 72 hours. During this period, the crew and soldiers have tied themselves to the acceleration seats. In the state of hyperspace travel, all humans who grew up in the gravity field and atmospheric environment of the planet will feel more or less uncomfortable. However, Edmund Duke, who was pacing impatiently on the bridge of NORAD-3, was obviously not one of them. Although Duke looked like a gorilla in estrus to the navigators and operators of Alpha Squadron standing in front of the bridge console. In Duke's own eyes, he was undoubtedly an angry lion, since he was defeated several times by Augustus's rebel fleet and even lost his flagship NORAD-2. Duke has become a laughingstock among many people in the Federation Navy. Even so, Duke will not be furious because of such a failure. The reason why Duke is in a state of extreme anger from time to time during this period is mainly because his Alpha Squadron was fooled by Jackson's revenge when the rebel fleet led by Augustus besieged Tarsones last year. This meant that Alpha Squadron had become a complete joke. They had been chasing a pirate ship carrying the original NORAD-2 signal tracker in the Copperloo sector for nearly a month, and finally lost it. Alpha Squadron finally arrived nearly 2 weeks after Augustus's fleet evacuated the Tarsones system. Duke couldn't have failed to figure out that Augustus had hired someone to trick him. Now, Duke's hatred for Augustus was growing. When Colonel Duke was pacing on the alloy steel deck of the bridge, the crew on the bridge did not dare to turn their heads to look at him. Although Duke would not punish his soldiers, being scolded by him was not something to be happy about. Finally, after a slight tremor of NORAD-3, the new flagship of Alpha Squadron jumped out of the hyperspace channel. NORAD-3 is a behemoth-class battlecruiser forged at the end of the Kylian War. It is stronger than NORAD-2 and has more laser and cannon gun groups. It is a model of the Terran Federation Navy's firepower advantage and the aesthetics of strong ships and powerful guns. When the Alpha Squadron warships jumped out of the hyperspace channel, the space distortion phenomenon sucked in light around them, forming vortices with radiating blurred halos. Between the hammer-headed monster battle cruisers were rectangular destroyers, supply ships, apod transport ships, and ghost fighters. There were also 2 scientific research ships between the Alpha Squadron fleet. These research ships with gyro-shaped hulls had a diameter of up to 1,000 feet, about 300 meters, and had radar antennas and the most advanced sensor arrays on their tops. One of the ships had the words Amerigo written in white English letters on its hull. The Terran Federation usually uses the highly sensitive sensor arrays of scientific ships for border monitoring and security scanning tasks. At present, these ships are mainly used for scientific research tasks. The Federation's researchers are still committed to installing weapons and shield systems on these scientific ships. Damn Augustus Minsk. I saw his wolfish ambitions long ago. After NORAD-3 jumped out of the hyperspace channel, the main screen of the bridge in front of Duke suddenly appeared the Marsera Synchronous Orbital Space Station and the pictures taken by the aliens, showing that many places on the planet were in the midst of war. The rebels' troops and chariots were advancing on the orange-gray Gobi Desert, and many federal military bases and fortresses were in ruins. Duke soon realized that if his troops could still connect to the satellites and space stations in the synchronous orbit of Marsera, it meant that these facilities had not fallen into the hands of the rebels. Even if the rebel fleet was weak, they would not be unable to do this. The rebels' intentions were obvious. They wanted the federal fleet to take over these facilities to see if Marsera was in dire straits. At the same time, the radar display of NORAD-3 detected the signals of 6 battlecruisers, 2 of which were obsolete Leviathan-class battlecruisers, and the sensor array of the science ship in Alpha Squadron detected more small spacecraft hidden on the back of the planet. Amerigo calling the flagship bridge. We detected fluctuations in the hyperspace channel 2 standard hours ago at 7,114. At this time, the captain of the science ship Amerigo replied to Duke. The rebels are about to escape. Duke realized the problem in an instant. Stop them. The wise and brave Colonel Duke immediately made his judgment. He was eager to compete with the fleet of the Revolutionary Army and avenge his previous shame. Alpha Squadron has 11 Behemoth-class battlecruisers in service. These unparalleled steel giants immediately sailed towards the 6 battlecruisers of the Revolutionary Army under Duke's command. Hundreds of warships of various types followed closely. The bright orange flames of the numerous warship thrusters were like a moving, bright brush against the black background of deep space. Sir, this is probably a trap. Duke's adjutant obviously saw more from this. We must be careful. Our opponent is Augustus Minsk. The adjutant was a young man with brown and black curly hair, not those simple-minded Comorians. Stop the fleet. Hearing Augustus' name, Duke was not so angry, and the cold anger quickly calmed him down. The name Augustus Minsk has gradually become a nightmare in the hearts of many senior officials of the Terran Federation and even the Federation Navy. He first destroyed the Dalarian shipyard and seized a large number of battlecruisers, and then pointed his sword at Tarsonis Prime with amazing decisiveness. Those in high positions in the Terran Federation were afraid that Augustus would overthrow their rule, and the generals of the Terran Federation were afraid and hated people like Augustus. But thanks to the rebels, the military expenditure of the Federation Navy increased over time. The power of the officers continued to grow, and the benefits they received increased day by day. Let the invisible reconnaissance plane leave the port. Duke, Colonel, Governor Marcera requested to establish a communication link with NORAD 3. At this time, Duke's navigator suddenly said to him, "This Marcera pig." Duke was furious. Although he said so, Duke finally connected to the communication link of Governor Marcera. Colonel Duke, Augustus Minsk. The damned rebels are at the gates of the city. They have surrounded Redstone Fortress and Eshin-Yonglund. A bloated, greasy face appeared on the main screen of the bridge of NORAD 3, making Duke feel sick. Who is the commander of this group of rebels? Duke's mind emerged with the names of the generals of the Revolutionary Army. Is it Jim Raynor of Shiloh, or the evil dog Tychus Finley? I can confirm that it is Augustus Minsk himself. Our unmanned reconnaissance aircraft photographed the Golden Wolf flag flying over the rebel command center. Governor Marcera burst into tears. Colonel Duke, you must come to save me. Chapter 185 Hermaphrodite Rotten Ass. Your family is disgraced by you. Governor Richard, look at what stupid things you have done. Your people are wearing the latest power armor and using the vehicles of the Federal Marine Corps. But in the end, they were beaten back by the rebels with fire sticks and motorcycles. In less than a week, they lost most of Marcera. Hopeless. Completely defeated. Edmund Duke and Governor Marcera obviously knew each other for a long time. Their friendship can be traced back to the youth of these two nobles. Of course, this did not affect their dislike for each other. The Federation's territory covers the entire Copperless sector. But in the end the Parliament sent pigs, donkeys and scale insects to manage a colony. Just because they are nobles. Duke raised his head, arrogantly, and looked down at the tearful face of Governor Marcera, because he knew that Richard could no longer keep his position. The Lion family behind him would come to thank Duke for saving their property in Marcera. When the nobles heard about the suffering of the lower classes, they would shed a few tears because of their commendable compassion. But when it came to their own life and death, they would not be able to stop crying. When selecting heirs, the founding families of Tarsonis required them to have outstanding abilities to inherit their family power. But they could not always require every family member to be good enough. Colonel. Behind Governor Marcera was a nickel-plated alloy wall, and on the right was a heavy lead door with rivets. Standing next to him were fully armed personal soldiers, instead of his suited staff and drunken military advisors. This means that the governor is hiding in the underground shelter of the governor's mansion. At this moment, there are artillery fire all over Marcera, but the secret room is covered with expensive silk carpets, decorated with gold and silver utensils and jewels. We are about to be overwhelmed. The rebel fighters are bombing our positions. Once Augustus Minsk's men launch a general attack, we will all be finished. The governor stopped crying as quickly as he suddenly burst into tears. How many people are there? Duke narrowed his triangular eyes and looked like a dangerous venomous snake. At least 200,000 people. The governor's thick lips trembled. The drone captured the emblems of at least 10 rebel divisions. And they also have a large number of armored and mobile forces. They are not a group of armed Carrefour peasants, but a real army. Nonsense. Although Duke did not believe Governor Marcera's words at all, he still took them as reference. Duke estimated that there were about 50,000 to 100,000 rebels on the surface of Mars Sera. There is no way the rebels could have that many people, Duke said. And considering that the rebels have a certain amount of CMC power armor, they cannot be treated as ordinary insurgents. In the past, only a 200-man Federal Marine Corps could easily quell a rebellion in a city, and a battalion of Marines was enough to guard a marginal colony. Ever since Angus Minsk and his ambitious son started the rebellion in a region is no longer something that the Marines in that region can easily suppress. Colonel Duke, land your Alpha Squadron at Mars Sera as soon as possible. Governor Mars Sera gradually lost his patience. He was worried that Duke would stand aside and watch the fall of the capital area. Otherwise, you should be at least half responsible for the fall of Mars Sera. I will report your indifference truthfully. Richard, I always say you are an idiot. And that's right. Duke's arrogance reached its peak. The fox has fallen into the hunter's trap. And now it threatens those who are ready to lend a helping hand. You venomous snake. Mars Sera is about to fall. And you are still shouting here? Governor Mars Sera was furious. Then I want to see who is responsible for this. Duke ordered his adjutant to close the communication connection. Amid the governor's hysterical roar, Duke began to think calmly, and a new combat plan was being conceived in his pointed head. Alpha Squadron carried a number of small tactical nuclear bombs with a yield of 20 million. Enough to flatten a medium-sized city and turn an area of about 30 square miles into a scorched earth. However, according to the image of the Southern Hemisphere capital area taken by the Mars Sera orbital satellite on the main screen of the NORAD-3 bridge, it can be seen that the rebel positions have overlapped with the governor's planetary defense force and the organized militia forces. Like entangled tree roots, orbital bombing will inevitably cause accidental injuries, and precise targeted strikes cannot destroy the rebels, who are constantly moving. In order to recapture Mars Sera, Duke must send his Alpha Squadron to descend to low Earth orbit in landing craft to defeat Augustus's rebels. The complete destruction of the entire capital district means that Duke will be morally condemned. He must be responsible for the deaths of nearly 500,000 Mars Sera civilians and tens of thousands of federal soldiers in the capital district. Although Duke doesn't care at all, in the final analysis, Duke can find 10,000 reasons to excuse himself and not be sent to a military court. For example, the brutal rebels released a terrible virus in the capital district, and everyone was infected. An Alpha Squadron had to purify the infected land. But at least for now, Duke has no authority to activate nuclear weapons at will. Duke is actually not very happy to earn a reputation as a butcher for himself. Killing civilians will bring more trouble to his already bumpy promotion path. And in many cases, he prefers to charge into battle himself to prove his courage. Adjutant, in addition to those battlecruisers, are there other rebel fleets in the Sera galaxy? At this time, Duke looked at the orange-brown Mars Sera star outside the bridge porthole. 6 months ago, in the Battle of Tarsones, there were 26 recorded rebel warships, and 14 of them successfully jumped away. This is very inconsistent with the number of rebel warships in the Sera system, unless the rebel fleet has been dispersed into several relatively small fleets. Sir, our reconnaissance forces and radars still have not detected more rebel fleets in the Sera system, the adjutant replied. From the sharp increase in energy index, they are preparing to jump away. We can't let them leave, Duke said after a few seconds of silence. The fleet moves forward and stops the rebel fleet. At this time, the main screen of the bridge lit up again. A communication request from the command center of the Mars Sera Marine Division. The commander of this division is... Duke interrupted the adjutant before he finished speaking. Access. Duke stood straight, and he had already anticipated a certain possibility in his heart. Duke, the last time we met was in the Suoyan system, and even longer ago was in Turisus. The main screen of the bridge of NORAD-3 showed Augustus. Due to various electromagnetic interference bands during the war, the picture was not very stable, and snowflake-like garbled characters appeared on the holographic projection screen from time to time. Even so, Augustus's iconic gray hair and gray eyes of the Minsk family, and his statue-like three-dimensional face were still deeply imprinted in the eyes of every Alpha Squadron soldier present. On the screen, Augustus was wearing a dark gray military coat and a wide-brimmed military hat with the symbol of the Revolutionary Army. Sitting on a single sofa, the brim of the military cap blocked the light coming in from the window, making Augustus half of his eyes covered in shadows. Behind him stood Corporal Faraday and Sarah Kerrigan. Revolutionary soldiers in dark gray uniforms ran back and forth on the wide command island. The leader of the rebels, Augustus Minsk, has become synonymous with rebellion after the Battle of the Kylian. He created riots, provoked wars, and brought black fear to planets. Augustus was obviously in the circular command island at the top of the command center. The walls of the command island were replaced by light-transmitting tempered glass. The federal commander could sit in the command island and overlook the entire federal military camp. The command center of the Terran Federation is a giant, almost square building made of steel and refined crystal ore. The outer wall is equipped with inclined pre-steel plates, which are enough to withstand artillery fire and even small nuclear bombs. For a long time, the commanders of the Terran Federation have remotely monitored the barracks, military bases, and combat departments at all levels through the console in the command island command center raised on the top of the command center. Augustus sitting in it proved one thing. That is, Mos Serra's Marine Division had long been defeated by the rebels. Minsk, if you are here to reminisce about the past, then there is nothing to talk about between us. Duke did not intend to hide his disgust for Augustus. For a traitor like you, I will only give you a bullet. Hee. Augustus smiled on his handsome face and pointed at the screen. I thought you should be at least a lieutenant general now. Why are you still wearing the rank of colonel? Are you reluctant to part with your old clothes? Duke's forehead was suddenly bulging with veins. He wanted to refute, but was speechless for a moment. Because this was indeed the truth. After a moment of silence, Duke's anger suddenly became stronger. Before retiring, Arcturus was already a colonel. And you have served almost 3 times as long as him. Of course, we all know that such promotion in the Marine Corps is still too slow. It's none of your business. Duke wanted to close the communication. But this undoubtedly showed that he was guilty, which made him even more angry. In the past, Duke always mocked others and acted arrogantly. So how could Augustus, a former lieutenant, mock others? What do you think you are now? A lost dog. Corhole has been destroyed. Do you want to make the people of Mos Serra suffer the same fate? Edmund Duke. Augustus did not answer Duke's words directly. He was obviously deliberately guiding the topic in a direction that was beneficial to him. Look at you. You are not appreciated for your talent and are suppressed. He sighed and said, your talent is such that you can never be limited to a small colonel in the Federal Navy. Even if you are promoted to colonel, that's all you can do. But with me, I will not only make you a general, but also give you a place in the new cabinet. By then, you will be the elder and the most trusted minister of the new Terran Federation. I don't know if lunatics like you like to daydream. Duke squeezed out a wisp of cold air from his cracked teeth. The Federal Navy has 1,000 battlecruisers and more planets. And you are just poor guys running around. The Minsk family, which has the wolf as its totem, is now nothing more than a group of drowned dogs. I am a member of the founding family of Tarsones. And the Minsk family is just the owner of a small planet. Take your Alpha Squadron and be loyal to me. Augustus seemed not to hear what Duke was saying. He just talked to himself. And I will give you everything you want but can't get. Or, are you willing to be a colonel in this life and be laughed at by other members of the Duke family? Huh? Duke laughed angrily. In a sense, Augustus' words did hurt him. Not being able to become a general, or even go further. This is the eternal pain in Duke's heart. But Duke quickly calmed down. He stared at the screen and said, why did you deliberately irritate me? To delay time so that your army and fleet can evacuate in time. This is just a holographic image you deliberately recorded. And the real you must be somewhere in Mos Serra. No. A cunning person like you. You may be on a fleet in synchronous orbit and can leave at any time. No. This is not a pre-recorded hologram. Augustus replied. I just think what you said is stupid and unnecessary to talk about. He said, the promise I made to you will always count. Join us. You will no longer be just Edmund Duke of the Duke family. People will only think of the Duke family when they talk about you first. Do you think I will believe it? Before Duke finished speaking, Augustus' face disappeared from the screen. Locate the coordinates of that command center. Duke trembled with anger. We can't tell if this is a pre-recorded video, or if even the location is fake. The adjutant said, it's no secret that you haven't been promoted to general. Because all newly promoted generals, after the Battle of Kylian, are publicly awarded medals. Shut up. Duke spit out 2 cold words. Listen. We don't know whether Augustus Minsk is in that command center, or in the fleet in synchronous orbit. But it doesn't matter. I will defeat all of Augustus Minsk's forces until I find him. But this is probably a trap. The adjutant said. Fuck the traps. Duke roared in anger. There are traps everywhere. Should I be afraid of this? Pass my orders? Prepare the landing capsule. I will personally defeat Augustus Mength's rebels in Marcera. Chapter 186. Lure the enemy deep into our territory. The capital area of Marcera. The restricted area of Martin Fortress. The former military fortress of the Terran Federation. The command center. The Command Island Command Office. The history of Martin Fortress is as old as the Marcera settlement. It was built in the 70th year after the Terran Federation regained control of the warp engine. It is a stone building made of marble and concrete. Today, the ancient stone walls have been replaced by a fortification wall with 2 layers of pre-steel plates filled with strong binders and high-strength synthetic resin fillers. The fortification wall was originally designed to deal with the rogue bandits and large beasts of Marcera, but now it has been raised and widened, and equipped with Mark electromagnetic guns and automatic machine guns, enough to destroy any Terran army that dares to approach. In the center of the fortification wall is located a huge command center, surrounded by multiple barracks with flashing lights, heavy factories, supply centers, and operating mechanical loading and unloading workshops. The black and red painted Revolutionary Army fighter transport ships are rising and landing in the only military airport. Augustus still kept the same sitting posture as when he talked to Edmund Duke. He sat upright, his eyes always passing through the translucent tempered glass of the command center. Only those flashing gray eyes proved that Augustus was real, not a synthesized or pre-recorded three-dimensional holographic projection. Although Augustus had many ways to deceive Duke, such as clone substitutes, virtual images and nano-masks that were realistic enough, Augustus was indeed in this command center, not in the fleet or anywhere else. Duke thought that the person who was talking to him just now was a pre-recorded holographic projection, but in fact it was the real Augustus. Duke thought that Augustus would not be so foolish as to expose his position through a communication. But the fact was that Augustus was waiting for him there, ready to completely defeat his troops. At this time, there was no sound in the command center except the footsteps of the Revolutionary Army staff and soldiers. Corporal Faraday and Kerrigan beside Augustus did not speak to interrupt his meditation. A few minutes later, Augustus stood up and adjusted his uniform and hat. Call my staff officers and military advisors, and order the fleet in orbit to continue monitoring the movements of Alpha Squadron and report to the headquarters, he said. Connect the combat demonstration map to the holographic projection screen of the command center. Sarah, prepare me a cup of espresso. Corporal Faraday, report the latest frontline combat briefing. The 2 brigades of Tychus Finley and Mira Han have broken through the outer wall of the capital area and are attacking the federal defenders outside the governor's palace. As Kerrigan, wearing a tight black combat uniform, shook her red ponytail and bent her slender waist to make coffee, Corporal Faraday reported to Augustus. The Ranger Brigade commanded by Major General Jim Rayner, and the 2nd and 3rd Divisions have set out from Hilo and Lorenzana. Colonel Gustav Runstein's 4th Division is marching rapidly in the southern desert 200 miles west of Major General Rayner's headquarters, and is expected to arrive at the Anthem Station in 4 hours. Very good. They have carried out my orders brilliantly. Augustus was generous in his praise of his generals. At this time, a holographic projection screen suddenly appeared in front of Augustus, showing the topographic map of the southern hemisphere of Marcera, which he had seen countless times. Augustus had already memorized the lines and data that constituted the highlands, plains, deserts, and valleys. This land of more than 10 million square miles is home to about 4.6 million Marcera people, scattered in various small and medium-sized towns and border cities located in mining and industrial areas. Between cities and towns are barren farmlands and small oases. Each farmer must cultivate dozens of acres of land to barely make a living. And now the war has burned up large tracts of crops. The federal government headed by Governor Marsala certainly did not care about the losses caused by the war, regardless of whether it was difficult to protect itself. Augustus's Revolutionary Army gave local farmers compensation equal to the value of crops. So even those who were skeptical of the revolution began to shout that the Revolutionary Army was a righteous army. Of course, these supplements all come from the large amount of federal army supplies seized by the Revolutionary Army and the local government's reserves. It is worth mentioning that even when 70% of the population is starving, there is still a large amount of food exported to Tarsones and other core worlds through the Marcera airport. Except for the capital area, the 12 states and free cities connected to each other on the map have been controlled by the Revolutionary Army. and the government army only controls less than one-third of the capital area. If Augustus had not deliberately not launched a general offensive, leaving the government army hanging on for the last breath, the capital area would have fallen 3 days ago. At present, after sending 5 more Port of the Dead divisions to Marcera, the Revolutionary Army has more than 70,000 troops on the surface, of which about 10,000 soldiers have CMC 200 and a small number of CMC 300 power armors, with more than 30 arc tanks and 4 Goliath armed robot companies providing fire support. The rest of the Revolutionary Army soldiers who undertake combat missions wear more old-fashioned exoskeleton armor that lacks armor and can only provide a little protection for the wearer. This exoskeleton armor comes from the T-230 port unloading exoskeleton armor used to strengthen the strength of workers in various factories. It has an alloy mechanical skeleton that can enhance the wearer's strength and a simple servo system, and is powered by batteries. Compared with the Comorian Labor Auxiliary Army, which only wears combat uniforms with kinetic armor plates, these exoskeleton armor can provide considerable mobility to help the revolutionary soldiers keep up with the elite troops wearing power armor. But the protection only relies on full metal helmets, chest armor plates, and bulletproof vests. And these protections are not very meaningful when facing bullets accelerated to several times the speed of sound by electromagnetics. The Federal Marines carried by Alpha Squadron are not only fully equipped with CMC 300 power armor, but even if only based on the proportion during the Kylian War, the proportion of resocialized soldiers has long exceeded 70%. And there is no shortage of armored personnel carriers and other vehicles to quickly deliver troops to the front line. Just like other high-ranking officers of noble origin in the Terran Federation Army, Edmund Duke not only did not reject the command of unethical resocialized soldiers, but was also very happy to replace the soldiers in Alpha Squadron with these dull, but fearless transformed soldiers. In a head-on, single-threaded battle, these well-equipped resocialized soldiers could undoubtedly defeat any human army of equal size. The Calmerians were defeated across the board on the main battlefield because they were caught off guard by the resocialized soldiers and power armor. It is almost impossible for the Revolutionary Army to defeat the Alpha Squadron on the front battlefield. The combat effectiveness of the Blood Eagle Alpha is no less than that of any well-known Federal Army, not to mention that among them, except for the resocialized soldiers, there are veterans who have experienced all the wars. What Augustus has to do is to avoid the sharp edge and lure the enemy deep. Based on Augustus's understanding of Duke, underestimating the enemy and being reckless will sooner or later cost him his life. As long as he hears Augustus' name, Duke will rush forward like a chicken blood. After staring at the map for 5 minutes, Sarah Kerrigan returned to Augustus with a cup of strong instant coffee. "You rely too much on coffee," Kerrigan said. "The Mintz family's personal doctor told you that you should pay attention to rest. You always sleep too little and work too long." Now Kerrigan has almost become an inseparable part of Augustus' life. This powerful ghost agent is responsible for Augustus's own defense and can also use his powerful telepathic ability to check whether the generals around him are still loyal. Whenever new soldiers join the army or new members of the Pantalan Revolutionary Party join the party, Kerrigan will conduct the final assessment with other psychers under Augustus through mind reading. At the same time, Kerrigan also became Augustus's personal combat instructor, teaching him combat skills from the ghost agent. Although Kerrigan believes that there will be no day when Augustus will be useful under her protection, Augustus himself hopes that he can be remembered by others as a brave revolutionary fighter. 4 hours is enough for today. Augustus waved his hand. Since the Revolutionary Army could fight the government army, he always stayed at the headquarters. When the war started, Augustus sometimes stayed up all night. He would stay up for 40 hours in a row until his army won or was safely transferred. "I can still hold on." Augustus drank coffee while waiting for the latest news from the various troops on the front line. Now the only thing he could do was wait. "I can't sleep when I think of my soldiers fighting on the front line. I'm really worried that you will collapse suddenly one day," Kerrigan said. "Doesn't that Lisa Cassidy write to you every day to ask about your health? She is simply doubting that I can't take good care of you." "Of course, I can take care of myself." When Augustus was about to explain something, the dark face of Lieutenant General Horace Warfield suddenly appeared on the holographic projection in front of him. "Augustus, Alpha Squadron has begun to send landing troops to the ground," he said. "In less than 10 minutes, 200 APOD transport ships and shuttles have left the fleet. By calculating the speed of these ships and the rotation speed of the landing latitude, We expect them to land on the eastern continent of the southern hemisphere. The enemy fleet is approaching our fleet at full speed. While Warfield was speaking, Augustus could see that the bridge of the Iron Justice was shaking violently. They have 11 Behemoth-class battle cruisers and 26 Kraken destroyers. Our fleet does not have an advantage. Convey my order to the entire fleet, and everything will be carried out according to the predetermined plan without any changes. Give full authority to Vice Admiral Warfield to command and execute the predetermined combat plan. Augustus said, the Second Fleet with Iron Justice as the flagship should not linger in the battle, and make short jumps to the S-315, S-314, and S-708 star systems respectively to induce the enemy fleet to split up and pursue. After the First Fleet completes the jump, the Second Fleet will jump from S-489 to the Sarah system and surround the Alpha Squadron fleet that is stationed in the system. Divide and destroy them, and defeat them one by one. Sir, the Marines of Alpha Squadron have begun to land. The head of a Revolutionary Army lieutenant appeared on the main screen. He was the officer in charge of managing the control center in the command center. Our radar detected the landing forces of Alpha Squadron over the Skeleton Plain and the Red Plateau respectively. Our fighters are taking off. At this time, Augustus's staff officers and military advisors hurried over. The Skeleton Plain and the Red Plateau are to our north and east, less than 100 miles away from the capital area. If they land at this location, it means that the troops attacking the capital area are sandwiched between the defense forces and the reinforcements of Alpha Squadron. Whose brigade is closest to the enemy? Augustus asked loudly. It is the 2 brigades of Mirahan and Tychus Finley. A staff officer replied, with other support troops. There are a total of 11,000 soldiers. Order Tychus Finley's mobile infantry brigade to snipe the reinforcements of Alpha Squadron and retreat in the 5th minute after the exchange of fire. Order Mirahan and the remaining troops to withdraw from the capital area and retreat south to the headquarters. Augustus said, from the map in front of Augustus. The Martin Fort where he was located was right below the capital area, and in between was a barren area consisting of highlands, hills and canyons full of rugged rocks. The terrain there was complex, and was particularly suitable for mountain troops to fight. This place was called the Barren Canyon, which was about 600 miles deep. The first 200 miles was an open valley, and the deeper you went, the narrower it became. From the air, it looked like the cross-section of a narrow-necked bottle. Have the other troops arrived at the designated location? Augustus asked. Renault and Gustav's troops have arrived at the desolate valley, and Colonel Hank's fire bats have entered the bottleneck area of the desolate valley. The 1st Division of Runstein, west of the capital area, has begun a general attack on the governor's mansion. It is expected to break through its frontal fortifications in half an hour and drive the governor's army to the north. Immediately afterwards, photos taken by reconnaissance drones and reports dictated by frontline generals were transmitted back to the command center one after another within 2 hours. February 18, 2490, 2300 hours local time. 2 divisions of the Alpha Squadron Marine Corps, 2 armored brigades, a combat support Draken railgun artillery brigade, and a service support brigade, totaling 36,000 Federation soldiers, were transported to the southern hemisphere of Mars-Sera by transport ships and APOD-33 transport aircraft in 3 batches. It took the Federation Army less than 2 hours to land on the Red Gobi and desert at the low latitude of Mars-Sera. For Air Force wings, and about 300 Wraith fighters were responsible for providing fire support for the landing troops. The science ship Amerigo landed below the planet's thin atmosphere. If the intelligence is correct, then Colonel Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron, will be the commander-in-chief of this campaign. He will personally go to the front line with admirable courage and lead the Federal Army to eliminate the rebels. The Federal Army is divided into 3 routes and advances towards the capital area from the Skeleton Plain, Red Terrace and Ridge Plain. Among them, the mobile force commanded by Tychus Finley will face the 2 routes of the Federal Army. About 20,000 Alpha Squadron soldiers. Chapter 187 Duke Offensive. It was already 1600 hours on the afternoon of February 19th, and 17 hours had passed since Alpha Squadron landed in Mars-Sera. Augustus was standing in the center of the command center of Martin Fortress, closely monitoring the communication network of the command centers of all levels of the Revolutionary Army. In front of him was a holographic projection screen composed of blue and green lines, on which was a constantly changing battle map. Behind Augustus were consoles lined up against the wall and glass observation windows, and a huge amount of information was being fed into the command center via wireless communications. This information comes from the battlefield in the capital area, the Rainer, Tychus, Marahan, and the Revolutionary Army outposts, mining areas, and dozens of other different regions and departments. They will eventually be reclassified, screened, and summarized and passed to the main console where Augustus is located. In front of the console stood the Revolutionary Army operators and command officers and staff wearing the Revolutionary Army's dark gray stand-up collar uniforms. They all wore flat caps with the Revolutionary Army's cap badges, and their uniforms had golden wheat ears, golden wolf heads, and Pantyrone Party Panda badges. Revolutionary officers who can enter the general staff must first have good conduct and be able to perform their duties impeccably. Secondly, they must be members of the Pantolin Party and be able to pass the psychic assessment. The holographic battle map in front of Augustus is constantly changing with the timeline. The signs representing the positions of the own and enemy forces sometimes change, and sometimes remain motionless. These data are all from the last report 2 hours ago. They are not accurate, and have many delays. The main force of the Alpha Squadron may have moved hundreds of miles overnight by vehicle. But Augustus's command center knows nothing about it. But even so, for Augustus, this battle map can still clearly and intuitively reflect the battlefield situation. Before landing, the fleet of Alpha Squadron launched an attack on the Revolutionary Army's first fleet, which was stationed in the synchronous orbit of Mars Sera. After a brief but fierce exchange of fire, the 6 battlecruisers of the Revolutionary Army made a short jump to the 3 nearest star systems. After repeated considerations, Duke ordered the fleet to pursue according to the detected jump signal. The fleet was divided into 4, and the only warships stationed on Mars Sera were the flagship of Alpha Squadron and the other 3 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. 2 hours later, these 4 warships encountered 8 battlecruisers of the Revolutionary Army's Second Fleet that had jumped from other star systems. And the 2 sides immediately fought in synchronous orbit on the surface of the planet. The first troops to fight were the air forces. The 3 airports of the Revolutionary Army located in the capital district, Martin Fortress, and the Hero Autonomous Prefecture dispatched more than 2,000 Avengers fighters to fight against the 4 air wings of the Alpha Squadron in multiple battlefields. Because the Revolutionary Army Air Force had an advantage in the battle with the Alpha Squadron Air Force, the Federal Army could not use transport planes to send troops to various places in Mars Sera without scruples, and had to use railway and road hubs to deploy ground forces. 2 divisions of Alpha Squadron, an armored brigade, and an artillery brigade landed on the Skeleton Plain and Red Terrace north of the capital district. This force of more than 20,000 people, all equipped with power armor and Gauss rifles, advanced southward 40 miles and encountered 4 mobile battalions of Tychus Finley. As expected by the enemy commander Colonel Duke, the rabble with poor equipment and weak combat effectiveness collapsed at the first touch. Tychus fired a few shots and ran away, throwing a bunch of supply boxes to the vanguard of Alpha Squadron and riding the armored personnel carriers obtained from the Mars Sera Planet Defense Force to bypass the capital district and retreat to the desolate canyon in the south. Colonel Duke, who was very proud of himself, immediately ordered 2 Marine brigades of Alpha Squadron to pursue Tychus's troops, and he led the remaining 6 brigades to support the capital area and arrived 2 hours later. But by then, Augustus had already ordered the 1st Division of Runstein to the west of the capital area to launch a general attack. Runstein only took half an hour to drive Governor Mars Sera and nearly 30,000 abandoned planetary defense forces out of the capital area and forced them to flee all the way to the north. As a result, the 2 Marine battalions at the front of Alpha Squadron, which came to relieve the siege of the capital area, collided head-on with the defeated planetary defense forces and militia at night. This led to disastrous consequences. This army, which was composed of the planetary defense forces, civil defense forces, and a small number of Marines from various parts of Mars Sera, came from dozens of different regions. They had dozens of commanders with equal positions and powers, and did not belong to the same system, because the Supreme Commander, Governor Mars Sera, did not fulfill his duty to restrain the army during the rout. This panicked and fleeing army lacked unified command, and plunged into the marching Marines and armored vehicle convoys. The chaos began. Tens of thousands of panicked Mars Sera soldiers mixed with Alpha Squadron soldiers, shouting and scattered lights from power armor searchlights. When the first poorly trained militia accidentally fired their guns, the soldiers began to shoot at each other. So Colonel Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron, had to order his soldiers to clean up Governor Mar-Sera's deserters. After leaving behind more than 1,000 corpses, and several times the number of wounded soldiers, the governor's troops ran back and fled in all directions. This chaos that the military couldn't talk about lasted all night, and it was already dawn when Alpha Squadron arrived at the ruined governor's mansion in the capital district. The Revolutionary Army obviously had enough time and energy to transport heavy artillery and supplies when they retreated, and not a single seriously injured or sacrificed soldier was left behind. This morning, Augustus's monitoring department intercepted Duke's report that he had defeated the rebels after retaking the capital district. This report would take at least 2 weeks to be translated and amplified by a large number of interstellar communication base stations and sent to the Terran Federation Navy headquarters in Tarsonis. In the report, Duke proudly called this battle the Duke Offensive, saying that the rebels were vulnerable. At this point, Augustus was able to finally confirm that it was Edmund Duke who personally led Alpha Squadron to land on Mar-Sera, which was consistent with his usual combat style. In addition, he was indeed angered by Augustus, and was eager to avenge his previous humiliation. The slogan of Alpha Squadron was to attack first, and leave the battlefield first. They always launched a charge before their friendly forces, tearing through the enemy's defenses like a sledgehammer, and then retired after their success. After retaking the capital area, Duke's Alpha Squadron continued to advance southward without rest, chasing the fleeing Tychus Finley's troops through the capital area, Lorenzana State, and the Sandworm Desert in 6 hours, jumping over nearly 10 million square miles of land. On Augustus's battle map, the marching route of Alpha Squadron is a nearly straight line. At the same time, more than 60,000 soldiers from Augustus's Reno, Honeck, Mira, and the retreating Lundstein were moving towards this line from different directions. An encirclement was quickly taking shape. If Augustus and his staff and military advisors were not wrong, then Duke's target should be the Martin Fortress Command Center, where he was located. The Alpha Squadron fleet in the Mar-Sera synchronous orbit could easily find this huge military base, which was an obvious primary target, and the heart of the Revolutionary Army's command system. At this time, the Revolutionary Army transport plane in the Martin Fortress Airport was taking off. Augustus received a report that Tychus's troops had fled into the desolate canyon. At first, Duke ordered the 2 Federal Marine brigades that pursued Tychus to follow closely behind, and the main force led by Duke in the capital area was also approaching rapidly. At the marching speed of Duke's troops, they only needed less than an hour to reach the last barrier in front of Martin Fortress, the desolate canyon with complex terrain. In Augustus' eyes, Duke was like a flying insect about to fall into a spider web. Chapter 188 Mobile Warfare. 2 standard Earth hours later, at about 6 p.m. on February 19th, Augustus, who had been standing on the command island of the command center for more than 10 hours, heard the rumbling of artillery, like thunder. At this time of year in February, the sky gets dark especially fast. The sky above Martinsburg was piled with lead-colored clouds, and there were occasional bright orange flashes on the black dome, which were spacecraft and fighter planes falling from high-altitude orbits. The sound of the gunfire could only come from Alpha Squadron, because the Revolutionary Army does not have a complete set of railguns, howitzers, or other artillery units. They can only rely on power armor and Gauss rifles. What is the situation of the fleet? Corporal Faraday. Augustus looked at the battle map on the projection screen and took a deep breath. According to the information sent back by the flagship of the 2nd Fleet, the Hyperion shot down the Ekaterina of Alpha Squadron, and the NORAD II and the remaining 7 battlecruisers severely damaged the Napoleon and Jackson V, forcing its flagship NORAD III to evade through tactical jump. The person who spoke was not Corporal Faraday, but Sarah Kerrigan, who was always with Augustus. Hearing Kerrigan's words, Augustus remembered that Corporal Faraday had been sent by him to take charge of the defense of the outer perimeter of Martin Fortress. Although this place is impregnable and well defended, and the automatic locking system of the numerous anti-aircraft missile towers tightly blocks the sky above Martin Fortress, Augustus still has to defend the airborne troops of Alpha Squadron. Well done, Augustus said. How much have we lost? The middle deck of the NORAD II was penetrated, and some people died. The other battlecruisers just need to be rearmored and repainted. Kerrigan said, our battleships are still chasing Duke's new flagship NORAD III. It is only a matter of time before it is shot down. Tell my captains to expand the results of the battle before the other battlecruisers of the Alpha Squadron come back to support. Augustus ordered, after the battle, use the tugboat to tow the battleship of the Alpha Squadron back to the port immediately. Don't waste even a small screw. Now we are penniless, and can only be scavengers and garbage collectors in the interstellar space. Every abandoned warship means more to us than before. Also tell my soldiers that Marshal Augustus Mengsk is proud of them. Kerrigan nodded and wrote them down one by one. At this time, Kerrigan has changed into new equipment from Umogen. Her dark black biodegradable tights are inlaid with bronze plastic alloy armor. Her chest, abdomen, forearms, and shins are fully protected. This outfit makes her iconic fiery red hair more eye-catching. As he was speaking, the holographic projection screen in front of Augustus suddenly reappeared Tychus Finley's head portrait. The picture came from the camera of his CMC power armor helmet. The lens was shaking, and it was obvious that Tychus was running. Tychus Finley calling the command center. I'm Mengsk, and there are at least 2 brigades of Alpha Squadron behind me. We ran for a day and a night, and the oil in the troop carriers and assault vehicles was all burned out. This is a desert. There is no place to refuel, so we can only abandon them all. Tychus Finley's image seems to be inseparable from ice beer and cigars. His power armor is always filled with smoke, and the armor's internal air circulation system is just like a lung damaged by smoke. Fortunately, their car is out of gas, so they can only run from north to south, from the capital Ariel or Zana Sandworm Desert Desolate Canyon. There is no high-energy gas refinery. I have already figured it out. Didn't you listen when the combat meeting was held? 1 month before planning the battlefield battle, Augustus led Corporal Faraday and Kerrigan to inspect the terrain on the spot, and finally determined the combat plan after repeated consideration. Is that true? Tychus didn't remember. After all, he had been catching up on sleep during the meeting. Just take it as it is. He didn't care. Well, I'm leading the Alpha Squadron into the encirclement. Hee hee. Are you ready to falcon? When I catch Edmund Duke, I'm going to clip his wings and put him in the chicken coop. That's exactly what I want to do, Augustus said. Our grudge with Alpha Squadron won't be so easy to settle. Tychus laughed. I heard that you are going to give Duke a position in the cabinet. No matter why a republic has a cabinet. If you ask me, no matter how much you give a poisonous snake, it will bite you sooner or later. The best way is to cut off its head and pickle it with salt. I know you actually understand this better than me. What you want is not Duke himself, but his Alpha Squadron. Promise him a high position and generous salary. Augustus said, this method can win over many people, and Duke does have his merits. Although he is bad enough, he is also cruel enough. Or do you want a position in the cabinet? Tychus? Come on. Marcera is not independent yet, and you have even thought of this. Tychus smiled. If you ask me, after I overthrow the Terran Federation, I will open a small bar in Tarsones and raise some daughters. The rest of the things will be ridiculous. Yes, I like it this way. Augustus knew that Tychus was a bastard, so he was not surprised at what he said. Hi, I'm Jim. My men are approaching Desolate Canyon. There's an abandoned mining outpost at 055 degree. I think that's the scheduled assembly point. At this time, Jim Raynor's head appeared, and his head frame quickly occupied half of the holographic projection screen, squeezing out Tychus's position like a bubble. Our concealment measures are very good, and we haven't encountered any reconnaissance aircraft or reconnaissance forces from Alpha Squadron. The space stations and satellites in orbit have been paralyzed by electromagnetic interference, and it's impossible to find us, Raynor said. Damn it. I never thought that the artifact dug out from the Purgatory Corridor could be used like this, he said. Huh? This thing is much more effective than any electromagnetic interference device. Any human communication equipment will be paralyzed. The disadvantage is that this is a double-edged sword. Our ship will also be affected, Augustus said. Augustus ordered Rory Swan to build an artifact spaceship specifically for the Zelnaga artifact fragments, which can amplify the disruptive magnetic field generated by the artifact fragments to interfere with the other party's communication. Of course, the disadvantage is that the Revolutionary Army within its range will also be affected. For the time being, the Revolutionary Army cannot explore more uses for the fragments of the Zelnaga artifact. I am Lundstein, and my troops have arrived at the X53565 outpost in the Desolate Canyon. At this time, the avatar of another Revolutionary Army general appeared. I am Mira. Mirahan's avatar occupied a quarter of the main screen. Fight for the Revolutionary Army. You don't need to shout this every time. Mira. Augustus smiled. The commissar and the captain around me all said so. Mira laughed. No one knew what made Mira laugh. But she just laughed until she was out of breath. Okay. Repeat your mission. Augustus swiped his finger across the screen, and a plan of the desolate canyon appeared on the screen. The entrance was wide, and the deeper it went, the narrower it became, like the cross-section of a beer bottle. I will lead Duke into the canyon, and together with Honix fire bats, block the Alpha Squadron that is deep in the canyon at the bottleneck, Tychus said. And we will enter the canyon after that, and attack Duke from behind, Raynor and others said in unison. Front and back attack, Tychus said. You know I like to play this the most. Chapter 189 All Good Things. Mars-Sera, Desolate Canyon, 16:23 p.m. local time. The Federal Army is crossing the wide gap entrance of the Desolate Canyon. The soldiers of the Alpha Squadron wearing bright white CMC 300 power armor are advancing in the red desert, like a silver-white torrent. Due to the lack of large-scale refineries in the area, all military oil storage facilities and supply centers have been looted by the Revolutionary Army. The compressed fuel made by refining and distilling high-energy gas can only rely on airdrops, so not many people can get on the armored vehicles. Fortunately, the power armor can greatly save the wearer's physical strength, allowing them to march all day. When the Alpha Squadron fleet in orbit was in a tough battle, the compressed fuel supply became a big problem. The landing troops of the Alpha Squadron could only obtain compressed fuel from the locals of Mars-Sera. Of course, they would not pay, but relied on stealing, cheating, or even robbing. Wherever the Terran federal government army represented by the Alpha Squadron passed, the people were boiling with resentment. The army arbitrarily requisitioned all vehicles and roads, shot and killed any local residents of Mars-Sera who dared to resist, and classified them as rebels. Thus, in less than a day, Alpha Squadron had killed many enemies. Most soldiers were advancing on foot, while officers were sitting in command vehicles and armored vehicles. All fuel was given priority to heavy trucks carrying heavy artillery, tanks, and Goliath-armed robots. Even so, those Alpha Squadron officers from the warm and comfortable Tarsonis Prime still complained about the terrible desert of Mars-Sera and the equally terrible food, clothing, housing, and transportation. The whistling wind always raised the rusty sand, rendering everything in this world the same color. The complaints were only among the senior officers. The resocialized soldiers under their command not only worked hard like mules and donkeys, but also firmly believed that this was just a test for the soldiers. As the number of socialized soldiers gradually increased, these soldiers who had undergone brain surgery gradually began to take on more responsibilities. In the combat forces of Alpha Squadron, the highest rank of resocialized soldiers has been promoted to lieutenant, which means that an entire platoon of soldiers, including the commander, are robots that can only rigidly execute orders. Thanks to the socialization project, military discipline is no longer a problem. All the troublemakers and unstable factors have been permanently and thoroughly eliminated, and the combat effectiveness is far greater than before. Colonel Duke's command vehicle was driving in front of the marching column, and there was only a vanguard battalion in front of the command vehicle. This vanguard battalion had been following the 2 Marine brigades of Tychus Finley's troops, and had captured nothing except a few Revolutionary Army soldiers who had fallen behind and a few reconnaissance vehicles. Not only that, Tychus also ordered the troops to lay mines while retreating, which made the pursuing Alpha Squadron have to spend more time dealing with the spider mines and other various automatic induction mines buried deep in the rusty sand. And there were casualties from time to time. The colonel's command vehicle was an armored Jaguar 57, with a spacious compartment that could accommodate 10 staff officers. There were several radio stations and intelligent computers in the compartment that could communicate with troops at all levels, and the officers' guns and coats were hung on the walls. At this time, the command vehicle was following the marching column. Colonel Duke and several headquarters staff officers were sitting in the command vehicle, casually stuffing luncheon meat and lettuce sandwiches into their mouths while studying the battle map and communicating with troops at all levels. At this time of year, the sky always gets dark very quickly. The sun fell into the earth at an unusually fast speed. When the incandescent sun that burned the land of Mars-Sera sank, the clouds in the sky suddenly burned into the color of flames, and then disappeared like a flash of a flower. After the sky was completely dark, dark clouds began to press from the horizon, and the originally hot air became cold. As the night suddenly fell, some uneasy voices appeared in the command vehicle. Some people thought that they should stop immediately and set up a military camp, send scouts, or call for air support. Others thought that even with infrared and heat source sensing equipment, Going deep into an unfamiliar barren land in the dark was tantamount to suicide. During this period, Duke had an argument with the command system and the officers in the general staff. The staff officers believed that the army should set up a camp outside the desolate canyon and wait until the next day to take a detour through the complex terrain of the canyon. In addition, some people believe that sending an elite force to the location of the Revolutionary Army's command center via transport ships to directly capture Augustus Minsk was a very feasible plan. After all, Augustus's original Heavenly Demon Corps became famous for airborne operations. Colonel Duke, who was sitting in the command vehicle, was annoyed by this. Even though it was already cold and dark, and the surrounding environment was extremely unfamiliar, Colonel Duke still insisted on ordering Alpha Squadron to march at night. Because for him, since the Revolutionary Army's headquarters was already in front of him, he should attack quickly. Otherwise Augustus would definitely escape again. In Duke's eyes, the Revolutionary Army's tattered fleet could only be said to have a little combat power, and their army was just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. It would be no easier for Alpha Squadron to kill a group of hastily armed farmers than to crush a chick. As long as the Revolutionary Army's position entered the range of the railgun Alpha Squadron, everything would come to an end. The officers believed that Edmund Duke lacked the most basic military and tactical acumen. He was good at assault, and his combat style remained unchanged. Among many tactics, Duke always chose the most destructive and effective one, and never considered his own losses. This argument was fruitless, as Duke refused to listen to any suggestion that he should not launch an offensive plan. Colonel, our fighter planes can no longer provide us with any form of reconnaissance or fire support. They must return to the nearest airport to replenish compressed fuel and ammunition. And the nearest airport is tens of thousands of miles away. As the voices of the staff officers buzzed in Colonel Duke's ears, a radio station from the rear brought him bad news again. Duke could only accept this fact. He had already learned that the fleet in the synchronous orbit of Mossera was at a disadvantage in the battle with the Revolutionary Army fleet, and could not provide any support to the landing troops. At the same time, the failure of the fleet battle was also an important factor urging Duke to prepare for a quick victory. Duke became anxious for success. He was eager to return to the fleet before the fleet was completely defeated by the Revolutionary Army. If there is any other bad news, tell me together. Duke never regretted any decision he made. Our vanguard, the 7th Marine Brigade, which was chasing the Heavenly Demon Tychus's troops, found a new rebel army 160 miles away from us. They have strong firepower, and the 7th Brigade's attack was blocked. These cowards finally dared to stop fighting? That's a good thing. Duke smiled after hearing this. What he feared most now was that the Revolutionary Army would play hide-and-seek with him. Alpha Squadron will crush them. Chapter 190 Fierce Battle in the Canyon. At 1700 hours, the vanguard of the Alpha Squadron carrying out the pursuit mission exchanged fire with the Revolutionary Army's Honeck and Tychus at the bottleneck of the desolate canyon. Compared with the wide terrain in front of the canyon, the bottleneck is like the thin neck of a bottle, and the distance between the rock walls on both sides shrinks rapidly, narrowing to only 100 feet at the narrowest point. This place is like a pocket that suddenly tightens, and Honeck Hank and Tychus Finley's troops are just like the rope that tightens this pocket. The Revolutionary Army's position is located in the last two-thirds of the bottleneck section of the canyon, less than 20 miles away from the canyon exit. And behind that is the Martin Fortress Command Center, where Augustus is located. In other words, if Honeck and Tychus's troops cannot defend here, then Augustus will face the Alpha Squadron's front. The position was built by excavators and engineering vehicles using fine steel protective baffles, concrete and battleship armor plates, separated by bunkers and two command centers that serve as fortresses. Minsk really knows how to order people to do hard labor for him. We are suffering here, but he is sitting in the command center in the back, hugging that female agent and female nurse, and having a good time. In a bunker surrounded by protective steel plates, Tychus was sitting on a stool lighting a cigar, next to a Whisperer heavy machine gun. One redhead, one blonde. The bunker was so small that it could only accommodate the burly Tychus and Harnack in the fire bat armor. After wearing a power armor, he would not feel tired even if he stood. Tychus even moved a stool and sat down with his legs crossed, which made the already narrow space even more crowded. Although the two of them were the highest-ranking commanders here, the officers under their command would never imagine that Tychus and Harnack had just fought for this stool. And it was obvious who was the winner. These two villains always fell in love with each other when doing evil things. but they would immediately turn against each other when distributing benefits. Do you think the boss knows women's buttocks and thighs as well as you do? Honik was still angry about what happened just now. You will pay the price for this sooner or later. When the time comes, don't expect the boss to bring people to rescue you like before. He just wants me to owe him a favor. Do you understand? Tychus pointed at his head. Nobles like them are full of interest exchanges. And everything is business, not friendship. You don't think there are really brothers who share life and death in this world? Do you? When I am caught by the Federation or something else, will he really get me out at all costs? In any case, Tychus never trusts anyone, and doesn't believe that friendship is stronger than gold. Ah, little brat. If it's the boss, if that man is called Augustus Minsk, then he will definitely do this. Honik said, you piece of shit. If you dare to betray us, I will burn you to ashes. Tychus stood up reluctantly. I'm just fighting for money. Shut up. I've heard it at least 7 or 8 times. Honik cursed a few words and pointed to the observation port in front of the bunker and said, they are coming. Pyromaniacs. Let's start the barbecue, he said in the command channel of his unit. Light your matches. In the dark night, flash bombs illuminated the night sky. The fully armed soldiers of Alpha Squadron, wearing white power armor, rushed towards the Revolutionary Army's position one after another on the sandy redland. The Alpha Squadron in white power armor and the Revolutionary Army soldiers in crimson power armor fired at each other, and the nail bullets at several times the speed of sound. The steel copper-plated blunt bullets and the pointed depleted uranium bullets formed a dense barrage like a rain curtain. There are more than 20,000 soldiers in this narrow area, and thousands of them are firing at the same time on the deployed front. About 2 battalions of the Revolutionary Army are Honik's fire bats, and the flame wall composed of plasma flames illuminates half of the rock wall. The power armor of these fire bats was designed by Chief Engineer Rory Swan and Heaven's Demon armor technician. After all, the latter participated in the design and development of Hiram Fix fire bat power armor. The Revolutionary Army's fire bat power armor is different from that of the Federation. They use the improved CMC 300 instead of CMC 250. The mask and chest armor of the power armor are thickened and coated with heat-resistant coating, in order to consider the comfort of the wearer. The plasma fuel tank behind the power armor also adds a heat barrier layer. It is reported that the armor technician is also participating in the Death Power armor and dual turbine jump backpack research project planned by Augustus himself. According to the concept, soldiers wearing this power armor will be able to climb a 100-foot cliff and fly in the air like Superman, based on his experience in using the fire bat armor. Colonel Honik Hank suggested adding double fuel tanks to these to enhance endurance and avoid the embarrassing situation of not being able to ignite halfway through the fire. In addition, Swan added granular incinerator filaments to the plasma fuel tanks of the Revolutionary fire bats and other flamethrowers, allowing the flamethrowers to spew out more powerful blue plasma flames. In Swan's words, blue and bright. This made the flames sprayed by the Revolutionary flame troops turn into a shining blue. Their commander, Harnack, was obsessed with creating an epic burn and was committed to making his flamethrowers the most notorious pyromaniacs. In several battalions under Honik, the only requirement for recruiting soldiers is whether they fill in the questionnaire that they played with fire when they were young. So, when several lines of Alpha Squadron rushed to the Revolutionary Army's position under the cover of arc tanks and Goliath-armed robots, they were immediately covered with blue-hot plasma by the Revolutionary Army's flamethrower troops. When Alpha Squadron self-propelled artillery and electromagnetic guns opened fire, the rumbling sound of the artillery resounded throughout the canyon, like the roar of Thor, and the kinetic shells accelerated by electromagnetics fell on the Revolutionary Army's position, raising hundreds of feet high, springs made of sand. The first round of bombardment brought heavy casualties to the Revolutionary Army on the position, and accidentally injured a considerable number of resocialized soldiers who had already rushed to the position. Of course, the commander of the artillery unit of Alpha Squadron just pretended that nothing happened. At the same time, hundreds of Wraith fighters and heavy bombers converted from APOD-33 transport aircraft immediately took off from a military airport built by Augustus near the desolate canyon in advance. In the eyes of the soldiers on both sides, these fighters were like firebirds riding on orange-red flames. They bombarded the artillery positions of the Federal Army with anti-aircraft missiles of the Goliath-armed robots of Alpha Squadron, and the rumbling sound of the artillery immediately stopped. 2 hours later, The attacking force of Alpha Squadron began to retreat, leaving behind hundreds of corpses in power armor. The Revolutionary Army was not much better off than them, due to the lack of enough power armor and heavy weapons. Even the most elite Revolutionary Army had to pay more casualties to repel the resocialized attack of Alpha Squadron. After the first round of attack, Alpha Squadron only rested for more than 10 minutes before launching another fierce attack. This time, it was Colonel Edmund Duke who arrived later and led the commando to launch the attack. He did not notice that a large-scale rebel army had blocked the entrance to the canyon and was advancing at full speed behind him. Chapter 191 Supporting the Front. At 4 a.m. on the 20th, a few brilliant meteors flashed outside the window of the command island of the Martin Fortress Command Center. It was the broken keel of an Alpha Squadron Behemoth-class battlecruiser. Although the sky was still overcast a few hours ago, it did not rain here. The rain clouds that accumulated in the sky were just thunderous bursts, and were soon blown away to a farther place. For the local amphibians and thorn plants, this was just a false joy. Augustus couldn't remember how long he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time. No one persuaded him to take a good rest or sleep for a few hours. There was continuous artillery fire outside, and even the revolutionary soldiers, who were not on duty in their barracks, probably couldn't sleep. The battlefield of Desolate Canyon, less than 20 miles away from Martin Fort, had become a real meat grinder in more than 10 hours of fierce fighting, with blood flowing like a river and corpses everywhere. At 1800 hours on the 19th, the vanguard of the Alpha Squadron, which was carrying out the pursuit mission, exchanged fire with the troops of Honeck and Tychus. At about 2200 hours, 8 main divisions of the Revolutionary Army, led by Renault and Runstein, attacked several Marine divisions at the tail of the Alpha Squadron Army group to complete the encirclement. The casualties of both sides soared from the initial hundreds to thousands, and this number increased exponentially, far exceeding the casualties of the Revolutionary Army since its first formal establishment. The Federal Army and the Revolutionary Army deployed a total of about 150,000 people on a land area of less than a few dozen square miles, including about 20,000 people in the Alpha Squadron. And the Revolutionary Army deployed about 15,000 veterans of the 1st Division of the Car Revolutionary Army. 3 new recruits from the Port of the Dead, with a total of more than 78,000 people. 2 local brigades of Mossera with 10,000 people. And 3 main divisions of the Revolutionary Army that had participated in the Car Defense War brought back by Warfield from Umoing. About 40,000 people. During the alternation of attack and defense, the offensive and defensive lines of some units of the 2 armies overlapped. After all the ammunition was used up and the supply units were disconnected, hand-to-hand combat even broke out in some areas. The artillery units of the Alpha Squadron, which were behind their own front lines and lacked cover, suffered heavy losses because they could not equip their railguns with bayonets. The Revolutionary Army had more than 40,000 sets of CMC-200 and a small number of Type 300 power armors, most of which came from the Umojan United States and several highly autonomous affiliated colonial worlds. And the rest came from captured gains. The remaining soldiers could only wear exoskeleton armor with weaker protective capabilities. Apart from the existing ARC tanks, Goliath armored robots, and several Rattler prototype tanks, the Revolutionary Army's heavy firepower weapons are negligible, except for a small number of electromagnetic guns and drone bombers supported by Umoyan. Edmund Duke gave up the idea of breaking out from the northern front of Generals Renault and Runstein an hour ago. A different sound finally came from the keyboard and radio in the command center, like ice ridges colliding with each other in the early spring river. Now, Duke has abandoned the Federal Marines held back by Major General Rayner, and led the elite guards of Alpha Squadron and the fleet soldiers to the south, relaunching the attack on the bottleneck position of the canyon where Harnack and Tychus are, preparing to break out from there. After Augustus' former adjutant was killed on the way to lead the reserve troops to support the bottleneck position, his ghost agent guard Sarah Kerrigan temporarily served as adjutant. Duke wants to fight me to the death. Now Augustus still remembers the face of the young adjutant. He was a student who graduated from the Car Military Academy, and was the first and last batch of Revolutionary Army officers in the academy. He died from a delayed action aerial bomb. He was only 25 years old. He was the eldest son in the family, and had a pregnant fiancée. He was one of the thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers who died today. He was not special. The only difference was that Augustus remembered his name. There was no battle without death. After all, The highly resocialized Federal Army was not the local Planetary Defense Army and Civil Defense Army of Mars-Sera. They were poorly equipped, poorly trained, and weak in fighting spirit. They were not even as good as a group of pigeons. Alpha Squadron is an army of professional soldiers. And even more socialized soldiers are not comparable to militias. The remaining warships of Alpha Squadron are regrouping on a cold and frozen planet at the outermost edge of the Sera galaxy. But my fleet still has the upper hand, which means Duke can no longer return to his fleet. Augustus' voice was hoarse, and his vision became a little blurry because he always stared at the same holographic projection map. In the past, Augustus might have been in the mood to enjoy wine, black tea and expensive fine chocolate like a noble. But now, he just kept pouring military coffee into his mouth to improve his concentration and focus. As long as Duke can drive away Honik and Tychus, we will have no defenses in front of Martin Fortress except for a few minefields. Augustus continued, then Duke can destroy the rebels' command center in one fell swoop, causing them to be in chaos. At the same time, Duke can also return to high-altitude orbit with some Alpha Squadron soldiers through the airport of Martin Fortress Command Center. The bottleneck position held by Honik and his men is crucial. It is the throat, he said. In the coming period, the bottleneck position will inevitably become the center of the entire battle. The loss of personnel at the bottleneck position is so serious that some companies, and even battalion-level troops, are only left with a dozen people. And the last reserve force to reinforce was set off 3 hours ago. As a powerful psyker, Kerrigan can perfectly play the role of adjutant. And her thinking is also smart and flexible enough. More importantly, Kerrigan knows what Augustus is thinking, what he needs, and what he wants to do. No one can be more considerate than a psychic who can read minds. At this time, an information soldier hurried over. Colonel Harnack requested reinforcements. Alpha Squadron launched a new round of offensive and has captured almost 2/3 of our positions. Duke's Alpha Squadron has been besieged for nearly 11 hours. They are ready to fight to the death. Augustus held his breath and paced a few steps before stopping. I remember that we have no reserve troops available. As he said this, Augustus turned his head and looked at Kerrigan beside him. In a large-scale battle at the Legion level, the side whose reserve force is exhausted first means that they are struggling in the battle and are at a disadvantage. All the reserve forces in Martin Fortress have already set off. Now there are only Corporal Faraday's Guard Battalion, Information Company and Logistics Company in the Marshal's headquarters. Kerrigan said to Augustus, in addition, we have an engineering regiment. And the staff. Augustus said, the headquarters must not retreat. As long as we can hold on until Raynor's troops divide, surround and annihilate the rest of Alpha Squadron, we can win the battlefield battle. Then, Augustus issued an order in the channel of the Martin Fortress Command Center. The Chief of Staff and the Information Operations and Support Department personnel stay, and all other departments, including the Engineering Corps, go to the barracks and armory to collect your power armor and Gauss rifles. Regardless of your rank from private to staff lieutenant colonel, submit your suicide note and salary to your superiors when you receive your weapons. If you do not want to go to the battlefield, please submit a statement of the relevant situation. Chapter 192 Duke's defeat at Huarong Road. Augustus's exclusive commander power armor is on his right-hand side. It is a set of assembled CMC 300 power armor, painted bright red, with a golden emblem of the Korhal Revolutionary Army's whip ring on the shoulder armor. This is the standard paint of the Revolutionary Army. As for the organized Raynor Rangers, they will use blue and Wings of Freedom paint to distinguish them. And the new recruits of the Port of the Dead will use black and purple paint and a skull logo. This commander armor is made of titanium alloy, and compared with other ordinary models, it has added more information receiving and sending processing devices and psychic shielding devices from the Umoyan Shadow Guard Officer Academy. This set of commander power armor comes from the XT-39323 laboratory of the Umoyan United States. It is finely crafted and uses multi-layer plating technology. It is loaded with many advanced artificial intelligence and battlefield auxiliary systems. The built-in computer is designed based on the main computer of the Reagan Colonial Mothership and can process massive amounts of information. This 9-foot-tall, about 2.7 meters power armor stands quietly beside Augustus. The servo system inside it firmly locks the joints of the armor so that it can stand like a knight's armor. The wearer only needs to drill into the opening of the armor, and then others lock the buckle on the armor. Put on the helmet, and you can immediately go into battle. If there is no one to assist, a well-trained Marine should be able to put on the suit within 5 minutes. Augustus put on his power armor without much effort. and Kerrigan used his telekinesis to lock the buckle seal for him, so that the gas inside it entered a stable internal circulation state. When a marshal goes to the front line, it means that he really has no one to use, Kerrigan said while putting on her eyepiece while handing a C-14 Gauss rifle to Augustus. I had to do that. If Duke's men broke out of the narrow and desolate canyon, his troops would be able to deploy on the plains, and then we would still have to send civilians and officers to the battlefield. Augustus said, by then, Fort Martin will not be more defensible than the canyon bottleneck position, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. You know, that position is on a high ground with a drop of hundreds of feet. If Alpha wants to take it, it must climb a long slope, and there are steep cliffs on both sides, and it is impossible to deter. The best way to take it is to use heavy artillery bombardment, or send an airborne force to attack from the rear of the position, he said. Call my troops. After that, Augustus walked to the command center to command the elevator on the island, and Kerrigan followed him silently. It was already 5 o'clock in the morning of the 20th, and the sky was still dark. There was a meteor shower in the sky, and hundreds of fleeting meteors were falling below the horizon, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Augustus reviewed his army at the transport square of Martin Fortress. Even the engineers of the Engineer Corps drove their space engineering vehicles more than 10 feet high to the front line. Staff officers and technical soldiers of various departments were armed. Even civilian personnel had received the most basic power armor training and were able to use Gauss rifles skillfully. Many of them were still serving in the frontline troops a few months ago until they were transferred to the headquarters with a transfer order. Rory Swan, the chief engineer of the Revolutionary Army, wore a power armor and carried a grenade launcher to prepare for the battle. Augustus originally wanted Swan to stay, but thinking that even the chief engineer and the marshal's friend were one of the people he mentioned, he said nothing more. There were nearly 2,000 people in the command center, including civilian staff, and they were all the most loyal fighters in the Revolutionary Army. Even in Coral, these people were enough to be called the pioneers of the revolution. They were not only the pioneers of Coral's independence, but also the staunch followers of the Minsk family and Augustus himself. When Augustus stood on the high platform in the center of the square, he could see many revolutionary soldiers wearing power armor. Augustus did not make any speeches or pre-war mobilization, because as long as he was there, everyone here could burst out with high morale. More than 60 APOD transport ships that took off from the airport landed in the square a few minutes later. Augustus was the first to board a transport ship, and more soldiers followed closely. The transport fleet rose into the clouds under the cover of fighter planes and headed towards the desolate canyon. After flying for about 20 minutes, Augustus, who was sitting next to the observation window, could see the desolate canyon flashing with bright orange light and bullet screens through the HUD display connected to the front camera of the spacecraft. The two walls of the canyon were illuminated by the war in the dark night. This is Honeck's headquarters. The bottleneck position has been breached. Captain Tykes Finley has led the Stilling Wolf Hunter Suicide Squadron to recapture the position, but at least 200 Alpha Squadron soldiers have still passed through the bottleneck position. As Augustus's transport plane was getting closer and closer to the canyon, a young voice sounded in his command channel. The speaker was a sergeant of Honeck. Hank. How long ago was this? Augustus asked calmly. About 15 minutes ago. We don't know where they are now. They didn't try to attack from behind us, but continued to move south. Now they have disappeared from our thermal imaging detection map, the revolutionary sergeant said. Can you confirm their number and commander? Augustus asked again. I don't know, sir, but I'm sure they are rushing to the exit of the canyon. They want to escape, the sergeant said. Please tell the command and Marshal Minsk. I am Augustus Minsk. Augustus said in the communication channel. The Revolutionary Army Command pays the highest respect to all the soldiers of the 4th and 5th Battalions of Harnack, the 1st and 2nd Brigade of the Stilling Wolf Hunters, the 2nd Division of the Revolutionary Army, and the Reserve Brigade. It is our honor, Marshal. Before the communication was cut off, the sergeant's voice trembled. We are all Coral people. We live for Coral and fight to the death. After taking a deep breath, Augustus entered the cockpit of the transport plane again. Pilot, how far are we from the bottleneck position? Marshal, there are nearly 2 miles to go, the pilot said. Speed up. Augustus did not intend to pay attention to the fleeing Alpha Squadron soldiers. Although the Alpha Squadron's highly resocialized soldier structure meant that the fleeing Alpha Squadron must be commanded by an officer above the rank of captain, Augustus did not intend to waste time on these people. At this moment, the voice of a Wraith fighter captain came from Augustus' helmet. "This is Wraith 117. I found a federal army below. They are the elite guards of Colonel Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron. Chapter 193. Okay. I surrender. Land." Augustus opened the safety of his Gauss rifle and said in his command channel, "Surround the enemy force. Load the bullets. Follow your commander closely." After receiving the order, the transport fleet immediately split into two teams. One team landed on the spot to block the Alpha Squadron's way, while the transport ships led by the Augustus transport ship flew to the rear to block its retreat. At this time, the camera at the bottom of the transport ship had captured the scene of several Revolutionary Army Wraith fighters lowering their altitude and diving towards the desolate canyon like hawks. The 25mm laser cannon group approached the ground in the dark and fired, and the orange-red laser beam set off a series of shining explosions. The Alpha Squadron soldiers below immediately used shoulder-mounted anti-aircraft rockets to fight back, but soon they ran out of rockets. Next, the Alpha Squadron soldiers did not try to shoot at the fighter planes thousands of feet high, but instead tried to find cover in the rocky canyon. Augustus believed that Duke and his Alpha Squadron elite guard soldiers were eager to bury their heads in the sand. More than a dozen Revolutionary Army APOD transport ships flew low over the desolate canyon, and the wakes ejected by dozens of thrusters were like the wings of a phoenix. In the eyes of the Alpha Squadron soldiers, who were constantly avoiding the laser artillery fire of the Wraith fighter planes, they seemed like the rapidly approaching god of death. The transport ship that Augustus was riding on landed smoothly after a brief turbulence, like a feather landing on the sand. When he, Kerrigan and Corporal Faraday stood up, the hatch had been opened, and the blue lighting for illumination was always on. The best pilots are as important as good ships. The pilots who fly the ship for the Revolutionary Marshal are of course the best pilots in all of Korhal. When Korhal 4 was destroyed by the Federation fleet, all the Korhal people lost most of their property. The problem of class solidification no longer existed. The contradiction of the gap between the rich and the poor disappeared temporarily, and the Korhal people driven by hatred were unprecedentedly united. During the construction of the new homeland in Umojan, some of the former ace pilots and top engineers of the Korhal Civilian Interstellar Aviation Company joined the Revolutionary Army and served Augustus. As soon as he jumped off the transport ship, the alarm inside Augustus' power armor flashed red, followed by Corporal Faraday, followed by Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, who closed her eyepiece as soon as she landed and disappeared into the darkness. Dozens of Revolutionary Army soldiers inside the transport ship filed down quickly but without panic. These people were basically civilian officers, but fighting was not unfamiliar to them. Every staff officer in the command center was a veteran of the battlefield. More Revolutionary Army soldiers got off other transport ships. They brought almost all the heavy individual support weapons in the Martin Fortress Armory, including rockets, 25mm Mark II railguns, and a large number of electromagnetic grenades. V-shaped formations moved forward alternately. Flares! Augustus gave the order on the command channel, and a few seconds later the flares lit up the entire canyon, at a distance of only 1,000 yards from Augustus. The bright white power armor of Alpha Squadron was so eye-catching at this moment. As the flares lit up, both sides immediately opened fire, and the dense sound of gunfire echoed between the rock walls of the canyon, as if tens of millions of soldiers were firing at the same time. "He has reached the end of his rope." At this moment, Kerrigan said to Augustus in her private direct communication channel, "Although I can't feel Edmund Duke's thoughts, I can detect his soldiers. Duke is among them. They are planning to escape, and the transport ship taking off from the Capital District Airport will come to pick them up. Be careful. They have two ghosts. Forward," Augustus said in the command channel. "They have psychics. Prepare to use EMP weapons. Don't save bullets. Fire all our grenades and rockets." Augustus's troops immediately deployed in the canyon, shooting and advancing. Kerrigan's powerful psychic power was deployed in front of Augustus and the revolutionary soldiers at the front, like an invisible wall, and all the bullets fired at them stopped in midair and fell to the ground. At the same time, another Revolutionary Army, led by a staff lieutenant colonel, rushed from another direction. The surrounded Alpha Squadron had to deal with enemies that were 10 times their number, sandwiched on both sides. Even Duke's elite guards had been fighting with Rayner's main force of the Revolutionary Army in the desolate canyon for more than 10 hours. The ammunition stored in the shoulder armor of the power armor had long been consumed, and the firepower was at a clear disadvantage. Many soldiers were torn to pieces by rockets that were enough to destroy the Comorian heavy tanks. And blood splattered. As the exchange of fire continued, the number of soldiers in Alpha Squadron decreased, and Augustus's revolutionary army closed the encirclement. Edmund Duke, I give you a chance to surrender. When the firepower points of Alpha Squadron became sparse, Augustus used the loudspeaker of his power armor to speak loudly. But you must cease fire first. After a few seconds, there was a response from Alpha Squadron. I'll give you 3 seconds to prepare, and we will cease fire at the same time. At this time, Augustus was only 400 or 500 yards away from Alpha Squadron. He could see many soldiers of Alpha Squadron had their power armor ripped open and fell in a pool of their own blood. Augustus had almost no casualties on his side, as all the bullets were blocked by Kerrigan's powerful psychic power. I can only surrender to your highest commander, not some fake, self-proclaimed general. About half a minute after the actual ceasefire, a rough roar came belatedly. For God's sake, I am a general, and I will only surrender to your rebel leader. Send Augustus Mengs to see me. Even in a desperate situation, this voice is still extremely arrogant. He did not recognize Augustus' voice, because he did not believe that the other party would appear here at this moment. When did he get promoted? Kerrigan's voice sounded in Augustus' ears. How did he get promoted to general in less than a day? Don't expose him for this kind of thing. Colonel Duke values his reputation. Augustus replied. I am Augustus Minsk. As Augustus spoke, Corporal Faraday waved his hand and stood in front of him with a dozen soldiers from the guard battalion to guard against possible ghost agents. You don't have the opportunity to negotiate. Augustus knew that the way to deal with people like Duke was to never give in to him and let him get angry in his own world. Your troops have been decimated, and my reinforcements are endless. Before today, you were a colonel of the Federation, but now you are nothing. He said, I give you 2 choices. Join us or sacrifice your life for the corrupt government of the Federation. If you order the remaining soldiers and fleet of Alpha Squadron to surrender, then I can leave you a cabinet position. I would be crazy to join the rebels. Duke's voice wavered. Augustus persuaded him. He didn't want to die. Okay, I will surrender. Chapter 194 Sacrifice. At this time, the desolate canyon was still in darkness, but a hint of white had appeared in the east, and dawn was about to come. Duke was still quite trustworthy in surrendering. The remaining more than 100 Alpha Elite Guard soldiers threw all their weapons on the ground and raised their hands. Most of them were resocialized soldiers who obeyed the orders of the highest level commander. At this time, the disadvantages of large-scale resocialization transformation appeared. When a senior commander defected, he could immediately order his subordinates to lay down their weapons or issue a ceasefire order, even if someone is pointing a gun at a resocialized soldier's head. As long as his superior tells him to put down his weapon and stop resisting, he will do it without hesitation. The instructions of absolute loyalty to the Federation are written into the minds of resocialized soldiers, but they don't actually understand what loyalty is. After all, bombarding the Hall of Reason where the Federal Parliament of Tarsones is located can also be regarded as a kind of loyalty. Don't play any tricks on me. I know you have 2 ghost agents under your command. Augustus led his soldiers to stride towards the Alpha Squadron soldiers who had already laid down their weapons, and said as they walked. A few seconds later, 2 ghost agents with heavy sniper rifles appeared. After a little hesitation, they also put down their weapons. Edmund Duke, wearing white commander armor, walked out from the dejected Alpha Squadron soldiers. He was burly, and had a golden eagle emblem on his armor. I hope your promise is worth the price. Duke did not take off his helmet, but walked in front of Augustus and threw his pistol and holster at his feet. I have sent a surrender order to all the troops, but the Marines may not obey my orders. If the Marines are unwilling to surrender, I have no problem with you killing them. My promise always counts. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday, who immediately ordered the Revolutionary Army soldiers to confiscate the weapons of Alpha Squadron and ordered them to take off their power armor. Today, I made a big mistake, Duke said in a muffled voice. I fell into your trap. And this trap is actually not difficult to see. Augustus looked at Duke and said that he did not want to give a long speech as a winner in the final analysis. You have always treated the Revolutionary Army as a peasant uprising army with low combat effectiveness. After that, Augustus ordered the revolutionary soldiers to reboard the transport ship, and Duke was escorted by Corporal Faraday to board the ship together. The transport ship took off on the flat sand, and the propellers stirred up the wind and sand. As it continued to rise, the horizon with a layer of white light on the edge gradually turned into a curve. It was less than 2 miles from the bottleneck fortress. And it didn't take long for Augustus to see the main battlefield still flickering with light. Duke didn't lie. Except for some local areas where there was still fighting. The main battlefield of Desolate Canyon had become quiet again. From the information sent back by Reno, Runstein and other troops, the Federal Army either laid down their weapons rigidly or surrendered under the leadership of officers. There were also several brigade-level remnants of the Federal Marines who were still resisting stubbornly. At present, the troops of Renault and others are concentrating their superior forces to deal with the remnants of the Federal Army who are still unwilling to surrender. The Revolutionary Army defenders at the bottleneck position recognized the identity of the transport ship and did not open fire. Even so, the transport ship where Augustus was located could not find even a place to land, and could only temporarily land near a command center that had been bombed to the point that only the steel frame structure remained. Wherever the lights of the transport ship could illuminate, destroyed bunkers and simple modular buildings could be seen everywhere. Each destroyed bunker looked like half a burnt eggshell, and the alloy steel plates that were thought to be indestructible had long been shattered. Everywhere there were discarded weapons, copper-plated bullet shells, railgun shell fragments deeply embedded in the rusty sandy soil, and body parts that August couldn't bear to see. These wreckages were still covered with hot power armor plates, both the white of Alpha Squadron and the red of the Revolutionary Army. The blood blended into the red soil of Marcera, as if returning to its original body. In the bunkers and craters plowed by artillery, corpses can be seen everywhere, with holes all over the power armor, even with armor protection. Some people were shot into sieves by heavy machine guns and large-caliber rail guns. Soldiers from Alpha Squadron and the Revolutionary Army died in a twisted, almost hugging, but actually with gun muzzles and bayonets against each other. The number of dead is incalculable. Augustus knew that a soldier who had been baptized by war might have long been numb to such a scene. Augustus had seen many deaths. Death had taken away his former comrades and thousands of soldiers from his hands, and all he could do was bury them. It was Augustus who brought these young people away from their families. They thought that following the marshal would lead them to light and hope. But in the end, they were buried in a marginal world that they had never even heard of before, which was almost nothing like their warm and beautiful hometown. Coral 4. When Augustus walked towards the transport ship, Duke had already taken off his power armor, and his hands were tied tightly together with ropes. He was only wearing a thin, plastic Navy combat uniform and a dark gray military coat of the Revolutionary Army. Shivering in the cold wind, the Revolutionary Army and the spaceship immediately rushed to the position that had almost become a ruin, searching for possible survivors in the collapsed bunkers and ruins of fortification walls. Augustus could not hear even a cry or wail. Where the lights of the transport ship could illuminate, there was only death. There are still people alive down there. At this time, Kerrigan emerged from invisibility and guided the Revolutionary Army soldiers to dig out a collapsed ruin. Kerrigan's telepathic ability can help her find the survivors buried in the ruins. For her, even the unconscious brain activity can be detected. The SCVs of the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps who came to participate in the battle immediately started the rescue work in their area of expertise. They used the melting guns of the space engineering vehicles to cut the metal on the bunker, and then used the power clamps to clamp out the survivors buried in the ruins. The SCVs in the Engineering Corps are all skilled workers, and their ages are between 30 and 40, with few young people. Whether in the Federal Marines or the Revolutionary Army, the SCVs in the Engineering Corps, who can build modular buildings on various battlefields and weld tanks in workshops, are praised as fathers who serve diapers to the Marines. It took me a long time to break through this damn fortress. The rebels here are much more tenacious than I thought. Duke, who was standing behind Augustus, said at this time, before this, I simply couldn't imagine any army's morale could be better than that of socialized soldiers, allowing them to maintain a tenacious fighting spirit after being almost destroyed. Unheard of. My soldiers have a firm belief. Augustus was immediately filled with sorrow when he saw the legs of the rescued revolutionary soldier that were blown off. Even if the soldier survived the pain, blood loss and infection, he would have to rely on prosthetic limbs for the rest of his life. What Augustus could do was to send more soldiers disabled by the war back to Umoyan. These soldiers would train new recruits and future officers in the military camps and military academies in New Stilling. Moreover, every Coral who lost his homeland is a lonely ghost thirsting for revenge. Augustus said, "and you don't understand this. Even if you were asked to destroy Tarsones, who gave birth to you, you wouldn't hesitate at all." Duke was confused and was about to refute something. But Tychus and Harnack, who were wearing red armor, came to Augustus with several revolutionary soldiers, whose armor was covered with scars and burns. "We wiped out 14 battalions. Harnack was a man of the most outgoing nature, but he could not hide his sadness at this moment. He spoke fiercely, roaring like a lion. "But I dare say that the bastards in Alpha Squadron died more people than us. We have one, Hank," Augustus said to him. "Yo, Colonel Duke." Despite his near-death experience, Tychus looked quite happy. He smiled and said to Duke kindly, as soon as he saw him, "See you again, you venomous snake. It's a real pleasure." At this moment, the sun of Marcera rose slowly, and the morning glow dyed the sky red. A broken red flag, blackened by smoke and fire, fluttered in the breeze from the morning light in the canyon, with a strong arm wrapped around a whip on it. Chapter 195 Victory. By 7 a.m. on the 20th, the sky cleared up, and the steep, almost vertical rock wall of the desolate canyon was bathed in the cool sunlight on one side, while the other side was still dim. Augustus, wearing the commander's power armor, stood at a command center at the forefront of the bottleneck position, looking at the main battlefield a few miles away, with Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan and his guard commander Corporal Faraday standing beside him. This has almost become the standard image of the Revolutionary Army Marshal when he appears, whether he is wearing a dark gray thick woolen coat like a cloak or a power armor. He must be accompanied by a common-looking corporal and a red-haired agent. Sometimes Raynor, Tychus, or other generals of the Revolutionary Army would follow Augustus to explore the terrain and formulate battle plans in various places of Marcera. But wherever Augustus was, Corporal Faraday and Kerrigan would definitely appear, and vice versa. There were thousands of transport planes and small and medium-sized spacecraft flying at an altitude of 2,000 feet, traveling between the battlefield and the field hospital near the Martin Fortress Command Center, carrying seriously injured soldiers and medical soldiers who needed urgent rescue, in addition to the APOD series military transport ships of the Federation Army. Nearly two-thirds of them are civilian spaceships rented by the Revolutionary Army. Most civilian spaceships are painted in dark yellow and black, with a variety of styles, from elegant butterflies to disc-shaped beetles. Some spaceship thrusters still emit black smoke, which is because the locals of Marcera are still using illegally mined and privately refined gas fuel. From the Kylian War to the present, this planet still implements a nearly strict fuel limited time and quantity supply policy. So the cheap but impure smuggled gas has become the first choice for many residents of the marginal world. The residents near the desolate canyon favor the Revolutionary Army much more than Governor Marcera and the government troops of the Alpha Squadron who had arrived. They were willing to lend their illegally modified small spacecraft to the Revolutionary Army, as long as the Revolutionary Army could afford the negligible fuel costs. Below the bottleneck position was a slope with a drop of several hundred feet. From Augustus's position, he could see convoys carrying lightly wounded soldiers and captured supplies rumbling up the slope. Armored personnel carriers, starport buses, factory trucks, heavy trucks used to transport crystal mines, and many trucks carrying grain from local Marcera farmers drove past Augustus one after another, crossing the canyon that had been leveled with a road roller and heading south out of the canyon. Most of the trucks that passed by Augustus were loaded with wounded soldiers. Soldiers who had taken off their armor were lying in the truck bed in all directions. Almost everyone was wrapped in bloody bandages and holding their rifles. The seriously wounded revolutionary soldiers were drowsy, and the soldiers who were still awake were silent. Behind the convoy full of wounded soldiers were heavy trucks pulling heavy artillery, ranging from rail cannons with a caliber of more than 150 millimeters, howitzers to rocket launchers. Augustus could count 500 of them, enough for Augustus to arm a reorganized artillery brigade under the command of the marshal. Then came the trucks loaded with CMC-powered armor, ammunition supply boxes, and heavy machine guns. And the two sides of the convoy were full of revolutionary soldiers marching on foot. Each revolutionary soldier was separated by 20 to 30 yards. And in the middle were the disarmed Alpha Squadron soldiers, wearing only a set of black and white combat uniforms. In the battle before dawn, Augustus's Revolutionary Army finally defeated the landing force of Alpha Squadron and seized nearly 10,000 sets of well-preserved CMC 300 power armor and more standard ammunition of the Federal Marine Corps. Even the remaining thousands of power armors could be used again after being repaired by Rory Swan and Hiram Fick. At the same time, more than 200 Arclight tanks and more than 160 Goliath-armed robots of Alpha Squadron that had dealt heavy damage to the Revolutionary Army in the battle were also captured. The remaining armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles and Vulture motorcycles used by Alpha Squadron as vehicles totaled 2,000, which was an amazing harvest. By this time, with the surrender of Alpha Squadron's active flagship NORAD-3, the battle on the synchronous orbit of Mossera also came to an end. The Revolutionary Army's fleet defeated the Alpha Squadron fleet, with only 2 Leviathan-class battlecruisers seriously damaged. 4 Behemoth-class battlecruisers of the Alpha fleet were destroyed. 2 battlecruisers including the NORAD-3 and the Napoleon surrendered. And the remaining 5 warped away from the Ceres system. How many people died in the battle? Augustus waved at a truck going away, maintaining his steely expression, and asked Kerrigan beside him. Less than 8,000 people, and more than 30,000 wounded. Kerrigan chose his words carefully and said, the casualties of Alpha Squadron are about 1 to 2 compared to ours. But the number of dead is more than ours. Their equipment is better than ours. And their firepower is stronger. Compared to the number of soldiers deployed by the Revolutionary Army and Alpha Squadron, the casualties of the Revolutionary Army were not as high as those of Alpha Squadron. In fact, the death toll of Alpha Squadron was close to half of the number of soldiers who participated in the battle. And those who survived only accepted Duke's order to surrender. No matter how socialized the soldiers are, they would rather bleed to death than continue fighting. And they will not pay attention to the wailing of their injured comrades. They are just cheap consumables. Compared with them, the equipment on these people is more valuable. Take them all back. Augustus said, I can't bury them here. I want to take them home. Kerrigan just blinked and listened carefully. In contrast, Corporal Faraday had a stern face from beginning to end. This corporal, known as the captain of the Marshal's Guard, is actually the highest officer of the Command Guard Force. He never smiles. Inform the newly established Body Disposal Office. I need them to transport the soldiers' ashes back to Umoyan. At this point, Augustus was silent for a few seconds. Soldiers from the Port of the Dead follow the opinions of their families. If no one takes them in, the soldiers from the Port of the Dead who died in the battle will be buried in the Heroes Cemetery in New Stilling. Umoyan. Wait until we rebuild Coral, and then bury them in Stilling. I forgot that Stilling no longer exists. Augustus said, then bury him in the cemetery of the new capital. After saying that, Augustus stopped talking because he saw a green Vulture car in the distance, passing the convoy and heading straight for Augustus. When the Vulture car stopped in front of Augustus with a beautiful turn, Jim Raynor and Mira Han in the back seat jumped out. This is the most tragic battle I have ever fought. Raynor was very sad. Many of my good brothers died. Chapter 196. The Federation Army is not invincible. Now, I often wonder if it is worth it to make so many sacrifices. Renault opened his power armor mask, revealing a face full of pain. Although I don't like the people of Alpha Squadron, I have to admit that they are much more difficult to deal with than the Sea Dragon Legion of Comorian. My soldiers went forward one after another. When one fell, more people took over. Officers, political commissars, and party members led the charge. We and the people of Alpha Squadron fought for a few acres of land in that mass grave. All based on passion. In the end, we watered this land with blood. But rye and oats still cannot be grown here. We had every advantage. But it was not easy to win. Mirahan followed up. Except for the Gauss rifle. Their weapons were better than ours in every way. And their power armor was faster and stronger than ours. And many of us were wearing exoskeleton armor that did not provide much protection. Myra's expression was serious. At this moment, she really looked like a leader. Majestic and oppressive. It is only now that I know that the regular army is not comparable to the militia. If Alpha Squadron had encountered other rebel forces, they would have been defeated long ago. If it weren't for us, those Mossera people who wanted to start an uprising with pistols and Molotov cocktails would have been swept away by Alpha Squadron like fallen leaves in the autumn wind. If you want to succeed, you must pay the price of blood and sweat. Augustus looked at Renault and Mira, staring at their tattered power armor, and understood what a tragic battle they had experienced. This revolution is not a small fight. Even if the government of the Terran Federation is still corrupt, its army still maintains the hegemony of the Tarsoni's creation family in the Copperless sector and oppresses the people of the marginal worlds. He said, what we can do is to pay blood, tears, and all the sufferings we have experienced. And these sufferings will one day unite our warriors closely, and make them indestructible. The Battle of Marsera proved that the Terran Federation's army is not invincible. Even Alpha Squadron was defeated by us. The giant Federation is just a pottery that will break at the touch. It won't be long before people know about Alpha Squadron's defeat in Marsera. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Renault shook his head. Alpha Squadron's defeat in Marsera will definitely be blocked by the Federation. And they will even claim that they have wiped out all the rebels. This will require the help of our old friend Mike Liberty. With the help of the Terra family and the Hot family, he has already controlled a lot of resources at the UNN headquarters. Augustus said, "We have our own newspapers and TV stations. But these are banned on the planet of the Terran Federation. To be honest, I'm really worried that Mike will be found by the Federation's ghost agents one day. His situation is very dangerous." Reno calmed down. After all, they won after all. Apart from the cost, they at least ate up 20,000 people from the Alpha Squadron. And the equipment seized on the battlefield could at least arm 2 full-strength divisions. I don't think a UNN news column host who reports negative news about the Federation every day can thrive in Tarsonis. He not only speaks well of us, but also frequently exposes some black materials of the Tarsonis government. Michael is dancing on swords. Augustus shrugged. But fortunately, he is an excellent dancer. Well, may God bless him. Renault forced an ugly smile. If there really is a God. Then, Augustus and Renault stopped talking. They quietly watched the convoy and the marching army in the distance for a while, and suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. "I can't believe we won," Renault said. "Yes," Augustus said, "we have been preparing for this day for more than a month. Surveying the terrain, holding combat meetings, and exhausting all our efforts. So many people died. But fortunately, we did not lose the battle. Where is Duke?" Renault suddenly remembered something. "I remember you said he took the lead in surrendering. To be honest, I am not surprised at all. Edmund Duke does not look like a steadfast person. Where is he now?" Mira Han supported her waist and looked at Augustus. "This power armor is still too big for Mira, who is petite. She has to put more than 10 inches of cushion under her buttocks. Otherwise, once the power armor is opened, she can only show her eyes and nose. I have to give an explanation to my men." He is next to him. Augustus led Rainer and Mira to the command center next to him. Tychus and Hank are watching him. "I hope they don't play Duke badly." Mira said something shocking. The command center that Augustus was heading towards took off from Martin Fortress and landed at the bottleneck position. According to Augustus's request, the Revolutionary Army Engineering Corps headed by Rory Swan installed a more solid steel frame structure and battlecruiser-level titanium alloy steel plates in addition to the superstructure and main building of this command center, and also installed multiple 250mm rail cannons. The armor and heavy artillery installed on the command center were so heavy that this huge building lost its ability to fly. The command center was now almost completely destroyed. The traces of energy weapons burning were clearly visible, and most of the armor plates had been penetrated, like scorched fish scales, passing through a door guarded by 2 revolutionary sergeants. Augustus and Rainer entered the temporary cell where Edmund Duke was imprisoned. When Augustus entered the temporary cell, he saw Duke sitting on an iron chair, with his hands and feet locked in electromagnetic shackles. Duke's pointed head was covered with bruises, and he dared not move. Apparently, he was beaten up by Tychus and Harnack next to him. These 2 villains never cared whether the prisoners should be treated well. Damn Minsk. This is not what you promised. I should be a general, not a prisoner. Duke stood up when he saw Augustus. The two are not contradictory. Rainer saw Duke clench his fist. As early as Tullises too, Augustus's men wanted to beat Duke. After this battle, more people hated him. "I heard you've turned from darkness to light?" he said sarcastically. "Sit down," Augustus said softly to Duke. "Your mission is not yet complete. I need you to do 2 more things. And then you'll kill me?" Duke stared at Augustus, sweating profusely. He believed that Augustus was not a kind person. Augustus was Minsk's wolf, and wolves should be ruthless and eat people without leaving any bones. "I still have value. I am from the Duke family. I know the deployment map of the Tarsonis Defense Force and the weaknesses of the other naval squadrons. Killing me will not gain you more than letting me be loyal to you," he said excitedly. "I have had enough of those idiots in the Parliament and the Navy headquarters. They are jealous of my talent and made me a lieutenant colonel for more than 10 years. I don't use people I doubt. And I don't doubt people I use. Augustus said calmly. If you can lead your Alpha Squadron to eliminate Governor Marcera's troops and kill him with your own hands, then I will temporarily believe in your loyalty. There is also an Alpha Squadron Marine Corps of about 10,000 people on the Ridge Plain. I need you to persuade this force to surrender. Duke's troops landed in Marcera in 3 groups. Augustus only destroyed 2 of the landing groups commanded by Duke, and the other group was commanded by a colonel of the Federal Marines. The colonel also heard Duke's order to surrender to the Revolutionary Army. But no matter what he thought, this army did not surrender, but continued to wander around the landing point and deliberately attack the towns controlled by the Revolutionary Army. For Augustus, minimizing losses as much as possible or even taking down these Alpha Squadrons without bloodshed is the best option. If possible, Augustus also hopes that Alpha Squadron can be used for his own purposes. How can you trust such a venomous snake? Renault widened his eyes. Don't worry, Jimmy. He is our venomous snake now. Augustus replied. I will do as you say. You can trust me. Duke swore. I swear allegiance to you, with my family and my honor. Well, anyway, before that, let me beat him up first. Renault waved his fist. Chapter 197 The End of the Battle of Marcera. February 20th. 1700 hours. Martin Fort. The armory of Martin Fort was filled with power armor and weapons seized from Alpha Squadron. The Federation standard rail guns, howitzers and self-propelled artillery were set up in the square and open space. The troops withdrawn from the front line were resting in the temporary military camp outside Martin Fort. Compared with the departure, there were fewer people in these troops. There were cases where all the members of the squad, platoon and even company were killed. The surviving soldiers could only mourn for the dead. There were less than 15,000 Kree soldiers left who had followed Augustus' fleet at the beginning. They were reorganized into a veteran division under the direct jurisdiction of the command center, and were called Augustus Personal Guard Division. The various departments in the command center were still carrying out various post-war inventory and follow-up work, such as counting casualties, registering and searching for missing persons, and classifying the captured spoils. A Behemoth-class battlecruiser of the Revolutionary Army fleet was parked more than 8,000 feet above the command center. A large number of transport planes and fighter planes used this huge, steel-like warship as their home port to travel between the sky and the ground. Augustus, who was on the command island in the command center, grabbed his hair while processing various reports submitted by various departments after the war. He kept walking around, looking at maps, looking at the list of casualties, and writing to Angus Mengskin Umojan, asking him to use the victory of this battle to win more military assistance for the Revolutionary Army in the elected Parliament of the Umojan United States. In addition, Augustus was still waiting for the final finishing work of this battle to be completed. As early as the morning, Edmund Duke, who swore allegiance to Augustus, led his guard troops and 2 brigades of Jim Raynor and Tychus Finley and others to set off, and joined the Warfield troops that airdropped to Marcera on the Grey Ridge Plains to pursue and intercept the last Alpha Squadron landing force that was still wandering in that area. Judging from the information currently fed back to Augustus, Duke's persuasion to surrender was successful. When he, as the highest-ranking commander, ordered the soldiers in that army to lay down their weapons. Even if some officers in the Alpha Squadron Marines, who were still loyal to the Federation, declared that Duke had committed treason, it was still useless. These resocialized soldiers had undergone nerve center reconstruction and lobotomy surgery, and they really couldn't understand the inevitable connection between Duke's treason and refusing to execute his orders. After several hours of chaos, the officers found themselves unable to drive the soldiers who had laid down their weapons to continue fighting. Soon, the officers of the Alpha Squadron lost their faith in continuing to fight, and the units surrendered to the Revolutionary Army one after another. Those who still insisted on resisting retreated step by step due to the indifference of the resocialized soldiers. At 1900 hours, Augustus received a report from Renault. The last Federal Army announced its surrender, and the Revolutionary Army completely took control of all cities, industrial areas, and mining areas in the southern hemisphere of Marcera. At this point, Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. At nearly 8 p.m., Duke's 2 ghost agents used the communication channel of the Alpha Squadron Command to contact the fleeing Governor Marcera, and then learned his location in the name of protection, arrested him, and handed him over to Augustus. This announced the complete end of the rule of the Terran federal government on this planet. and the Revolutionary Army took over the control of all state governments and most township governments. After hearing the news, Augustus took out a bottle of red wine from car 4 from the wine cabinet. When he wanted to celebrate, he remembered the wounded soldiers of the Revolutionary Army who were still suffering in the hospital, and silently put the red wine back. Then, Augustus ordered Kerrigan to prepare a command vehicle to go to the field hospital. The large field hospital, built with modular new steel and simple prefabricated panels, was built by the 1st Engineering Corps of the Revolutionary Army. It is located in a basin formed by geological movement in the barren plain. The building is covered with environmental simulation curtains, which can effectively avoid detection by enemy reconnaissance aircraft. Once the Revolutionary Army must move the field hospital, the SCVs of the Engineering Corps will drive space engineering vehicles to recover these prefabricated panels built in a few days, and their attached reactor facilities, cooling towers, water towers, and sewage facilities. Augustus and several staff officers of the headquarters walked in the corridor of the prefabricated building of the field hospital, passing through the wards separated by color-changing glass doors, and heard the occasional painful groans, and once again felt the cruelty of war. The walls on both sides of the corridor were painted white, with green arrows and words marking the floors and room numbers. The Revolutionary Army doctors and nurses in white coats walked past Augustus and his entourage in a hurry, and just nodded slightly. The smell of disinfectant and medicine filled the field hospital. Revolutionary soldiers in military uniforms pulled trailers of blood coagulants, analgesics, antibiotics, and other medicines through room after room. There were more than 15,000 beds in this field hospital, but it was barely enough. For this reason, the Revolutionary Army's Engineering Corps was building a second field hospital. When Augustus turned a corner, he saw Lisa Cassidy, a former medical soldier of the Heaven's Devil Squad and one of the main persons in charge of this field hospital, walking towards him. There are still more than 500 people who are still being rescued. Our doctors are doing their best to save them on the operating table. So far, doctors have removed countless shrapnel from the wounded. Lisa cut her long ginger hair short, leaving a neat shoulder-length hair, and ignored Kerrigan behind Augustus. Many people died on the operating table, and more people did not survive the time from the battlefield to the field hospital. Most of the people sent here are young men between the ages of 16 and 20. In Tarsones, these people are still regarded as children. The .50 caliber bullets of the Gauss rifle and the cannon bullets of the Goliath robot took away many lives, and all we could do was to save their hands and feet as much as possible, Lisa said calmly but desperately. Since the first wounded was sent to the field hospital in the early morning, our doctors have been working day and night. They watched young lives slip away in their hands one after another, but could do nothing. Just like sand slipping through the gaps between their fingers. Our doctors are as brave and strong as the soldiers, and their achievements should be remembered by everyone. Augustus paused for a few seconds. Let me go see those soldiers. I have arranged it for you, Lisa said to Augustus. They are emotionally stable and have no post-war psychological trauma. What can I do for them? Augustus hesitated for a rare moment before walking in. You just need to tell them that they are brave. Lisa nodded slightly. Tell those who are disabled by injuries that they no longer have to fight. Chapter 198. Renault becomes a father. 2 days later. Joey Ray Bar. This is Marcera Central Television. Lieutenant Colonel Boris, the spokesman for the Revolutionary Army, has confirmed the execution of Governor Richard Lyon. The luxury goods and other illegal gains accumulated in the home of this notorious federal lackey are equivalent to the tax revenue of the entire Marcera settlement for 3 years. Now, all these illegal gains will be returned to their original owners. Marcera is close to actual independence, which is another milestone in the revolution and resistance to federal tyranny. The Battle of Marcera was a new turning point, and the legendary Alpha Squadron was defeated by the Revolutionary Army. Colonel Edmund Duke of Alpha Squadron, the descendant of the Duke family of Tassones, announced that he would join the Revolutionary Army. The following is his speech swearing in to join the Revolutionary Army. I am Edmund Duke. Joining the glorious Corhol Revolutionary Army is the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. In the decades to come, I will never regret today's decision. Alpha Squadron will accept the leadership of the Revolutionary Army Marshal Command. We will fight the lackeys and minions of the federal government to the end. Listening to the report, cheers suddenly came from inside the bar. The people of Marsala have been oppressed by the federal government for too long, and they are increasingly dissatisfied with the exploitation of the corrupt governor's government. In addition to emphasizing revolution and freedom, Augustus's revolutionary army has always claimed to be an army that protects the people. They have firm beliefs and highly strict discipline, and are not allowed to seize any property of the people by any means. The Revolutionary Army is responsible for maintaining local security and temporary police, expelling and arresting robbers and gangsters, and using labor reform to make them create value for the people, which further enhances the prestige of the Revolutionary Army in many areas of Masala. In contrast, the actions of the federal government and the Federal Army are completely negative examples. Duke, you surrendered quickly. Jim Raynor, the general of the Revolutionary Army, who had just been given a half-day holiday, was sitting alone at a round table in the bar, drinking his favorite number 8 whiskey. I should have given you a few more moves while you were still a prisoner, Raynor said as he watched Duke, who was bruised and swollen on TV and could hardly be seen in his original appearance. There is no turning back for Duke now. The Terran Federation will soon regard him as the biggest traitor and the shame of the Navy, even if Duke returned to Tarsones and lived under the protection of his family. A commander who surrendered to the rebels and begged for mercy would not get any chance to be promoted in the army. It was morning now, and there were not many people in the bar, mostly miners on vacation, as the Revolutionary Army took control of the town where Joey Ray's bar was located. The crime rate here dropped to the lowest point in history, without the largest source of customers. Bars, casinos, and custom industries such as strip clubs suffered a heavy blow. Renaud drank the bitter number 8 whiskey while listening to the report on the TV in the bar. The local TV station in Masera and the news agency funded by the federal government had long been controlled by the Revolutionary Army. In recent days, residents from all over the southern hemisphere have been able to listen to the latest reports on the battle between the Revolutionary Army and the government army through TV. Of course, local residents can still listen to official federal channels such as UNN TV. But now Masera people regard the reports of UNN News Network as a joke. Until now, the UNN Universe News Network is still broadcasting the documentary about the Revolutionary Army massacring local residents. While drinking, Raynor saw Augustus, who was wearing a dark gray military coat, walked in, followed by Kerrigan, while Corporal Faraday and his soldiers were guarding the door of the bar. I thought you would use your rare free time to stay with your girlfriend Elizabeth. Augustus said a word and sat opposite Raynor, while Kerrigan sat down next to him. If you are really bored, then go back to your Ranger Division headquarters and work. Alpha Squadron is only the first naval squadron to arrive at Masera, and there are countless fleets still on the way to jump. Want a drink? Renaud looked up at Augustus. What happened? Are you still grieving for the death of those soldiers? Augustus took the bottle of wine that Renaud had drunk, and did not despise him, and poured it into his mouth. No, I feel much better now. Let me tell you something, Raynor muttered. You have to promise not to tell those bastards from Harnack. I will keep it a secret. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and saw that Kerrigan just shrugged, thinking that it shouldn't be a big deal. I always keep my mouth shut. Okay. Raynor thought for a moment. Elizabeth is pregnant, and has been pregnant for 2 months. Augustus looked at Kerrigan again, without showing any surprise on his face. I remember I reminded you to take contraceptive measures. Elizabeth is probably not ready to have a baby. Of course, I am not blaming you. It is common for girls like Elizabeth to get pregnant at this age in marginal immigrant areas, he said. You are worthy of it, Jimmy, Augustus said with a smile. You really don't want to scold me. Renaud felt uncomfortable all over. To be honest, I was also shocked when Liddy told me about this just now. I made a mistake. I should have listened to you. If it's really necessary, I will not only scold you, but also beat you up. Augustus shrugged, but I don't think I have any reason to do so. Jimmy, if you are ready to be a responsible man, then you should take on your responsibilities as a father. At this point, Augustus put away his smile, and he said to his friend and good brother Renaud seriously and solemnly, You are already 19 years old, and will be 20 soon. If you are not ready, then I suggest you ask Elizabeth for advice before considering whether to give birth to this child. Of course, Liddy and I have decided to give birth to this child, Renaud said after a moment of silence. In any case, this child should have the right to open his eyes and look at the world. Okay. Augustus's thinking speed far exceeded Renaud's imagination. How about John? John? That's a good name. Renaud didn't react and simply followed Augustus' words, It sounds like a boy's name. How do you know it's a boy? John Renault. Augustus pondered. If it's a boy. Renault nodded. We've discussed it. After the child is born, we hope you can be as her godfather. In Shiloh, people have a set of customary habits. They all believe that a child should have two fathers. Chapter 199 Evacuation from Mossera. February 25, 2490. Mossera, Shiloh region. Echo Town. The weather is still hot. The rusty desert and the small settlement town on the desert are twisted in the rolling heat wave. The few farmlands and small patches of transplanted Joshua trees surrounding the town form a few bright spots in this desolate world. The scorching sun, the orange-gray sky, and the circling copper glider eagle constitute the gray color and desert style of Mossera that has remained unchanged for billions of years. Looking down from the sky, a road built by the Revolutionary Army's 1st Engineering Corps that passes through the desert and plains connects Echo Town with the Deadwater base dozens of miles away. Like a black straight line, the road is paved with asphalt and is wide enough for tanks and large trucks to pass. On this day, many transport ships and shuttles with reddish-brown camouflage paint were parked on the road at the entrance of Echo Town. About a battalion of Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing Crimson Power armor and AC-14 Gauss rifle on their chests lined up in front of the car, ready to go. Not far from the line of soldiers, several privates were taking down the red flag on the flagpole on the roadside under the command of an officer. In a few months, this golden and red flag and the many freedom-related meanings it represents have long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not only the standing revolutionary soldiers are watching this scene, but also many local residents. In the past, in marginal immigrant areas like Mossera, the locals did not have much contact with the federal garrison. Only when they were recruited would they think of the Marines, who spent a lot of time gambling and entertainment. In contrast, the Revolutionary Army has a closer relationship with the local residents. Under the leadership of the Revolutionary Army Marshal Augustus Minsk, who has gradually become the great leader of the freedom fighters. This disciplined army is often associated with fighting crime and caring for the elderly, the weak, women and children. Since the Revolutionary Army came to Mossera, the Terran Federation's government that used to strengthen its control over marginal immigrant areas and promote tyranny was immediately overthrown. The people here no longer need to pay expensive taxes to support the Federation Army and the prosperous Tarsoni's prime world. And the bottleneck of Mossera's stagnant development has begun to loosen. According to Augustus's idea, he planned to build Mossera into a heavy industrial planet with a developed industrial system and a core world that mainly produces war equipment. It also had to have fortresses and spaceports that could station legions and fleets. In the future, Mossera would become the front line of the Terran human race against the invasion of the Zerg. Marshal Augustus and his generals stood among the crowd, with the tall and strong Rainer and Tychus standing on both sides of him, while General Warfield gave the order to board the ship to the revolutionary soldiers waiting in line. People shouted the names of Augustus and his family, and many were even eager to join the Revolutionary Army. Most of the people of Mossera did not want the Revolutionary Army to leave. Only after they regained their freedom did they realize how precious their hard-won freedom was. They carried wooden signs with Augustus's head and inspiring slogans, waved the flags of the Revolutionary Army and the Pantalon Revolutionary Party, and their faces were covered with sweat. Facing these local residents who came in droves, Augustus always smiled. On the road scorched by the sun, he repeatedly emphasized, "This is just a strategic transfer. The Revolutionary Army will return to Mossera in a short time. Put away your flags and banners. Beware of the federal police agents, who may break into your homes at any time. Justice and freedom will never be late." Augustus was not wearing power armor, nor did he put on his shiny Mossera denim suit. He first appeared in public in Mossera in a dark gray military uniform and a military coat. I have to say, this outfit is quite hot. This image is already known to citizens of the Terran Federation in many worlds other than Mossera. The only difference is that the Terran news media, led by the UNN, will add a space pirate-style wide-brimmed military hat on Augustus' head, add many folds and shadow effects to his coat and cloak, and finally add a crying child and several corpses at Augustus' feet. I promise you that the revolutionaries will definitely return to Mossera, Augustus said to the local residents who surrounded him before leaving. When we return, no matter what kind of enemies we will face, the revolutionaries will save you. As he spoke, Augustus shook hands with the residents' representatives, smiling all the time and hugging people. Compared with his father, who was involved in politics, Augustus emphasized that he came from his people and was one of their brothers. Augustus dared to wave away his guards and stand among the people. When he picked up a local girl, their laughter was forever fixed on Corporal Faraday's optical camera. After saying that, Augustus boarded his exclusive transport ship, leaving a broad back view for the people of Mossera who saw him off. This is an impressive farewell. When Augustus bent down and walked into the cabin of the transport ship, Renault whispered to him. Renault's pregnant girlfriend Elizabeth and her family had arrived at the Hyperion 2 days ago on a transport ship prepared for the families of revolutionary soldiers. Now he has nothing to worry about. Perhaps in who knows how many years, the people here will still proudly tell the outsiders who come here about the story of how they stood shoulder to shoulder with the great revolutionary leader Augustus Minsk, and the story of me, you, and all the revolutionary soldiers. I can't believe I was the sheriff here for a while. Minsk, you never said I couldn't use that badge to cheat people. Tychus followed Augustus, Raynor and others onto the ship, his burly body blocking most of the exit door. Where are we going next? Moria, the home planet of the Kelmorian Federation. Augustus replied, we have a business deal to discuss with the Kelmorians. They have always been dissatisfied with the unequal agreement signed after the Guild War, and want to take back the rich mineral planet that originally belonged to them. I never thought that we would have a day to discuss business with the Kelmorians. Reno shook his head and said, we both have a lot of blood on our hands. When the transport ship Augustus was on took off, hundreds of transport ships were taking off from all over the place and flying to the battlecruiser that was anchored in low Earth orbit. All the mines built by Augustus and Mossera were refilled after being marked, and the criminals who had worked there for nearly half a year were finally released after a long period of ideological education and transformation. And those who committed many crimes were all shot regardless of whether they deserved to die. The Revolutionary Army must retreat now. The 4 federal naval fleets led by the Omega Squadron are about to arrive. It is wise to leave Mossera at this moment and let the federal fleet come empty-handed. But this does not mean that Augustus has completely given up on Mossera. The Revolutionary Army still retains 8 military bases hidden in the mountains, deserts and even the polar regions on this planet. With a total number of more than 12,000 people, thousands of Pantarenian revolutionaries have gone underground, lurking in various cities and towns in Mossera, continuing their propaganda work. After laying a solid foundation, Mossera's revolution will enter a guerrilla war with multiple small forces. Chapter 200 Moria. 2 weeks later. The revolutionary warship Hyperion. A cabin exit. Standard gravity. Ship time 7:04. This passage connecting the main dining room and the bridge is the one that Augustus, Raynor, Tychus and Harnack have to walk through every day these days. And the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, who is more than a head shorter than them, always follows silently. Her whole life is centered on Augustus, and she seems to have no other interests or hobbies. In this narrow passage that can only accommodate 2 Marines, snake-like black pipes can be seen everywhere, and there is always a light flickering on the top of the lighting facilities every few sections of the road. But for Augustus, it has long been a common thing. Once he left Mossera and came to the battlecruiser, Augustus had fewer things to worry about. When the fleet was in a state of hyperspace navigation, the crew of the fleet had even less to do. The daily training task of the fleet soldiers was to wash the deck and run around the lower deck for more than 10 miles. The chief sergeant was in charge of the daily affairs and attendance on the battlecruiser. Augustus's generals, led by Tychus and Harnack, started playing cards all day long as soon as they relaxed. The rest of the time they spent bragging and chatting, which was no different from the lives of ordinary soldiers in the crew cabin. Augustus didn't say anything to them. After the Battle of Mossera, both officers and soldiers needed some time to relax. Minsk, why don't we bring Joey Ray's bar on board? I like the cocktails there. When Augustus led Raynor and others to walk in the corridor inside the ship, Tychus was still complaining about something. Should I open a sex shop on the Hyperion? Augustus asked Tychus. My words don't count. It's not that Tychus can't do such a thing. The job that suits him best is probably to be a bandit. Jimmy, you think so too, right? Tychus looked at Raynor and winked. What do you mean? Raynor also thought this was a good idea. Has Joey agreed? We need a bartender on the Hyperion. No. I mean to bring the whole bar. Do you understand me? A whole bar. Tychus waved his hand. Of course he has to agree. Does he have any other choice? Don't be so whimsical. Tychus. Augustus shut Tychus up with one sentence. In the connecting cabin from the exit of cabin A to the entrance of the bridge, 2 Rainer Rangers in blue power armor were standing at the entrance of the bridge gate. After seeing Augustus in a dark gray military coat, and a group of senior officers starting from colonel behind him, the 2 Rangers on duty immediately saluted. Good morning, soldiers. Augustus saluted back. Good morning, sir. 2 soldiers replied immediately. Yeah. Augustus nodded, very energetic. You are only recruits. Privates. But one day, you will become the best sailors. These are the new recruits I recruited from Marcera. Heroes. Each of them is a top-notch strong guy. Renault introduced to Augustus. You like Marcera people? Jimmy. Tychus on the side joked. There are even more Marcera people than car people in your army. I think it's because you are actually a bohemian cowboy at heart. And you always get along well with Marcera people. I saw from the beginning that you are a man who can do great things. Honik said, I have seen her. That Marcera woman is very beautiful. Are you going to get married? I think so. Renault replied, in Shiloh. Farm boys of my age have indeed reached the time to find a girl from the neighboring town to fall in love with. It's hard to find a church and a priest. I'm worried about that. But I think it should be okay even if it's not Christian. I thought I couldn't wait until the day you get married. Harnack was really happy for Renault. It's only been a short time. And you're going to be a father. With a boss as godfather. He will definitely be a revolutionary in the future. As he was talking, the bridge of the Hyperion returned to a stable sailing state after a tremor. And countless starlight immediately poured out of the dark portholes of the bridge. It's very punctual. It's exactly what it said it would be. Tychus was amazed. New equipment? Honik suddenly jumped out from behind Renault. As agile as a red-crowned rooster taking off. Honik was pointing at the holographic projection of the mechanical lieutenant on the bridge of the Hyperion. Augustus had only recently reactivated this intelligent machine. The main body of the mechanical lieutenant was located in the main control room of the Hyperion. This was a semi-human machine, with the upper body of a human female template, connected to the database of the main control room by numerous cables, and able to give the commander many suggestions based on the computing power of its built-in supercomputer. The holographic projection of the intelligent adjutant appeared in the bridge. Its prototype might be a beauty. At least the Alucast face was not disgusting. Dorian Galaxy. Within the territory of the Comorian Union, one of the main battlefields during the Guild War, received an unmarked communication. The adjutant's voice was not a mechanical synthesized sound, but a clear and pleasant female voice. But even so, it could not be expected to have any emotions. Play. Augustus walked across the bridge and came to the main screen of the holographic projection. This is the Kelmorian Union Cruise Fleet. An unregistered battlecruiser. Show your identity. Or we will. The person speaking on the main screen was a naval commander of the Kelmorian Union, with brown hair and dark pupils common to Kelmorians. The Kelmorian commander initially had an imposing manner of interrogation. But after the remaining 17 battlecruisers of the Revolutionary Army fleet jumped out of the hyperspace channel one after another, he was speechless for a while. The Comorian fleet only has 2 Heracles-class battlecruisers and dozens of auxiliary ships, and it seems weak when facing the Revolutionary fleet. Augustus's Revolutionary fleet is almost equivalent to 2 undermanned Terran Federation Navy squadrons, with the greatly reduced fleet size of the Comorian Federation. Such a large fleet will naturally be regarded as a threat by the other side. I am Augustus Minsk, and I request a meeting with the chairman of the Federation's board of directors. Augustus said to him, your naval headquarters should have informed you that you will have a fleet in the near future. Marshal Augustus, please forgive my impoliteness. The attitude of the Comorian naval commander had actually recognized Augustus a long time ago. But he did not put away his impatience until all the fleets of the Revolutionary Army arrived. According to the order of the headquarters, you will have the right to stay in Moria for a short time. But we will not allow such a large fleet to enter the Moria system.